You and I are about to watch a wild ride. Meet Fang Yi, an average high schooler dating the campus queen. Except she just dumped him. Why? Two poor bad grades entirely out of her league. But here is the secret thing nobody knows. Fang Yi actually knows the future. In exactly 1 year, spiritual energy awakens. The world completely transforms and the apocalypse drops hard. Armed with a system, he masters ancient martial arts, absorbs spiritual energy, uncovers hidden encounters, and climbs straight to the absolute peak. Getting dumped, he couldn't care less. Entering some prestigious university, totally pointless now. And the apocalypse knocking at the door. That is nothing to him. It all starts with news broadcasts. Coastal fishermen are suddenly discovering ridiculously massive abalone out in the ocean. These things are so huge it takes 10 guys just to hold one down. People think it is from toxic nuclear waste. Then there is a giant ancient tree in a major tourist spot. Its roots stretch for 10 miles, pulling in massive crowds. Earthquakes start cracking the ground open. Experts suspect abnormal seismic activity, and giant vines literally fall straight down from the sky. Childhood fairy tales are becoming real. Train tracks are snapping in multiple places, causing a massive number of terrible, unexplained casualties. But the people watching the news, they just do not buy it. They think it is all clickbait, just like those fake zombie rumors in the neighboring country last year. Yeah, right, they say. The campus queen breaking up is way more interesting to them. A huge crowd surrounds a couple gossiping as loud as humanly possible. Whoa! It really is Chu Qingli. Did our goddess finally ditch that annoying loser of a boyfriend constantly hanging around her? Let me tell you, our goddess wants out of poverty for good. She already bagged her acceptance letter to the elite Ching University. Meanwhile, her deadbeat boyfriend cannot even get into a regular college. Honestly, their futures are fundamentally living in two entirely different worlds right now. The guy's name is Fang. Wait, Fang something. Now pay attention, this is where things get really interesting. Fang Yi, I thought about this deeply. Us being together just isn't realistic at all anymore. High school romances eventually reach a point where we both have to wake up. And maybe right now is when we finally realize we are just completely incompatible. Holding hands for life takes real courage, but it also takes equal social standing. Because of that, we are breaking up right now. She smirks internally. Haha, whatever. No matter how desperately you try to beg and keep me, it's just never going to happen. But Fang Yi just stands there in total silence. The whole crowd is confused. Why isn't he saying a single word? Is the shock too massive? Did he completely break down mentally, or is something actually wrong with his brain? Obviously, that's the campus queen. Why hasn't he dropped to his knees begging her to stay yet? Just look at his pathetic state. He never deserved a rich beauty anyway. A toad lusting after a swan. Even I would be a much better pick. Chu Qingli is feeling incredibly smug when Fang Yi simply nods. Fine. Both she and the entire crowd instantly freeze in pure shock. Fang Yi casually picks his ear and turns away. Nothing else to say, right? Cool, then I am heading out of here. Chu Qingli finally snaps out of it. She thinks to herself, wait, why is it like this? Is he faking it or being serious? Fang Yi coldly glances back. Is there anything else? Chu Qingli immediately replies with total arrogance. I absolutely do not care what you are planning inside that head, but no trick will ever make me come back to you. Do you understand me clearly? Fang Yi looks at her like she's a complete idiot. Stop flattering yourself. Campus queen, I am genuinely busy. And with that, he leaves. Chu Qingli is completely speechless, standing frozen while the entire school starts buzzing and gossiping like crazy again. No way, right? He really brushed her off that easily. Fang Yi looks up at dark clouds creeping across the sun. I know what you're thinking. He's crazy, right? But he knows these people have absolutely zero clue about the impending doom. Money, academic degrees, modern society rules. Very soon, every single bit of it is going to turn into absolute dust. They also have no idea he is literally reborn. A man who time-traveled straight back to the present from a catastrophic future. The Chu Qingli standing there, just a familiar stranger to him now. He definitely has way bigger apocalyptic things to worry about right now. Campus queen, who cares? Other people's opinions, meaningless. Everything in this world is about to flip completely upside down anyway. The real crisis is threatening every human on Blue Star. And this entire crazy story actually started just last night. Fang Yi was deep in sleep when a robotic voice echoed right by his ear. Alert. In exactly 364 days, 11 hours and 59 minutes, spiritual energy fully awakens. Once this spiritual awakening officially starts, the entire world will suffer unpredictable, earth-shattering changes. Every single modern social norm is going to be completely ripped apart. An era of cultivators will rise where raw power dictates absolutely everything. Fang Yi woke up completely panicking. Wait a minute, who are you? The mechanical voice chimed again. I am the system from the Supreme Universe operating on the absolute peak arcane algorithms of the cosmos. Based on the spiritual artifacts you touch, I will auto-generate matching cultivation techniques. The current number of mastered techniques you hold is 0. Fang Yi curiously tried touching the system panel, but his hand passed right through. Suddenly, a gigantic demonic beast head burst straight out of the screen. He froze in terror. What is this? Inside the beast's mouth was his own dead body flashing like a fast-forwarded movie showing his original fate. Stick around because you and I are gonna love seeing how he changes everything. Let's dive into an epic return. Fang Yi clutches his chest. Was that actually me? Just another tragic casualty on Blue Star. The memories hit him hard. In his past life, he was a total nobody, just desperately struggling to survive the chaos. Back then, he just wanted to outlive the absolute nightmare. But he watched his entire nation crumble and millions suffer horribly. No escape from those mutated monsters. He died in total despair but completely fueled by sheer rage and a burning desire for revenge. He wanted absolute god-level power. And maybe that's exactly why this system chose him, tossing him back in time by one full year. Right when the spiritual energy officially reawakened. But right now, everyone else is completely blind to this massive aura surge. Time to exploit every single anomaly out there. Suddenly, a cold robotic voice echoes out. System processing new judgment. Host successfully bound to the mainframe, starting a brand new evolutionary path. Every single thing in this world can now be used as raw material for system editing. Go gather epic abilities and insane techniques. Become a legendary cultivator and save this doomed world. Snapping back to reality, emergency broadcasts are flashing everywhere. The brutal threat humanity is facing right now is absolutely critical. Now watch closely. This disaster is completely unprecedented. We can't look back for answers anymore. We just have to survive this nightmare ourselves. Adapt or die trying. Fang Yi stares at the screen, genuinely stunned. The government isn't covering up these wild anomalies at all. Instead, they're practically begging civilians to take serious defensive precautions right now. This is a massive unspoken warning the Shi Kingdom is intentionally putting out without sparking total panic. Before this, supernatural chaos and crazy monster sightings would never ever get plastered on huge public screens. This quiet, super subtle approach is totally on brand for the Shia Kingdom. It actually keeps everyone calm and trusting the nation's leadership. Yeah, it's tedious and a massive headache, but honestly way more effective than handing out free Gatling guns at the local convenience store. Wait, the system literally said everything is usable material. That means wherever there's a crazy anomaly happening, he definitely needs to be there. Fang Yi scrolls through his feed. Top headline: Ching Cheng University just hit a 100-year record for extreme UV radiation levels. Two guys nearby start gossiping. The university is warning students to stay totally safe and wear heavy sunblock. Are top-tier colleges really hyping things up like this? With temperatures that insane people would literally be dropping dead already. Total fake news. Did they buy trending spots? Fang Yi looks up at the sky, highly suspicious. Hold on, why is the weather so drastically different? Ching Cheng University is barely a 15-minute drive from right here. He whips out a UV tracking app. Result 0. He frowns hard. Something is definitely seriously wrong here. Swiping to another post. Student registration is completely normal, but avoid the intense radiation zones near the north gate. Use other intersections safely. 74 degrees Celsius. The comment section underneath is absolutely blowing up. Sophomore nerd asks, where's this UV light coming from on a cloudy day? 1,300 likes. Zhu Dahe comments, looks totally photoshopped, incredibly fake at first glance. 978 likes. Perfect. A smirk creeps onto Fang Yi's face. When crazy anomalies hit this world, normal people just completely ignore them. You and I know better, though. His very first legendary power-up has officially arrived. Relying on his memories, he heads straight to the campus, the empty north gate of Ching Cheng University. The insane heat is literally scorching his skin, completely unnatural. Students nearby are desperately running away under umbrellas. Run, we're boiling alive. Suddenly, Fang Yi spots glowing orbs on the street. Wait, what's this? Super curious, he kneels and taps a glowing orb. Instantly, an absolutely blinding light violently erupts outward. A massive surge of raw power aggressively invades his entire body. That cold, robotic voice drops in. Extreme Yang attribute vibration detected. Unlocking the pure Yang data model right now. The whole crowd is completely blinded, covering their faces. Holy crap, am I hallucinating Super Saiyan or X-Men? Clearly, an apostle manifesting. Meanwhile, Fang Yi feels like his body is literally exploding. Is it over? I feel like I'm actually dying. Then boom, the system announces editing fully successful. You obtained a Yang attribute technique, golden sun breathing. At that exact same moment, bright red banners wave across campus. Welcome incoming freshmen. A massive line of new students is already wrapping around the registration block. Tons of energetic campus clubs are aggressively recruiting. Hey freshmen, need some help carrying that heavy luggage. Chu Qingli is totally surrounded by guys. Hey, which dorm are you looking for? Know the way. I can show you around. Read our flyer, trust me, you and I are just getting started here. Stick with me here, while all these guys are practically begging for her number. Chu Qingli is completely freezing them out. Thanks, but no thanks. She glances at the sickeningly sweet couple holding hands next to her. Oh, thank goodness we both got into colleges in the exact same city. A 30-minute drive is practically nothing. Exactly. This means we can literally see each other every single day. Qingli just rolls her eyes. Love really rots the brain. But then boom, a massive pillar of blinding light erupts right behind the campus. The campus loudspeakers immediately blare to life with an announcement. Emergency high temperature warning at the North Garden. Please evacuate the North Gate area right away. Do not approach. Qingli's face drops. Way too many weird things have been happening all over the place lately. No way, I have to go check this out. Meanwhile, over at the North Gate, Fang Yi finally finishes absorbing the energy. He lets out a huge breath. By gathering the blazing sun and breathing intensely, he can use the golden sun technique to cleanse his body. A prompt appears: technique tailored for you, no learning required, unlocked. Plus 50 edit points gained. Fang Yi is totally confused. Wait, edit points? What the heck is this new system now? Whatever. It's obviously useful, so I'll just figure out exactly how to use it later. Suddenly, the sky dims for a split second before the glaring sun returns. A massive crowd of nosy students starts buzzing with gossip. Hey, did you feel the sky just randomly go dark? Yeah, and I swear it actually got a little cooler for a second too. Dude, look over there. The North Gate is absolutely packed with people. While the crowd is busy rubbernecking, the principal of Qingcheng University marches over with a whole squad of people and yells out, "Why are you all crowding around here? Didn't you get the text telling you to stay away? Get to your classes now. Anyone who doesn't report in is getting points deducted." The students quickly scatter, stepping aside to clear a path. The black-robed man walking next to the principal speaks up. "Please set up a perimeter. Now watch closely. This is where the hidden world steps in. Lock down the entire North Gate." The old principal nods. Done. Meanwhile, a robotic voice chimes. "System alert. You have successfully purified the Class A pollution zone located at the North Gate of Qingcheng University. Side note, pollution zones. These are anomaly spots officially flagged by the Shia government. They generate energy for the spiritual revival, each graded with totally different danger and hazard levels." Fang Yi thinks to himself. Pollution zones, and the Shia government is already marking them. Does that mean someone else is out there besides me? A loud voice suddenly cuts off his train of thought. "Alert, alert, the North Gate is locking down. Please evacuate the area immediately." The whole campus starts whispering. Are those guys in uniform actually the military? What on earth is going on? Fang Yi furrows his brow. Not good. This commotion was way too big and dragged all the heavy hitters here. He instantly slips away from the scene. Right as Fang Yi leaves, the black-robed man arrives. He crouches down, wipes his fingers across the scorched dirt, and gives it a deep sniff. This is man-made. Don't tell me someone who tapped into spiritual energy early has already shown up. The old principal urgently clears out the students, ordering them all to leave immediately. Wait a sec, Professor. Let me post this to my feed first. Qingli looks back, her mind racing. Man-made. What spiritual energy are they saying? This terrifying phenomenon was actually caused by a person. No way. That silhouette earlier looked exactly like Fang Yi. She lets out a scoff. Stop being ridiculous, Chu Qingli. With his garbage grades, how could he possibly end up here in Qingcheng? Meanwhile, Fang Yi rushes back home and slaps a wet towel on his forehead. But his entire body is still burning up. What is happening? This heat, it feels like it's just endlessly radiating from deep inside my own body. Cold showers blasting the AC, absolutely nothing brings the temperature down. At this rate, getting any sleep tonight is completely out of the question. I know what you're thinking. Did he get caught? He shoots up, ripping the towel off. Wait, with the scene that huge today, did anyone actually spot me? I really need to check on this. Fang Yi wildly scrolls through his phone looking at the top search. Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, New Realm tier list updated. Huh, what is this? That Cultivation Association sounds weirdly familiar. I think there was actually an online forum like this back in my past life. They occasionally posted a few secret cultivation rules, but at that specific time the vast majority of people just assumed it was some random web novelist having fun writing modern urban fantasy. Hold on. Could that intense guy I ran into over at Qingcheng University earlier actually belong to them? Driven by sheer curiosity, Fang Yi clicks the link and a massive list pops up detailing all the exact realms for cultivators. Tier 1, Ghost Axe. Using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to literally forge incredible mortal weapons out of thin air. Tier 2, Spirit Creation. Borrowing nature's force to unlock divine bloodlines and generate internal spirit energy. Then Tier 3, Vajra. An indestructible Vajra bloodline linking all 100 bones together, granting the absolute power to control elements. Tier 4, Divine Moon. Using immense strength to completely shatter earthly limits, gathering pure faith to forge a brand new god. Tier 5, Rising Sunday. The peak of the universe, manipulating the life and death of entire galaxies, roaming completely unopposed. and the extreme realm transcending everything, controlling all creation and destruction, grasping the cosmos itself, the absolute unknown. Right now, spiritual revival is the undeniable global trend, so to prevent fellow cultivators from straying down the wrong path, these exact realms are being made totally public. We hope all fellow path seekers can use this as a personal reference. So what do you and I make of this? The comments below are absolutely brutal. Spiritual energy cultivation. You've got to be completely brain damaged to write this clickbait garbage just for views. Let's dive into a story where people post pure fiction online. I mean, it is so fake. Writing fantasy novels is fine, but you and I know not to treat it as reality. It just ruins the kids. Fang Yi thinks it over. Even though the content is a bit mysterious, this layout feels way too familiar. Plus, there is a watermark. A public notice like this should be released directly by the Xia government. In his past life, he never heard of this association. Being a totally normal guy back then, he had zero access to this kind of exclusive stuff. And after the disaster completely flipped his life upside down, he had even less time to care about it. Back then, just trying to stay alive drained absolutely all of his energy. This spiritual chi cultivation association, wait, could this actually be some kind of hidden signal from the government? Was this sent out to the people who made early contact with spiritual chi? Well, he might as well follow the instructions and run the golden sun breathing technique once. He tosses his phone to the side, sits cross-legged on the floor, and starts cultivating. Golden light explodes from his body, levitating him in mid-air. Step 1. Tempering his own mortal flesh right into pure chi. Using his body as a weapon, he absorbs the energy of the world, controls the pure chi, and completely forges it into a divine axe. Soon enough, a massive glowing axe slowly forms right above his head. Wait a second, could this actually be the real deal? A robotic system voice suddenly chimes in. Congratulations, you have officially ascended to the 1-star Ghost Axe realm. You can now use your newly earned edit points to take whatever edit data you have collected and forcefully implant it directly into absolutely any physical object around you. Current edit points stand at exactly 50. Oh right, he almost completely forgot about those points. But what does that rule actually mean? The edit data he just unlocked is the golden sun breathing technique, which clearly carries a strong yang attribute. But forcefully implanting that energy into literally any physical object, what exactly counts as anything? Now watch closely as he tests this out. The cup immediately glows and floats right up in the air. The mechanical system voice rings out again. Do you want to spend your edit points to inject the powerful yang attribute directly into this object? Fang Yi smirks. He guessed right. This forced implanting ability is basically just an extreme, overpowered form of enchanting physical objects. It literally gives them supernatural power. If he hits yes right now, this totally ordinary glass permanently becomes a high-tier yang attribute cup. So what if he used a gun, a blade, or some other heavy weapon? Could he literally craft his own custom overpowered gear with this? Going by the rules of the system, there is absolutely no way he is only going to collect data for a single attribute type. Having a fully custom-designed weapon packed with crazy supernatural abilities is going to be absolutely crucial for his future survival. He glances over at the totally fake sword hanging on his display shelf. Might as well test you first. If it works out, he can buy real steel. Now that he has been completely reborn to face those mutant monsters again, he needs to be absolutely and perfectly prepared for war. His room flashes with a blinding light for a split second before fading back to normal. Meanwhile, right below the apartment in the garden, a massive mutant rabbit is violently devouring some unfortunate victim. Later that night, Fang Yi is sleeping soundly when a weird, creepy squeaking noise completely snaps him right out of his dreams. Where did a rat come from? He curiously gets up and checks around his entire room but finds absolutely nothing out of place. It is not inside his apartment, and it is definitely not in the water pipes. Is some neighbor calling out for a weird exotic pet? Well, he did just officially step into the Ghost Axe realm. His hearing is way sharper than normal people, so catching sounds from another apartment completely makes sense. Totally normal, right? Wait, no. Fang Yi immediately swings his door open and steps out into the hallway. We both know this is bad. Yep, that same mutant rabbit is hanging upside down, staring right at him. Fang Yi's face instantly pales. This crazy rabbit is a terrifying beast fully infected by mutation. His past life memories are still a bit distant, but just seeing this monster up close again gives him absolute goosebumps. Meanwhile, way up high on a towering city skyscraper, a girl with her hair blowing in the wind speaks intensely through her earpiece. That mutant rabbit that swallowed the Dark Knight's spiritual fruit still has not been caught. The sheer speed on that thing is completely terrifying. Yeah, inform me the second you have news. Dropping the call, she literally dives straight down. There it is, the aura of that exact mutant beast. She digs her heels into the glass to break instantly. She caught the Dark Knight aura. Again, the target just sprinted straight into a heavily populated residential area. It is exactly 20 kilometers away. Coordinates received, full speed pursuit initiated. If she doesn't hurry, the residents in that zone are in serious mortal danger. She stomps off the glass for massive momentum, flips gracefully in mid-air, and uses insane footwork to leap violently across the massive city rooftops. Everyone needs to be extremely careful. It just recently swallowed the spiritual fruit, so its crazy mutant evolution process is not even completely finished yet. It is highly likely to keep evolving and becoming insanely stronger by the minute, so absolutely do not let your guard down for a single second. Someone standing near a window sees her and freezes in pure shock. Damn, have I been working too much overtime, or am I just hallucinating now? His coworker snaps at him. Hey you, what are you doing over there? Are you finished drawing the manga yet? The guy just stays totally frozen. We are on the 65th floor. Back over here, the mutant rabbit instantly lunges right at him for the kill. Fang Yi activates his power, dodging out of the way with unbelievable lightning-fast reflexes. After his breakthrough, his body underwent a massive transformation. Right now, he can perfectly see every single one of its movements like they are in slow motion. Plus, his muscles can react and move so much faster, letting him effortlessly dodge its wild, relentless attacks. But seriously, how the hell did this terrifying mutant beast end up appearing this incredibly early in the timeline? Compared to his past life, this is wilder. And trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here because this mutant rabbit hasn't even fully evolved yet. Its dark energy is boosting its wild power, and Fang Yi has to kill it right now. If he doesn't, every single person inside this building is going to become straight-up monster food. Without hesitating, he dashes forward and tightly grabs the mutant rabbit's tail. Its strength immediately drops, thrashing around and squeaking like crazy. The tail is its absolute weak point. He uses every ounce of his strength, throwing the mutated rabbit right through the glass window. Then he kicks off the wall to launch himself outside. He channels pure energy into his fist and lands a devastating punch on the beast, punching a massive hole straight through it. The rabbit trembles violently, desperately trying to absorb his power to survive. Fang Yi is genuinely shocked. Did this thing really just dare to absorb his pure solar energy? Solar power is aggressively fierce and overwhelming. This rabbit is basically asking for a death wish. Seconds later, it literally explodes from the overload and dies. Next door, someone spots a bright flash outside. Thinking it's just lightning, they open the window to check but see absolutely nothing out there. Meanwhile, Fang Yi lands perfectly safely down on the first floor. That crazy beast just acted exactly like a starving ghost, desperately trying to swallow up his raw energy whole. He glances at a blood-red eye that rolled onto the ground and just steps right on it, crushing it completely flat. It clearly had a dark shadow attribute, yet facing the solar energy that perfectly counters it, the monster still went absolutely berserk. It was clearly starving. The animal mutations have officially started. If he was still just an ordinary, unawakened person right now. Now pay attention here, because if he hadn't awakened, every single person in this building would be monster snacks today. To fight off this rapidly growing threat, he desperately needs to gather a lot more new combat techniques. Not long after Fang Yi leaves the scene, that girl from earlier runs right over to the exact spot where he was standing. She's completely stunned seeing the leftover fur of the mutant rabbit scattered across the ground, and she immediately calls it into headquarters. The target is dead and its body is shattered to pieces. I am going to secure the remaining dark attribute energy first. She touches a patch of fur and instantly feels a burning heat. This scorching aura is insanely intense, acting exactly like an incredibly pure solar attribute. It feels exactly like what happened at Qingcheng North Gate. There is absolutely no way this could just be a random coincidence. Headquarters, the rabbit is dead, but I didn't kill it. A newly emerged cultivator struck first, and they possess a high-level attribute. On the other end of the line, someone frantically types away, checking all the data. Wait, you mean the pollution zone cleanup, Qingcheng University's North Gate incident, and this mutant rabbit were all handled by the exact same person? Furthermore, even though this person's aura is only at the one-star spirit realm, their attribute energy is unimaginably pure and refined. Wait, it is the exact same solar attribute as the one found over at Qingcheng North Gate. Exactly. Yeah, I can confirm there is absolutely zero record of this person in the headquarters database. For a talented pioneer like this, our association seriously needs to grab the chance to recruit them immediately. Yeah, I totally agree. We must do that. Back over here, the girl safely stores the 2 remaining energy sources inside her jacket. All of her recent active missions are instantly being pushed right to the side for now. The most important thing now is tracking down this mysterious pioneer and finally getting them on the official record. Best case scenario, convincing them to officially join the Spiritual Cultivation Association. She unwraps a lollipop, pops it in her mouth, and quickly replies back. Understood, but right now I really just want to drink some boba tea. She wonders to herself, who in the world is this overpowered mystery guy anyway? Honestly, you and I both know the association is dead right. A guy with this kind of raw power is an absolute master, and they desperately need him as an ally. The very next morning, as bright sunlight filters in and hits Fang Yi's face, he looks out the window. A successful day always starts with a good early morning routine. The fresh air feels incredibly relaxing. Waking up early isn't just great for your basic health, it is absolutely perfect for pushing your cultivation limits to the next level. He quickly throws on his shirt, sits cross-legged right on his bed, and totally relaxes his mind. He begins running the golden sun breathing technique. A gentle morning breeze brushes against his skin, carrying that fresh, warm feeling of a brand new day. Fang Yi looks up at the glowing solar energy axe hovering right above his head, its sharp shape manifesting more clearly than ever before. Looking just like a warrior waiting for the command to charge, ever since he broke through into the spirit realm. Every single time he cultivates, he feels the energy flowing inside him like countless threads of pure light wrapping tightly around his spiritual core, shining so brightly. Am I really about to break through again so fast? Fang Yi mutters, feeling a rush of pure excitement that he just cannot hide. He reaches out, grabs the axe, and does a few basic swings. Cultivating is exactly like chopping wood, nothing matters more than pure, raw dedication. Both hands grip the handle tightly. He channels all his power and swings down hard, cleaving right through the empty air. Instantly, the system notification chimes in. Congratulations, you have successfully upgraded to the 2-star spirit realm. Golden light flashes in Fang Yi's eyes as his whole body feels reborn. His muscles expand and his physical stats are clearly way stronger than ever before, but he stays completely level-headed. Even though he leveled up incredibly fast, a lot of it came from the leftover energy he saved up during his very last breakthrough. He knows you cannot rush cultivation. Taking steady, solid steps is the only way to actually survive in the long run. But what do you and I make of this? His flashy training draws way too much unwanted attention. Next time, he definitely needs to find a safer spot to hide. Stick with me here. You and I are about to watch a cheap online purchase change everything. Fang Yi looks for a quiet spot, eyeing that sword still wrapped in plastic. Meanwhile, at the Superpower Association office, a middle-aged guy is just sipping his tea, slowly scrolling through his phone like it's a normal day. Suddenly, he frowns. He whispers to himself, another energy fluctuation coming straight from the sun. Could it really be him again? Back to Fang Yi. He finds a totally secluded little lake. He draws the brand new sword, holds it straight up, and gives a small nod as the system chimes in. Do you want to spend compilation points to infuse the Yang attribute into this item? He instantly answers yes. He remembers the last time he tried upgrading a normal weapon. The system accepted it, sure, but the thing literally burst into flames after just 3 strikes. Total disaster. Felt like throwing cheap flea market trash onto a superhero. But this time, completely different. As the pure Yang energy floods into the blade, he feels the perfect compatibility. It's like this energy and this sword were literally made for each other. The weapon glows softly, vibrating like it's actually answering its master. The system confirms compilation successful. You have finally acquired a perfectly suitable weapon. Fang Yi flashes a deeply satisfied smile, his eyes shining bright as the morning dawn. He swings the blade up and mutters, "All right, buddy, let's see just how much power you're packing. Now watch this closely. This is where you and I realize how broken his power is." He does one basic slash and boom. The entire lake instantly evaporates into nothing. Good thing it didn't start a massive forest fire or he'd be on the evening news. He's absolutely sweating buckets now. Fang Yi gulps hard. He's totally screwed. With a commotion, this massive someone is definitely going to notice him. He frantically packs up his gear and bolts, cold sweat dripping down his back. The second he leaves, that same girl from before comes running up, clutching her milk tea. Hair blowing in the wind, looking so furious she's literally about to cry. Damn it, damn it, damn it, she grinds her teeth. She just wanted to use a discount coupon to buy a quick milk tea. She was so incredibly close to making it. She glares around the area, muttering to herself with a face full of deep suspicion. Must be Mercury retrograde, absolutely. But as her eyes sweep over the totally ruined scenery in front of her, she freezes. Wait, a hot spring. And what on earth happened to that Buddha statue? Oh my god, where do you even get a warranty for that? Who is going to restore all of this? Pure despair fills her eyes. The damage control department is going to absolutely scream at her. Seriously, ever since that cursed guy showed up, she hasn't had a single day of peace. She takes a deep breath, trying to calm down. But then her eyes catch the lingering sword aura on the hillside and they fly wide open. Wait a minute. Impossible. Pure panic washes over her face. Last night, it was clearly just a 1-star Ghost Realm aura. How is it already at 2 stars today? And that's not all. She senses another weird aura, sharp and incredibly strong. Wait, is that a spirit weapon? I know what you're thinking. A spirit weapon, that's when you infuse raw elemental power into a normal blade for absolutely insane strength. But these things are so incredibly rare that the entire association only owns 2 of them, and their energy cores aren't even fully completed. The tech is super limited, totally unreleased to the public, so how does this guy have one? She frowns, stuck somewhere between total shock and intense jealousy. Unable to find any logical explanation, she completely gives up trying. Whatever, she must have seen it wrong. Sighing heavily, she slumps onto a rock, taking a sip of milk tea to soothe her nerves. Haha, better clean up this messy battlefield first, starting with cooling down this boiling spring. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Fang Yi is walking around totally racking his brain. His weapon has the Yang attribute right now, but the system never actually said if he's strictly limited to using just this one specific element. After all, the system stressed earlier that he could compile countless different cultivation techniques as long as he has the right ideas. Literally everything in the world, from simple dirt to the distant stars, can become raw material for the system to process. So if he finds another attribute later, could he fuse it into this weapon too? Could he actually stack multiple elements on top of each other? Yang over yin, fire stacked right on fire. Mid-thought, his phone suddenly buzzes with a completely random text message. "Hello, are you an awakened cultivator too?" Fang Yi jolts. The message is from a total stranger. They send another text. "Sorry about this, but I took a look at your browsing history. Saw you're super interested in the recent anomalies, and even saved posts about the cultivation tier lists. I actually have a few friends who are awakened. We hang out a lot, training and running away. Oops, I mean learning from each other. Right now, we're looking for like-minded people." Fang Yi freezes for a full second. Oh crap, he completely forgot to turn on private browsing mode. He keeps reading the text. "There's 3 of us. After the mutation event, we grouped up so we could survive together. Those who know. Right now, we're just hoping to find fellow cultivators and make some loyal friends." Fang Yi replies politely, "I'm just a beginner." The stranger instantly lights up. "That's awesome. How far along are you in your cultivation journey?" And that's where we leave it. "Trust me, you'll want to see this. Have you entered a realm? Body forging is tough, but I heard." Let us dive right in. Ching says the national team's top fighters are only at Phantom tier, so their squad really isn't lagging too far behind, just chilling and leveling up slowly. Fang Yi replies, saying that is actually pretty strong. But deep inside, he is totally shocked. The elite national team is seriously only at the Phantom tier. "I guess I'm not doing too bad then." The other guy texts back, "Hee, let me tell you a secret. A brand new pollution zone just popped up, and we are putting together a party to raid it. The more the merrier, equal loot for everyone." Fang Yi frowns suspicious. A new pollution zone. He quickly types back, "Send me the address so I can check it out." Instantly, he receives a loaded file titled Dark River Molten Dragon Data. Fang Yi opens it up. The screen flashes with crazy details and images. The Dark River Molten Dragon Zone used to be a massive underground river. But after the world mutated, that primal water was completely replaced by boiling magma, turning the whole place into a natural death furnace. Fang Yi narrows his eyes. It has the exact same Yang attribute as his system. He smirks. "I am in." Cut to the next day at the Simmu area, deep green forests, massive mountains, and thick rolling mist. Watch closely now. A whole group gathers outside this super dark cave, and one guy speaks up, sounding totally impatient. "Old Lee, when is that friend of yours showing up?" Lee scratches his head, laughing awkwardly. "Almost here. Xiaoya, thanks to your super detailed map and data, I managed to track this place down so fast. Flawless work." Xiaoya, full name Zhang Xiaoya, just gives this really humble, quiet smile. "It is nothing, I should be thanking you guys. Without this whole squad, I would never dare enter alone. Let us cover each other inside." Xiaoya actually works for the culture department of the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, but mentally she is totally sighing. Looks like she won't find any high-potential pioneers on this dungeon run. She originally wanted to scout some bright new talent to bring back to the association. Most wild pioneers out there have no clue the Cultivation Association is actually a top-secret agency run by the Xia country government. They only draft recruits through brutally strict tests, and almost nobody even knows how to apply. Zhang Xiaoya getting in was not just her own hard work. Her family had to pull massive strings and owe huge favors for this. If she comes back empty-handed today, she is definitely getting dragged into brutal overtime work again. She mentally sighs, scanning the area. Right at that second, someone suddenly cheers. "Ah, Fang is finally here." A guy strolls up from afar with a super relaxed smile. "I am Fang. Hey everyone." Xiaoya immediately notices this new guy. She is secretly blown away, he is just so incredibly young. But unless she is totally wrong, he is already at the 2-star Phantom tier. His aura is super strong, yet somehow not oppressive at all. It actually feels kind of warm. So weird. Once the whole party gathers, they crack open the dark cave entrance. Someone shouts, "Let us go. Stick with me," as we head in. Fang Yi naturally volunteers to lead. "Shine that flashlight for me." Xiaoya nods, completely relaxed, "Sure." But the guys walking behind are clearly terrified. Someone whispers, "Walk slower, man, the rocks are crazy slippery." Another mutters, "I totally thought this entire cave was completely flooded with magma by now. A water drop just fell and jump scared me." Weird, right? Do you guys feel like it is way less hot in here than expected? Someone asks in total confusion. "It must be because we have not reached the core pollution zone yet. Speak up if tired, safety first." Up front, Fang Yi feels a strange sense of warmth. "I was the last to arrive, but they still treat me like a real part of the team." Whether it is just their nice personalities or they desperately need a solid ally in this chaotic era, that feeling of trust is still incredibly rare and precious. Right then, a fiercely glowing scene explodes in front of them, a massive roaring magma waterfall violently erupting right in the middle of the pitch-black darkness. "We are here," someone screams. "Is that literal magma?" another guy yells in pure, absolute shock. Fang Yi says nothing. He just steps up, his eyes glowing intensely like a hidden fire is burning deep inside his soul. Seeing this, Xiaoya screams out, "Hey, it is totally dangerous ahead. Do not do anything crazy." Fang Yi ignores her and just jumps straight into the magma pool. The group panics. "What are you doing?" They scream to pull him out. "But you and I know better." Suddenly, the whole magma pool violently erupts, completely shaking the earth. The group scrambles back in absolute terror. The system chimes in world anomaly detected, analyzing internal flame data now. Pushing calculation power to maximum compiling. Boom, you just unlocked the Crimson Destruction Force skill. Internal flame, insanely high core temp with an explosive attribute. The destructive power is straight up terrifying. Crimson Fireblade art requires a weapon to unleash its true power. Every single slash roars like a raging inferno, wrapping the blade in explosive burning fireworks of pure destruction. You and I are jumping right into the madness. Lightning and fire explode as the blade unleashes a massive battle-fueled energy wave. Right inside those flames is a sword. Fang Yi literally plunges his bare hand straight into the boiling magma to grab the hilt. The exact second he touches it, complete resonance. That legendary blade instantly bonds with him in perfect harmony. He stays totally calm. "Just burn a little energy," he mutters, infusing an internal flame attribute right into this Tang sword. Over in the distance, Zhang Xiaoya and her entire group are screaming in shock. "Look at him, guys, he's completely fine." Not just fine, his weapon is actually absorbing the raw magma power. Another guy breathes a huge sigh of relief. Looks like Fang Yi is fully recovered now. That must have been a minor training accident earlier. The spiritual energy flowing around them is finally stabilizing, and honestly, everyone is getting super hyped about it. "It is time for us to cultivate," someone says. "I can literally feel the energy shift and I am absorbing it so smoothly right now." Another friend chimes in looking ecstatic. "I feel it too. Just a little more training and we can officially step onto the true cultivation path." Zhang Xiaoye gives them a warm smile. "I am honestly just here to gather some research materials," she says softly. "You guys focus on your cultivation. I will stay on guard and keep watch." Hearing that, the whole squad shouts in unison, "Thank you, Xiaoya." One by one, they sit down cross-legged, closing their eyes to cultivate deep inside that hazy, glowing spiritual aura. Xiaoya paces carefully around the cave, occasionally jotting down notes in her book. Her eyes are dead serious, but still super sharp and observant. Suddenly, she freezes in her tracks. A weird, aggressive aura is approaching fast, and sure enough, 3 massive, bulky guys show up. Now pay close attention, this is where it gets sketchy. These thugs look like absolute street trash, blocking the cave entrance as one barks out, "Oh ho, where did these pathetic little shrimps crawl out from? Scram, get completely out of our sight. This entire zone officially belongs to us brothers now." Xiaoya's face turns completely pale in a flash. She grits her teeth, panicking inside. This is really bad. All 3 of these thugs are first-tier Ghost Realm experts. If a fight breaks out, even their entire squad combined could not take down a single one of them. We cannot risk this. Taking a deep breath to stay calm, she steps forward. "Excuse me, but we were actually here first. My friends are currently absorbing spiritual energy right now. If you do not mind, we are totally willing to share this cultivation space with you. Spiritual energy is limitless anyway, right?" The leader just smirks, scanning her with absolute pure disgust. "Listen here, little girl, have you even reached the Ghost Realm yet? Take your pathetic group and get lost before I have to say it twice." Cold sweat drips down Xiaoya's forehead. A super heavy dark realization echoes right inside her mind. With the spiritual energy revival, human laws are basically worthless now. It's the era of the strong. Whoever has the biggest fists gets to steal all the resources. But if everyone acts like this, society turns into an absolute jungle. The Xi Nation definitely will not just let that happen. As a member of the Spiritual Cultivation Association, I have to do something. But right at that moment, Fang Yi casually steps up. He stands face to face with the leader. Squinting at the guy, his voice drips with pure sarcasm. "Wow, a big bulky guy like you only knows how to bully a weak girl." I know what you're thinking, but before the leader can even react, Fang Yi unleashes a devastating horizontal slash. The ground beneath them instantly rips open massive cracks, spreading out like a giant spiderweb. The thug flinches face, draining of color as he screams, "Retreat, fall back now." Far away, the cultivating group suddenly feels the intense shockwave hitting them. The earth shakes violently and the spiritual energy turns totally chaotic, leaving everyone terrified. What is going on? Is it an earthquake? Fang Yi freezes for a second, tragic memories suddenly flashing back in his mind. When way too many cultivators started worshipping the brutal law of the jungle, an absolutely irreversible tragedy had wiped out everything. Gripping his sword hilt tight, a ruthless determination flares up inside him. Trash like this will never submit if you just use polite words to warn them. With that thought, Fang Yi points his blade straight at the leader, erupting with terrifying pressure as he roars. Scram! Just one word, but it hits like explosive thunder in a clear sky. The leader turns ghostly pale. His entire body shakes violently like his very soul just got slapped. He screams out, "What kind of monster is this guy?" All three thugs instantly turn and bolt, tripping, falling, and scrambling back up, running for their pathetic lives like wild dogs are chasing them. The crowd behind him goes wild, staring at Fang Yi's back with pure worship. Boss, that was incredible. That slash just now was absolutely insane. Fang Yi awkwardly scratches his head, forcing a laugh. Not really, they were just incredibly weak. You guys done cultivating yet? Ready to get out of here? Xiaoya glances at the brutal trench ripped into the earth and nods. The spiritual energy in this polluted zone seems completely drained. Now let's head out. Deep down, she is secretly terrified. If that slash had actually connected, this entire place would literally be nothing but a pile of ash right now. Without a doubt, he is a peerless genius, a pioneer cultivator holding a high-level elemental attribute. Plus, he possesses absolute top-tier talent too. I definitely have to report this to the organization. With that thought, Xiaoya quickly contacts the Spiritual Cultivation Association main office. So what do you and I expect next? A girl answers the phone, her tone getting instantly serious. Let's jump right in. Zhang Xiaoya, are you saying another high-tier awaken just showed up? Zhang Xiaoya is completely stunned. Wait, what? No way. The girl on the other end freezes for a second, then quickly covers it up. Ah, never mind. I've got it all written down. If anything else happens, let us know immediately. And just like that, she hangs up the phone, spinning around to face her boss. She flashes a huge grin at the middle-aged man standing right behind her. Sir, we really hit the jackpot today. Two high-tier awakened appearing back-to-back. That has literally never happened before. But the older man just lets out a heavy sigh, his eyes full of worry. Jackpot, think again. People like that are destined for the absolute center of power. The government is going to guard them like national treasures. He rubs his forehead quietly, muttering to himself. Yeah, it might be time to pack it up and just retire. The next morning is crystal clear. Fang Yi is strolling through the neighborhood with a massive blade on his back, looking like a modern-day swordsman. Everyone is staring. People are whispering as he walks by. Hey, check him out. That silver armor cosplay he's rocking looks absolutely badass. Oh my god, is that giant sword a real prop? It looks so insanely cool. I wonder where he got it custom made. That is peak masculine energy right there, like he literally just stepped out of a cultivation game. But Fang Yi honestly could not care less about the attention. He pulls out his phone and scrolls through the latest news feed. One massive headline grabs his attention: Cultivation novels becoming reality. A golden glow and purple energy appearing at the 1,000-year-old stone cave, and right below it there is a super blurry photo. It shows some massive creature looks exactly like a dragon flying across a gloomy dark sky. According to an anonymous witness, someone actually saw a master with a giant blade quietly training in that exact same area. Now watch closely, here is where it connects. One horizontal slash sent an entire tourist group running for their lives. Fang Yi frowns, feeling completely exposed. He mutters to himself, it is all because of that annoying inner flame. Totally messed up. Hitting over 2,000 degrees, of course, it caused a crazy phenomenon. But who leaked the info? Could it be Old Li or maybe Zhang Xiaoye? He clicks his tongue in annoyance. Then he remembers the insane amount of yang energy he just absorbed. He can feel his internal power rising steadily. Just one more cycle of the golden sun-breathing technique, and he will finally break through. No more hesitating. Whatever time to hit the back of the mountain. 5 minutes later, right behind Fang Yi's house, a girl is bent over working hard in the garden. She has got a specialized shovel in hand, sweat dripping down her face. This is Su Qingying, an expert gardener and a professional crime scene cleaner. She lets out a long breath and mutters, Phew, finally done cleaning up this absolute mess. A bit exhausting, but I still have time to grab some boba. But at that exact moment, the temperature suddenly skyrockets. The air feels like it is literally baking in layers. She freezes, goosebumps everywhere. She can feel an incredibly overpowering aura exploding from the mountains right behind her. What the hell is that? Who is breaking through right now? A 3-star ghost tier. Su Qingying grits her teeth, glaring toward the base of the mountain. Pure anxiety washes over her entire body. A ghost tier cultivation causing this kind of massive shockwave. I know what you are thinking. This is not just a genius anymore, this is a national disaster. A familiar name flashes in her mind, her eye twitching. No, could it be him again? Impossible. But if it really is him. She clenches her fists, spinning around and huffing in pure frustration. All right then. Even if you hide underground, I will drag you out. Just wait. Meanwhile, back over here, Fang Yi is still sitting cross-legged, completely focused on his training. The spiritual axe floating above his head is getting more and more solid by the second. Watching from a distance, Su Qingying is absolutely horrified. He is actually trying to activate his divine core. I cannot believe he can control the spiritual energy this perfectly. Has this guy been secretly cultivating for hundreds of years without anyone knowing a thing? She remembers her own past. When I failed my 3-star ghost tier breakthrough, the pressure from the divine core crushed me. I coughed up blood and was bedridden for a week. I really do not want to remember that. If even my physique failed, where the hell did this absolute monster come from? Insane energy reserves, perfect control, activating the divine core. Every single thread of spiritual energy looks like it has been refined 1,000 times. Someone like this, they are beyond a prodigy. This is literally like a god descending into the mortal world. Plus, most awakened get too eager and rush things the second they feel a breakthrough coming. But this guy is taking solid, steady steps. His mindset and courage are wildly experienced, just like a true hidden master. The divine core is moving. Back over here, Fang Yi slowly opens his eyes, his aura now several times stronger than it was before. A robotic system voice chimes in breakthrough 2-star ghost tier. At this moment, Su Qingying comes sprinting up, panting heavily but sees absolutely no one. Too late again. It has only been 30 seconds. She thinks to herself, if I am right, he definitely already noticed I was tracking him. If this keeps up, I can completely forget about ever recruiting this guy to our side, right? Wait a second. Su Qingying suddenly realizes something and quickly calls out into the open air. Senior, you haven't actually left yet, have you? Fang Yi stands on the cliff frowning. She's been following him for days. And trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let's jump right into this wild awakening story. Seeing zero response from him, Su Qingying kept pushing. I'm the captain of the Yang squad directly under the Xian Nation's Spiritual Cultivation Association. I'm also a pioneer myself. On behalf of the entire association, I'm formally inviting you to team up with us. I've been tracking your movements for the past 2 days straight only because I'm really hoping you'll officially join our ranks. Please don't let my stalking give you a bad impression of our association. And listen, even though our organization hasn't officially announced its existence to the general public just yet, our official rules and legal documents are completely legitimate. She was silently panicking inside, wondering, is he going to feel totally offended by my approach right now? I really hope he doesn't think I'm harassing him. I have to pick my words carefully and keep my tone gentle. Fang Yi suddenly opened his mouth. Why? Su Qingying panicked. Because. She thought to herself, oh man, what do I do now? Should I just tell him the truth? A guy like this definitely won't be fooled easily, so what's the point of giving him fake flattery? Making up her mind, Su Qingying finally spilled the truth. Because the Xian Nation wants to locate and unite all the awakened pioneers, to get everyone operating under a proper system. Plus, it gives the pioneers an extra layer of official protection. Right now, pioneers are awakening randomly and it's total chaos out there. I completely understand that joining a formal association might feel like some kind of massive restriction for someone like you. But eventually, we all have to face this spiritual energy revival together and stand against the dangerous enemies waiting in our future. Now watch closely, this is where it gets tense. Fang Yi coldly cut her off. What if I refuse? Right now, I still cannot fully trust you. Hearing that, Su Qingying froze for a split second, then quickly pulled out a business card. My name is Su Qingying. Before the spiritual energy returned, I was a pro athlete. Do you have any memory of me? Here are my official documents, please trust me. Fang Yi stayed silent, thinking. Ah, yeah, he actually did remember her a little. So people with god-tier physical genes really do awaken as pioneers easier, huh? No wonder she was running so fast. The only problem is based on what happened in his past life. The Xian Nation totally failed their mission. Humanity ended up completely wiped out. Now that he's been reborn with a system backing him up, he's definitely going to play a major part in this war. But not right now. The timing just isn't right yet. Thinking it over, he finally spoke up. Yeah, I actually do remember you. Tell you what, let me think about it. In a blur of motion, Fang Yi instantly appeared right behind Su Qingying. But for now, you absolutely must keep my whereabouts a secret from them. He smirked inwardly. Based on Su Qingying's nervous behavior right now, the association is totally terrified of pissing off strong pioneers like him. This was the perfect chance to use her for his own ultimate goals. Su Qingying nodded. I can work with you, but the crazy anomaly you caused during your realm breakthrough was already picked up by the association. I'll have to give them a half-truth report. How does that sound? Wait, hearing zero movement, she turned around. Fang Yi was already long gone without a trace. Left with no choice, Su Qingying stomped off in frustration while calling her report into headquarters. How many times has he slipped away now? The guy is dodging me on purpose. She complained, exhausted from covering up the big shot's tracks. My life is seriously so miserable. All right, you and I both know she's stressed, but putting that aside, Fang Yi going out on missions right now is actually a good thing. Strange anomalies have been popping up lately. Are they really back? He would never forget those brutally violent mutant creatures. They are dark, evil, utterly insane, and completely ruthless. They feed off the toxic energy inside the polluted zones. Once the spiritual energy revives, some twisted into terrifying mutant beasts and freaks, swallowing humans completely whole, while others disguise themselves as pure catastrophic disasters, relentlessly slaughtering innocent people, capturing specific territories, and ultimately speeding up the creation of brand new polluted zones. If they aren't wiped out, they'll bring absolute destructive terror, constantly invading and rotting away the entire human world. Later that exact same night, a massive torrential thunderstorm hit with deafening, ear-shattering lightning strikes. Fang Yi slowly walked through the pouring rain. City broadcasts blared non-stop. Red alert, severe thunderstorms. All residents are ordered to stay indoors unless absolutely necessary. Stay safe. The city's Jade Emperor scenic area is at extreme risk of severe flash flooding. The zone is on total lockdown. Do not approach. Online netizens were losing their minds. We haven't seen a storm this insane in decades. Seriously, what kind of god-tier almighty cultivator is undergoing their heavenly tribulation out here right now? Fang Yi just frowned slightly. This lightning energy was insanely dense, majestic, but completely out of control. And the dead center of the storm was right over there. Over at the mountain peak, nearby lightning kept striking down like someone really was ascending. Without a second of hesitation, he dashed straight toward the rocky summit. A robotic voice suddenly echoed out. Warning. Polluted zone detected ahead, approaching Jade Emperor Peak. Jade Emperor Peak, sitting at 1,545 meters high and covering 25,000 hectares, is one of the city's absolute most critical landmarks. Pollution level unknown. The exact second Fang Yi stepped foot at the base of the mountain, a massive lightning bolt struck him dead on. Meanwhile, a top-secret association meeting was going down. Trust me, you and I are going to love this next part. Based on the energy scans, the danger level at Jade Emperor Peak is spiking rapidly. We need to lock the mountain down immediately and classify it as a brand new polluted zone. Stick with me here, we're jumping straight into a massive crisis. This disaster hit out of nowhere, and it's so severe I had to emergency recall Qingying from another mission. Qingying, give us the update. Holding her report, she immediately stands up to brief the room. Right now, Jade Emperor Peak is completely inaccessible. The lightning attribute spiritual energy up there is dangerously close to a massive explosion. We've temporarily classified this entire zone as a level A hazard. But honestly, based on these unstable readings, in less than an hour, the peak could easily escalate into an absolute level S disaster. We need to trigger the emergency protocols right now. However, looking at the complete roster of our awakened vanguard, there is absolutely no one in my district strong enough to even get close to that chaotic zone. And yeah, that includes me too. Even if we sent in a 3-star vanguard from the Ghost Pavilion, the simulation shows a terrifying 100% mortality rate. The room falls dead silent. The only option left is to completely lock down the base of Jade Emperor Peak and set up 24/7 armed patrols. We have to stop anyone from climbing up, cut the danger off at the source, and lock down the entire mountain immediately. This hazard zone is fresh, and the spiritual energy is wildly unstable. Absolutely nobody is allowed near it. We'll survey the area only after the energy density drops. Meanwhile, on the mountain, a massive lightning bolt strikes down, but Fang Yi actually manages to tank the hit. Thank God his golden sun breathing technique is shielding his body. He pushes forward, getting closer to the strike zone, but it's still not enough. To extract the absolute purest lightning attribute, he has to walk right into the eye of the storm, the very top of Jade Emperor Peak. Now pay close attention here. In this era of awakening, humans aren't the lucky ones. If we don't adapt quickly, we'll be dragged straight to the bottom of the food chain. Forget the crazy apocalyptic weather for a second. Even tiny mutated animals like rabbits and rats are suddenly a massive, deadly threat to humanity. And the future. It's going to spawn horrors way worse than mutated beasts. Nightmares so strong they could crush elite cultivators without breaking a sweat. Sure, Fang Yi has successfully mastered the golden sun breathing technique and the crimson flame blade art, granting him powerful light and fire attributes, but honestly he knows his strength is still way too limited. He already burned through his precious edit points just to infuse both of these explosive attributes right into his Tang blade. The light attribute buffs up the blade's defense and raw durability, while the crimson flame art cranks his destructive offensive power up to an insane level. But relying entirely on a weapon is a rookie mistake that leaves him wide open. The only way to actually survive and dominate those vicious, cunning monsters is to make his own physical body completely unstoppable, claiming the ultimate upper hand. This raging lightning storm right here, it's the perfect golden opportunity for him to temper his body and seriously level up his base stats. If you want to keep breaking your limits, you have to seize every single chance that these chaotic worldly disasters throw at you. Because if you don't, you're just sitting around waiting to die in the next apocalypse. You and I both know he's crazy, but watch this. Sensing pure danger, another massive bolt crashes down. This time, Fang Yi doesn't tank it, he blocks with his blade. But the explosive impact is completely overwhelming. He barely holds his ground, taking minor damage as his entire arm goes completely numb. This extreme lightning isn't normal energy, it's the brutal, unforgiving power of divine punishment. It's constantly crushing him, furious that a human dared to enter its forbidden territory. The storm wants to force him to his knees. But how exactly is he supposed to conquer this energy and make it his own? He forces himself to calm down. The system explicitly told him he has to make direct physical contact with the core spiritual energy. That's it. Realizing the trick, he immediately pushes his golden sun breathing technique to the absolute maximum. Right then, an even thicker, more terrifying bolt of lightning strikes down. Fang Yi puts his entire life force into one massive swing. The two insane forces collide, erupting into a blinding explosion of pure light. By now, Fang Yi's arm is completely shattered and totally numb. But giving up isn't an option. He has to survive the climb first, then risk everything to live. 15 grueling minutes later, he finally nears the summit. The raw lightning energy up here is insanely dense and aggressive. Every single breath paralyzes his muscles. The storm literally wants him dead. But then a robotic chime echoes in his head. The system is finally analyzing the extreme lightning. Meanwhile, miles away in some random corporate office, a crowd of workers stares out the window, completely losing their minds over the apocalyptic lightning storm shaking the city. I've never seen a lightning strike that massive in my life. Is some immortal god going through their heavenly tribulation up there? Wait, am I crazy, or is there a shadow of a person in the sky? If that hits downtown, we're finished. Is it going to strike right through my apartment? Back on the mountain, Fang Yi is fighting for his life, absorbing the raging energy. The system chimes divine lightning, 100 refinements acquired, channeling the heavenly lightning to temper his mortal body into a god-tier vessel, plus a sweet bonus of 50 edit points. The lightning attribute is a high-tier, hyper-aggressive offensive power, but unlike his light attribute, this raw lightning can physically reforge his entire body. Turning his own flesh into living lightning makes his offense and defense absolutely unmatched. It's exactly how the ancient cultivators used to do it. With limitless energy and god-tier techniques, they draw pure lightning into their veins. Enduring that agony made their bodies literally indestructible and immortal. This lightning is my spear and my absolute shield. He can feel it now. This immense power isn't just about pure destruction and ruining everything in its path. It's about purification, rebirth, and honestly, watching him reforge his bones into a god-tier weapon. You and I just witnessed the birth of an absolute monster. Alright, stick with me. You're about to see some insane upgrades. His bones and veins temper with absolutely zero pain. Suddenly, the system voice chimes in. This is pure judgment thunder. Punishes all evil and deals 300 critical damage. The system asks if he wants to spend editing points to claim it. Fang Yi falls deep into thought. Should he just fuse this lightning straight into his blade? Fusing the thunder attribute would definitely make the weapon way tougher, but it would completely ruin the purity of his sun flame attribute. Plus, shoving too many elements into this blade might literally shatter it. Then a crazy idea hits him. Got it. He'll fuse the thunder directly into his right arm. The mechanical voice prompts him, does he want to fuse the thunder attribute here? Fang Yi doesn't even hesitate. He instantly selects yes. Instantly raw thunder power surges and fuses right into his arm. The very next day up on Jade Emperor Peak, Su Qingying and her superior arrive to investigate the aftermath. Major Han, this isn't what we expected, she reports. The spiritual energy pollution on Jade Emperor Peak plummeted from absolute maximum to a mild level in just 3 hours. However, there's still a massive amount of static electricity lingering in the air. Military Major Han Li reaches down, touching the scorched earth to check it. Someone else was here, he mutters. It's a pioneer. Su Qingying hears this and immediately rushes over. What, another pioneer? Are they even still alive? Now watch closely, this is where the mystery deepens. She touches the ground to verify. I can't sense his attributes or when he left. It's probably been way too long. Plus, that massive rainstorm last night washed away any remaining tracks, Henley explains. They likely left safely around 8 o'clock last night. Su Qingying is completely baffled by this. But how is that even possible? Han Li replies, the anomaly started around 6 last evening. We locked down the base of the mountain at 7. He must have climbed up way before that. Otherwise, our forces definitely would have spotted him. The thunderstorm on Jade Emperor Peak hits absolute peak right at 7 p.m. Didn't you use the association's item to predict this? By dawn, the pollution level on Jade Emperor Peak was supposed to hit S rank. But right after 8, the violent spiritual energy levels totally dropped. Beyond that, I can sense this person probably has some kind of crazy lightning attribute power. That's exactly how they survived the lightning strikes. This terrifying anomaly was actually a massive opportunity for him. So I'm guessing he's not just alive, he's the reason the anomaly changed. Any other explanation is just way too much of a coincidence. Even as he says this, Han Li is deeply suspicious. Did this guy just get lucky, or did he intentionally trigger this heavenly anomaly, staying one step ahead of us? Han Li continues, these types of people are the most terrifying. We have zero clue whose side they're actually on. If he turns against society, the disaster would rival the anomaly itself. We need to track him down immediately. You and I know exactly who they mean, right? Han Li orders a massive manhunt, temporarily codenaming this unknown powerhouse as Tyrant. Cut to a massive mountain shrouded in heavy oppressive mist. Rain starts pouring down as another voice cuts through the thick tension. We really hope the Association can recruit Tyrants soon. On our end, we'll lock down all the intel and speed up the investigation. Standing on a giant boulder is Han Li's team. Directly facing him, the other man continues talking about their next moves. Of course, however, our side also has a high-ranking pioneer who is actively trying to make contact with him right now. Little Sue give Major Han your report. Hearing her name suddenly called out, King Ying jumps out of her skin and frantically replies, yes, sir. Standing right in front of Han Li, she tries her best to look calm. So here's the situation. It's about the pioneer who cleared the A-rank anomaly zone, specifically at the Qingcheng University North Gate. Inside, she's absolutely panicking. Oh no, 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 please don't blow my cover. Hiding her anxiety, she continues, I've been trying to reach out to him lately, but unfortunately his movements are completely off the grid. I actually found the corpse of a mutated rabbit he completely annihilated. If my guess is right, he commands the Sun Flame attribute. I will do my best to get close and figure out exactly how he purified the Qingcheng University North Gate. Oh, ancestors, I'm trying my absolute best here. Mixing half-truths with lies is the only way to make them believe her. Keeping her mouth shut would just cause massive trouble. Hearing Qing Ying's report, Han Li is half convinced, rubbing his chin as he falls into deep thought. The Sun Flame attribute, huh? After mulling it over for a second, he slightly tugs down his cap. All right, I understand. You've worked hard, little Sue. We really need talented young people like you around. People who step up and succeed the older generation, just like the endlessly flowing waters of the Yangtze River. Qing Ying immediately stands at attention, throwing up a crisp salute. Major Han, you're too kind. This is simply my duty. I will definitely keep doing my best. Without wasting another word, Han Li walks right over to the guy from the Spiritual Cultivation Association. We're going to drop some smokescreens too, spread rumors about a natural disaster to distract everyone for now. Honestly, I don't totally agree with you guys posting about spiritual energy online. That kind of info is way too easy for villains to exploit. The guy avoids eye contact, laughing it off awkwardly. Haha about that. Standing behind them, Qing Ying finally breathes a massive sigh of relief. It's over. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. That night, Fang Yi's top floor lights are still burning bright. All right, you and I are jumping right back in. In his room, Fang Yi uses his golden sun breathing technique just to dry his clothes off. And hey, it actually works perfectly. After a quick minute, his shirt is completely spotless, fresh and bone dry like it just left the cleaners. Fang Yi throws his jacket on and heads straight out. Ever since he absorbed that new lightning attribute, he can feel a massive physical change pulsing right through him. Just look at his palm. Intense, violently bright sparks of pure electricity are practically exploding all around his hand. That lightning attribute totally mutated his right arm. It's now completely rock solid, easily the toughest part of his entire body, and the strength boost is absolutely insane. He can feel himself pushing right up against his limits, getting super close to leveling up again. But the craziest part, it's definitely the sheer power of that lightning. Normally, lightning energy is totally wild and destructive. Yet after merging with him, it's as tame as a little kitten. He can control every single spark flawlessly now. He still remembers unlocking the Yang attribute with his golden sun breathing. That kind of pure agony, he really doesn't even want to think about it anymore. It definitely didn't lose any power after he absorbed it. Plus, the system just dropped a huge reminder this lightning attribute comes packed with massive critical hit damage. A 300% damage boost against all evil spirits. Honestly, he's itching for a real fight just so he can finally test it out. But right on cue, the phone sitting on his desk suddenly starts ringing incredibly loudly, breaking the silence. Fang Yi quickly steps over and snatches up his phone to check the screen. Seriously, what could possibly be going wrong now? After the last crazy incident, he deliberately set up special push notifications for local news and online forums just to track everything. A massive breaking news headline flashes across his screen. He thinks to himself, the whole world is basically descending into pure, absolute chaos right now. To keep everyone as safe as possible, the Sia Country General Association is blasting out these early danger warnings as fast as they can. Now pay close attention for a pioneer like him. These danger alerts aren't just warnings. They're massive opportunities, and the temptation is simply way too huge to ignore. Even if it means risking his own life, he absolutely has to head out there and push his luck. But suddenly, Fang Yi spots something else on the screen. His eyes shoot wide open. The newsfeed just keeps scrolling, reporting that a massive explosion just ripped straight through a local chemical plant. 0 casualties reported so far. The heavy explosion at the chemical plant is already leaking nasty pollution all over the entire city limits. The exact cause is still under investigation. Luckily, the blast hit right during a shift change, which explains why nobody actually got killed yet. Officials are begging people not to panic and to stay safe indoors. Fang Yi squints at it. An explosion, sudden, chemical pollution. A disaster on this massive of a scale. It's incredibly hard not to suspect that something way darker is happening behind the scenes. Right below the article, the comment section is totally blowing up with terrified locals. One person types out, "Oh my god, my house is right next to that plant." Another user replies, "Not gonna lie, the vibe outside feels incredibly weird right now. I don't even know how to properly describe it." Someone else chimes in, +1, "Does it feel like a creepy evil aura to you?" Yes, exactly. That heavy, pure evil feeling. Spot on description there. But then a skeptic replies, "Are you top 2 commenters literally losing your minds or just watching too much anime? It's just a factory explosion and you guys are instantly imagining ghosts. Chemical plants have exploded near my town before, and the absolute worst thing about it was just a bad smell. Stop trying to terrify everyone, though honestly looking at the posted pictures, it really does look super gloomy. It's actually giving me the chills. Is this a movie set or something?" Reading through all this panic, Fang Yi immediately gets the gut feeling that something is seriously wrong here. This creepy evil scent people are talking about, why does it feel so strangely familiar to him? Suddenly, a dark memory from his past flashes right back into his mind. I know what you're thinking. It's that terrifying evil presence from his past life. There is absolutely no doubt here. That exact same bizarre demonic aura hit right before the monster showed up in his previous life. He froze back then. It looked exactly like a grotesque, heavily mutated rat, rocking a massive hulking body and razor-sharp claws. Its blood-red eyes were practically glowing in the dark, staring absolute daggers straight at him. Suddenly, its eyes locked on, realizing it found fresh meat. Its stomach let out a loud rumble, driving it to instantly leap forward at its prey. Snapping back to reality, Fang Yi still can't shake that terrifying trauma. He mutters out loud, could it really be them coming back already? Those vile creatures always love to crawl out during the absolute darkest, gloomiest moments possible. Sure, they might start off as normal animals or plants, but once they mutate, they gain real intelligence and completely unhinged violent bursts of strength. Their tracking, their trapping skills, and their instant kill abilities are all supercharged to an insanely freakish level. This situation is 100 times deadlier than that mutant rabbit he fought earlier. He absolutely has to move out tonight and stop them from evolving any further. As he says that, Fang Yi tightly clenches his fist, blinding blue lightning fiercely erupts all around him, cracking with raw, unhinged power. His expression turns ice cold as he declares it's finally time for a real combat test. Let's see what this 300% crit boost can do. We cut to the city streets outside. A heavy, endless rain is pouring down while thick clouds of toxic gas slowly start blanketing every single dark alleyway. The roads are completely dead right now. Not a single soul in sight. Every citizen has been strictly evacuated and forced to lock down indoors. Suddenly, the traffic light flips to green and a swarm of white blurs shoots past like lightning. They're moving way too fast to even see their faces. And that's where we leave it. Cloaked figures dash off, shouting, heading straight for headquarters. Stick with me, you and I are dropping right into an intense hunt. The Destruction Squad just lost Anomaly 7, Zhu Ye. Zhu Ye's known power, complete shadow camouflage. The squad leader gives a grim warning: if this monstrous thing gets close, you'll start hearing these extremely creepy noises. Tiny bone-chilling whispers. It loves eating humans alive. Requesting immediate backup to update the threat file right now. Lightning strikes the sky over and over, looking like the literal apocalypse. With weather this bad, that beast is definitely getting ready to hunt its next prey. His eyes narrow with absolute determination as he barks out, "We absolutely cannot let a massacre like that happen." Meanwhile, at a completely different location, everyone is frantically typing and adjusting their complex machinery. Understood loud and clear, the supplemental data for Anomaly File 7 has just been sent out. The action request for full encirclement and elimination is officially upgraded to B-tier priority. This massive threat is estimated to be completely handled within the next 12 hours. Communicating through their headsets, these mysterious figures dressed in heavy black cloaks push forward with their dangerous mission. Destruction Squad, please continue your pursuit operations immediately. But remember, securing your own safety absolutely must remain your #1 priority out there. The blue-haired squad leader lands heavily on a massive wall and replies, "Understood," but his face is full of anxiety as he mentally calculates 12 whole hours. It isn't exactly fast by any means, but that is the absolute maximum backup headquarters can possibly provide them right now. This shy country is massive, and with bizarre mutations happening everywhere, headquarters is stretched totally thin. Their hands are tied. Suddenly, the HQ radio crackles to life once again. "Wait, the exact combat zone you are approaching currently has active agents from our Spiritual Chi Cultivation Association stationed right there. Now watch closely. The person they need is none other than the legendary Su Qingying. Squad Captain Su Qingying is currently running a Vanguard observation mission. We can shoot her an emergency message so she can temporarily back up your entire team. Hearing that good news, they immediately dash straight toward her location. Awesome, thank you so much. Please hurry and send her over to assist us. I have definitely heard the wild rumors about her actual combat records. But before the leader can even finish his sentence, a voice rings out from nowhere, making him freeze completely and look up. Huh, since when did my reputation get so incredibly famous anyway? Turns out right at this exact moment, Su Qingying and two of her squad mates are already standing right in front of them. She crosses her arms and asks, "It is you guys, trying to make me work overtime?" The Destruction Squad leader quickly answers, "Su Qingying, this time we are dealing with a man-eating anomaly, Zhu Ye. This really is not just a simple matter of working overtime anymore." She brutally cuts him off. "Is that seriously the attitude you use to beg for help?" Without zero hesitation, she immediately turns around to walk away. Looks like the insanely powerful Destruction Squad really does not need any overtime backup, huh? In that case, the Ying Squad will respectfully sit this one out. Her two teammates stare in shock. "Boss, you're that bold. What if they actually get eaten alive?" She smirks. "Then that is entirely their own problem. Acting like our own missions aren't super dangerous." But before Su Qingying can take even a few steps, the frantic squad leader practically throws himself to stop her. "Please just wait. I am sorry. I was way too hot-headed back there. I am begging you to please help us investigate this monster's whereabouts. You and I both know how terrifying this Zhu Ye actually is. If we don't have your insane tracking and locating skills to back us up, not only will my team be eaten alive, but every single civilian in this entire city will be completely wiped out." Finally, seeing the total desperation and begging from the squad leader, Su Qingying and her elite team decide to jump right into this deadly mission. After observing the area from a high vantage point for a moment, she raises her hand, summoning a brilliant blue aura of light that shoots outward. She smirks and says, "Found it right over there." That laser beam acts perfectly like a homing tracker, zooming straight towards Zhu Ye's dark hiding spot. Right at this exact moment, it is lurking deep inside the sewer system, aimlessly roaming around searching for fresh meat. Anomaly File 7 Zhu Ye. It absolutely loves damp shadows and human flesh. Now they are just waiting to fully confirm its precise coordinates. The squad leader barks out, "Understood." The Destruction Squad springs into brutal action. But completely contrary to their carefully laid plans, this Zhu Ye monster actually possesses a terrifying level of intelligence. It instantly detects the massive swarm of dark figures dropping down straight from the sky right toward it. So it dashes off a split second faster, lunging out into the open. The squad yells in panic. "The target just spotted us." The Destruction Squad rapidly deploys their battle formation. A lightning-fast silhouette appears out of nowhere, diving straight down onto the empty street below. He uses his legs to slam the brakes on his momentum. Standing directly face-to-face with Zhu Ye, he completely terrifies the monster, forcing it to violently step backward. East. From all four directions surrounding the beast, a massive wave of squad members trap it completely, leaving zero paths for escape. West, south, north. In the blink of an eye, they successfully execute the perfect ambush, cornering it into a single spot while screaming out in unison. Full encirclement complete. With the Zhu Ye beast completely pinned down, the squad leader finally decides to make his devastating move. He drops like a meteor from the sky. Fists clenched tight, he launches a wind-tearing kick, and then follows up using his bare hands to literally chop Zhu Ye's body completely in half without breaking a sweat. So we both thought it was over, right? Not even close. This Zhu Ye thing is an absolute nightmare. Its severed body instantly heals and regenerates back together, acting like absolutely nothing even happened as it smoothly leaps backward. But then suddenly, two massive, terrifying tears rip open across its spine. Something massive is shifting right under its skin, fighting to break out. The next second, Zhu Ye throws its head back and unleashes a deafening roar. And boom, giant wings rip right out of its back. You and I are about to see things get wild. From above, Su Qingying instantly figures out its plan. She screams a warning to the team. "Watch out for the sonic wave dodge right now." She called it perfectly. A massive barrage of sonic waves blasts straight out of its mouth, tearing through everything right in front of it. Thank God the squad actually listens to her orders. They dive hard to both sides just in time, barely dodging the attack and keeping themselves in one piece. Everyone okay. The assault team captain managed to jump clear, but he wasn't completely lucky. A nasty scratch tears right across his arm. Blood immediately soaks his sleeve. Zhu Ye is an absolute beast. If they hadn't moved exactly when they did, they would be nothing but crushed bones right now. That kind of destructive power plus a terrifying dark attribute, simply insane. If this monstrous thing stays inside the city limits, it is going to trigger an absolute disaster. Right on cue, Zhu Ye starts acting incredibly weird. Something violently surges up its throat, making its mouth bulge out to an unnatural size. Before the team can even process what is happening, it violently spews out this dark green sludge, blasting it completely all over the area. And it gets worse. This vile stuff is actually highly corrosive. It melts right through the solid ground, burning out a massive crater. Seeing this, Su Qingying refuses to just stand there. She gets ready to charge in. The beast is literally trying to dig an escape route, but her teammate immediately holds her back. Captain to wait, that is a dark element aura, and it's carrying a heavy corrosive property. If it touches literally anything, it instantly destroys the molecular structure. And we don't have any high-level counter-attributes on us right now to deal with it. Yeah, it is melting the earth, but it still cannot carve out an entire escape tunnel fast enough to just slip away from us. So do not break the assault team's formation. Our main job right now is just gathering intel and adjusting the battle strategy on the fly. The assault team charges forward together, yelling for everyone to stay sharp. But in a split second, an unnatural freezing chill runs straight down their spines. They freeze in pure terror. Now watch closely, because Zhu Ye isn't the same monster it was 2 minutes ago. It has transformed into an absolute nightmare of a beast, heavily wrapped in this deeply oppressive, gloomy dark aura. Its eyes are glowing blood red, radiating pure, terrifying killing intent. In just a single blink, it blitzes forward, tossing the entire assault team before they can even try to react. The assault captain watches this and helplessly screams at the top of his lungs, "Do not let that thing escape, go after it." But let's be real, human speed against Zhu Ye, no chance. Its crazy agility plus those massive new wings lets it easily leave the entire squad in the dust. Up on the high ground, Su Qingying and her intel team are laser-focused, tracking every single move and direction that escaping monster takes. It is leaving behind a trail of creepy dark green energy. But wait a second, the abnormal spiritual energy levels in this area are suddenly spiking out of nowhere. She turns to her crew. "You two wait out here, I am following them inside." They nod together. Understood. After tracking that nasty energy trail for a while, Su Qingying and her squad finally hit a dead end at a massive, completely abandoned factory. So this is inside the abandoned factory. Give me a second, let me check the ambient spiritual energy concentration here first. She taps the high-tech tactical watch strapped to her wrist. The assault captain spots it and immediately raises an eyebrow in shock. Whoa, is that the brand new support gear designed by the Research Council? She nods her head. Spot on. The device calculates that the absolute maximum abnormal spiritual energy threshold a standard squad can safely handle is exactly 50. And the anomaly concentration from Zhu Ye earlier, that was 48. But the second she finishes speaking, the numbers on her screen start climbing like absolute crazy. It flashes 80. Wait, no way, the reading just smashed past 80 and the numbers are still aggressively flying off the charts. We both know what that means. There is definitely more than one monster in here. While they are still frozen in confusion, two massive green eyes open up from the pitch-black shadows right behind them. Bam! A terrifying unseen force completely slams the heavy factory doors shut, making the entire squad jolt in absolute panic. They instantly whip their heads around, realizing the worst. This is bad. There's absolutely another high-level anomaly trapped in here with us. That Zhu Ye beast totally baited us into a trap. Fall back right now, we cannot stay in this building for another second. Desperate to force an escape route, Su Qingying raises her hand and blasts a heavy strike straight at the sealed doors. We head for the exit. If the monster tries to block us, it will reveal its position. We can definitely pool our strength and blast this main gate wide open. Just as everyone is desperately about to reach the only way out, Su Qingying suddenly freezes solid. Her entire body locks up, completely paralyzed by those glowing green eyes piercing her from the dark. Completely losing control of her own limbs, she crashes hard onto the cold ground. She panics. What is wrong with my vision right now? My senses, my whole body. The toxic gas is already inside me. She fights through the pain, forcing herself to sit up, but when she scans the room, nobody is there. Guys, is everyone okay? Absolute silence. No one answers. It is eerily quiet, making her feel like she is entirely alone inside this massive abandoned factory. But they have to be close by. It is just that I cannot sense their presence anymore, and they somehow cannot even hear me calling out. Thanks to that brutal fall, her body is throbbing in pain. Her face twists in agony, taking short, desperate breaths. Putting the pieces together, Zhu Ye totally baited them inside on purpose. Because this factory, it is actually the hunting ground of a completely different monster. So where does that leave us? Just now, through the toxic haze, she definitely felt something massive. It's highly likely a giant python, completely different from Zhu Ye's dark mist attribute. Stick with me here, you and I are dropping right into a deadly trap. This mist is totally toxic. Su Qingying's vision is already starting to blur. Her whole body completely collapses. This toxic gas actually paralyzes all their senses and rapidly speeds up the drain on their spiritual energy. If they try using spiritual energy to attack, it only makes them weaken much faster. Now her power is almost completely empty. Without any aura protecting her body, it won't be long before she turns into an empty, lifeless shell. Right as that dark thought crosses her mind, her head hits the ground. Her eyes slowly start falling shut. Just what kind of anomaly is this monster? It has actual combat intelligence and abilities so insanely broken that it's playing with them like absolute toys. Is it really ending like this? Right when Su Qingying is about to completely give up, a bright light suddenly pierces through the ceiling straight into her eyes. In those final ticking seconds, even with her body completely paralyzed and drained of strength, she still forces her heavy eyes wide open to see clearly. Right through her blurry fading vision, somebody literally blasts the entire ceiling wide open. That figure definitely looks like a human, but they have these massive wings spreading out behind their back. Even though she has no clue who it is, this person's arrival gives Su Qingying enough peace of mind to finally close her eyes and sleep. Now pay attention, you're going to love this entrance. The guy rescuing her is Fang Yi. Looking absolutely epic, he dives down with dead cold eyes. In a flash, he lands perfectly on the ground without breaking a single sweat. He can't see the anomaly perfectly yet, but looking through the heavy shadows, he quickly figures out it is a massive, terrifying python. So it's a dark attribute, anomaly, huh? The second those words leave his mouth, the giant python snaps its massive jaws and lunges straight at where he's standing. It's seriously strong, but it is absolutely no match for Fang Yi. He effortlessly dodges, leaping cleanly over to the other side. Right as he dodges, Zhu Ye dashes out of nowhere. It raises its razor-sharp claws, trying to grab Fang Yi in a deadly sneak attack. He blocks its massive mouth with his bare hand and says, "Makes perfect sense, now there are actually two anomalies hiding in here." Seeing his own arm bleeding from its vicious bite, he just smirks and continues speaking. One takes the job of baiting the prey, the other handles the actual harvest. Pretty fast, aren't you? No wonder the spiritual energy in here is so insanely thick. You really like biting people, huh? Fang Yi is about to make it taste pure agony. His whole body sparks with wild lightning, his eyes glowing bright as he blasts out a strike. He is literally roasting it into charcoal. Go ahead and slowly enjoy the sweet taste of lightning. Not just that, he pulls out his flaming sword, slashing a brutal line right across the python's body before it can even react. It can only screech in absolute agony. He stands there looking right at the giant python and asks, "Your turn now, are you afraid of fire?" Even after taking such a devastating hit, the python refuses to give up. It opens its gigantic mouth and strikes directly toward Fang Yi with everything it has. Facing this insanely fast, desperate attack, he launches his body high into the air to dodge it. Then, taking advantage of its blind spot, his hand grips the sword tight as he swings back. Look right here. Realizing it got way too careless, the massive python is totally spooked, freezing perfectly still in pure terror. But realizing it now is way too late. Showing zero mercy, Fang Yi chops a direct vertical strike straight down from the top of its head. The giant python's body is instantly split clean into two halves. Green blood and a weird stream of gas endlessly pour out from inside its body. You and I both thought it was over, right? Well, think again. The scene right in front of Fang Yi takes him by total surprise. That python is somehow not dead. Its severed body is slowly using that weird gas as glue to completely stitch itself back together. A moment later, it fully recovers like absolutely nothing happened. Sure enough, this beast was still hiding some tricks. But Fang Yi had actually guessed this would happen, so he already had a countermeasure perfectly prepared in advance. The exact second its body fuses back together, a massive surge of electricity violently erupts from the inside out. That lightning strike carries absolutely insane destructive power, shocking the python so hard it flies up screaming in brutal agony. Seeing this, Fang Yi smirks with absolute total confidence. He thinks to himself, "Thank God I sensed this big snake's dark aura was way thicker than Zhu Ye's. Just now when I swung my blade and triggered my inner flame power, I controlled and retracted the flame using the blade as a conductor. I gathered and channeled the thunder power from my hand straight into the snake's body." The python gets roasted, its blackened body violently shriveling up. As a dark attribute anomaly, Zhu Yi is creepy and scary, but its actual power is pretty weak. It's bloodthirsty, but it can only harm a few humans at most. Nowhere close to an evolution. But this snake, though. Right as he thinks this, Fang Yi suddenly feels a sharp, piercing pain hitting his shoulder. He mutters, "Teesk, a snake scale." When he looks over, he finally notices a weird, dark scale has somehow appeared and embedded itself right into his shoulder. He instantly remembers that earlier when the giant python was screaming in pain, a sneaky streak of gas shot straight past his body. As expected of an anomaly bug, even its intelligence is higher. Sneak attacks like this are seriously hard to block. So what do you and I take from this? This thing's toxic paralysis quietly claims lives without a sound, but he can actually feel it. Stick with me, he is pushing through the insane agony right now thanks to his golden sun breathing technique. That solar flame attribute melts the poison right away. The golden sun shields his body while the lightning power purifies him. When those two powers clash against the venom, it brings a sharp wave of pain, constantly reminding him of that brutal enemy attack. Any other unlucky guy with basic shields would be dead by now. It is crazy how this snake managed to grow so massive unnoticed. Besides having 3-star ghost-level abilities, its silent and deadly ambush tactics definitely play a huge part. The more Fang Yi thinks about it, the weirder it gets. Pairing up with Zhu Ye was literally the perfect trap to hunt elite awakeners. That thing definitely ate a lot of people. There were probably tons of awakeners taken out before they could even join the government. But in the end, no matter how wicked or bitter that monster was, it has been completely reduced to nothing but flying ash. Fang Yi wonders to himself. This firepower is incredibly pure, but his triple critical lightning strike still completely steals the show. Honestly, his actual combat skills are definitely ranking pretty high among all the active awakeners right now. As he thinks about this, the bright glow slowly fades and the flames shrink down. Now watch closely as Fang Yi slowly approaches the massive dried-up carcass of that giant snake. He raises his palm to touch the lingering flames. But suddenly, a tiny noise echoes out instantly, making him snap to attention. He realizes someone is still alive over there. Through the thick black smoke, a figure slowly stands up, coughing heavily. It is none other than Su Qingying finally waking up. And right around her, Fang Yi spots several other people completely knocked out cold on the ground. They are members of the Destruction Guild. It is really her, the girl from that guild named Su Qingying or something. No need to fake it anymore. He steps right up to her and says her playing dead was pretty weak. Knowing Fang Yi already caught her, Su Qingying drops the act. She shyly covers her face, her cheeks completely red as she speaks. Oh man, how ironic, was it really him all along? She forces a laugh, saying the smell woke her up so she wasn't faking. He replies that she has decent strength. Her teammates burned through all their spiritual energy and passed out completely. But she managed to keep a small shield up. Without holding onto her willpower, she would never have smelled that burnt bloody stench. Hearing this, Su Qingying stands up, slowly walking towards him. Yeah, well, thanks for the compliment, she replies. Fang Yi hit the nail right on the head. She did save a tiny bit of protective energy, and he saw right through it. I know what you were thinking. How did he solo that snake? Honestly, Su Qingying has absolutely no idea either. The more she thinks, the more embarrassed she gets, squeezing her eyes shut. He simply tells her to stop hiding her face. Just promise to be honest and keep my identity a secret. Hearing that, Su Qingying finally gets the courage to open her eyes. He turns his back, saying it is getting late. Since she and her co-workers are safe now, he is heading out first. She thinks to herself his attitude is way friendlier than the last time they met. Suddenly remembering something important, Su Qingying urgently calls out after him, telling him to wait a second. But before she can even finish, Fang Yi leaps straight up through the massive hole in the ceiling. No need too many people makes talking hard, handle this mess for me. And just like that, he lands safely outside. His face shows pure relief, feeling so lucky. Thank God she did not see him trying to touch and absorb that dark attribute. This disgusting freezing feeling is just totally sickening. It is probably because he already scattered that dark spiritual energy earlier. Did his body's natural resistance make the absorption fail? Plus, the system has zero reaction. Whatever, he will analyze it back home. Meanwhile, back inside the abandoned factory, Su Qingying feels super disappointed. So unlucky, she could not even see his face clearly. Guess he still has not completely dropped his guard against the association. Thinking about this, she marches over to the Destruction Squad captain, slapping his cheek hard. Wake up, it is over. Taking a few brutal slaps that literally leave a handprint on his face, he finally opens his groggy eyes with a loud grunt. Snapping awake, he sits up terrified and yells that they were ambushed. Then, as he stands up, the captain immediately notices the shriveled dead body of the giant snake right next to him. They are completely shocked, wondering, what is going on? Where did this pure solar attribute come from? Su Qingying simply replies, as you can see, an awakener came and saved us all. She continues, saying it was probably the main target of her mission. Her original mission was to identify an awakener carrying a pure high-level attribute, which is exactly this, solar power. He stammers, asking about him. She cuts him off, admitting she failed. His real identity is still a total mystery right now. So what do we take from this? He knew she was tracking him, reversed it, and still saved her anyway. You and I both know he is built different. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. Hearing those words, the demolition squad absolutely loses it. One guy took down Zhu Ye and that giant snake entirely solo. Nobody expected a powerhouse like this to even exist. The demolition squad captain pulls back his dark energy and asks, wait, where is Zhu Ye's corpse? We really need to lock down the scene first and hand over whatever materials are left to the association. Right as he says this, he quickly walks over, getting up close to the giant python's corpse. But he isn't paying attention. Without looking, he accidentally steps right on a chunk of its flesh scattered on the ground. Zap! A surge of lightning shoots out, blasting his leg and making him jump out of his skin. He stumbles back in pure horror, yelling, what kind of crazy violent energy is this? Captain Su, didn't you just say his power was the Yang attribute? Because this leftover lightning charge, it's way too strong for that. Qingying steps up, taking a good look at the mess before replying, is this really Zhu Ye's leftover corpse? The purity of the elemental attribute on this thing is off the charts, and it's definitely high tier. He throws out a wild theory: could two high-level awaken have actually shown up here back to back? Like one person killed He Jia, the other killed Zhu Ye, and then they both left together. That's the only logical explanation left. But here's the thing: Qingying clearly saw with her own eyes that Fang Yi wielded two different attributes. No, that's not it. How do I even explain this? Honestly, he was the only one who showed up here. Watch closely, because this is where it gets wild. One guy wielding two completely pure, high-tier attributes at the exact same time. Having just one of those makes you an absolute once-in-a-generation genius. A dual high-tier attribute awakened, that is quite literally a one-of-a-kind, totally unheard-of existence in this entire world. He's a sun flame awakened, yet Zhu Ye's corpse was clearly blasted by a wild lightning attribute, the Thunder Tyrant. The more Qingying thinks about it, the more she absolutely refuses to believe her own eyes, wondering, just what kind of monster is this guy? After standing around in that abandoned factory for a while, backup finally arrives on the scene. Qingying thinks to herself, thank God I stationed my teammates outside the factory. If I was stuck inside for too long, they'd report it to the association immediately. The association assessed the situation and sent the investigation team over. Honestly, at first it was just to collect our dead bodies. Qingying's two teammates absolutely cannot believe she's actually still alive. They tightly hug her legs, sobbing their eyes out and wailing, "Wah, boss, you made it. Thank God you aren't dead. I really thought we lost our captain. If you sacrificed yourself, what the heck were we supposed to do?" But right now, the main goal has shifted to scanning the leftover spiritual energy. They need to analyze the traces and reconstruct the entire battle. Surrounding the giant python's corpse are the association's top investigators. They sweep a scanner over its massive body to check its exact state and see what happened. Then they'll compile all the results and report straight back to the association. One guy turns around looking completely shell-shocked and says, "Captains, based on analyzing the leftover traces right here at the scene, both the attack patterns and the exact kill methods clearly show the person who slaughtered these two aberrations." He blurts out, "It is 99% likely to be the exact same person." Getting this official confirmation, the demolition squad captain finally accepts that this insane truth is real. It truly is a singular awakened wielding dual high-tier attributes. I know what you're thinking: they totally made a mistake, right? Well, think again. Just one of these monstrous aberrations alone would have been more than enough to wipe out their entire squad. A teammate nearby chimes in, "Exactly. This absolute master only had to strike once, totally obliterating them in the blink of an eye. We're in the same phantom tier, so how is the gap this massive?" While they stand there gossiping, Qingying whips out her communicator to hail Central Command. "The target I've been tracking just showed up. The data's been updated, and I need to report this straight to the higher-ups." The surveillance results are exactly as stated. Both the Tyrant and the Qingcheng University North Gate are the targets I'm actively monitoring. On the other end, the association rep hears this and replies, "I understand the situation completely. Little Sue, your mission is officially on hold." He continues, "This guy saved you all. On top of that, he exterminated the aberrations and successfully protected the entire sector. That clearly shows he doesn't have any grudge against the association, and he definitely isn't our enemy. Anyway, old he and I don't exactly see eye to eye on this. But for your own safety, and to make sure the association leaves a good impression on that tyrant, just do not make any contact with him for now." Hearing this direct order, Qingying immediately agrees with his decision. "Understood. But I have another solid theory regarding that incident on the back mountain right when the tyrant was about to rank up." He asks in surprise. "What is it?" She explains, "I once sensed an insanely powerful aura radiating from the exact area where he was operating. At the time, I suspected he actually possessed a spirit weapon, but it just seemed way too unlikely. But now that it is confirmed, he is an awakened possessing dual high-tier attributes." Hearing this, the association rep is absolutely stunned and loudly blurts out, "He actually has a spirit weapon." He falls into deep thought. That's completely impossible. No matter how incredibly outstanding his talent might be, he couldn't possibly own a spirit weapon without any solid resources or major faction backing him. Besides, the investigation team didn't find a single trace of a third energy type belonging to a spirit weapon at the scene. Qingying replies, "When I made contact, the spirit weapon's energy I felt carried the Yang attribute. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next." All right, stick with me here. You and I are about to uncover some insane cultivation mysteries. The experts realize if the spirit weapon's power comes entirely from his Yang attribute, a spirit creation master could theoretically pull this off solo. Su Qingying's eyes widen in shock. She thinks the spirit creation realm. In today's world, experts reaching that tier are rare as phoenix feathers. Maybe 10 exist. But if this guy actually possesses a third attribute of spiritual power, it flips the entire board. The cultivator world would totally shake. The Spirit Association members are sweating bullets. Based on their research, different attribute powers fiercely reject each other inside the body. Coexistence is nearly impossible. Right now, not a single cultivator on Earth has managed to awaken 3 different spiritual attributes simultaneously. If he truly owns a spirit weapon, then us failing to detect that third attribute might not be terrible news. While they keep arguing back and forth, Fang Yi has already made it back home to grab a shower. They just have to hope a cultivator this incredibly overpowered doesn't turn against humanity later on. Washing off the grime from the brutal battle, he towel dries his hair and steps out. Now watch closely. There's less than a year left until the spiritual energy officially returns, but the world is already mutating fast. Bizarre anomalies are popping up everywhere and mutants are going absolutely wild. Casually channeling his spiritual power, he dries the rest of his hair. His eyes look deep in thought. Plenty of cultivators like him have willingly stepped onto this brutal training path. After unlocking the connection between their bodies and the spiritual realm, they sense nature's changes far better than normal folks. Just like that underground river group. Even as self-taught rogues totally unacknowledged by the Shia Nation as official cultivators, most of them have already hit the 1-star Ghost Axe tier. Right now, the Shia Nation is actually showing goodwill toward wild rogue cultivators. This proves both official and freelance cultivators are currently operating in a fairly stable and peaceful discovery phase. The mutants remain firmly under government control and no massive conflicts have broken out between cultivators yet. Thinking about all this, Fang Yi throws his shirt on. However, despite creating the Cultivation Association, the government has zero intention of taking this organization public yet. Nowadays, you hear everyday people constantly whispering about anxiety and all the unpredictable mutations happening around them. You can easily tell the government wants to protect humanity while dropping early warnings about hidden dangers. Fang Yi thinks to himself, but that is exactly the problem. You and I can both see it. He knows the government lacks the confidence to trigger a massive cultivation era with this huge population. Once they dump this info, social order instantly collapses. Internal panic would trigger massive-scale chaos and tragic casualties. Looking at the current state, recognized cultivators just aren't strong enough to hold stability against internal riots and external invasions simultaneously. That would only make society collapse way faster. So the government taking this gentle, gradual approach really isn't a bad move, because human nature is always far more terrifying than demons. The only thing making him anxious is how these mutants are evolving way faster than he ever predicted. The system panel pops up before Fang Yi. Dark attribute, a pure darkness branch cultivator's natural enemy, currently uncollectible. The creature he fought today is a textbook example of a mutation completely infected by darkness. After touching that black fog, he realized it actually belongs to a sub-branch of darkness. The dark attribute is straight-up poison to all cultivators. These mutants possess intelligence that completely outclasses your standard mutated beasts. They don't just hunt humans for food. To them, cultivator bodies are literally top-tier nutritional supplements. They even know exactly how to team up and set vicious traps to execute cultivators. Sure, they definitely cannot compare to those pure dark attribute horrors he has run into in the past. Just one of those freaks could easily obliterate an entire country or maybe even a continent. But if he hadn't tracked them all the way today, that squad and the guy trying to recruit him would definitely be dead right now. Just a mere branch attribute is already this sinister and disgusting. The true dark attribute is a massively terrifying threat. But wait, if it is just temporarily uncollectible, doesn't that imply he can absorb it once he hits system conditions? So what do we take from this? Darkness counters humanity flawlessly. If he can steal that power for himself, it is absolutely game over. It might genuinely be the ultimate trump card to completely turn the tide. The more Fang Yi thinks about it, the more determined he gets. He must push his strength even higher to face them down. Right now, he wields the Golden Sun breathing technique for his Yang attribute and the 100 refinement divine lightning, plus the Crimson Fire Blade holding the internal flame attribute, which is a direct branch of pure Yang. Stick with me because Fang Yi isn't just relying on high-level stats. What really matters is his perfect cultivation method. Combine that with his 3-star Ghost Realm strength, barely any immortal walkers could even dream of matching him right now. Even so, he isn't satisfied just yet. He shakes his head and mutters it still isn't nearly enough. Right at that moment, his phone starts ringing. The screen flashes with an incoming call from his aunt. His eyes widen in total surprise. My aunt, why is she calling so suddenly? From the other end of the line, a woman's voice warmly asks, Fang Yi, have you been doing well lately? Your little cousin is heading your way for a study program, and I don't feel safe leaving her alone in a hotel. Could she crash at your place for a few days? Fang Yi blinks in confusion. Wait, my cousin. Searching his memories, his only impression of her is this absolute hardcore bookworm who was obsessed with studying. Honestly, he has basically forgotten what she even looks like. Hearing his aunt plead like that, Fang Yi can't really say no. He just agrees. Sure, just send her over to my place. I have a spare room anyway. When does she arrive? His aunt quickly replies, no need to pick her up. I will just send her the address to find it herself. Meanwhile, in a completely different room, a petite girl sits in front of her computer monitor. She's actually listening in on every single word of Fang Yi's private conversation. I will tell her to bring you some local snacks. Thanks, Auntie. I won't hold back then. Yeah, your cousin should get there by tomorrow afternoon. Sorry for the trouble. Oh, it is no trouble at all. Auntie, I have some stuff to do. I will hang up now. But while that call wraps up, that mysterious girl silently drops a message into a secret group chat. The chat is called Squad 7 Immortal Walkers. Her username is Lin Yi, and she types out 111, I am arriving this afternoon. A user named 81-year-old Beauty replies right back, are we meeting up first or heading straight to the location? Lin Yi answers, neither. I am crashing at my cousin's place, so I need to deal with him first. Another user named Scammed 50 Cents Online replies, oh ho ho, a cousin huh? Lin Yi shoots back, we will figure it out later, logging off for now. And with that, the secret chat finally goes quiet. Go do your thing then and come visit me next time. Meanwhile, her computer screen flashes with a massive breaking news headline. Now pay attention here, things are getting dark. Leaked reports show the famous internet town is now a death trap claiming 3 more lives. Reading this terrifying update, the young girl softly murmurs to herself, Yang Huo Town, huh? Right at that exact second, someone pushes her bedroom door open and asks, do you have all your luggage packed up yet? The girl replies, all done, but honestly, I still do not want to bother my cousin. A hotel would be perfectly fine, Mom. Her mother shakes her head. Absolutely not. Compared to staying out alone, being at your cousin's house is way safer. I can totally trust him. But before her mother can even finish lecturing, the girl quickly shoves her right out the door. Since you are staying at someone else's place, do not cause trouble. Help out around the house whenever you can, you hear me? The girl just sighs. Relax, I know. Once her mom is finally out in the hallway, she slams the door shut. Her glasses gleam with a sharp glare as a massive scheme starts forming inside her clever little head. I know what you're thinking. A strict cousin, please. Compared to the supernatural anomalies she faces, he's absolutely nothing. She'll take this step by step. Bright and early the next morning, the busy streets are absolutely packed with crowds right outside Fang Yi's apartment complex. Down by the front entrance, a small figure dragging a heavy suitcase with a little bear keychain is slowly walking up. Her phone GPS chimes out loud, you have arrived at your destination. Hearing that, the girl looks up at the building and whispers, yup, this is the place. Right as our bookworm arrives, she bumps into Fang Yi heading out. Oh, cousin Fang Yi does not recognize her at all, asking in pure confusion, are you Lin Yi? The two of them head inside and the atmosphere gets super awkward. Fang Yi breaks the ice, so you are here for a summer camp, right? Lin Yi nods her head. Yeah. If you need anything, just call me. Okay, thank you so much, cousin. Seeing the mood drop back to awkward, Fang Yi reaches into his pocket and pulls out a shiny spare key for her. I am going to head to my room, yours is right across the hall. Lin Yi nods quietly and takes the key. Yeah, sorry for bothering you these next few days. She watches him turn and walk away, thinking to herself, he actually seems pretty easygoing. He probably won't interfere with my business. Meanwhile, Fang Yi's expression instantly shifts. Am I sensing things wrong, or is she just terrible at hiding it? Just a second ago on the couch, I swear I felt a strange trace of spiritual energy flickering around her. Don't tell me she has actually awakened as an immortal walker too, so her whole story about joining a summer camp, is it a cover for something else? Back in her room, Lin Yi grabs her phone and opens the chat. Lin Yi, here, my cousin is fine, he totally won't get in the way of my missions. When do we act? 81-year-old Beauty replies, no rush, let's keep a low profile. This area has been pure chaos lately, tons of corrupted zones, but there are always rival immortal walkers fighting over them first. Scammed 50 Cents Online adds, I heard that too, exactly what happened at the underground river last time. 2 squads clashed and apparently some insanely powerful masters showed up. Rumor says he unleashed a single sword strike that literally cut through sunlight, forcing everyone to retreat. 81-year-old Beauty asks, a sword strike cutting sunlight, are you serious? Then he must have top tier. Yang attributes a seriously high-level cultivator, right? Alright, you and I are about to dive right back into the shadows. Only heaven knows how many monster-level cultivators are hiding out there. We cannot afford to stand out. The squad members with those wild chat names, 81-year-old Beauty, Scammed 50 Cents Online, and Lin Yi, are all on standby waiting for their next update. Lin Yi turns off her phone with a heavy sigh. Since she just moved in, it is probably best to hold off on her cultivation. If her older cousin catches her, explaining it would be a total nightmare. Just like that, 3 whole days fly by. But little did our main character Fang Yi know, living with his younger cousin brings major roadblocks to his own training. Every time he regulates his breathing, she interrupts him. There is also a massive risk of her catching him practicing his golden sun breathing technique. It glows so brightly, how could she not notice? He never realized the golden sun technique was this wildly flashy before. It is honestly way too conspicuous. But the absolute scariest part is her. She calls out, "Cousin, dinner is ready. We have tomato beef, stew, cucumber salad, and sweet corn rib soup tonight." He tells her she is being too polite and offers to wash the dishes. She brushes it off, saying she should help out since she is staying here. She is perfectly polite, absolutely flawless. She tackles the housework like someone totally obsessed with pure perfection and complete cleanliness. Fang Yi does not stop her, though. He figures letting her do her thing is the best way to make her drop her guard around him. It is the only way he can uncover her real secrets. Right on cue, Lin Yi's phone starts ringing. He casually asks if a friend is looking for her. Seeing her hesitate to pick up, Fang Yi takes the hint. He quickly stands up, telling her to go ahead and chat. He says he will head back to his room. Only after he completely leaves does Lin Yi finally answer. "What did you say?" "The Great World Mutation is happening again tomorrow. When 3 in the afternoon, do not worry, I will absolutely be there." Now watch closely, this is where it gets interesting. They agree to meet at Sunfire Town. But her clueless cousin Fang Yi is eavesdropping right outside. Sunfire Town is that famous little tourist spot in the suburbs right barely an hour away by car. Suddenly, he senses an intense gathering of spirit energy. Just as he suspected, his sweet little cousin is actually an awakened cultivator in this new era of spirit energy. Luckily, with her current power level, there is no way she can detect him hiding there. Still, she is just a high school student. Yet she has already reached the 2-star spirit tier and she is about to level up again. Is her insane natural talent the reason she acts so weird? So her summer camp story was a complete lie. The Great World Mutation is the real reason she came here. She must have gotten intel about the mutation from some underground source, so she made up an excuse to stay at his place. Every single mutation is a huge opportunity to grab new magic techniques and massively boost his own overall strength. He wonders what kind of elemental attribute will spawn at Sunfire Town this time. Thinking about the loot, he literally steps on the air and glides away. Whatever it is, finders, keepers. Back inside, Lin Yi pauses her cultivation and peeks out the window. So weird. Was she hallucinating? It felt like someone was just watching her. I know what you were thinking, this squad is definitely hiding something. That afternoon, Lin Yi arrives at the town gate. Her quirky team is waiting, and scammed 50 cents online runs right up. "Lin Yi, you have been at your cousin's place lately, right? Well, is he cute?" Lin Yi gives a tiny nod. "Yeah, it is fine. His looks are pretty average, though definitely not the famous pretty boy type that you usually go crazy for." Hearing that, scammed 50 cents online lets out a super dramatic disappointed sigh. The 81-year-old beauty standing right next to her just bursts into laughter. Haha, do not forget Lin Yi always calls herself just a totally average person in a crowd. She has high standards. Someone sitting nearby cuts in. "Alright, everyone is here, let's get down to business." Lin Yi immediately asks, right as that specific person skipping out again this time. The guy in white replies, "It is just the 6 of us again today, she is not coming." The 81-year-old beauty chimes in. "She is always acting super mysterious, we are totally used to it by now. Let's move." Meanwhile, Fang Yi is sitting nearby, secretly keeping a close eye on all of them. It looks like his cousin's squad actually has the power to back up their stealth mission. Even their weakest member is at a solid 2-star spirit tier, and that guy who just spoke, he has already hit the 3-star tier. Plus, from what they said, they have a heavy hitter who is usually absent. Over on the mountain by this famous town, a massive vine suddenly drops right out of the sky. It literally looks like the magic beanstalk straight out of a fairy tale. These vines are spawning completely at random all around the Sunfire Town area. There is no fixed schedule for them either. This totally breaks every single rule that the awakened cultivators thought they knew. It is completely beyond anyone's understanding. This is clearly a Great World Mutation, but it has absolutely nothing to do with extreme weather. It is not an earthquake or the ground restructuring itself either. It is a completely alien object appearing out of thin air, just drifting around. No massive destruction, no roaring thunder, and no blazing sunlight like you would expect from these rare supernatural events, just silently shifting and phasing in and out. Half an hour later, Lin Yi's team finally arrives at the location. The 81-year-old beauty completely freezes. "Oh my god, is that actually it? If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I never would have believed it." Scammed, 50 cents online chimes in saying, "Wait a second, we really should not step any closer to that thing." Lin Yi asks why. The girl trembles. "Only now that I see it, do I feel, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I will want more." "Alright, stick with me here." See that? Shivering, she's terrified. "Did you guys catch the forum rumors? A friend of hers was actually on that missing team. The last time these mutant vines showed up, they tried getting close. Keep in mind, those cultivators were way stronger than her high-tier experts. But after stepping into this zone, completely vanished. She's got this awful gut feeling they're all gonna die horribly right here." At first, she thought she could handle the wild risks of a cultivator's life. You know the deal, win massive rewards or end up totally crushed. But looking straight at this twisted thing, pure terrifying instinct just completely took over her. Her intuition is screaming that this is a high-level cosmic mutation, something entirely new, incredibly powerful, and completely off the known charts. Biting her lip, she literally starts crying. She begs Lin Yi, saying she doesn't want everything to end here and just wants to retreat. Lin Yi agrees. Honestly, they can all feel it. These wood attribute vines are radiating this incredibly heavy, desolate energy. It's hard to even describe. It feels like drowning in the flow of time itself, where absolutely everything decays and all life force just evaporates. That's exactly why they're feeling so violently sick and uneasy right now. It's like this thing actively wants to swallow their life energy whole. Suddenly, she grabs the hand of her teammate, hilariously named Scammed 50 Cents Online. She reminds them all this is the ruthless martial path. Meanwhile, Fang Yi is standing on the cliff watching quietly. That death aura is intensely gloomy. Out of all the cosmic phenomena he's seen besides dark mutations, these vines are easily the most disturbing things out there. Now watch closely because this gets wild. Deciding to cultivate here, seriously brave. It's a plant, but instead of life, it just radiates pure doom. It doesn't even feel alive. It's more like a dead corpse pretending to be a creature with zero spiritual energy. Down below, Lin Yi climbs up a rock. She tells everyone there's no time to overthink. Given the danger, they'll sense the energy right here. Then she scales a massive branch. She warns them to stay strictly within sight and not wander off. Got it. The rest of the group sits down on guard. Lin Yi figures this setup is at least a bit safer. She sits cross-legged, throws up a glowing protective shield, and starts her cultivation process. Fang Yi silently praises her. Not bad at all. She's staying cautious, pulling in energy to cultivate from a perfect safe middle distance. Truly, a top-tier student. She calculated the absolute best spot to maximize her gains, neither rushing in recklessly nor backing down like a coward. Soon after, a massive light beam erupts skyward. Fang Yi is totally shocked, leveling up a star already. Hitting the 3-star threshold this fast, his cousin seriously has some absolutely insane, off-the-charts talent. Lin Yi's friends jump up. 3-star realm, Lin Yi is absolutely incredible, she actually did it. You and I both knew this piece wouldn't last. Suddenly, the vines splinter and rush them. Everyone panics. Bad news. What the heck? How did it spot them from so far away? In seconds, multiple people get violently snared. Scam 50 Cents Online is losing his mind. He screams to run right now, or they are definitely going to die right here. Lin Yi's breakthrough was way too loud. They absolutely cannot let those vines catch them. Once wrapped up, that desolate aura will lock onto their bodies instantly, and they'll melt in a flash. But a teammate named Gorgeous Granny 81 grabs her arm. No way, they can't just leave yet. Lin Yi is in deep trouble. Scam 50 Cents Online snaps back. What do you expect me to do? Burn spiritual energy to protect her. She's the one who chose to cultivate here and casually rank up. Is she literally risking her life just to get stronger? Gorgeous Granny 81 tells him to calm down. But the white shirt guy cuts in. Life and death are up to fate. If they don't bolt right now, they'll all be buried with her. He tells her not to get emotional. They just randomly met on the road. Gorgeous Granny 81 slaps him right across the face. She tells him to scram. She is never abandoning a teammate. So she stays back completely alone while those two cowards run. Fang Yi sighs heavily. His cousin probably doesn't even realize the deadly situation she's in. She's still just a student, and these vines possess genuinely terrifying power. He honestly doesn't know if his current strength is enough to save her from this mess, but time is running out fast. He promised to take good care of her, and a promise made is a promise kept. Down below, Gorgeous Granny 81 furiously attacks the vines, but it's useless. She gets tightly bound in seconds just like the others. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's shield is cracking. Tied up and helpless, her brave teammate still screams out in pure worry for her. Scammed 50 Cents Online hears the screaming, just glances back over his shoulder and keeps running. Right at that critical second, Fang Yi jumps straight off the cliff. One strike obliterates the vines, standing on his sword hilt like a literal god. Those two cowards watch in absolute shock. The vines are retreating, a massive Yang attribute attack. Fang Yi unleashes an explosive burst of Yang energy, clearing out the surrounding vines. The blinding light forces everyone to shield their eyes. Tell me we didn't just witness the most epic entrance ever. Extreme Yang attribute. Alright, stick with me here. Only someone with top-tier abilities would ever dare push back those desolate vines. But how is this fair? I thought I was a genius reaching the 3-star ghost tier so fast. Honestly, you could count the number of pioneers with that kind of speed on one single hand. Forgetting about that mysterious monster for a second, even Lin Yi's talent is only on par with mine. If pioneers like him are out there roaming around, what does that make the rest of us? Just tiny background stars for his incredibly bright moon. He absolutely crushed my pride. No, he completely crushed all of us. Just what kind of absolute beast is he? Suddenly, a mechanical voice rings out. Extreme Wood attribute detected. Auto recording initiated. And successfully recorded. It multiplies endlessly, instantly absorbing all surrounding life force and vitality to rapidly heal any injuries. Fang Yi can't help but marvel at it. This wood attribute technique is totally broken. As long as there's life, it acts like a perpetual motion machine, self-charging while extracting the stats. Desolate attribute successfully extracted. It can instantly stir up a desolate aura, rotting away all nearby life force. Now pay attention here. Fang Yi slowly opens his eyes, realizing exactly why this vine only grows in such harsh terrain. If it grew anywhere else, it would drain every drop of life for miles. Deadly and totally dominant. This desolate attribute forcefully steals the life of others. Just then, the pretty woman walks over and says, "Thank you so much for saving us. Seriously, if you weren't there, we would have definitely died. How can we ever repay you?" Fang Yi just waves and leaves. No need, catch you later. He figures following their intel is the only reason he made it here, to snag these insane vitality and desolate attributes. Honestly, he came out on top. As for their little group drama earlier, he definitely needs to keep an eye on his cousin. When people face danger, their true colors really show. A divided team like that is completely useless when disaster strikes. Watching him leave, someone mutters, "He vanished so fast. What do we do now?" The dark-haired guy scoffs, regretting not saving her earlier. The threat is completely gone and Lin Yi already hit tier 3. Our best option right now is to desperately cling to this squad. Soon after, Lin Yi jumps down. The pretty woman runs over immediately. "Yi, you're finally awake." The dark-haired guy sighs heavily. Now we see if she's rational enough to forgive us, but instead of this drama, we should focus on that mystery guy. Lin Yi looks at the pure destruction and unconscious teammates, totally confused. What just happened here? Then she notices the lingering traces of insane power nearby. The residual sun attribute is so intense that even from this distance she feels it. It's an overwhelmingly radiant heat. The dark-haired guy quickly jumps in. "Let me explain everything. You and I know exactly what she's thinking. Could someone really be that ridiculously overpowered?" She replays his story in her head. "That guy is a literal monster. The vines we couldn't even scratch. He forced back with a single sword strike. See that? Those terrifying vines actually retreated all the way up, completely shivering. They won't dare come near us at all. That is the kind of staggering strength we are talking about here." Even after he left, the vines acted like scared little chickens. Meanwhile, Lin Yi opens the door and Fang Yi sits inside playing completely dumb. "You're back. You look terrible." Lin Yi scratches her cheek and replies, "Just school being exhausting, that's all." Fang Yi smiles. "You've been working hard. Go rest. We'll order takeout tonight." "Okay." Lin Yi enters her room and shuts the door with a massive sigh of relief. Breaking through drained her spirit completely. Every single time she channels spirit energy, it requires absolutely insane mental focus. Honestly, it's way worse than staying awake for a whole month straight. She collapses right onto her bed. Grabbing her phone, she thinks, "Thank goodness I'm not normal anymore. A few sleepless nights won't kill me." But this intense cultivation is a pioneer's destiny. The entire world is undergoing a massive transformation right now. A normal life like my cousin's, completely impossible for me. Suddenly, Lin Yi gasps at a brand new chat message, "Ji Lan." This is actually Ji Lan's very first time speaking in the group. "If you find traces of that powerhouse, tell me." Lin Yi Feng Ha, Ju replies, "Got it, Ji Lan. But I have a serious question for everyone here in the group. Do you guys think our savior might be that famous legend from the Dark River melting dragon incident? But why would he save us?" Before long, Fang Yi becomes the absolute center of attention across all the forums. Breaking news. The high-level sun attribute god has officially returned. That sword strike pierced the sky like a radiant rainbow. Makes you wonder what happens next, right? That same blinding white light caused the Dark River explosion. Let's jump right back into the madness. We were forced out of the cave by fire. And trust me, no awakener in the entire Xia nation can match this guy's level. If you ever see him show up at the mutation site, do yourself a favor and stay far away. Later that exact same night, Fang Yi brings out his rusty old bicycle. "Alright, Lin Yi should finally be dropping her guard around me now. If I head out, she won't even suspect that I've been keeping an eye on her. This is the perfect chance to figure out how to absorb the desolation attribute. That specific power actually connects best with plant-based lifeforms, but at the end of the day, it's still a dark demonic energy. Its true nature is absolute decay, so absorbing it directly could seriously mess me up. Plus, it might completely clash with the raw lightning powers I already possess. So the absolute smartest move here is to find a host vessel, something exactly like that weird demonic tree. Those vines hanging from the sky sense the massive surge of returning spiritual energy. It chose to evolve on its own, and that's how it birthed the power of desolation. He knows exactly where he needs to go. Without missing a beat, he pedals straight toward the city's massive forest park. He needs to pick a plant that can perfectly resonate with his spiritual energy. It has to feel naturally drawn to him if it's going to be the perfect host. Stepping right into the center of the garden, he closes his eyes and unleashes a thick wave of aura. Is this how regular plants react to spiritual energy? Yeah, the reaction is definitely intense, but it's still not enough. He needs something stronger, way stronger than this. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a tiny white flower gently swaying in the breeze. Could this little thing really be the one? Fang Yi channels his spiritual energy into his fingertip and reaches out. Instantly, the flower shrinks back, wrapping around his finger to absorb the power. After eating its fill, it happily sways its little leaves around. Fang Yi smiles to himself, realizing this thing has some serious spiritual awareness. It might just be a wild flower, but when it tastes spiritual energy, it acts exactly like a greedy little puppy. It even nuzzles against his finger, wanting more. In this entire forest, this tiny plant reacted, the absolute strongest, to his pure aura. Watch closely, this is where it gets wild. He picks it to host the desolation attribute. Are you ready? Then the system's mechanical voice suddenly chimes in. Tool, do you wish to bind the desolation attribute to this target? Fang Yi hits yes, without a second thought. Instantly, a terrifying pillar of power crashes down from the sky. Fang Yi is completely blown away. The tiny flower bursts wide open. Massive leaves erupt from its stem as a glowing stamen slowly reveals itself from the center. The mutated plant starts radiating a pulsing green energy. Looking at the destruction around him, Fang Yi is left absolutely speechless. The power of desolation is terrifying, reaching out like the hand of a demon. In just 3 seconds, it drains the life out of the entire surrounding forest area. It's way too overpowered, and it's still spreading like crazy. As the giant flower shrinks back down, Fang Yi frantically grabs it and rips it straight out of the ground. That's enough for now anymore, and he'll definitely attract the spiritual energy association. Tucking the flower away, he quickly turns to escape the scene. Just then, Fang Yi spots a hidden security camera mounted on a tree trunk. Makes sense, this is right in the middle of the downtown district. The Spiritual Energy Association has definitely been keeping tabs here. With the global awakening, even everyday plants have become incredibly dangerous threats. Since he entered the garden, he's noticed tons of extra surveillance cameras. Plus, the area is completely dead. There isn't a single tourist walking around anywhere today. But then Fang Yi looks down at the plucked flower. It hasn't stopped absorbing energy. How is this thing still alive without any roots attached to the earth? Compared to its crazy, reckless feeding frenzy a minute ago, its absorption process is way smoother now. It's honestly a total miracle of evolution. Even completely uprooted, its spiritual aura hasn't faded at all. Just a few moments ago, this was literally nothing but a totally normal, everyday wild flower. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, it really evolved. Binding that attribute must have completely shattered its genetic chains, unlocking a whole new evolutionary path. Suddenly, a blaring voice blasts from the security camera. Warning, abnormal energy values exceeding safe limits. Warning, absolute critical threshold breached. Hearing that, Fang Yi immediately bolts. This is bad, the security system got triggered. Time to get out of here right now. Cutting over to the Spiritual Energy Plant Research Department. Massive red alarms are flashing and blaring relentlessly across their entire control room. The system keeps screaming about extreme abnormal values. The energy spikes are going off the charts. Everyone is panicking, asking what's going on. The head commander immediately barks orders. Everyone equip your tactical bracers and lock down the park right now. Establish a perimeter, no civilians allowed inside. The energy meter is currently reading a staggering 30 points. That's absolute insanity. Even the Qingchang University incident only peaked between an 8 and a 10, and the terrifying Dark River Dragon only hit a 25. That's right, any abnormal spiritual density crossing a 10 means immediate military takeover. This park's initial aura concentration didn't even scrape a 10 before this. The elite research squad cautiously pushes forward to investigate the blast zone. They mutter about how strange this is. Look at the readings, the air, moisture, surface, humidity, and temperature levels are all completely normal. Solar radiation shows 0 anomalies too, but all the trees here look like they had their life force instantly sucked dry in mere seconds. What kind of terrifying attribute could even cause this level of destruction? They realize they need to push further ahead straight toward the true epicenter. Another commanding voice barks out a desperate warning. Do not take another step forward and absolutely do not touch anything. This is the desolation attribute. Hearing that, the team is totally confused. The desolation attribute. The superior steps up to explain, asking if they remember those massive vines hanging from the sky. So what do you and I take from this? The team gasps in pure shock, realizing he's talking about that exact demonic vine officially classified as an A-rank mutation. He grimly nods, yes. All right, stick with me here. You're about to see why this thing is an A-rank threat. It's so insanely brutal that countless pioneers before us were completely ripped to shreds. And why? Because it possesses the desolation attribute. It's this terrifyingly powerful ability that literally drains the life force right out of every single living creature around it. It hoards all that stolen energy for itself. Hearing this, everyone absolutely freezes, swallowing hard as pure fear sets in. Professor, if you hadn't just stopped me from going in, would I have been instantly killed the second I took a step? He nods. Yeah, Any plant that awakens the desolation attribute turns its surrounding area into an absolute literal death zone. Anyone who steps foot in there gets their life force instantly swallowed whole. I once read a classified file about another plant with this exact desolation attribute over in Xia country. It's the forbidden ancient tree located right in Shang City. That rotting ancient tree completely corrupted the entire forest, turning it into a forbidden zone where any living thing that gets close is instantly impaled. With the world undergoing such massive changes, we absolutely cannot underestimate these plant mutations. Based on what we know right now, the desolation attribute is easily the strongest power a plant can awaken. And now, besides that ancient tree and the vines, a brand new desolation threat has just appeared. Suddenly, Hanley appears and taps his shoulder. I've already heard about the situation. The professor turns around in shock and blurts out, Major Han. Then Hanley barks an order. All researchers present, get your hazmat suits on immediately. You're following us straight into the contaminated zone. Following his command, the team frantically gears up in their protective suits, taking their very first steps into this highly dangerous territory. Once inside, there's no sign of the desolation source. Wait, didn't they say only those specific vines were capable of moving around the area like that? Now pay attention here, something isn't adding up. Is the desolation aura fading? We've been in this forest for 5 minutes and the concentration already dropped to 25. Hanley speaks up. Let us investigate this a bit. Hearing that, Qingying simply replies, understood. Han Li and Qingying press their hands against the ground, scanning the earth. Two distinct bursts of energy flow out, weaving deep into the contaminated zone. They jolt in shock at what they find. Wait a second, the source, someone actually dug it up and took it. The professor is completely stunned. Dug it up? How is that even remotely possible? Han Li starts connecting the dots. If someone out there actually managed to rip the source right out of a desolation forbidden zone, their true identity is definitely worth looking into. Qingying chimes in. Captain Han, I know exactly what you're thinking, but there's absolutely zero trace of that expert's spiritual energy left at the scene. He pulls up his system panel to check the data. Based on filtering and big data analysis, we actually managed to locate this guy's profile. His movements perfectly match the locations of both mutation events. Without missing a beat, Han Li hands the file over to Qingying. She holds Fang Yi's file, skimming through it for a moment before saying his name out loud. Fang Yi. Han Li gives his instructions. I will forward all of his records to you. There's a massive chance this is the exact same guy you came into contact with earlier, so I am leaving the rest to your association. Hearing the order, Qingying quickly accepts the mission. Understood, I will handle it. You and I both know who took it right. 2 hours later, Fang Yi is laughing like crazy. Haha, my first time planting a flower, how could I not even have a pot for it? This is the little house you picked yourself, so stop clinging to my hand. Since this little guy has the desolation attribute, it's going to cultivate endlessly, which basically makes it a top-tier assistant that I raised entirely from scratch. The little white flower acts completely obedient. This desolation attribute is super unique. It's going to be a huge help in battle, probably with tons of surprise effects, right? Plus, it looks totally normal and doesn't stand out at all. Even if Lin Yi happens to see it, she wouldn't suspect a single thing. And in a real fight, a completely average appearance is the ultimate disguise. He gently rubs the flower, calculating his next move. In actual combat, raw power is only one part of the equation. What really matters is who holds the most hidden trump cards. Suddenly, his phone rings with a call from his neighbor, Old Wang. He picks it up, totally surprised. Old Wang. Isn't this my childhood best friend? The guy who went off to the military for 3 years without a single visit. Old Wang, full name Wang Liang, was his neighbor and literally his deskmate from elementary school all the way through middle school. They probably would have shared a desk in high school too, but that crazy kid just packed up one day and announced he was joining the army. Fang Yi happily answers the call to catch up. Man, are you finally back? Wang Liang replies, yep, want to grab a drink. Let's meet up at our usual spot. Fang Yi is caught off guard. This sudden, the guy chuckles and says, yeah, I actually have a massive secret I need to tell you. Just try not to pass out from shock when you hear it. Wang Liang hangs up and the atmosphere suddenly turns ridiculously heavy. Reporting to the commander, I did exactly as you asked, but I have a request. If he isn't the target we're looking for, can we please guarantee his safety? The commander taps her finger on the desk with a sharp thud and replies, just focus on executing your mission flawlessly and do not do anything unnecessary. If he isn't the guy, just act like a good friend and give him some solid advice. Fang Yi meets up with his old buddy and the two head out to a tavern, happily drinking and cheering together. But watch closely. While Wang Liang is chugging his drink, Fang Yi only takes a tiny sip. So what do you and I think he's planning next? Let's dive into this wild awakening story together. Seeing Wang Liang, now the military must be pure hell. That funny kid really grew up fast. Downing his beer, he slams the glass on the table with a clack. Catching up with his old buddy, he sighs. These past 3 years changed everything. Military life is tough. How have you been? Fang Yi just laughs it off. Not bad, getting into college was okay, Wang Liang nods slowly, taking in his friend's situation. Fang Yi smiles, gripping his beer as his mind drifts straight back to his past life. Honestly, in his previous life, he never got the chance to see Wang Liang again. When the chaotic era hit, all news completely vanished. Being a soldier, his buddy likely died at some unknown point fighting in a totally nameless battle. A silent sacrifice. Could he actually change his old friend's fate this time? Right as he wonders this, Wang Liang hesitantly speaks up, looking dead serious. What I want to ask is, have you seen anything weird lately, like running into zombies or some crazy monsters straight out of a movie? Fang Yi's brain goes into overdrive. Obviously, the military knowing about the spiritual energy revival isn't exactly a massive shock at all. But why is he asking this? Is he probing for something? He stays completely on guard and plays dumb like he's totally clueless. Huh. What on earth are you talking about? Wang Liang holds his face, struggling internally for a long time before finally spilling the truth. That's a relief. But watch closely, here is where things get really interesting. I actually came to warn you about something huge today. In the near future, maybe a few months, maybe a year, all those things we value right now, like higher education and status, even wealth, will turn into totally worthless scrap paper. Everything resets to zero. Fang Yi silently listens to his friend's intense, heartfelt warning, but internally his guard skyrockets. Normal soldiers are definitely ordered to keep quiet, forced to sign incredibly strict non-disclosure agreements. They can't leak a single detail about the spiritual energy revival. So the truth. The military already flagged him as suspicious and started tracking him. Since Wang Liang is his childhood best friend, they actually sent him to probe. Honestly, his buddy probably realizes leaking this classified intel is completely highly unusual. So he desperately adds, "Don't worry, as long as you keep what I just told you a total secret, you'll be perfectly safe." Fang Yi sighs inwardly. He played dumb and totally uncooperative, yet his old friend still risked serious military discipline just to give him a genuine warning, telling him to beware of the mutations. Suddenly, right in the middle of their chat, Wang Liang's phone loudly rings out. He answers it, and a frantic voice barks an urgent command. Wang Liang returned to the squad and report to the target location within 10 minutes. Hearing the rushed military order, his face turns dead serious. Understood. Then Wang Liang shoots up, shoving the phone into his pocket while already sprinting off. "Bro, I'm so sorry, I've got an emergency mission. Head home first, I can't walk you out." Fang Yi, acting clueless until now, suddenly speaks up in a calm tone. "Does this have something to do with the spiritual energy revival? Let me tag along." Hearing that, Wang Liang whips around in absolute shock. He literally can't believe his ears. "But you and I know our boy Fang Yi." He just pats his shoulder. "Take me with you. Today's meeting was actually ordered by your superiors." Right? Wang Liang stammers out, "How did you?" Fang Yi quickly reassures him, "Relax. Even though I don't know exactly what your bosses told you, I know you'd never hurt me. Plus, there is one more detail he completely hid from his old friend. He badly wanted to see how the military handled things, which is absolutely connected to the heaven and earth mutations. If the Spiritual Energy Association already handles mutated beasts, what exactly does the military do? This is the perfect chance to investigate the truth and gather more intel." The two of them sprint toward the military base stationed at the Spiritual Energy Restricted Zone 19. Upon arriving, Fang Yi can't help but gasp internally. The spiritual energy here is incredibly dense, absolutely off the charts. This energy level completely surpasses even the polluted zones. The military camp is heavily guarded. Wang Liang steps up to report. Wang Liang reporting back to the squad. After a quick ID check, a voice echoes from inside, "Identity verified. Let them in." He leads Fang Yi straight inside. The second they reach the target location, massive explosions deafen them as loud booms ring out thick dust, blinding their vision. Right ahead, a massive squad of soldiers is using spiritual energy to bind a gigantic, ferocious, mutated beast. They are trying desperately to take it down. But this mutated dog-like monster is not going down without an insane fight. Even though multiple people are restricting its movements, it still opens its jaws and blasts fire, heavily injuring the soldiers caught nearby. Fang Yi watches, analyzing the chaos. Is it merging its attributes? Surprisingly, the one who answers isn't Wang Liang but Ji Lan, a military officer at the 3-star Ghost Realm. Exactly. This is a mutated beast possessing both dark and fire attributes. It's currently mid-fusion, which makes it incredibly violent and completely out of control. We've actually already had several brave soldiers unfortunately get critically injured. Immediately after, she whips her head toward the soldier beside her, Wang Liang. He instantly puts his hand on his chest as she demands, "You dare bring an unauthorized civilian into a restricted zone without permission?" Wang Liang stammers out in a panic, and no. Not even letting him finish his excuse, the female officer cuts him off. "Forget it, it's an emergency, we need you. Get over here." Wang Liang joins the combat formation. "Yes, ma'am." The act drops and Ji Lan secretly studies Fang Yi. Trust me, you will want to see what's next. Alright, let's jump right in. Fang Yi. He doesn't look like anything special. The aura around him is barely active. Could he really be the guy? But there is zero time to overthink. Jilan issues a strict military warning. Since he is Wang Liang's friend, she skips the long lecture. This is a restricted zone. Life or death is on him and everything he sees stays a secret. Fang Yi just nods casually. Yeah, I get it. Right after that, Jilan completely ignores him and immediately starts barking out combat orders to her squad. Zhang Mi, Li Yu. She just calls their names. No extra commands needed. These soldiers are total pros, instantly rushing right into their battle positions. They unleash blasts of spiritual energy straight at that demonic hound. Jilan isn't sitting back either, raising her special rifle and aiming right at the beast. Boom, a massive spark shoots from the barrel like lightning, slamming perfectly into the monster's chest. It lets out an absolutely agonizing howl. But honestly, that attack just makes things worse. It triggers the beast's frenzy and pure dark energy aggressively erupts from its entire body. One of the soldiers instantly spots the danger and screams out. The mutation level is spiking again. The hound raises its massive claws, swiping forward with brutal force. And Li Yu, the long-haired soldier standing right in the strike zone, cannot react in time. She only hears her teammates screaming. Li Yu, watch out. Then, in the literal nick of time, a blast of electric fire smashes right into the hound's face. It completely stops the attack. Jilan keeps firing her face, dead serious as she shouts, "Do not get careless. Keep your distance from that thing. Take it down before it finishes evolving." Her entire squad immediately shouts back loud and clear. Standing in the back, Fang Yi takes it all in with a faint smile. He is impressed. A highly trained squad, teammates who genuinely trust each other. Incredible discipline and absolutely flawless teamwork. Every single person plays a vital role here. Put them together, and they unleash power way beyond their individual limits. But watch closely here. Fang Yi sees something that makes his face drop. His eyes go completely wide, and he frantically screams out, "Run away. You are no match for it." And the second those words leave his mouth, boom, massive lightning crashes straight down from the sky above. The demonic hound has finished its evolution. Rocks are flying everywhere, the entire ground violently shaking. Jilan instantly barks out a new order. Escalate the threat level. The mutation in the restricted zone just leveled up. Nobody is allowed to fall back. Every single soldier holds their ground, shouting in acknowledgement. This monster is now several times larger than before. Its huge body radiates an absolute deathly aura, blazing with the terrifying heat of both dark and fire energy combined. A frantic voice reports back. Attention, the hound has fully absorbed the dark energy. The mutation is 100% complete. Towering over them, the beast glares down at the absolute closest target. Its glowing red eyes are as sharp and deadly as actual blades. And the person standing right in the strike zone. It is Wang Liang. He gulps hard, completely frozen in place like a statue. Jilan screams out in pure panic. Wang Liang, meanwhile, Fang Yi violently grits his teeth, terrifying blue lightning visibly flashing across his eyes. This is bad. The monster slams its giant claws straight down. Wang Liang manages to dodge, but the shockwave alone brutally blasts him backward. Jilan makes the call. Attention. The C-rank beast in Zone 19 has fully evolved into a B-rank threat. Update the combat strategy immediately. Right as she says that, Wang Liang is sent flying directly toward Fang Yi. He coughs up blood, clearly suffering from massive internal injuries. Fang Yi instantly catches his friend, his face completely pale with worry. "Hey, are you okay?" Wang Liang's entire hand is violently shaking in response. You can literally see dark energy creeping all the way up his arm. Enduring the intense pain, he weakly tries to calm Fang Yi down. "I am fine. I just pushed my energy into its binding collar and took the backlash." Not wanting his friend to panic, he tries forcing out a few more words. "You seriously do not need to worry about this. We the absolute elite soldiers of restricted Zone 19. Seeing his best friend brutally wounded but still doing his military duty for the people, Fang Yi's face goes completely dark. The rage is building. Back on the front line, Jilan violently slams the butt of her rifle straight into the dirt. She screams out at the top of her lungs. "Everyone. Whatever tactics it takes, whatever the absolute cost, even if it means their lives," she and her squad are not taking a single step back. They stand like an absolute wall, ready to die to stop this beast. That B-rank monster is not leaving this restricted zone alive. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, here comes the payback. A black blur shoots right past Jilan. Startled, she screams. "What are you doing?" Fang Yi does not answer. He is no soldier. He does not take orders from Jilan. He just charges straight into the danger. His arm surges with pure devastating lightning energy, winding up to strike that dog. Bursting with violent thunder, Fang Yi blitzes forward like a literal lightning bolt. He arrogantly taunts the beast. "Pretty cocky, aren't you?" The hound retaliates violently, swinging its massive glowing red claws straight down at him. If that attack connects, there will be literally nothing left of him. But with unmatched speed, Fang Yi effortlessly leaps up, dodging the lethal strike. His sparking hand targets the monster's skull. Time to let the divine thunder deliver your absolute punishment. He swings a devastating punch directly into its head. The brutal impact instantly crushes the massive demon hound straight into the solid dirt. The earth shatters. Rubble blasts everywhere, forcing the entire squad to brace against the shockwave. Zhang Mi is absolutely stunned. Am I seeing this right? That is a B-rank monster. Even Commander Ji Lan could not handle it alone. Wang Liang just stares, his jaw completely hitting the floor. So what do you and I take from this? Never underestimate the quiet ones, he asks. Commander is my friend, really, and she seriously nods. Yeah. All right, stick with me here, we were completely right. Seeing Fang Yi's arm radiating raw lightning after totally wrecking that vicious hound, she finally confirmed it. He really is the absolute tyrant. Even a strike that massive couldn't finish off the mutant beast. His eyes flash with pure brutality. Not completely dead yet. Guess we do this the hard way. Commander Old Wang stepped back. Ji Lan immediately threw up her hand, signaling the entire squad to retreat. Honestly, she was dying to see his true limits. Taking down a rank B monster normally requires a fully coordinated, self-sacrificing squad. Could he seriously pull this off alone? What kind of crazy power was this? She frowned, making the jagged scar on her face look fiercely intimidating. She had to admit this extreme lightning attribute was terrifying. Fang Yi raised his hand high and blinding sparks instantly pierced the dark sky. Ji Lan thought once the spiritual energy fully recovers, he will easily rank among the absolute top-tier powerhouses in the entire Xia nation. Her thoughts shattered when Fang Yi suddenly moved. He stretched his arm into the air like a human lightning rod, forcefully drawing down raw electricity. Now watch closely because things are getting insane. Her eyes widened in shock as dark clouds violently gathered, booming thunder lighting up the sky. Massive blue lightning completely shredded the atmosphere. Fang Yi pivoted casually, taking a few steps forward. He dropped his hand and a gigantic lightning bolt crashed down like an ancient tree trunk, slamming into the dying beast on the ground. Every single witness had the exact same thought flashing through their minds. He totally deserves the legendary title of Tyrant. After striking, Fang Yi didn't even bother looking back at the hound. Li Yu clutched his neck, heart still pounding with terror. God, just watching that makes my neck freeze. Zhang Mi trembled, muttering, why does this lightning feel 10,000 times scarier than dark magic? Corrosion I can somewhat handle, but getting fried like that, no way. Walking away from the wrecked battlefield, Fang Yi calmly approached his buddy. Old Wang, all done. Wang Liang happily ran up to greet him. Man, you scared me to death. Saying that, he playfully smacked Fang Yi's head. I never expected my bro to be this freaking cool. Seeing his old friend acting completely normal, Fang Yi cracked up. Haha, repaying kindness with violence, I hit the dog and you hit me. Wang Liang laughed too, then scratched his head looking pretty embarrassed. Sorry man, I actually knew you might be an awakened pioneer. Orders are absolute and I dragged you into this. Fang Yi didn't blame him, meaning what? 3 years apart and you're treating me like a stranger, I know you better than that. Right then, Ji Lan walked over, interrupting their reunion. She extended her hand, offering a grateful handshake. Thank you for your massive help, Fang Yi. He smiled back with genuine goodwill. He just wanted to help his friend, though he definitely had his own motives. Fang Yi shook her hand politely, replying, it's nothing. Just consider it me saving my best buddy. The situation was too chaotic earlier for introductions, but with the danger gone, she seriously placed her hand over her heart in a strict military salute. Forgot to introduce myself. I'm Ji Lan, the commander guarding Forbidden Zone 019. You literally just saved our entire base. I hope you can leave your contact info. I need to file an honest report to my superiors, is that alright? Fang Yi didn't object, smiling that it was fine. Wang Liang glanced at his commander, chuckling quietly. I mean, can you imagine watching your boss salute your best friend? While he smirked, Ji Lan formally extended a huge invitation to Fang Yi. Your strength totally eclipses most pioneers recruited by us. Because of that, I officially invite you to join the Xia Nation military. But coming from a simple border guard like me, I'm afraid I don't have the authority. Simply because the craziest part of all this is that Fang Yi's actual level is definitely just a 3-star ghost tier, yet his raw combat power. Wait, no, it completely shatters the spirit creation rank. Fang Yi was pretty surprised by her brutally honest confession. Commander Ji, are you saying you don't feel qualified to recruit me? She nodded frankly, admitting, that is correct. I don't think there's anything shameful about admitting that. We were following orders to investigate your background in the first place anyway. We never intended to drag you into that deadly crisis. Honestly, I expect the higher-ups will personally recruit you. Fang Yi finally understood and waved it off. It's not like that. I actually deeply respect you guys. Not everyone has the guts to sacrifice themselves for others. Before today, I'd never seen real soldiers fighting on the front lines. Watching you all out there, it definitely struck a chord. Earning respect from a powerhouse made Ji Lan emotional, politely replying, "Thank you." Fang Yi made his stance clear. "So if trouble pops up later, call me. I'll help out just like you guys protected us ordinary folks when things were peaceful. But there's one absolute rule. You cannot interfere with my personal cultivation, and you definitely cannot restrict my freedom." His bold demands left Jilan visibly startled. She stayed completely silent for a moment. She definitely need to report this and see how the brass handles it. Mission accomplished, Fang Yi turned to leave. "I'll head out now." Jilan nodded. "I can't see you off. Wang Liang and I still need to process that mutant hound's corpse. I'll send a ride." Hands pocketed, he left. "Trust me, you aren't ready for what's next. Stick with me because things are about to make total sense." He finally gets the military's real role. They camp out in those dangerous, energy-heavy zones for a reason. First, it lets their troops train in high-density spirit energy, keeping their combat power at the absolute maximum. Second, they essentially build a massive quarantine line. It separates normal citizens from all those insanely dangerous anomalies. After he walks away, Ji Lan watches him go and quietly speaks up. "Wang Liang calling your friend here, not simple, would be the understatement of the century. What he showed us today, just a tiny fraction of his power, the tip of the iceberg." She sighs heavily. "And yet even that was completely beyond our ability to keep up. For any pioneer to reach this level so incredibly fast, it clearly proves he possesses unmatched enlightenment and totally unprecedented knowledge. Luck, guts, pure skill, you can't lack a single one." Wang Liang proudly points to himself. "Commander, if that's the case, can't we seriously bump up his recruitment offer? If you think you're not the right person to recruit him, let me do it." Let his best buddy step up. Seeing him get all cocky, Jilan just shoves his head down. "Knock it off, kid. Hurry up and help me clean this scene." Outmatched by his captain's strength, Wang Liang can only sigh and obey. "Yes, ma'am." Later that night, a golden light flashes from the window of Fang Yi's rundown apartment. He might have exposed his identity today, but he kept his other powers completely hidden, only showing his lightning attribute. Inside the room, Fang Yi sits cross-legged deep in cultivation. He analyzes everything that happened today. Based on their attitude, this actually might not be a bad thing. At the very least, he knows his lightning attribute is crazy rare. Maybe even totally unique. Since it directly counters dark attributes, the military desperately wants it. Fang Yi exhales slowly. He calmly realizes that to recruit him, they didn't try to threaten or suppress him at all. Instead, they gave him a real voice, plus the fastest path to grow stronger and access to top-tier intel. On top of that, he finally understands how the military and the Spirit Association divide their duties. Now pay attention to how this works. The military acts as the night watchman, the blade in the dark, the nation's absolute shield. Meanwhile, the Spirit Association fills in the gaps. Their job is cleaning up the mess and catching whatever slips into the city. They do all this to maintain a stable, normal life for regular people. The government uses forbidden zones to protect citizens while simultaneously dropping hints about the upcoming spirit energy revival. It's their way of buying time for the public, so everyday people aren't instantly crushed by anomalies, losing their homes and wandering helplessly from the very beginning. Right now, the spirit energy swirling around Fang Yi condenses into a glowing sphere right inside his core. The golden sun-breathing technique circulates endlessly. Absorbing all this energy, he can't help but marvel. That forbidden zone truly had an insane amount of spirit energy. When he absorbed the desolation attribute earlier, there were zero signs of leveling up. But just spending a little time in that zone left his body completely overflowing with power. Energy totally envelops his body and a blinding golden light erupts around him. Fang Yi opens his eyes, he's about to break through to the next tier. Meanwhile, outside on the bustling streets, Yi is heading back from grocery shopping. She wonders to herself, has my cousin made it home yet? She strolls casually toward the apartment building. If he's home, she can finally let him test her cooking skills to see if she's gotten any better. Suddenly, a massive pillar of golden spirit energy shoots straight into the sky. The blinding light piercing the dark night makes Yi flinch in absolute undeniable shock. Reflected in her wide eyes is the giant shadow of a golden axe. It's the unmistakable level-up fluctuation of the spirit axe tier. But the violent, overwhelming energy exploding from that direction is so intense that even standing way back here, Yi feels genuine fear. Then she realizes she made a huge mistake. Wait, no. This terrifying aura. Pitch-black clouds completely cover the sky. Brutal spirit energy crashes down from above as deafening explosions echo through the air. Yi freezes. Is a pioneer actually about to break through to the spirit creation tier? As if directly proving her crazy theory, the massive golden axe in the sky rumbles and vibrates violently. You and I both know what this means. It's moving. This incredible force shatters the spirit axe completely, slowly transforming the energy into a massive glowing golden hand. The girl mutters to herself in disbelief. Spirit creation tier, a pioneer this unbelievably strong, is living right next to her. Yi just stands there, completely stunned, refusing to believe her own eyes. Meanwhile, over in what looks like a high-tech military surveillance room, the monitors instantly flash bloody red. Warning, warning, anomaly value has reached level 99. Anomaly value is at 99. The massive spirit energy magnetic field fluctuation is located exactly 5 kilometers to the southeast of the city. Hanli jolts in shock and urgently barks out orders. What's going on? Emergency, emergency. Everyone advance to the target area immediately. Su Qingying is absolutely terrified. An anomaly reading this massive, how did they never detect it before? That number is high enough to wipe out an entire city. Back in the military command room, a three-dimensional map boots up. The simulated glow of the spirit energy fluctuation lights up the whole city like a second sun. Everyone breaks into a total panic. Did a new spirit creation pioneer just appear? Or is this place about to get hit by a massive disaster? Honestly, maybe both. Han Li frantically grabs his radio, demanding immediate backup from headquarters. Bring out the big guns. We need large-scale destruction weapons plus every single piece of advanced gear and top-tier resource. Mid-sentence, a soldier sprints into the room shouting his report. Major Han, the alarm's been lifted. It's not an anomaly. It's a pioneer leveling up. This news completely rocks the military. As for Fang Yi, trust me, we're just getting started. Let's jump right back in. Fang Yi finally levels up, hitting the 1-star spirit creation realm. He checks his body, scratching his head. Did he really just break through that easily? Aside from feeling a bit lighter, nothing seems completely different. But suddenly his phone buzzes. The screen lights up with a new text. Fang Yi opens it up, seeing a message from Wang Liang. His chat username is literally Hero of Mount Liang. The guy shares a breaking news link that's completely blowing up the internet right now. The sports field at Qingcheng University is on fire. Bro, look at this. Insider info confirms it's an anomaly popping up in the contaminated zone. And get this, it's the second time. Fang Yi quickly replies, wait, you mean that extreme high-temperature anomaly over at the North Gate from before? And now the sports field is burning. Wang Liang shoots back. Oh, so you've already heard about it, rumor has it. A pioneer recently cleansed the contaminated zone at Qingcheng University. But for some crazy reason, the anomaly just decided to show up. Again, haha, but hey, don't tell anyone I told you. Fang Yi simply types back, got it. I'm gonna go find your boss. Right now. Wang Liang quickly warns him. Hey, by the way, heads up. You're way too strong. My boss says she can't control you, and I can't cover for you either. You need to be super careful out there. Reading this, Fang Yi goes completely silent. Staring blankly at his phone, he thinks it over. Wang Liang is right. This is exactly why he stays so cautious around the military and the Aura Association. Showing off too much power never ends well. That's precisely why he's been hiding the true devastating strength of his Yang Flame and Crimson Fire Blade. Here is where you need to pay attention. He texts back, don't worry, your bro still has some trump cards. Just then, his cousin opens the front door. I'm home. Seeing him there, she hands over some warm takeout. Hey cousin, have you eaten yet? I brought you some food. Fang Yi, still glued to his phone screen, answers casually. Yeah, all right, just leave it there. I'll eat it later. She helplessly shakes her head, sighing internally. She watches Fang Yi just mindlessly scrolling on his phone. Skipping his meals again, she mutters to herself. My cousin is a good guy, zero bad habits. But his one and only major problem is being incredibly lazy, laying around like a zombie all day, skipping college, always staring at that screen. Although honestly, going to university doesn't even matter anymore. She walks into her room. Pioneers like them are crazy busy every single day, traveling all over the place, hunting for heavenly encounters, all while hiding their powers from normal people. Yet her cousin just gets to live completely, totally stress-free. Exhausted, she collapses onto her bed. Her mind drifts to that legendary powerhouse. Right here in this exact same area, an earth-shattering spirit creation realm master actually appeared. Any pioneer paying attention to these wild anomalies is definitely going to spread this insane news like absolute wildfire. But whatever, when the time finally comes, she'll just protect her cousin to repay his hospitality. Meanwhile, back outside, Fang Yi is busy checking the news on that massive Qingcheng University fire. First, it was just high heat, now it's a raging inferno. Is it really the Yang attribute again? The footage shows it ignited incredibly fast, flames roaring up violently, completely devouring the trees and flower beds all around the trees. Sports field. I know what you're thinking. A normal fire? No way. It's reduced to ashes and totally locked down. Now the internet is buzzing with panic. Oh my god, the fire is huge. Did someone cook hot pot in their dorm and blow the circuits? Wow, this is totally terrifying. Am I seeing things? Special agents are here to put it out. Is this even in their jurisdiction? That fire is massive. As expected of the prestigious Qingcheng, even a random fire brings out the elite agents. Fang Yi can't fully grasp the true severity of the whole situation yet. Frowning, he realizes the video is way too short, cutting off abruptly. This looks 100 times more serious than that Northgate incident. He wonders how this Yang attribute will be different. To see it for himself, he definitely needs to contact her first. The person he's thinking of is Jilan Wang Liang's boss. The very next day at Qingcheng University, mobs of desperate reporters are grouped up right in front of the campus gates. Even with the military blocking them, they push forward, shouting questions at the heavily armed guards. "We heard the university caught fire and it can't be put out. Is it true? Was anyone injured? Why is there zero media coverage on an event this huge regarding student safety and flammable materials?" Right in the middle of these aggressive reporters shouting their questions, two figures casually stroll up to the fee entrance, side by side. Seeing them, the guards immediately show deep respect, pulling the gates wide open to let them through. The reporters are absolutely furious. Who are these two acting so high and mighty? Obviously, it's Fang Yi and Jilan arriving on the scene. Even after stepping inside, they can still hear the angry murmurs echoing from the crowd behind them. "We're locked out, so how did they just waltz right in?" They reach the sports field. Jilan looks at the charred ruins in complete disbelief. Everything is totally decimated. "Is this the heavenly fire?" Fang Yi asks. "Curious heavenly fire." She nods. "Yeah, that's the official name given by the government." She suddenly remembers a wild forest fire from the past. Zero warning signs. It just randomly ignited and couldn't be extinguished. They just had to wait until it completely devoured everything in its path. Fits perfectly right. But wandering aimlessly around this scorched campus won't get them anywhere. Jilan quickly turns around to face him. "Fang Yi, I'm heading to the principal's office for a bit." Coming or staying, he wants to stay and inspect the scene, so he tells her, "Go ahead. I'll stay." Jilan leaves. "Be careful, see you later." Fang Yi slowly steps forward, and that's where we leave it. All right, you and I are about to watch how awkward a reunion can really get. Fang Yi steps past the military cordon, checking the ashes. The scorched ground is completely cold now. Zero traces of heavenly fire spiritual energy left, so obviously he can't collect anything. Looks like he thought this would be way too easy. Lost in thought, a sudden voice calls out from right behind him. He turns around and freezes. Surprised, it's his ex-girlfriend Chu Qingli. She looks absolutely shocked. "It really is you, why are you even here?" Her friend with glasses instantly chimes in. "Wait, Fang Yi, is this the pathetic ex-boyfriend you mentioned? The guy who only made it into some rundown community college?" Qingli softly replies, "Yeah." The other girl laughs, patting Qingli's shoulder as if she's talking right down to Fang Yi. "Bro, I know you came here because you probably still have feelings for Qingli. But seriously, the gap between you two is painfully obvious to everyone right now. Just let it go, man." Fang Yi's head is full of question marks. "Wait, me," clinging to her. Meanwhile, other university students are crowding around this side to check out the crazy situation at the stadium. Someone suddenly spots Qingli and calls out, "Hey, isn't that Chu Qingli over there? Why is there some random guy with her?" A friend replies, "No idea, probably just another pathetic simp chasing our beautiful campus queen." Someone else gets curious. "Never seen him before. He's definitely not from our school, right?" Seeing a total stranger on campus, someone gets pretty annoyed. "Seriously, what exactly are the campus security doing today? Weren't they supposed to tighten security? How did an outsider just waltz right in?" These stalkers trying to take advantage are so incredibly annoying. The glasses girl steps right up to Fang Yi's face, coldly shooing him away. "Qingli is our absolute campus queen right now. I highly suggest you think carefully. Do you have any idea how many elite guys way better than you are after her right now? You don't stand a chance. Just go home. You don't belong here at all." Exactly. "Now pay attention because the tables are about to turn. How did you get inside? Explain yourself, or I'm calling campus security immediately." Qingli hasn't said a word this whole time. She totally thinks he came crawling back for her. Her heart flutters a bit and she actually blushes. Didn't he say he'd never regret breaking up? So why is he here? He talks a big game, but his actions expose the absolute truth. Right at this moment, Jilan steps in. "Fang Yi, are these your friends?" He just gives Qingli a cold, sideways glance, then answers Jilan. "High school classmates. Definitely not friends." She lets out a soft "oh. So just classmates, huh?" Jilan is full-blown military. She's undeniably stunning, but her intense, overwhelming aura and that huge scar across her face make her dangerously mysterious and absolutely terrifying. Just locking eyes with her for a second leaves Qingli and the glasses girl shaking in their boots. Her presence is just too powerful. Who the heck is this woman? And how on earth does she know Fang Yi? Jilan completely ignores the gossiping students. She leans in and whispers, "I just spoke with the principal. The heavenly fire situation is way worse than we initially thought. Hard to explain everything out here. The principal is personally taking us to the original ignition point. You're here as our special military advisor, so you absolutely have to come with us. Any issues with that?" He nods calmly. "None at all." Right as he says that, the Qingcheng University principal approaches. Guards are marching in front aggressively, clearing the path. Everyone disperse. While the stadium is locked down, absolutely nobody is allowed near it. Qingli and the students freeze in total shock. The principal. He walks up with his cane looking intensely authoritative. Qingli can't help but panic. The principal is usually completely swamped with a million things. A total ghost on campus. Rumor has it that even the vice principal struggles to get a meeting with him. I know exactly what you're thinking. Why is this unsmiling, untouchable legend showing up for Fang Yi and this random woman? Watch this. The glasses girl is completely clueless and misreads the room. She actually smirks, feeling so smug. The principal is here. He brought his guards to arrest these two trespassers, didn't he? Surrounded by his guards, the elite principal stops dead in his tracks right in front of Jilan and Fang Yi. He warmly shakes his hand, asking with pure respect. Hello, sir, you must be Advisor Fang, the expert commander Jilan highly recommended. I've been getting massive headaches over our school's abnormal phenomena lately, absolutely terrified our students might get hurt by the mysterious fire. Having you experts here to solve this is an absolute blessing. Then, without hesitation, the proud principal literally bows to him. I leave the stadium completely in your hands, sir. Fang Yi awkwardly helps him back up. Meanwhile, Qingli stares wide-eyed. The most respected figure in her entire school is bowing respectfully to the ex-boyfriend she so coldly dumped. Fang Yi and the principal seal the deal with a handshake. Immediately, the bodyguards form a circle and start aggressively chasing the student crowd away. Unrelated personnel step back immediately, no crowding around. Back up everyone, step back right now. Some students literally can't believe their own eyes. Even while getting pushed away, they whisper, "Did I see that right?" Our ancient principal bowing to a teenager. The crowd is chased off, leaving only Qingli standing there totally frozen. She lets herself get bumped and shoved around by the moving mob. Her classmates' gossip rings loudly in her ears. That guy must have some insane VIP background. No wonder he got in. Look at that overwhelming aura and elite treatment. So what do you and I take away from this? Karma hits hard. Qingli's face goes dark hearing someone mock Wait who called him a pathetic stalker earlier. Let's dive right into this wild story. Shu Qingli's ex, someone mocked the idea, saying it is impossible. Even if she chased him, she might not win his heart. Another logical voice pointed out the obvious. Didn't you see? This young guy completely ignored the campus beauty Chu Qingli from start to finish. Meanwhile, Qingli just stood there, completely silent and perfectly still. Over at the north gate of Qingcheng University, right near the mountains, the trees were lush and green. The principal led Fang Yi Jilan and a squad of soldiers through this side. As they walked, he started explaining exactly what happened. After the golden sun anomaly vanished at the north gate, I really thought the whole situation was basically over. But a few nights ago, Stadium Number 1 suddenly caught fire and even the fire trucks could not put it out. Thankfully, no students were around at night, so we locked down the area immediately. He kept talking, absolute terror written all over his face. But then Stadiums 2 and 3 suddenly burst into flames too. One fire, we could explain that. But these anomalies just kept happening one after another. Watch closely here. I saw flames strike down from the sky, myself crimson fire just floating midair for absolutely no reason. The principal finally stopped in front of a completely ruined stadium. Luckily, the fires at the other stadiums had already been put out, leaving only this one burning. Following the principal's gaze, Fang Yi looked up and silently judged the situation. That burning smell was seriously overwhelming. Right now, they were standing in front of a stadium basketball hoop and the flames were intensely fierce. Fang Yi simply asked, "So is this basketball hoop the actual starting point?" The principal replied, "Spot on. Only the fire right here is impossible to extinguish." Meanwhile, the device in Jilan's hand flashed, displaying the number 11. Fang Yi glanced over and curiously asked, "What exactly is that?" She immediately answered, "It is a basic scanner used for detecting any abnormal spiritual energy. Basically, if the threshold goes over 10, we have to completely lock the area down from normal people. Regular human lives are incredibly fragile. For them, an anomaly level above 10 is basically an inescapable natural disaster." But the number on this device just kept climbing. We have only been talking for a moment and it already hit 60. Endless warning beeps followed. Ji Lan panicked at how high it was. "I know what you're thinking, total disaster." She instantly realized things were looking bad. The threshold is way too high. If left alone, not just Qingcheng University, but the entire city is going to suffer the consequences. We must immediately deploy 3 3-star ghost generals and 7 2-star ghost generals to form an array against this anomaly. It requires the purest spiritual energy and the most solid cultivation base. The principal jolted and looked up. He saw Fang Yi completely ignoring the danger warnings and do not enter signs, jumping right over the barricade. Approaching those exact flames, he could not help but shout out Advisor Fang. The moment he stepped inside, the heavenly fire acted alive. It instantly blasted a massive fireball straight at him. A deafening explosion echoed out. That single blast just pushed the scanner numbers all the way to 110. The frantic piercing beeps made everyone incredibly anxious. The flames grew even stronger, sending a massive heatwave that blew Jilan's hair wildly. She evaluated the situation in pure shock. It is rising again. A threshold of 110 easily classifies this as an S-rank anomaly. The principal was panicking nonstop. He went in, so what do we do now? Right before Jilan's eyes, the barricade was totally swallowed by the heavenly fire. The flames literally morphed into a vicious fire dragon, fiercely protecting its invaded territory from any outsiders. She was incredibly anxious. He actually dared to rush in alone. Even the absolute strongest soldier in the restricted zone would never dare do something like this. While everyone outside was losing their minds, Fang Yi confidently strolled right into the flames, completely ignoring the crackling fire exploding around his ears. A pure Yang attribute pulsated around him, forming a thin, powerful barrier that perfectly shielded his entire body. Last time that Yang energy helped Fang Yi block the lightning strike. Naturally, it could easily hold off this heavenly fire too. However, while shielding his body, he could not actually touch the fire's origin, meaning he could not trigger the system's technique crafting ability. Fang Yi walked closer to the basketball hoop where the fire dragon hovered. He told himself he had to get as close as physically possible to the origin of the flame. But before he could even finish that thought, the heavenly fire dragon opened its massive jaws and lunged right at him. Fang Yi reached his hand forward, his expression staying totally cold, perfectly calm, and completely fearless. The heavenly fire struck. Just as it got inches away, he suddenly canceled his golden sun barrier so he could make direct contact with it. Deafening explosions roared as a massive heat wave erupted. Fang Yi had to desperately lower his center of gravity just to avoid being blown backwards. Despite his insane strength, taking the true form of the heavenly fire head-on without his golden sun barrier was still a massive challenge for him. He gritted his teeth, waiting for the system to speak. Never failing to meet Fang Yi's expectations, the system finally popped up. Massive heavenly fire attribute fluctuation detected. He gritted his teeth and laughed loud. Ha, this truly lives up to the name Heavenly Fire. It is even stronger than the Grim Reaper's desolate power, but I am definitely going to absorb you. The system immediately went into absolute maximum overdrive. Then it announced maximum calculation initiated, currently crafting. Crafting successful. Fang Yi flashed a totally smug smile when he saw that beautiful notification pop up. You've obtained a Heavenly Fire attribute technique. The Nine Dragons Heavenly Fire Sealing Art. The Nine Dragons' Heavenly Fire destroys evil and seals away all demons. By now, the Heavenly Fire had wrapped entirely around Fang Yi, shooting straight into the sky, as if burning him alive. A new system alert appeared. The new technique does not need. Trust me, you will want to see what's next. Stick with me here. The magic system auto-unlocks extracting attributes. At the exact same time, 9 massive fire dragons crash down from the sky. Fang Yi closes his eyes and glowing red patterns erupt across his face. The system chimes in, confirming he just secured the Heavenly Fire attribute. Those marks spread across his cheeks, his forehead, and over his eyes. Each glowing pattern represents one of those massive dragons. With all 9 marks complete, Fang Yi snaps, his eyes open, glowing red, like an absolute god. He clasps his hands together and shouts, 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Sealing Jutsu. Immediately after, you hear the clinking of heavy metal. 9 thick red and black chains slowly erupt straight out of his back. Those 9 dragons that were charging right at him, instantly bound by his heavy black chains. They thrash and roar, completely trapped with zero chance of escaping. The chains weave together, forcefully merging all 9 dragons into one single beast. The seal just gets tighter and tighter. Ji-Lan instantly recognizes this heavy sealing aura. She remembers seeing high-level military awakened users locking down the forbidden zones just like this. The technique looks different from Fang Yi's, but that overwhelming sealing pressure feels exactly the same. He simply reaches out his hand to pull it in. The chains form a massive vortex, shrinking right down into his palm. All that violent heavenly fire energy gets completely sucked into the heavy chains. The seal compresses into a tiny fireball tightly wrapped in chains. You can still hear the heavenly fire roaring in absolute rage. But the harder it fights, the tighter those chains grip it. And just like that, the epic seal is totally complete. A chain fireball rests right in Fang Yi's hand. He reaches out and drops the heavenly fire back into its chosen territory, but now it absolutely cannot cause any more chaos like before. With the job done, the fireball just hangs there like a chained-up basketball on a hoop. Fang Yi then turns to brief the principal. Now, pay attention here. I have temporarily sealed the heavenly fire, so whatever you do, do not lift the lockdown on this stadium. No need for repairs, and absolutely nobody is allowed near it. That way, the heavenly fire at least will not spread any further. The principal is absolutely thrilled. He practically bows and promises, "Please do not worry, sir, this stadium will stay locked down. After all, our college has plenty of other sports fields to use." Ji-Lan bites her lip watching Fang Yi single-handedly seal the fire and save Ching Cheng University. You have to wonder what is running through her mind right now. Fang Yi jokes with the principal about how rich the school is, bragging about having 7 or 8 different stadiums on campus. The old man laughs out loud. Advisor Fang, you are too funny. If you ever need anything, but before he can finish, Ji Lan steps right up. Principal, I still have a few things to discuss with Advisor Fang. Taking the hint, the principal quickly excuses himself. No problem at all, please go ahead. Fang Yi gives her a confused look. What is it? Ji Lan skips the small talk entirely. Fang Yi, you really hide your power well. He just laughs it off. Nothing special, that heavenly fire was just really fierce and annoying. Ji Lan turns deadly serious. Stop playing dumb. You know exactly what I mean about hiding your true talents and your actual cultivation level. Seeing his silent smile, she finally gives up. Forget it. It is totally normal for awakened users to keep a few wild secrets. Let's pause for a second. Especially when you are this insanely strong. Fang Yi, I have no right to make demands, but please listen closely to what I am about to say. Ji Lan lays out her thoughts. During this massive global shift, the Xia Nation desperately needs top-tier high-level talents exactly like you. Think of it this way. When the spiritual energy fully awakens, your power level will basically equal a walking nuclear threat. Because of that, whether it is the military forbidden zones or the Awakened Association, everyone is going to fight tooth and nail to recruit you. Not to mention high-level foreign powers throwing insane amounts of money to buy your loyalty. Saying all this, she just gives a slight shrug. Of course, I am not hiding my own agenda here. If you join the military, having you in our forbidden zone means more allies and a much safer path. So I seriously suggest you start thinking about your future right now before everything blows up and you are left without a plan. Knowing she actually means well, Fang Yi decides to ask the one question on his mind. I am actually really curious about something. Why is it that neither you nor Wang Liang want to invite me to your zone? You guys act like your group is not even worthy. Ji Lan hesitates for a second. Well, it is because of that legendary military sector. They are so ridiculously overpowered, it is basically sick, so I figured you would want them. Just as expected, he smirks and lets out an impressed sound, completely hooked now. Are they really that high level? She nods. Absolutely, but I have not seen much of them myself. Rumor says they have been insanely busy lately. That confirms it for Fang Yi. The absolute strongest military force in the Xia Nation is so busy right now that even other commanders are hearing the crazy rumors. Ji Lan turns to lead him away. Anyway, enough serious talk, let's go. The principal is treating us to a meal at the Qingcheng University cafeteria. Fang Yi follows her, his mind racing. It looks like even the strongest military squad is facing some massive headache-inducing problems right now. He figures this means some seriously terrifying anomalies have already spawned in the world, monsters with power totally outclassing all the current awakened users out there. Based on Ji Lan's words, some of those top awakened users have definitely reached the spirit creation tier just like him, or maybe even higher. Fang Yi frowns a little on edge. The day of total spiritual awakening is rushing closer and he still feels like he is completely underprepared for it. So what do you and I make of all this? Walking out of the stadium, his mind is completely spinning. How will he max out that wild heavenly fire? The heavenly fire, absolutely zero rules. Stick with me, guys, because we are diving straight back into this wild inferno. It burns through absolutely everything, leaving nothing behind, perfect for wiping out those endlessly multiplying anomalies. Thinking about this, Fang Yi's eyes go wide. A brilliant idea just flashes right into his mind. That's it. He realizes this crazy elemental attribute is a completely flawless match for his red fire blade technique. Stacking attributes like this, the more the better. Fast forward a few days after wrapping things up at Qingcheng University, Fang Yi heads straight toward the back mountain. He walks a bit before stopping in his tracks. Oh, there's a massive warning sign completely blocking the path forward. It reads, "Dangerous mountain, do not enter." Fang Yi thinks to himself, there aren't any anomalies back here at all, yet the whole road up is sealed off tight. The military's intel definitely isn't this fast. Someone out there absolutely knew he was planning to train and test his skills here. And the only ones who know his habits, the Spiritual Energy Association. Remembering Su Qingying's super enthusiastic face, trying to help, he just has to laugh. Did they seriously gift him this entire mountain just for practice? Well, it would be downright rude to decline an offer like this. But the second he says that, Fang Yi hears movement right behind him. He instantly goes on high alert, scanning the trees around the mountain. Hold up, did someone actually sneak in here? Rustling echoes from the branches above, and Fang Yi's upgraded senses pick up on it immediately. He gauges the aura. It feels exactly like that incident back at the factory, just a bit weaker this time. It's a mutated ape, hanging from the branches, sizing up its prey. Unlike the other mindless beasts, this one isn't rushing in to attack blindly. Now, pay close attention here. Fang Yi just smirks, resting a hand on his blade. This beast actually has the brains to measure his strength before attacking. How interesting. Then you better watch closely. He makes his move directly, grafting the legendary Sky Fire right onto his katana. The system pops up, Sky Fire, also known as Supreme Flame, a massive light attribute designed to completely eradicate pure evil. Confirm grafting the Sky Fire attribute onto the 100 Slayer blade, yes or no? Without a single second of hesitation, he hits yes. The Sky Fire ignites an eternal flame that never fades. A massive blaze erupts tightly, wrapping around the steel, blasting crazy heat everywhere. Fang Yi turns around, totally eager to test this out. This undying flame, combined with his red fire blade technique, he needs to see the damage. Realizing it's been spotted by someone way out of its league, the mutated ape lets out a terrified, high-pitched scream. He swings his blade. Guess you're my test dummy today. The roaring flames instantly morph into two massive fire dragon heads, charging forward. The beast freezes in absolute shock as the blinding heat closes in at lightning speed. The strike lands, brutally scorching massive chunks of fur right off its body. The frantic ape immediately turns and sprints for its life. Even without a direct hit, seeing that kind of destructive power makes Fang Yi nod in pure satisfaction. Perfect. The energy radiating from this fire is double. No, it is easily triple the output of his original technique. He casually touches the glowing hot steel. Nothing. Zero burns. This insane raw energy doesn't actually hurt the user at all. These results are genuinely beyond his wildest imagination. To Fang Yi's touch, the blazing blade actually feels completely cool, so he decides to chase down that escaping ape and finish the job. Meanwhile, deep in that same forest, someone is actually holding up a phone live streaming. A clear, upbeat voice rings out. Guys, I swear I am not a scammer. I've literally had superhuman luck since I was a little kid, you know what I mean. I know what you're thinking, a streamer jumping in. Exactly. A super energetic girl pops on screen. Even though it is my first day, the best content always finds me. The chat starts rolling in. A random user with a bunch of numbers comments, is this just cheap clickbait? Another viewer named Urban Legend Mala Mala drops in. Stop talking nonsense. If you're really brave, go straight to Ching Cheng University's North Gate and film that crazy heatwave instead. I will totally send you a rocket donation because this regular stuff is super boring. Then 5,000-year fake expert chimes in. Hey dude above, are you still running on 2G internet? The biggest trend right now is the sky fire over at the university stadium. Every single video got scrubbed from the internet, so it is definitely not fake. If this streamer actually catches the sky fire on camera, I will literally eat a ghost pepper doing a handstand. But suddenly, the girl hears something creeping through the brush. She glances over, but in the blink of an eye, the mutated beast violently tackles her straight into the dirt, sending her phone flying. The phone hits the ground hard, completely shattering a corner of the screen, but the camera is still perfectly active, broadcasting the massive ape heavily pinning the screaming girl down. An absolute tsunami of question marks instantly floods the live chat. That user from earlier, Urban Legend Mala Mala, starts typing frantically again. Streamer, what the hell is happening? Are you seeing a ghost? But 5,000-year fake, expert scoffs. Oh my god, this acting is way too sudden, and that CGI looks so ridiculously fake. Grabbed violently by the throat, the girl feels a burning, crushing pain. The total lack of oxygen forces heavy tears straight down her cheeks. Please no, the beast roars right back at her, unhinging its jaw to reveal razor-sharp fangs, thick drool, dripping all over her terrified face. She fully accepts that she's going to die right here. But a split second later, a massive roaring head of a fire dragon blasts through the trees, absolutely terrifying them both. The monster spots the blazing dragon, instantly drops the poor girl and scrambles away in pure panic, and the camera captures absolutely every single second. The live chat completely loses its collective mind. Holy Mother of God, what on earth is that? A literal fire dragon? This CGI is absolutely god tier. And just like that, the viewer count starts skyrocketing out of control. In seconds, it easily hits 13,540 people watching live. That beast turns to ash instantly. The girl sits up terrified. And that's where we leave it today. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Let's jump right back in. Her screen is cracked, but she scrambles, snatching up her dropped phone without a second thought. A massive inferno is absolutely torching the forest. But is she running away? Nope. She stands right there, snapping photos, literally laughing out loud. I got him. There's a guy standing in the flames. Through her cracked camera lens, you can see Fang Yi, blade in hand, surrounded by a sea of pure fire. The blaze is too thick to catch his face, but she's completely convinced he's a literal god. A god descending to save them. Instantly, her photos and live stream clips explode online, popping up everywhere with insane clickbait headlines. Things like Flaming Blade cuts the sky or an immortal descends to save the world. The mysterious hero who completely sliced through the heavenly flames. He single-handedly snuffed out the massive inferno forest caused by the Flame Monarch. Over 13,596,000 views, absolutely dominating the #1 spot on the trending charts. Meanwhile, over at Chingcheng University, a girl scrolling the news immediately tags her friend. Qing Li, you need to see this right now. An immortal just dropped down to save everyone. Real elite cultivators actually exist, but honestly, Qing Li isn't buying a single word of it. Stop falling for that junk. Everything online is just staged acting and cheap CGI, but even as she says that, her eyes unconsciously drift over to the screen. Now watch closely, her whole world stops. She completely loses her cool. Her glasses-wearing friend just smirks. See, I told you it was completely real. Super handsome, right, Qing Li? The color immediately drains from her face. She desperately tries to keep her composure, firing back. This video is definitely fake. Just more special effects. But inside, Qing Li is totally panicking. A massive wave of anxiety hits her. There is just no way. Absolutely not. It cannot be him. The body shape is just a little similar, that's all. If it was really him, he would be a pile of ashes right now. But if it is real, is he coming back for revenge? She grinds her teeth. No matter what, she refuses to bow her head to him. Meanwhile, deep inside a thick, foggy zone, an unbelievably gorgeous 81-year-old woman is checking the exact same news. She turns to the girl beside her. Lin Yi, look at this guy. Doesn't he look incredibly familiar? Like that vanguard who saved us from those deadly vines earlier. Lin Yi just gives a soft smile. Yeah, I see the resemblance too. Plus, I just found out a massive expert broke through to the spirit creation tier right near my place. You don't think they're actually the exact same person, do you? Cut to a gloomy forest where Xiaoya is debating with her teammate. Hey, old Li, take a look at this. Do you think this is Fang Yi? I swear it feels like he's gotten insanely stronger again. Old Li leans over for a closer look, totally unable to hide his absolute shock. Holy smokes, that blade swing is an exact match. We totally latched onto a god tier carry back then. Over at the main headquarters of the Vanguard Association, right in the middle of the city, a tense report echoes through the main boardroom. The danger to our city is rapidly closing in on us, and our Vanguard numbers are dangerously low. The boss sitting at the head of the table rubs his chin deep in thought. I heard the military has already made deep contact with Fang Yi. Xing Ying suddenly stands up, her stance completely firm. I truly believe he is going to help us out. At that exact moment, inside the military base, Jilan is practically vibrating with curiosity, jumping straight to the spirit creation tier in such a short time. What kind of actual monster is he? Even Auntie Chang was shaking just looking at him. And seriously, how many high-level stats is he hiding? Han Li gives a completely cold analysis. Let that sink in for a second. More than 3 high-level attributes, with potential that utterly terrifying. Trying to intimidate him just makes us look like absolute clowns. Recruiting him is our only option. Hearing that blunt truth, Jilan blinks in surprise. Are you seriously saying the higher-ups have decided to step in and handle this personally? Han Li gives a firm nod. It's already decided, but the top leaders aren't exactly ready to swallow their massive pride to meet Fang Yi face-to-face yet. After all, historically, all the peak-level vanguards have always come straight out of the military. He stands up sharply, adjusting his officer cap. We need to figure out what Fang Yi is missing. Newly developed weapons, gear, and intel on the best farming spots for his cultivation. We can hand all of that to him as a gift. Plus, we seriously need to scrub that livestream and those viral videos offline. Qing Ying remains incredibly cautious about how they handle him, because right now the entire vanguard circle of the Xia Nation has their eyes glued to him. Jilan just smiles, practically buzzing with anticipation. This kid really makes you look forward to whatever insane show he puts on next. Cut to a quiet hospital room. An EKG monitor beeps steadily in the background as a soft voice whispers, "Teacher, it looks like the Xia Nation finally has a new spark of hope." A girl with long brown hair sits right beside the hospital bed, gently speaking to the completely unconscious patient resting there. With a powerhouse like him, showing up, the chances of you waking up from this are so much higher now. Fast forward to the next morning. Inside his rundown rented apartment, Fang Yi is already scrolling through the hottest trending news. And obviously, it's all about him. Eating his breakfast, he just shakes his head. Who would have thought some idiot would sneak onto the back mountain to livestream? People will literally do anything for clout these days. Taking a bite of his sandwich, Fang Yi starts running the math, but searching everywhere online now. The video is totally scrubbed. The livestream channel is completely locked down. Military or Vanguard Association definitely pulled the plug on it. Suddenly, he realizes the apartment is dead quiet. Way too quiet. A chill runs down his spine as he slowly glances over toward Lin Yi's bedroom. The door is wide open, but she's completely gone. Wait a second. She didn't come home last night. No text either. Did something happen to her? Trust me, we all know this feeling, absolute dread sinking in. This feels totally wrong. She definitely isn't the type to just ghost him like this. He rips out his phone and dials her number, but all he gets is that cold robotic voicemail message. Stick with me, you're about to watch an insane awakening story. The phone hits voicemail. Fearing his cousin is in serious danger, Fang Yi immediately bolts right out the door. Things are bad. He has to find her right now. Meanwhile, deep in a fog-filled forest, Lin Yi and a surprisingly alluring 81-year-old senior huddle closely together. Lin Yi looks at the senior. How long have we been stuck here? Can you roughly estimate the time? Both are exhausted and covered in nasty scratches. The senior calculates grimly. Roughly 10 hours. I completely lost track after that. I am so sorry for dragging you into this. I honestly thought it was just a normal phantom. While speaking, a sharp pain shoots through her side. She groans softly, clearly suffering from a pretty severe injury. Lin Yi logically analyzes the situation, scanning their dark surroundings. Stop apologizing. At the end of the day, I am just not strong enough. Stay alert and keep your guard up. Her desperate thirst for power brings back memories of that insane breakthrough she witnessed recently. If only she could be that incredibly strong. As they limp forward, a gloomy shadow with glowing crimson eyes suddenly appears. With a ghostly, formless body, the terrifying entity raises a massive hand to strike them down. Sensing the deadly anomaly, Lin Yi snaps her head back and spots the shadow. Between the two, she still has some fight left. She raises her hand, blasting spirit energy at the dark shadow while loudly warning her injured companion. Watch out! Boom! Her spirit blast completely blows the freaky monster's head off, stopping its body dead in its tracks. The beast collapses. Seeing countless agonized human faces writhing all over its horrific body, the senior yells out in absolute terror. Are these the people who died trapped in here? Lin Yi analyzes grimly. Yes, they have literally become the flesh of this anomaly. It is just playing with us right now. It wants to assimilate us into its twisted food. The senior turns pale, clutching her bleeding ribs. Our attacks are not doing a single thing against this heavy black fog. Now pay attention here, things are about to get much worse. Their spirit energy drains rapidly, and the dead monster literally vanishes into the black mist. It feels like it is waiting for them to run dry, ready to toy with them like a cat playing with mice. In this domain, it is practically invincible. Pure helplessness, anxiety, and deep despair flash across the senior's eyes. Suddenly, they both spot something terrifying in the thick mist. A single blood-red eye slowly floating toward them. The senior screams out, Lin Yi, that creepy eye is getting closer, and something is actually wriggling inside it. In seconds, it splits into dozens of different eyes of all sizes. One becomes 10 and 10 quickly becomes 100. Disgusted by the gruesome sight, the senior completely loses it and blasts the eyeballs. Just die already, you absolute garbage. Sensing a massive spike in energy around them, Lin Yi warns her friend, that thing is losing patience, do not get careless. You and I both know that feeling, right? That absolute chill down her spine. Someone is targeting her and the solid ground suddenly turns into slick ice. The terrifying sound of cracking ice echoes loudly. Right above her head, a vicious giant eye stares menacingly downward. Lin Yi gets surrounded by bloody eyes. They are hypnotic, causing wild hallucinations and making it impossible for their prey to struggle. Is this the end? Total darkness floods in, and countless creepy arms violently grab her failing body. Her mind blurs. She cannot even hear the 81-year-old senior anymore. Makes sense, the darkness has swallowed them both whole. Her eyes lose focus. Deep regret washes over Lin Yi. She never should have acted so recklessly. She was way too overconfident, actually thinking just the two of them were enough to clear this deadly mission alone. The cultivation path is always paved with brutal danger. She always knew she might vanish in some nameless forgotten corner one day. Lin Yi feels her body sinking deeper into the abyss. Surrounded by those glowing red eyes, she desperately reaches out to grasp any tiny shred of hope. She still has so many lingering attachments. What will the world look like? What role will those hidden pioneers on the surface actually play? She will never get to see the majestic new era after the spirit energy fully recovers. Tears finally fall down her defeated face. She completely gives up, fully ready to embrace death. Suddenly, a massive boom echoes out. Brilliant blue lightning brutally tears the pitch-black night apart. Like a divine lifeline, it awakens fresh hope inside her. Fang Yi unleashes roaring lightning to shatter the darkness, descending like an absolute savior. He smiles warmly at his usually quiet cousin. I almost did not make it here in time. Seeing him, Lin Yi is stunned, tears on her eyelashes. Cousin, his lightning attribute perfectly counters these twisted anomalies. Fang Yi lands right beside her, instantly scattering the hallucinogenic fog. Lin Yi realizes she is still on the ground, sitting right next to the unconscious senior. She thinks in pure disbelief. It really is her cousin who saved her. Turns out he is definitely no ordinary human. Here is what you and I need to watch. The fight isn't over. She suddenly spots that horrific multi-eyed monster sneaking up behind him. Watch out, the main body is on your back right. He grips his blade and the weapon erupts in blazing intense heat. Perfect timing. Let's see exactly what heavenly fire can really do against this pure dark attribute. Stick with me here, you and I are about to watch Fang Yi smile and face this massive multi-eyed monster totally head-on. One horizontal slash. His red fire blade technique now packs heavenly fire. He isn't just swinging flames, he unleashes a literal fire dragon. The fire dragon roars, scorching heat burns the mutant creature, making it shriek in absolute agony before collapsing hard into the dirt. A wall of fire surrounds the two girls. He steps up supporting the glamorous beauty, who slowly wakes up and whispers, "Yi, are we dead?" Feeling the intense heat, the glamorous beauty panics and screams out, "Oh my god, what is this sea of fire? Did we go to hell with the mutant?" Yi softly reassures her, "Calm down, look closely, we are actually still alive." The glamorous beauty completely freezes in absolute shock. "We are alive. Wait a second, did you already finish off the mutant?" Fang Yi turns around and casually drops his hands. He drops the firewall surrounding the two girls and says gently, "All taken care of, it is done. Oh, by the way, I haven't even had breakfast today." You two probably haven't either, right? Seeing this handsome guy right in front of her, the glamorous beauty's eyes widen, totally forgetting her fear. She jumps up, lightning-fast eyes sparkling at their savior. "Is it really you? From Yanghuo town over by the deadly vines. You are the one who saved us." Faced with her intense enthusiasm, Fang Yi hesitates a little. "Yeah, am I really that easy to recognize?" Yi finally catches on and suddenly cuts right in. "Wait a minute, are you saying the fire attribute god who saved us is actually my cousin?" Hearing those key words, the glamorous beauty is completely stunned. "Oh my god, the legendary god is your cousin. Didn't you say your cousin was just a normal guy?" Listening to them chat, Fang Yi doesn't even try to explain. He just scratches his head and gives an awkward smile. Meanwhile, the glamorous beauty shakes Yi, energetically, excitedly sharing the news. "This is the exact same savior who rescued our lives before." Now watch this realization hit them. He's the guy who one-shot Huang. You crushed older Uncle Wen Zhu from the 3-star tier and caught Sister Jilan's attention. Yi finally pieces it all together. So her cousin is actually that high-level fire attribute god all along. But just a moment ago, her cousin clearly used incredibly pure lightning attributes to absolutely obliterate Blackbone. She subconsciously realizes his lightning and fire aura far exceeds her own abilities. A super genius with 2 high-level attributes. Wait a second. Could the god who broke through to the spirit creation realm near their house be her cousin too? Seeing them ramble endlessly, Fang Yi finally speaks up to bail Yi out. "All right, that person is me. I have something to ask you too. You guys know this dark attribute mutant is not your average monster. So why are there only 2 of you here? Where's the rest of your team?" The glamorous beauty hesitates before sharing. About that, online lover got scammed and Nanhao is apparently super sick right now. They used to hide missions from their families, but now they are grounded and cannot come. The older guy apparently took a harder mission too. Other teammates cannot always join us either. Yi awkwardly scratches her head. "Yeah, I definitely underestimated the enemy this time around. I thought since I broke through to the 3-star ghost tier, there would be no problem." Fang Yi is absolutely speechless at his cousin. He recalls what happened last time. Right, these teammates all have their own agendas. Looks like this squad will not last very long at all. Back then, only the glamorous beauty stayed to protect Yi, saying, "You guys go ahead, I will never abandon my teammate." He admires this girl. Even though she was frustrated with her team back then, she still stepped up to defend their honor in front of a complete stranger. She really values loyalty. His cousin is naturally smart and probably already sensed this whole situation falling apart. So Fang Yi speaks up. "Cousin, here is what I am thinking. Since you two already know my true identity, I actually trust both of you. We both saw this coming, right?" He offers to form a secret team, but they absolutely cannot tell anyone. Yi looks a bit surprised. Meanwhile, the glamorous beauty flushes red with pure joy. She confirms it multiple times. "Is that really true? Oh great god. Yes, yes, my lips are completely sealed. Wow, I am seriously so blessed, thanks to Yi." Fang Yi smiles, waiting for his cousin's answer. As for Yi, she has moved to literal tears. That is right, her cousin is an incredibly powerful awakened, and he probably realized her hidden identity a long time ago. He was secretly protecting her all along. A tear drops and she bites her lip. Turns out on this lonely cultivation path, she actually has a reliable family member by her side. Having someone selflessly help and walk alongside her is such a happy feeling. Making up her mind, Yi looks up with a bright smile. "That is awesome. Thank you, cousin. I will fry 2 extra eggs for you tonight." At this point, the trio has finally escaped that extremely gloomy forest. Suddenly, Yi's phone vibrates with a new message. She opens it to check. Sister Jilan just posted a brand new mission. Jilan sent a mission for the extreme dark zone, announcing they need to collect quest items related to the dark attribute right from that dangerous area. Think carefully before registering. Fang Yi reads the text, scratching his chin in deep thought. "Hey cousin, a dark attribute quest, huh? Do you know anything about this extreme dark zone?" Yi feels this mission is a bit too difficult, but she still explains what she knows. Yeah, the extreme dark zone sits right on the dark attribute border. The Xia Nation has strictly forbidden anyone from ever entering it. Because the dark energy there is insanely strong, awakened doing missions always have to avoid this area and take a massive detour around it. Plus, most mutants in our city leak directly from there. So what do you and I expect next? A massive forbidden zone the government has not even dared to explore yet. Let's dive into this. There was a massive accident. Fang Yi is instantly intrigued, thinking, oh really, we definitely have to check this out. Ask her what the exact mission details are and see if she replies. The stunning woman beside them puts hands on hips, doubting they'll get any answer at all. Jilan is super mysterious, barely speaking more than a few words, but Fang Yi is thinking about something else entirely. He's way more curious about who this Jilan actually is. The extreme dark zone is already a strictly guarded, restricted area in the Shai Nation. Countless people have died there. Yet somehow Jilan can easily assign missions related to this deadly extreme dark zone directly to the pioneers. Unless she's a total lunatic trying to fight the government, her status is incredibly special. She's probably top brass in the military or the Pioneer Association. His guess definitely leans toward the latter. Lin Yi follows her older cousin's exact instructions using her account named Lin Yi to shoot over a quick question. Sister Jilan, I want to register. What exactly do we need to do? Jilan replies almost instantly. The mission this time is to collect the 7 rot flower. Take note, the rewards for this run are significantly better than before. But all the dangers in the extreme dark zone are dark attribute. The anomaly threat level is also way higher than previous times, so form a solid team before you even register. Seeing this reply, the stunning woman is completely shocked. Oh my god, why is Sister Jilan actually giving such detailed answers? Lin Yi is stunned too, because she's never seen her talk this much. Then another message from Jilan pops up. Now pay close attention to this. The mission might involve an S-rank anomaly with a massive death rate. Think it over carefully. If you have a strong, reliable pioneer to team up with, there's still time to register. Meanwhile, a fierce Jilan leads her squad, walking with extreme urgency. Let's do this, we will see if he agrees. Right behind her, elite military personnel follow her every single move closely. Fang Yi chuckles after reading the message. A strong, reliable pioneer, he already knows in his gut that this girl is far from ordinary. Being this direct, she might as well be saying, I know you, I know a pioneer like you would be interested. Do you dare to come? This is exactly Jilan's plan. Even without seeing each other's faces, these two are already secretly testing the waters with one another. With an invitation that obvious, Fang Yi has no problem agreeing. Little cousin, it looks like they are directly targeting me. Thinking about this unknown, dangerous, restricted zone, his excitement spikes. Very interesting. I definitely have to take a trip to this extreme dark zone. Fang Yi's mind is totally made up. Then came Jilan's message, warning that this mission might involve a deadly S-rank anomaly. She mentions a sky-high death rate, telling everyone to think carefully and only register if they have a powerful, reliable pioneer to team up with. Lin Yi uses her Lin Yi account to reply. Sister Jilan, our team has exactly 3 people ready to go. Meanwhile, pacing down the hospital corridor, the assistant hesitates. Sister Lan, their little squad Jilan, already knows exactly what she's about to say. She doesn't even turn around, just keeps walking with a bouquet in hand. It's fine. If he's a pioneer worthy of the Shia Nation's trust, he will show up. You and I can feel the assistant's worry. But if he doesn't come, won't this whole batch of pioneers just get wiped out? Jilan isn't the type to force anyone's hand. She casually replies, if he doesn't show up, then our fates simply haven't aligned yet. Seeing her assistant completely misunderstanding the true nature of this mission, she asks, do you two really think this 7 rot flower collection is just a deliberate trap to send powerful pioneers into the danger zone to die? The assistant gets super flustered. Sister Lan, Jilan steps right into a hospital room, places the bouquet on the table, and softly explains the mission to collect the 7 rot flower is basically a suicide mission. But the core purpose is completely opposite to how it looks. She reveals that this is the absolute necessary path to build up the Shia Nation's power. Only by collecting the 7 rot flower can we actually manage to save even more of our pioneers, even if they become the core strength of the Shia Nation's future. Over on the subway, Lin Yi and the stunning woman sit scrolling through the news. Fang Yi leans casually against a pole blade resting on his hip. Nearby, a curious little kid asks, Mom, look at that guy holding a long sword. His mom rubs his head and explains, oh, he's just cosplaying. I used to do all that kind of stuff back in the day. Back in the hospital room, Jilan and her 2 assistants stand respectfully in front of an old man's bed. She stares at her master, a top-tier core fighter who sacrificed himself, now hanging between life and death. Gripping his hand, she whispers softly, speaking half to herself and half as an order to her assistants behind her. No matter what happens, we have to harvest even more 7 rot flowers. On the bed lies a white-haired old man. His body is covered in blood, red spiderweb veins, eyes shut completely tight. Jilan hardens her absolute resolve. Since he's the Shia Nation's only pioneer to ever reach the diamond tier, we must use the 7 rot flower to heal and awaken him. Once the world's spiritual energy fully recovers, the sheer existence of a diamond-tier powerhouse holds just as much value as a modern nuclear weapon. He is our ultimate trump card for negotiating with other countries both before and after the global energy awakening. Because of that, even if it means sacrificing several Jailands, entire armies, or countless more pioneers, it's completely worth it. Her assistant completely disagrees with this mindset quickly, reminding her the mission is important, but your body is just as important. And that's where we leave it for now. Those words seriously trigger Ji Lan. Her face darkens as she mutters, "My body is important." The next second, pure fury explodes. "Let's jump right in, you and I are about to see some heavy stuff," Ji Lan screams out. Yes, it's vital because her life was bought with her team's blood. But right after snapping, she realizes she was way too reckless. A blinding headache hits. Those beautiful purple eyes, full of pure grief. She leans against the bed, clutching her head, and sighs. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lost my temper." Her assistant panics and apologizes immediately. "Sister Lan, it's my fault. Is your headache acting up again?" Familiar faces suddenly flash through Ji Lan's mind. She gently shakes her head. "It's fine. It's not time for my medicine yet. Never mind. It's all in the past now." But those dark, deeply traumatizing memories just come flooding back. She literally sees the horrifying battlefield, the scattered remains of fallen soldiers. She hears that desperate, booming shout, "Sword Enforcement Squad, fall back immediately." It is an absolute slaughter zone out there, dead bodies everywhere. Her own teammates among them. One guy, heavily wounded and missing an entire arm, drags himself over to her, groaning in pure agony. The extreme dark zone. It's an absolute nightmare. "Little Lan, the 7-star flower mission, we can only leave it all to you now. Do it for the master, for the Xia nation, for everyone." Back then, she just broke down and screamed, "No, I am not leaving, Captain." But her captain refuses to let her argue. He burns his very last spark of life force just to transfer all his spiritual energy into her. "Our attributes, hope you can use them. You have to make it back alive." Snapping back to reality, Ji Lan looks down at her hands, heartbroken. She sighs heavily. "They gave me everything. But they didn't know if the mystical flower is tainted by blood or picked wrong. It's completely useless." Scene change. Out in the middle of nowhere. 1 hour and 45 minutes later, Fang Yi and his crew have trekked so unbelievably far into the wild. They walk so far that even the sexy older woman starts complaining. "How many more kilometers do we have to walk?" Then a bright idea hits her. "Hey, almighty doctor, you two are incredibly overpowered, right? Can't we just fly part of the way?" But Yi instantly crushes her big hopes. Spiritual energy just isn't dense enough for humans to fly yet. Even elite cultivators cannot pull it off. Fang Yi completely ignores this little debate. Instead, he narrows his eyes and stares into the distance. They have finally reached an eerie area swirling with a massive energy barrier. Right up ahead. "Now pay attention, you're going to want to see this." Barricades and heavy military gear. He looks curiously. Is the extreme dark zone just ahead? Fang Yi subconsciously frowns. He thinks to himself, it is completely saturated in dark attributes. Even with layer after layer of barriers, you feel it. That absolutely disgusting, sickening aura. The sexy woman feels a freezing chill crawl down her spine. She hugs herself, shivering violently. This dark aura is genuinely revolting. It is 1,000 times more terrifying than that anomaly we fought last night. Yi feels the heavy pressure too. She tries to calm her friend down. "Stay strong, we are already here anyway." From a distance, Fang Yi spots quite a few people. A whole group of cultivators gathering together. "Yeah, look straight ahead, you two." Surprisingly, there are actually a lot of other cultivators here, Yi nods. She breaks it down logically. "Exactly. I bet it is not just about the massive rewards. Just like me and our gorgeous friend here, we have faced those dark attributes before. They are incredibly tough to handle, gloomy, lethal, and completely hostile toward human life." She sighs, feeling deeply worried. "I know what you're thinking. Are they safe out here? Well, dark attribute anomalies are already rioting inside the city limits, and not just once." Fang Yi's expression instantly turns dead serious. That is right. He had personally faced off against 2 different dark attribute anomalies head-on. One was a mutated rabbit, though calling it a rabbit is generous. It looked way more like a giant rat. And the second, a massive snake. That giant python lurking around the factory and bamboo night. These things were way smarter than that basic mutated rabbit. They literally coordinated traps for ambushes. The Spirit Energy Association squad almost got completely wiped out. Fang Yi frowns slightly. The craziest part is exactly what Yi said, these twisted anomalies are incredibly cunning. It's like they intentionally bypass the military defense forces stationed around the city borders. As he speaks, he stares at the Forbidden Zone's energy barrier. He wonders if the defense here is actually any better than everywhere else. Fang Yi can't help but imagine the absolute catastrophe that could happen. We don't know their methods, but those anomalies in the city are popping up more and more frequently. It is completely out of control now. Finally, he leads the two girls right into the main gathering area. So, we just have to make this trip. Inside the gathering zone, right outside the forbidden barrier, tons of cultivators are hanging out chatting away. And guess who was there? Qingying mid-conversation, she suddenly spots a very familiar silhouette walking over. Qingying jolts in pure panic. Oh my god. He actually here too? And he brought two girls with him. Realizing she yelled that out loud, she violently spins around, covering her mouth. The green-haired girl standing next to her sees her captain acting totally insane. She calls out twice. Boss? Hey boss. Qingying completely ignores her. She just squeezes her eyes shut and starts frantically praying. Amitabha, merciful Buddha, please, please do not let him spot me. Keep me hidden, don't let him see me. But honestly, that prayer definitely bounced because Fang Yi instantly locks eyes with her. Oh hey, that's Captain Sue over there, right? Totally busted, she can't exactly play dumb anymore. She awkwardly waves and stammers out a greeting. Oh, it's you. You're hitting the extreme dark zone too. What great news. Honestly, she had secretly read Fang Yi's military file way beforehand. That is exactly why she is so embarrassed about how she acted before. The sexy lady leans in and asks, Almighty boss, is this girl? Yi's sister-in-law Yi looks totally confused too. Huh, your cousin? Qingying's face turns beet red. Terrified she's going to make Fang Yi mad. She loudly denies it. Oh my god, huge misunderstanding. Fang Yi smiles. Of course not, that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want more. Turns out he's just the errand boy for Captain Sue of the Spirit Aura Guild. Boom, the misunderstanding is cleared up in an absolute flash. But Qingying is left completely speechless by this. Stick with me because I know you agree this new title sounds totally ridiculous, right? While they are still bickering back and forth, someone else walks up behind them, stomping their boots hard on the ground to grab everyone's attention. He lets out a loud scoff. These punks are way too arrogant. It's an older-looking guy casually resting a heavy gun on his shoulder with a massive blade strapped across his back. Using his seniority to throw his weight around, he loudly complains that the new generation of awakened walkers is getting younger and weaker every single day. Absolutely zero manners. You don't even greet your elders and instead you just cause a loud scene without even looking at where you are right now. I really want to see if you brats can actually rely on each other once we enter the extreme dark zone. He is clearly taking a direct shot at Fang Yi. But the charming lady is basically his biggest fangirl now. Her blood boils over, and with a cold scoff she aggressively tugs at her combat gloves. Don't blame me for losing my temper, old man. Do you even know who these people are? Fang Yi immediately shakes his head, signaling her to keep quiet. Getting the hint, the lady instantly switches up her tone to pure mockery. Old man, you should really just be worrying about your own skin today. We'll see who ends up scared to death later. The older guy is about to fire back, but suddenly the loud rumble of an approaching vehicle hits. He squints his eyes, glaring toward the source of the heavy noise. A massive military transport vehicle slowly rolls right into the middle of the gathering. The guy shoots a sarcastic smirk at the lady. Oh, our ride is finally here, then let's just wait and see. The heavy armored doors slide open. Now watch closely, the girl stepping out is about to change this whole game. It's Jialan, the one who actually issued the mission summoning all these elite walkers. Whispers break out across the crowd. It's Boss Jialan. She steps down from the vehicle with fully armed soldiers marching in perfect order right behind her. People just can't stop gossiping about her absolute presence. It's really her. Everyone immediately steps aside, clearing a wide path for Jialan to walk through. The charming lady is bursting with pure curiosity now. Oh my god, who exactly is she to have such an overwhelmingly powerful aura around her? Fang Yi quickly guesses that she must be the one here to open the gate for them. Hearing his voice, Jialan slowly turns her head, glaring. Then she steps right up to the massive energy barrier glowing with intense blue light. Jialan pulls out a strange stone, clearly the master key needed to break this seal. It's covered in these bizarre ancient carvings. She channels her raw spiritual energy into it, veins popping on her face as loud rumbling sounds echo out. The barrier rips open, revealing a pitch-black tunnel inside. A chilling, deathly aura mixed with the heavy scent of blood floods out alongside the deafening, earth-shaking rumbles. Jialan shouts out a command. Everyone is here. Open the main gates. The massive energy barrier is finally breached. The terrifying pitch-black portal slowly swirls right behind Jialan. She announces that they can head inside now, but drops a very serious final warning for the group. The 7-rot flower must be harvested completely intact. Absolutely do not let it get contaminated by human blood under any circumstances. Fang Yi and the other walkers stand there quietly absorbing the strict mission rules. If the harvested flowers don't meet these exact requirements, nobody gets paid today. If there are no questions, you can all begin right now. The man wearing crimson armor leads his squad straight into the terrifying dark zone. He curses out loud in pure annoyance. Damn it, she won't even go in herself, just pushing us inside to die. No death compensation either. What kind of attitude is that? A young guy in his squad, clearly afraid of causing trouble, tries to calm him down. Old dang, you really need to keep your voice down. If we die in there, we're just listed as missing in action. Do you honestly think the government is going to casually hand our families a massive payout? Wouldn't that just be them admitting they sent us to our deaths? The older man named Old Deng completely shuts his mouth after hearing that logic. He bitterly marches into the portal behind the rest. Meanwhile, Qingying shares her tactical assessment of Old Deng and the other walkers directly with Fang Yi. That older guy is definitely a one-star spirit creation tier exactly like you. Also, among the silent ones, there seem to be a few actual heavy hitters, but they're actively masking their auras, so it's super hard to judge their real power. The rest are all 2- and 3-star Ghost Mansion tier walkers with incredibly solid cultivation foundations. Honestly, the overall strength of each squad here is pretty evenly matched. Fang Yi nods in agreement. Yeah, for such a brutal mission, I really didn't expect them to gather this many elite walker squads all in one place. Let's pause for a second because we both caught that right. That guy is supposed to be spirit creation tier. His aura actually feels suspiciously weak to me. Back outside, the assistant walks up holding the complete roster to give her official report. Boss Lamb, the head count is completely finished. For this Extreme Dark Zone event, we have exactly 37 2-star Ghost Mansion walkers and 12 3-star Ghost Mansion walkers ready, plus 3 1-star Spirit Creation walkers. The monster threat level for this specific mission ranges from rank B to S. Jalen just gives a simple, confident nod. Good, get everyone stationed at the monitoring equipment. I prepared everything else, so don't worry. Inside the Extreme Dark Zone, it is an absolute wasteland of pure death. The twisted trees are totally dead and the pitch-black air reeks of rotting decay. The second you step in here, the darkness tries to swallow you whole. Everyone has to keep their spiritual energy shields completely active. Fang Yi takes the lead, carving a path with Qin Ying's 3-person squad following closely behind his every step. Bringing up the rear are Yi and the charming lady. Seeing his teammates starting to lag way behind Fang, Yi quickly calls out to them. Both of you stick close to me. The dark element here totally blinds your vision. If we don't stay in a tight formation, we're definitely going to get completely lost. Trust me, you're not ready for what's in the dark. As the weakest, the lady is already getting crushed by the freezing black aura. The atmosphere hits her hard. She drops to the ground. Sorry, I seriously cannot stop myself from throwing up. Qingying walks over to comfort her. Come along with me. It is fine, it is just the smell of rotting flesh mixed with brain fluid. You are not the only one puking. She points at a group ahead of them, absolutely hurling their guts out. Look, those guys are at the exact same level as us, and they are throwing up violently right now too. Lin Yi quickly steps forward to support the charming lady while Qingying continues. She explains dark attributes naturally suppress cultivators like us. Think of it as a severe type of toxic pollution. And what is worse, the mutant beasts inside this extreme dark zone are incredibly active. Fang Yi just listens quietly as she drops some crucial lore about the existing mutant beasts they might face. A B-rank beast easily matches our Ghost Axe tier cultivators and they can control massive areas to deal damage. A-rank beasts rival the Spirit Creation tier. Their violent aura naturally draws them to places exactly like this extreme dark zone. And S-rank beasts. They rival the Diamond tier or higher, basically walking natural disasters. But here is the most important part. The dark attribute beasts inside this extreme dark zone get a massive power buff. A beast normally rated as a standard B rank outside will jump up at least 1 full level in here. Lin Yi looks completely shocked. Are you serious? This is my first time hearing this. I get it now. Captain Su, are you guys okay? The charming lady looks at them with obvious worry. Yeah, are you two not affected by the pollution at all? The truth, Captain Su Qingying actually broke through to 3-star Ghost Axe tier. She just laughs it off. Haha, you were overthinking it. My team and I deal with these beasts all the time so the smell does not bother us. Plus, I recently pushed myself to upgrade, mutating my water attribute into ice. The charming lady weakly chimes in. Since we are all the same level as you, Captain, do you feel it too? The second we entered this black fog, my spirit power plummeted. It is way worse than our last mission. Qingying still looks completely unbothered. She nods. Yeah, in the past, a lot of. Now pay attention here. Top experts have died here, including military elites above 1-star spirit creation tier, so we must be extremely careful. Lin Yi completely panics at that. Oh my god, let us just hurry up, the mission is what matters. She looks around nervously. The silhouettes of the people ahead are gone. We need to stick closer together. I am going to talk less to save my energy now. Everyone, focus your spirit power. Do not let the black fog exploit your weakness. Fang Yi has been silent this whole time, thinking to himself. Since entering his body, honestly has not felt any serious discomfort at all. It seems his Yang attribute and the fully upgraded Lightning attribute both effectively dispel the dark attributes. Or maybe ever since he broke through to the spirit creation tier, his spirit power effects just became way stronger. Meanwhile, on the other side, old Deng swings his blade, decapitating a mutant beast. He laughs like an absolute maniac. Ha ha. These extreme dark zone beasts are nothing special. Old Deng leads his squad rushing forward. Boys, that 7 decay flower is going to be ours to pick. Let us show these kids what real power looks like. We both know that arrogance is going to backfire. His goons just cheer. Hell yeah, boss charge. Back with Fang Yi and his group. After walking a bit further into the fog, Lin Yi starts coughing weakly. The charming lady looks at her with total concern. Hearing the coughing, Fang Yi turns his head. After all, she is his cousin. He has to take care of her. She is basically just a kid. So he steps right beside Lin Yi, pats her back twice, and transfers his protective yang attribute directly into her body. Lin Yi stares at him in pure shock. Cousin, my whole body just got so warm. This feeling, that absolutely disgusting sensation, and the freezing cold invading her body completely vanished. It feels exactly like soaking in the winter sun. As expected of spirit creation tier power, Lin Yi cannot stop praising it. The fire attribute is so warm. It really deserves its reputation as a rare high-tier attribute. Ever since I hit 3-star Ghost Axe tier, I have felt attributes way more deeply. My wood attribute is great at absorbing spirit. Mist from nature, plants, and Captain Su mutated ice attribute is super rare too. Realizing that his cousin has the completely wrong idea, Fang Yi quickly corrects her. It is not the fire attribute, it is the yang attribute. I just have not explained it clearly to you yet. I was actually the one who solved the incidents at the North Gate and the Qingcheng University gym, Fang Yi casually reveals. But those two anomalies were not the same. The yang attribute and the heavenly fire attribute are actually a little different. Qingying suddenly realizes the truth way too late. Wait, what? You were just admitting that now. Does that mean you have 3 rare high-tier attributes? Fang Yi closes his eyes, thinking to himself. Actually, he also has the desolation attribute, but standing out too much is dangerous. Keeping a trump card is always smart. So, he just casually nods along with Qingying's assumption. Basically, yeah. Meanwhile, the charming lady is already shivering so hard, her teeth are violently chattering. She stutters out, well, I have not broken through to the 3-star Ghost Axe tier yet. My perception of attributes is not super clear, but I basically follow the metal attribute path. Almighty cousin, I swear that once we get out of here, I will not tease you ever again. Can your yang attribute please warm me up just a little bit? Fang Yi is actually amused by her, helpless begging. He walks over and pats the charming lady on her back. Sure, warming you up for a day is no problem. Startled by the sudden touch, she completely jumps up in shock. Trust me, you and I are loving this dynamic. Qingying teammates watch their interaction and immediately ask with curious smiles, are you guys? Let's dive right back into this insane system Manhwa. What's with all the patting? The charming lady gets warmed by the yang energy. She breathes out so nice and warm. Fang Yi looks at Su Qingying's crew and offers, Captain Su, does your team want to give it a try? Su Qingying chuckles. That feeling actually doesn't seem too bad. The blonde girl gets super hyped. Well, what are we waiting for? The red-haired girl instantly turns her back. Almighty expert, please get into position for the 3 of us. Fang Yi casually pats the backs of Su Qingying, the redhead, and the blonde. All 3 receive the yang attribute shield. That cozy warmth spreads through them, making them so happy they literally can't stop giggling. But right after that, the heavy creeping footsteps of a mutant beast echo out. Fang Yi instantly goes on high alert, warning the whole squad. Heads up, a beast is coming. Su Qingying immediately blasts her spirit energy. What was that? It looks like she completely missed, but instead something vicious strikes right toward the charming lady. She panics and dodges to the side. A massive pitch-black mutant beast suddenly materializes right in front of her. Someone screams out in absolute terror, Madam 81. It is right in front of you. She completely freaks out. Oh my god. Su Qingying recognizes the beast's power level and loudly shouts, watch out. That is an A-rank beast. The charming lady is completely frozen in place, watching the monster lunge straight at her. Su Qingying summons razor-sharp ice shards and charges directly into the attack. I got this. But as the ice strikes the beast, it vanishes like an illusion, blending right into the dark fog. Su Qingying grits her teeth. Dealing with this difficulty level is insane. Lin Yi rushes up from behind to lend a hand. Did it seriously just disappear? Fang Yi scans the area and spots terrifying zombies closing in on them from the rear. Now watch closely, things get crazy here. These half-human, half-demon zombies growl and surround them completely while black fog slowly gathers right beneath their feet. Fang Yi calls out a warning, watch your step. The whole squad is trapped in one spot. He does not even hesitate, stepping forward and drawing his blade for battle. Get back! The intensely hot yang attribute literally transforms Fang Yi's crimson-red eyes into 2 brightly burning flames of raw power. He swings his blade, unleashing the heavenly fire attribute as 2 massive fire dragons roar forward. Boom, the flames explode wildly, incinerating the mutant beasts surrounding them. The crackling fire mixes with a disgusting stench and horrific agonizing screams echo through the entire area. It burns. Stop burning me. Just a single slash of his blade completely finishes the job. Fang Yi rests the blade on his shoulder, turning back to smile at the squad. Safe for now. That wave of beasts is gone. Despite all those eyes, there were actually only two monsters. He rubs his chin in confusion. I just did not expect the beasts here to evolve enough to perfectly mimic human language. Su Qingying has vast knowledge, so she explains it. They probably learned it because they ate way too many humans. Even the absolute weakest of these mutant beasts was nourished by the extreme dark zone right into an A-rank threat. Without creating a spirit domain, fighting them head-on is basically impossible. Not far from the roaring flames, a shadowy figure flickers, just standing there watching without making a single move. That is actually Jialin. Wearing a mask to hide her face, she follows and observes from a distance. Just one strike defeated two A-rank illusion beasts. Even she would have needed to exchange at least a few moves with them. After handling the beasts, Lin Yi stays highly alert and suggests an idea to everyone. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, it's terrifying. If Captain Su is right, we must stick together. Otherwise, these mutant beasts could easily disguise themselves and blend right in among us. Striking the exact second we drop our guard, Fang Yi looks at the totally terrified charming lady on the ground and gently says, Madam, 81, you need to get up now. The charming lady's legs had turned to absolute jelly earlier, making her fall, and she is still shaking with fear. Panting heavily, she feels it. That oppressive aura was absolutely terrifying. It was even more powerful than the cat demon and the zombie. Just a slight touch could literally burn you to death. Is this the absolute suppression of a higher realm? It feels like you cannot even breathe. Suddenly, what is that rushing sound nearby? Fang Yi cannot help but scan his surroundings. It seems like he just noticed something totally off. Lin Yi has incredibly sharp hearing. She asks, Hey everyone, listen closely. Does that sound like ocean waves crashing up ahead? Right as she says that, the ground beneath them violently shakes like an earthquake, making the whole squad stumble in shock. Very quickly, the sound of frantic footsteps echoes from the front. Someone is sprinting toward them. You can even hear loud gunshots firing off, bang bang. A fleeing pioneer desperately warns the shooter. Run away now. Stop fighting it. This thing is way too bizarre. Screams echo from literally everywhere. Help me, I just saw a ghost. Fang Yi's expression turns super dark as he feels the crushing pressure. Ahead, a roaring sound like a massive tsunami surges. Countless mutant bats swarm and causing the pioneers to scatter in absolute chaos, their faces pale with pure terror. The very first person running is Old Dang. Someone randomly screams out that this is something even the legendary army suffered heavy losses against. It is the infamous Dark Tide. The pitch-black dark tide crashes over them like a literal tsunami. Any pioneers who fail to run fast enough get swallowed up instantly. Screams and desperate cries for help echo everywhere. Help save me. Seeing this, Old Dang's heroic blood boils and he completely stops running. He stands his ground, activates his spirit energy shield, and angrily curses. What the hell is a dark tide anyway? Just because the government army could not beat it doesn't mean I can't. Damn it, this thing is just another easy win in my pocket. After saying that, he charges straight toward the vicious wave. Being that brave is highly commendable, but Old Dang totally underestimated the raw power of the dark tide. That's where we leave it for now. His body is instantly swallowed by the black tide. Only while sinking into those dark waters does he finally realize the truth. Let's dive straight into the madness. There are no fish here, just pure nightmares. Old Dang realized too late the beasts were already inside. The monsters hidden in the dark tide instantly swallowed him whole. He groaned in absolute terror. These weren't just A-rank or even S-rank beasts. No, do not let them catch us. But running away wasn't exactly an option. It wasn't just Old Dang falling. Countless other powerful pioneers were being violently dragged down into the suffocating dark tide. Agonizing screams echoed without stopping. Standing on higher ground and temporarily safe from the chaos, Yi quietly asked a terrifying question. The dark attribute energy here is way too thick. Are all those people really beyond saving now? Can we even make it out alive? Fang Yi stayed completely calm, maybe because he just didn't know enough to be scared. He looked at Su Qingying and asked Captain Su, what exactly is this dark tide? Her face turned deadly serious as she answered. The dark tide is the absolute peak of dark attribute power. It devours all decay, and the mutant beasts trapped inside are no exception to its rule. But this mission was planned specifically to avoid the tide. Oh my god, are all the people on the front lines actually dead? Yi was shaking in pure horror. Is this the real dark tide? I only ever read about this nightmare on the Pioneer forums. Rumor says this power can wipe out an entire city. Cousin, shouldn't we fall back right now? Is there even still time to run? However, Fang Yi just ignited the lightning attribute in his hand. He mixed his yang and lightning powers together instantly, forming a massive spherical energy shield. Nobody panic. This spiritual energy shield is perfectly designed to counter the dark attribute. If things get bad, you all need to work together to maintain this shield. It will protect you from the dark tide's massive impact. Su Qingying immediately realized his crazy plan. She tried to stop him, yelling, "What are you trying to do? Watch closely because this is wild." The dark tide is purely condensed darkness, and there is absolutely zero chance their current strength can block it. Just seconds ago, even that spirit creation realm guy got swallowed whole, but Fang Yi just drew his sword, yang energy on one side, crackling lightning on the other. Insane spiritual power erupted. So what if it's condensed? I will destroy it completely. He stepped right out of the shield, charging straight into the deadly dark waves. Yi panicked and screamed. Cousin Su Qingying was in absolute disbelief. Did I hear that right? What is his actual plan? Destroy the entire dark tide. The spot where they were standing really wasn't that far from the shadowy sea. In a flash, Fang Yi's body, fully wrapped in blazing yang energy, slammed into the dark tide. With a massive boom, the black waves swallowed him completely. But yang perfectly counters darkness. Thanks to that, Fang Yi could at least move freely inside this terrifying sea of pitch-black energy. He kept diving deeper and deeper. Once he hit a certain depth and saw those greedy, glowing red eyes, a knowing smirk crossed his face. You saw that coming, right? Just as expected. To these beasts, Fang Yi was basically a juicy piece of bait they just couldn't swallow yet. The creatures swarmed in, completely surrounding him while he stayed totally cool and analyzed the situation. Honestly, instead of calling these regular A-rank beasts that evolve through dark manipulation, it's way more accurate to say they're a fully upgraded, terrifyingly combined fusion form. Fang Yi casually glanced around as the dark beasts mutated, jumping from B rank to A rank and then straight to S rank. Honestly, calling the overall threat level of this entire dark tide zone a triple S rank wouldn't even be an exaggeration. No wonder it could so easily devour a spirit creation realm pioneer, a guy who was basically the absolute elite of humanity. He channeled the lightning spiritual energy in his hands. Blue sparks flashed wildly, and then Fang Yi dashed forward, throwing devastating left and right hooks. His body flickered like a blur, punching clean through several dark beasts. But the sheer number of monsters hiding inside the tide was absolutely overwhelming. Seeing their pack wiped out, the horde rushed forward to rip him apart. He created some distance, his eyes suddenly flashing with blazing golden yang light. He spun around, directly attacking the beasts chasing him. With one brutal slash, he combined scorching fire and burning yang attributes, completely obliterating that massive monster. His spirit creation realm power mixed perfectly with his upgraded weapon. Before this, Fang Yi actually had to struggle a bit against that giant snake and B-rank night bamboo. But now, he was effortlessly slaughtering a rank fusion beast right inside the dark tide. After fighting for a bit, his eyes suddenly locked onto a familiar sight. Fang Yi saw a monster literally gnawing on old Dang's head. It was that annoying guy who yelled at him and his team earlier, looking pretty roughed up. "Is this the same guy from before?" He called out loudly. "Hey, are you still breathing?" Probably thanks to his high cultivation realm, he managed to hold out so the beast had not completely swallowed old Dang just yet. Hearing the voice, the man mumbled weakly. Fang Yi thought to himself he is still reacting, which means his spiritual energy has not been totally drained by the darkness yet. Even though his spirit creation foundation wasn't as rock-solid as Fang Yi's, he was still a genuine high-tier pioneer at the end of the day. There was at least a tiny sliver of hope left. Since saving him was still an option, Fang Yi couldn't just turn a blind eye. So he raised his hand, fully charging his lightning attribute. Divine Lightning, 100 refinements. Fang Yi brought his hand down. A massive pillar of lightning crashed from the sky. Deafening explosions shattered the air, instantly blasting away the beasts chewing on Old Deng. Old Deng was saved, but he had clearly lost all combat ability. His deeply corrupted darkness-infected body collapsed heavily onto the cold ground. That's where we leave it. Fang Yi gripped his blade. He can still save him, but hope is fading. Let's dive right into the chaos. Right on cue, those black shadows revive, swarming the guy standing tall in the dark tide. Deafening roars echo around him. Fang Yi clicks his tongue. Infinite regeneration, huh? Is this the special trait of an S-rank beast? He smiles at the giant aggressive monster in front of him. He already has a plan. Let's try this. Wasting absolutely no time, he reaches forward and just drops his protective spirit energy barrier. He wants to see if the system can edit this dark attribute. The system immediately pops up, warning him of an ultra-strong dark element. But the next notification seriously annoys him. Special power attribute detected. Editing is temporarily unavailable. Fang Yi struggles against the darkness without his shield. Relying solely on his lightning attribute to counter it is proving to be way too hard. Reaching the spirit creation realm still is not enough to edit darkness. As expected, the dark attribute is way more unique than the rest. That method completely failed, so time for plan B. He reactivates his yang attribute spirit shield, a faint smile on his lips. Seeing him standing completely still, the raging horde of beasts roars and lunges right at him. Fang Yi stays calm, calculating his next move. If he cannot destroy it completely and cannot absorb it directly, he just has to switch his tactics. Thoughts racing, he feels a quick flash of regret. It is a real shame he didn't bring the little white flower. Otherwise, he could have used desolate energy to fight this darkness. What else does he have up his sleeve right now? Now watch this closely. An idea hits him, and Fang Yi's eyes literally spark. The absolute perfect tool is right here. Outside in the shield, Fang Yi created the group is frozen in place. The charming woman asks Captain Su, "Have you ever seen anything like this?" Qing Ying shakes her head. "I do not have much experience, never seen this." Watching that bizarre, violently swirling dark tide in the distance, someone mutters, "Can a dark tide even be calmed down at all?" Suddenly, their shield shakes a little, making Lin Yi tremble with pure anxiety. What is wrong with the barrier? So weird. Even facing the ghost vine was not this scary, but this creepy environment has me terrified. My cousin has been in there forever. What if something happens? Qing Ying grabs Lin Yi's hand, gently patting it to calm her down. His spirit energy shield is still holding up just fine. It just flickered a bit. We can combine our spirit energy to reinforce it. Besides, if a guy with his strength falls, we are all dead anyway. She analyzes the situation with total self-awareness. A spirit creation realm expert holding several insane attributes. I honestly suspect his true power is already at the 3-star spirit creation level right now. You and I both know she's right. 3-star ghost axe weaklings like them definitely cannot save him. Makes total sense. Lin Yi and the charming woman literally cannot argue with that logic. Instead, Lin Yi bursts out laughing. "Captain Su, you are too funny." Qing Ying scratches her head, completely embarrassed. "Oh really? My teammates say that too. Are you feeling a bit better now?" While they are joking around, a golden light blazes up behind them, burning even brighter than the actual sun of truth. A booming explosion startles everyone. The entire ground violently shakes as this massive wave of spirit energy completely breaks right through. Images of twisting fire dragons suddenly appear. This is Fang Yi's absolute newest technique, the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Sealing Art. Hovering in midair with dragon heads circling him, he lets out a massive shout. While everyone else is stunned, the charming woman cheers. "Lin Yi, your cousin." Lin Yi is absolutely shell-shocked. She gasps, "This move is way too cool." And she's right, they watch 9 twisting fire dragons completely surround the area, devouring the dark tide. The explosive rumbling just keeps echoing in their ears. Even Jilan, watching from far away, is completely blown away. Heavenly Fire attribute a seal. Right now, the 9 dragons coil their massive bodies, compressing the entire dark tide right inside. She cannot help but secretly marvel. Did he really just seal the entire dark tide? Down below, Fang Yi grits his teeth, pushing his spirit energy to the max to control and shrink that massive sealing sphere. Now he even throws in his lightning attribute to further suppress the dark tide, forcing it to shrink smaller and smaller inside the blazing seal. Fang Yi stands underneath, looking like a man carrying a small planet on his shoulders, his pure spirit energy pouring out endlessly. 9 dragons kill order. He slams the sealing sphere into the ground, heavenly fire and lightning attributes violently sparking together. The ground shatters, sending rocks and dust flying. But Fang Yi doesn't care. He reaches out desperately, trying to compress the seal even more. The heavenly fire seal spins rapidly, acting like indestructible, glowing ribbons, pulling the net tight, completely trapping the dark tide inside. Slowly, after shrinking it down to the absolute perfect size, the seal is complete. A blazing ring of heavenly fire energy still radiates around it. It acts like a padlock, securely locking the dark tide away. With the threat handled, Fang Yi drags Old Deng out and tosses him down. "Safe for now, but what do you and I think he should do with this random guy he just picked up?" Lin Yi happily runs over to Fang Yi. "Cousin, you are okay, thank goodness." She then stares at Old Deng lying completely unconscious on the ground. Qing Ying speaks up. "Leave that guy to my team. You are the big boss after all." "All right, let's jump right back into the madness." Fang Yi is looking super grim, and Su Qingying cannot figure out why he is not celebrating. She secretly admires him so much. I mean, he said he was going to destroy the dark tide, and he actually pulled it off. Fang Yi just turns and walks ahead. He explains it is only a temporary seal because the dark energy in this place is way too thick. We need to move fast. While the seal is still holding up, we have to gather those 7 rot flowers. Su Qingying nods and signals to her 2 squad members. "Got it, we will take this survivor back to the Spirit Association for medical treatment." Then someone from the group asks the heavy question. "Where is everyone else? Did nobody else manage to escape?" Fang Yi just shakes his head. Not a single scrap of clothing or bone is left. Besides this one guy, the dark energy probably swallowed them all whole. No matter what power tier they were in, Madam 80, one sighs heavily. They were literally just breathing and fighting a second ago, and now they are completely gone. Maybe I am just cold-blooded, but right now I am honestly just relieved I did not have to watch them die with my own eyes. Fang Yi gives the order. Madam 81, you 2 and Captain Su take the lead and push forward. The most dangerous thing here is still this pitch-black pool. It makes sense for him to cover the rear, and the girls totally agree. "Yes, sir." Standing on a jagged rock, Fang Yi stares down into the inky water. His system boots up, running a deep scan on the massive dark energy waves. Now, watch closely, this is where it gets crazy. The pitch-black wave rises up to his hand, and the system instantly hits him with a success notification. Next up, ultimate computing power initiates. Towers of pure concentrated dark energy start erupting from the pool, completely wrapping around Fang Yi in an intense aura. He does not fight it at all. He lets the system work as countless threads of dark energy rush straight into his body. Just a moment later, Fang Yi snaps his eyes open. His gaze flashes with that signature eerie purple glow of the dark attribute. The system chimes in with a successful compilation. You have acquired a dark attribute skill, Boundless Dark Realm. It creates a completely sealed-off dimension of dense, heavy fog. Inside this specific zone, normal spirit energy gets totally corroded by the darkness, causing any existing power levels to drastically drop. Fang Yi holds a tiny black orb in the palm of his hand, clearly curious about what it can do. Dark Realm, a specialized domain. He absorbs this fresh energy and breaks down the exact mechanics of his new skill. Basically, the next time he throws down against an enemy, he just activates Boundless Dark Realm. The corrosive effect of the dark attribute will constantly drain his opponent's spirit power, melting their energy away until they have nothing left. And if he stacks this with his other elemental skills, that means he can stack massive debuffs to make his enemies incredibly weak during a fight. With a setup like this, even if an anomaly scarier than the Dark Tide shows up, he can punch way above his weight class and destroy it. The commotion behind them gets a bit too loud. The mist ripples violently, and Su Qingying just cannot stop herself from looking back. Boss, do you feel like this mist is somehow changing? But she literally cannot even finish her sentence before she freezes up, because her eyes lock onto something absolutely mind-blowing. Fang Yi is casually hovering in mid-air while pitch-black fog from every single direction violently gathers right in front of his body. Su Qingying gasps to herself. This spirit wave. Wait, is he seriously breaking through to the next tier again? There was not any crazy heaven and earth phenomenon earlier, but then she notices the terrifying truth. No way. Is he actually absorbing the raw power of the Dark Tide? An S-rank threat, yeah, you and I both know that is absolutely absurd. During this whole Spirit Awakening era, every single pioneer knows that the Dark Attribute is by far the most terrifying thing in existence. It is a lethal force fueled entirely by the deepest negative emotions and hidden malice buried inside every living soul on the planet. That is exactly why absorbing it is strictly banned by the government. They tried researching ways to purify and refine dark energy in the past, but they paid an incredibly tragic, bloody price for it. Because of all that trauma, any anomalies carrying the Dark Attribute get their own special hazard category. They still range from D to S rank, but honestly, even a basic D rank is enough to make a newly ascended Phantom Tier Pioneer experience absolute mind-shattering endless torture, let alone a literal S-rank Dark Tide anomaly like this one. And do not even bring up a Spirit Creation Tier fighter. Even 10 Spirit Creation experts would just get casually swallowed up instantly. Back before it was totally outlawed, some really bold Awakeners actually tried to absorb this dark energy to gain insane power. But there was this one 3-star Phantom Tier guy who absorbed just a tiny microscopic leftover sliver of a C-rank Dark Anomaly's energy. The backlash hit him like a truck. His skin rotted away, his mind completely broke, and he is literally still locked inside a mental hospital today. Meanwhile, back in reality, Fang Yi just casually finishes absorbing all that deadly spirit energy from the darkness. He exhales a long breath, glances over at a hidden corner, and speaks with zero emotion. Come on out, you have been watching us for way too long. Ji-Lan pulls down her face mask and calmly walks over. If I am not mistaken, Fang Yi, you single-handedly sealed up this entire Dark Tide, didn't you? Seeing who it is, Su Qingying instantly panics. Ji-Lan. But the newcomer ignores her completely, keeping her eyes totally locked on Fang Yi instead. And another thing, what exactly were you doing just now? Absorbing the Dark Attribute. He does not even try to hide it, because why would he? Yeah, pretty much. Su Qingying thinks to herself in utter shock, he actually just admitted it. Without a second thought, Ji-Lan pulls out a pistol and aims right at Fang Yi. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me because the tension here is insane. Fang Yi stays completely still, not saying a word as the temperature drops. 81 immediately. Panics. Sister Ji-Lan, what are you doing? Xiao Yi stares anxiously at the two of them locked in this silent standoff. Su Qingying ignores the danger entirely, stepping right in front of Fang Yi to shield him. She demands to know, if I recall correctly, Fang Yi is the ultimate VIP your military faction is trying to recruit, right? In the past, every single person our Aura Association tried to pull in, you guys snatched right out from under us. What exactly is your angle here? Fang Yi appreciates Su Qingying's bravery, but he definitely doesn't want her getting hurt. He gently pushes her aside, his voice completely calm. Weird. I thought our main objective was just to find the 7 rot flower lady. You were obviously in a massive rush to clear this mission, but looking at you right now, it really seems like you are disappointed we didn't die out here. Jilan secretly respects his sharp observation skills, but she stubbornly maintains her ice-cold stance with the gun, totally refusing to explain herself. 81 steps up, demanding answers. Sister Jilan, we have always trusted you, but if you were already here, why didn't you help us earlier? If it wasn't for our big boss, Fang Yi, stepping up, we would have been completely wiped out. I can take it, but Xiao Yi is literally just a kid, yet you just stood by watching and now you want to pick a fight with our boss. Jilan finally cracks a smile, sliding her gun back into her coat pocket. Just kidding. Seems your team really adores you. Congratulations on passing the test. 81 gets completely flustered and immediately denies it. Adore, what are you talking about? Su Qingying chimes in nervously. Yeah, exactly. Fang Yi just glares coldly at Jilan. So your entire purpose here was to test me. She gives a slight nod, finally revealing her motive. Pretty much. Since you possess this kind of insane talent and raw strength, I really... Now pay attention to this part. I refuse to just read those cold files. I needed to see exactly what kind of person you really are. Her eyes turn dead serious as she glances over at 81. And to answer your question about why I didn't jump in and save you guys earlier, these words and her intense stare make 81 visibly nervous. Jilan spins around, releasing a heavy, terrifying aura that completely overpowers her. It is simply because Awakeners can only play by Awakener rules in this aura-recovering world. Every single one of us is exactly the same. Life, death, good luck, or absolute disaster, that is the unpredictable fate of an Awakener. She feels a bit jealous, adding, but you kids are incredibly lucky. You have someone completely trustworthy and ridiculously overpowered to protect you guys. Haven't you figured it out yet? Up until this very moment, not a single anomaly has attacked you. Why? Because they are absolutely terrified by Fang Yi and his Dark Tide sealing powers. Fang Yi listens to her in silence. It makes sense. The Dark Tide is highly practical. It ruthlessly bullies the weak but runs in total fear from the strong. Jilan turns her head, signaling the group to follow her lead. Let me take you to the 7-rot flower. I am way more familiar with this place than you guys. Fang Yi thinks to himself, watching her back. Why do I get the feeling this woman is seriously mentally unstable? As if reading his exact thoughts, Su Xingying whispers, her old squad actually ran straight into a dark tide a long time ago, but tragically, you and I both know how much survivor's guilt hurts. She was the only one who made it out alive. Staring at her lonely back, he finally understands. So that is it. Her status demands absolute obedience and total apathy toward missions and rules. Yet deep down there is this desperate core belief, keeping her moving forward every single day. But after watching him effortlessly seal away that dark tide, her hidden emotions completely spiraled out of control. Fang Yi smiles with genuine sympathy. Oh well. 81, Xiao Yi, let's just go easy on our wounded patient over here. 81 looks completely confused. Wait, she is seriously injured. Fang Yi nods and explains the situation. Yeah, her aura shield is massively damaged and deeply flawed. She should technically be at the 2-star spirit creation tier, but right now her aura shield has basically plummeted by 2 whole levels. Unlike the others, his eyes can clearly see the exact durability of Jilan's aura shield, so he continues explaining. This proves she is suffering from massive internal injuries. Hearing him expose her secret, Jilan suddenly stops dead in her tracks up ahead. She turns her head around. Thanks, but my injuries are perfectly fine. After walking a bit further, the group finally arrives at the ultra-dark mass grave sector. White bones are scattered everywhere here, giving off a seriously creepy vibe. Jilan leads them deeper into the darkness, and along the way, nobody says a single word. While passing through the graveyard, he casually notices something sitting by the side of the road. A human skeleton, and right on its skull rests an old military cap, making a theory click in his mind. Just ahead of them, a glowing flower sits on top of a dirt mound not too far away. Jilan speaks up. We are here. This is the mass grave. She points straight at the flower that has claimed so many lives. Look. That is the 7-rot flower. Right after saying that, Jilan goes completely quiet. This place only drags up those agonizingly painful memories for her. She slowly steps forward. Dark shadows are constantly swirling around the 7-rot flower, acting like royal guards protecting their precious princess. Jilan reaches her hand out, her expression looking terrifyingly unhinged, like she has totally lost control of her mind. Finally, I finally get to see you again. Trust me, you and I can both sense something is terribly wrong here. Fang Yi, standing behind her, stays totally sharp. This isn't right. He instantly condenses a blazing fireball right in the palm of his hand. Fang Yi hurls the fireball straight at Ji-Lan, screaming, "Snap out of it." The scorching fireball flies right toward her. Ji-Lan snaps back to reality in a panic. Such raw power, this elemental attribute. Extremely rare yang energy. She spins around and smashes the fireball. Ji-Lan glares at Fang Yi in annoyance, the guy who just snapped her back to reality. "Stick with me here, you're going to want to see this." She turns back and those ghostly illusions of her fallen teammates finally vanish. She secretly blames herself, wondering if her preparations just weren't thorough enough. Lin Yi steps up, visibly worried. "Sister Ji-Lan, are you okay?" Su Qingying quickly explains what happened. "You were heavily affected by that dark attribute energy just now. Maybe we should just stay right here." Ji-Lan stays completely silent. She doesn't say a single word, but she also stops walking forward. Fang Yi automatically steps up. Su Qingying watches his back as he walks away, telling Ji-Lan, "Let him be the one to gather the 7 decay flower." Wherever he steps, that toxic black mist with its heavy, dark attributes completely dissolves. In no time at all, Fang Yi closes in on the 7 decay flower. But right at this moment, a massive rumbling shakes the ground. Something huge is trying to break through the surface. A half-decayed demon fox erupts straight out of the earth. It lunges viciously right at Fang Yi with killer intent. It opens its massive jaw, showing off razor-sharp teeth. Inside, countless vengeful souls it had swallowed whole. Deafening screams echo everywhere, piercing right through their ears. "I am so hungry, so hungry." Fang Yi just gives it an ice-cold glare, raises his hand, and casually summons his lightning attribute, Divine Lightning. He swings his arm, unleashing an absolute storm of lightning bolts to suppress and heavily damage the demon fox. It roars out in pure agony. But the lightning suppression has its limits, and the beast is still thrashing around, fighting back hard. Fang Yi can't help but wonder to himself, just how many anomalies did this demon fox devour to mutate into something this disgusting? Is this seriously another S-rank monster? Feeling a slight bit of worry creeping in, he decides to end this fast. He needs to grab that 7 decay flower and get out of here. The seal holding back the dark tide is running out of time. He raises his hand to use his newly learned technique, "Not dead yet." "Then let me test this on you. Now watch closely." This is where it gets absolutely insane. A dark purple barrier explodes outward, deploying the boundless dark domain. In just a few seconds, the massive barrier takes shape, completely trapping both the demon fox and Fang Yi inside. Inside the boundless dark domain, the fox is instantly chained down by endless waves of black energy, heavily restricting its movements. Its monstrous power starts draining away fast. It shivers in fear, totally clueless about what's happening. The system pings Fang Yi with a notification. The S-rank half-decayed demon fox has been brutally downgraded to a B rank. Looking at the helpless fox tied up right in front of him, he grabs the hilt of his sword and casually sighs. Dropped a whole 2 ranks. Looks like the cultivation foundation of these S-rank anomalies in this extremely dark land really isn't all that solid after all. The sword in Fang Yi's hand suddenly flashes with a blinding crimson flame. An overwhelmingly powerful yang attribute violently swirls inside the boundless dark domain. He swings his blade in a horizontal slash. A roaring fire dragon completely swallows the demon fox whole. It is over. Outside, Su Qingying stares at the pitch-black barrier hiding Fang Yi. She can't help but ask out loud, "What in the world is this? Is this black aura the dark attribute?" But the feeling isn't exactly the same. Lin Yi nods in agreement. "You are right. I don't feel that terrifying, bone-chilling pressure at all." Ji-Lan, who definitely knows a lot more than them, steps up to explain. "That is because this is Fang Yi's personal domain. He's mastered the dark attribute and actually taught himself how to create his very own territory. Way too many shocks for one single day." She subconsciously thinks about how insanely difficult it is to use spiritual energy just to manifest a domain. You and I both know how rare that is, right? Before this, only one single person could create a domain space using spiritual energy, and that was her master. Other than her master, at most 3 people in the entire world possess this ability. The other 2 have completely unknown identities, but they are known to be in Country M. Back when the capital was facing an apocalyptic disaster, her master deployed his domain to try and suppress it, but the final result was Ji-Lan stops herself from thinking any further because right at that moment, Su Qingying excitedly speaks up. Something is changing, he is coming out. Ji-Lan is visibly shocked. That fast, Fang Yi just gives them a harmless casual smile, assuring the whole group, "All right, this graveyard shouldn't give us any more trouble now." With those words spoken, he walks straight toward the 7 decay flower. Its petals gently sway in the wind, almost like it's waiting for its fated owner. Fang Yi is incredibly careful with it. He gently reaches out, supports the stem, and plucks it entirely by the roots. Once he finally has the 7 decay flowers securely in his hands, he silently exhales. "This should be good enough, right?" Ji-Lan watches from the sidelines, her nerves stretched tight as a bowstring. This is the exact item she has been searching for. Holding the 7 decay flower in her hands, she asks in complete disbelief. Is this really the 7 decay flower? It is just this tiny. Fang Yi totally understands her overwhelming emotions. He nods and says, yeah, mission accomplished, but we need to get out of here right now. The dark tide isn't like your average dark anomaly. It could easily shatter the seal at any given moment and cause massive trouble for us. He glances over at the unconscious old Deng, who is still being dragged along by the others. Not to mention, we are being slowed down by dead weight. Jilan actually smiles a super rare, genuine smile. Okay, thank you. Fang Yi, without you stepping up to save the day, this mission would have completely failed. Thanks to everyone else too. Let's head out. Just like before, Lin Yi and Madame 81 take the front while Su Qingying's team guards the middle section. And Fang Yi takes the rear with Jilan walking right beside him. Fang Yi, I seriously cannot thank you enough. She opens up to him. The only diamond realm venerable of Xia country Elder Wu is currently in absolutely critical condition. So what do we make of this? A single flower changes everything. The 7 decay flower is the only medicine that can save him. You saved him. Hearing this, Fang Yi falls into deep thought. Diamond. Stick with me here as our group pushes forward and that nasty black fog clears. You and I are finally seeing the light. 81-year-old beauty cheers, absolutely thrilled. She yells, we finally did it. We actually survived this hell and made it out alive. Y is right there with her, jumping for joy. Seriously, seeing actual daylight again feels like an absolute dream. Outside, the military guys and the Spirit Association are buzzing. They can't believe it, the 7 decay flower. They actually secured the flower. When Sister Lamb said she had the flower, nobody bought it. I mean, who exactly managed to pull off a miracle like that? Stepping into this huge crowd, 81-year-old beauty gets a little bit flustered. She's just like, wow, are all these people seriously waiting for us? But why? She doesn't even care about the crowd staring at them. Her eyes lock right onto something completely different. Parked right there is a heavy-duty military ride rocking the Spirit crest. She gasps, no way, that is a Spirit War Zone vehicle. The Spirit War Zone is legendary across Xia country. Everybody knows their name. Are we talking about absolute unmatched power here? 81-year-old beauty freezes in pure shock. Wait, Sister Jilan is actually a high-ranking officer there. She thinks, oh man, I literally just talked back to her. Listen, the Spirit War Zone is the absolute top dog out of Xia country's 10 major zones even during times of total peace. They are the elite of the elite nationwide. We are talking about absolute monsters packing insane physical and mental power. Since the spiritual energy awakened, their advantage is completely broken. They don't just have endless resources, the actual forbidden zone they guard is a super rare cultivation treasure land. The super rare 7 decay flower is carefully handed over to Han Li. He takes it with this deeply grateful, totally relieved smile. Now here's where the respect kicks in. Seeing his tense face relax is rare. He puts a hand to his chest and roars salute. Every single soldier around them immediately snaps to attention. They are giving Fang Yi the absolute highest level of military respect and honor possible. Handing the precious flower off for safekeeping, Han Li salutes Jilan. He tells her, I'm rushing this straight to the hospital right now. You can relax. She gives a nod. All right, I will catch up with you later. Immediately, the military truck fires up and speeds off. The only thing that matters right now is saving Elder No. Once the truck is gone, Fang Yi finally asks, are you Spirit War Zone? Jilan gives this cool smile. Yup. And with your insane power display today, your name is definitely echoing through our entire base already. You are about to be seriously famous. But Fang Yi doesn't really care about the hype. He just quietly listens to what she's saying. I've got to admit, she tells him, your solo strength alone could easily wipe the floor with our zone's most elite combat squad. Plus, your potential is just completely off the charts. We haven't even seen your limit. Then she drops the big offer. So interested in joining us? You get access to the absolute best cultivation resources anywhere. Oh, and by the way, for this crazy mission, you and the Spirit Association team are getting double the payout. Fang Yi stays totally polite. Thanks for the bonus, he says. I know you guys are Xia country's ultimate powerhouse, but I've got my own specific training rhythm, so I'm going to pass on joining. Jilan totally respects his call, but she gives our guy a very serious friendly warning. Let that sink in for a second. The world is changing fast, and what the government is absolutely terrified of are these dark attribute anomalies. These twisted anomalies are multiplying like crazy, and honestly, things are only going to get way worse from here. Their corruption is spreading nonstop, literally like a massive plague. At any given moment, they could trigger a full-blown catastrophic disaster across the globe. Because of that, we have no choice but to lock down forbidden zones to hold them back. The Spirit Association is stepping up heavy defenses everywhere too. Not wanting to sound pushy, Jilan quickly clears things up. I'm not dumping all this on you to force your hand or guilt trip you. It's just that an absolute elite pioneer like you has earned the right. You are officially qualified to know the real truth. Fang Yi gets it completely. He drops a confident smile and says, understood. If I ever run into an anomaly down the line, even if it's strangers in danger, I won't just stand by. You can definitely count on me for that. Ji-Lan gives this really soft smile and says, genuinely, I'm really glad we met. Just to prove she means business, she hands him a slick-looking badge. Here, take this token for now, she tells him. It's this sleek black token carved with a badass dragon rocking the Spirit War Zone name. Ji-Lan breaks down the perks. With this pass, you have VIP access to enter any forbidden zone for cultivation. The main gates of the Spirit War Zone always wide open for you. One last thing, she adds, do you want to go see Elder No? Hearing this super eager invite, Fang Yi wants to make sure. You mean that legendary diamond tier master? She nods right back. Yeah, he was actually my master back in the day. I really think you two should meet up. Are you down for that? Honestly, I'm just asking this personally because I really want to be friends. Fang Yi doesn't say yes right away. He pockets the black token, then extends a hand and smiles. All right, more friends, more fun. I will tag along with you, so let's just consider this my first little gift to a brand new friend. But trust me, you're gonna love this flex. Before Ji-Lan can even blink, crackling lightning wraps completely around her. She gasps in shock. What? Fang Yi keeps it cool. I figure I can purge the leftover dark attribute poison still inside you. The blue electricity wraps her like a glowing net. She feels this wild, unfamiliar lightning energy, but incredibly, it doesn't hurt her at all. Let's dive into something absolutely crazy. Healing, lightning. Yeah, she was just as shocked as we are. Her whole body tingled. That freezing, aching pain, totally replaced by a soothing warmth. Gone. That nasty wound corrupted by dark fog began closing up and her internal organs basically reset to perfect health. Even her blood vessels were purified. She finally felt a deep comfort she hadn't known in ages. Every ounce of toxin in Ji-Lan's body got completely wiped out by Fang Yi's rare lightning. Unbelievable. Literally, a total rebirth. Seeing her color return, he asked, how do you feel? Ji-Lan checked herself over. She smiled. Perfect. The lingering dark energy in my body isn't just gone, it was completely shattered. Old Deng was loaded into the ambulance. The doctor checked him and sighed. A Tier 1 spirit creation expert, taking such heavy damage. Can he even survive this? Su Qingyang looked around, walking straight over to Ji-Lan and Fang Yi. You guys haven't left yet. Wait, Ji-Lan's injuries look way better. Ji-Lan didn't hide it. That's right. His insanely rare pure lightning totally wiped out my dark energy residue. Su Qingyang's eyes immediately lit up. Watch closely here. This is a tyrant-level lightning attribute, destroys enemies but amazingly also saves lives. Seeing her hungry expression, Fang Yi instinctively backed up, covering his chest. Hey, what exactly are you staring at? Qing Ying completely ignored him, waving wildly at the medical team. Get over here. Then she spun back around, eyes practically sparkling, staring at Fang Yi. So quick question, can we officially team up? He honestly had no clue what she meant. What do you mean? Su Qingyang explained quickly. Combining your spiritual power with our medical tech could save more fighters infected by dark energy. Immediately, she dropped into a full 90-degree bow to show she was completely serious. Please just show us one more time. Fang Yi casually sparked his lightning attribute, not aiming it at any person, letting the electricity dance wildly in the air. Is this good enough? The serious doctor adjusted his glasses, staring intently at the wild lightning raging next to him. Yeah, this might actually work. Pure high-tier lightning like this definitely counters dark energy. Ji-Lan chimed in with a very helpful detail. When Fang Yi transferred it directly to me, my dark energy was completely destroyed. So we just need to let Fang Yi make physical contact with the injured fighters, right? We have someone in a coma who's also a spirit creation expert. Su Qingyang aggressively shook her head. Nope, not every spirit creation expert can handle spiritual power like that. The doctor quickly agreed. Exactly, Commander Ji-Lan. Your injuries were definitely severe, but based on our medical assessment, they were basically mild compared to him. Healing the other guy would take 10 times more lightning power than what was used on you. Plus, just waking him up alive would be a miracle. A full recovery, literally impossible. We all see it. Fang Yi caught on instantly. Got it. Like a blood transfusion. So how do I transfer my power? You store it. A doctor politely guided him. Step right over here. The ambulance had an energy extraction unit. The doctor explained, just place your hand here and release your spiritual power. Easy enough. Fang Yi complied. Outside, Yi watched her cousin and Ji-Lan, totally mind-blown. She never expected. Ji-Lan was a high-ranking spiritual war zone officer, and her cousin, he actually made this legendary military branch offer him a VIP invite. Plus, the ice-cold Ji-Lan actually asked to be his friend. She even saw Ji-Lan hand him her personal token, while his cousin was completely lost in thought. Fang Yi noticed her standing in the corner. He called out, Yi, how are you two doing? She answered, cousin, we've completely recovered. Yi explained, next up, Madam 81, and I want to train more, maybe tackle some missions. We can't rely on you forever, or we'll never actually get stronger. Deep down, she made a quiet promise. She couldn't be a burden anymore. She had to catch up to him. Meanwhile, the extraction process finished up. Fang Yi withdrew his hand. He didn't stop her, only saying, "Be careful." Smiling, he thought, this kid really grew up. Everything was settled, so Su Qingying had to head out. She waved goodbye. "All right, we're off. See you guys around on the next mission." Fang Yi gave a simple nod goodbye. Ji-Lan turned away. "Let's go visit Elder Wu." The ambulance drove off slowly, leaving the restricted zone. Inside the ambulance, a frustrated scream rang out. "Playing hard to get, then telling us not to show up." That angry meltdown came from Su Qingying. She bitterly complained, "Just great. The spiritual war zone completely stole him. All my networking wasted." "We've all been there, right?" Her team laughed. "Captain, calm down. Let us jump right in. You and I can see the Aura Association structure is just a total mess right now. Between the main headquarters and the branch offices, a bunch of these managers act way more arrogant than high-ranking military officers. And those so-called top elite teams, honestly, they are completely scattered, just falling apart. Forget about them lowering their pride to actually befriend Fang Yi. Honestly, it is a total miracle those arrogant jerks haven't tried to cause trouble yet." We cut straight to the mental combat zone inside the absolute highest-grade hospital room at the medical base, backed right up against the mountain. Fang Yi stares at the thin, lifeless old man lying on the bed, asking in complete disbelief, "Is this really Elder Wu?" Ji-Lan nods, heavy with grief. "Yeah, it is bizarre, right? A peak diamond-tier powerhouse reduced to a withered old man stuck in a hospital bed." She explains that his condition was actually way worse before. He literally looked like a zombie. Even after using the 7-rot flower, he still has not woken up at all. Fang Yi cannot help but wonder what on earth did this guy go through. So Ji-Lan starts telling him the backstory. When the dark attribute disaster suddenly struck the capital, the weather mutated wildly. The sky itself was violently torn apart by pure darkness. To stop the dark anomaly from destroying the capital, her master tried to seal the dimensional rift completely alone. But right before he did that, all of us used a special technique to transfer our spiritual power to him. And he completely burned through almost every single drop of that extra energy. Now pay close attention here, because this is where the stakes get crazy. They rated this disaster way above S-class. Even though that dark tide was terrifying, the destructive power of this disaster was several times stronger than a regular dark tide. Ji-Lan speaks with a heavy, grim tone. If it fully descended, it would completely annihilate the massive capital city. Even all the surrounding cities would be dragged down and wiped off the map. The capital is incredibly important. If it fell, the entire nation would plunge into absolute chaos. So her master activated his own personal domain, forcefully trying to seal away the S-class anomaly. But they had no idea this massive disaster was far more terrifying than anyone ever predicted. It was way stronger than all of their combined power. The dark attribute brutally backfired and completely overwhelmed her master. If he wasn't a diamond-tier powerhouse, he would have instantly turned to dust. He could have even become extra fuel for that dark anomaly. Hearing the whole story, Fang Yi feels profound respect for Elder Wu, risking it all to stop a city from being destroyed. The man was a truly extraordinary pioneer. Fang Yi is incredibly grateful to the fallen heroes from his own past life. Back then, it was only because so many pioneers stood in front of him that he managed to become humanity's very last survivor. Maybe in his past life, Elder Wu actually died right at this exact moment. Fang Yi is a man of action. He reaches his hand out. Seeing his sudden movement, Ji-Lan completely panics and screams out loud. "What exactly are you trying to do to my master?" He lets his lightning attribute course right through Elder Wu's body. Then he suddenly remembers he should probably explain himself so she does not freak out. "Don't stress. The 7-rot flower is working, but I want to see if I can manually purge a small portion of that stubborn, dark attribute directly out of his body. That way he should finally be able to wake up a lot faster." Ji-Lan instinctually gasps in total disbelief. "I know what you're thinking. Messing with an S-class disaster, insane." But then she remembers Fang Yi was actually the one who successfully harvested that rare flower to begin with, so she calms down. "Fine, give it a try." Brilliant blue lightning starts crackling loudly inside the hospital room, completely wrapping around Elder Wu's body. Watching her beloved master receive this special, intense treatment directly from Fang Yi, Ji-Lan holds onto a tiny spark of hope. She warns him, "Maybe you really are a miracle, but you need to be careful. This dark attribute is way more terrifying than a standard dark tide. If it wasn't, then even with the flower's healing power, my master's overall recovery speed would not be this incredibly slow." Fang Yi just gives a cold nod. He focuses his mental energy into the lightning in his hands. "I know. I can actually feel exactly how powerful this dark energy is. Even while being suppressed by the purifying strength of the rare flower, weakened and contained, it still gives off an absolutely suffocating pressure. Right as he finishes speaking, thick black mist suddenly erupts from Elder Wu's body. Seeing this happen, Jilan jumps back, a cold chill running right down her spine. The black fog starts gathering around Fang Yi. She loudly shouts, warning him immediately. Fang Yi, focus your mind and be careful. It is already starting to directly affect you. He instantly closes his eyes using his spiritual aura for protection. A warm, bright yang attribute energy completely wraps around Fang Yi's entire body. When he opens them, his eyes are glowing with a ring of golden spiritual energy. But the hospital room is totally gone. Now facing him is a dark cloud, shaped exactly like a giant eye. He is standing in the middle of a deserted street. Did his consciousness get dragged back into the past? Fang Yi slowly raises his head, staring straight up at the sky. Who are you? The massive evil eye floating in the sky asks. Fang Yi does not answer. He just thinks to himself getting briefly exposed to the lingering dark energy inside Elder Wu's sick body was enough to pollute his mind and trap him in an illusion. A confident smirk creeps onto his face. Whatever, it really does not matter. I am just the guy who came here to eliminate you. Guess this anomaly isn't exactly an invincible god after all. Lightning starts crackling wildly across Fang Yi's right hand. Right then, the evil eye shoots a massive chain of crimson lightning straight at him. What the hell? His eyes flash gold as he dodges at lightning speed. Trust me, you are going to want to stick around for this epic boss fight. The lightning from this bizarre monster is just as strong as the divine lightning he absorbed on Jade Emperor Peak. Plus, there are tons of insect-type anomalies dripping with dark attributes. Stick with me here because even though this is just an illusion, every single one of these beasts is as powerful as the Dark Tide. And right now, there are literally tens of thousands of these nasty insect monsters swarming out, rushing straight toward Fang Yi. Seeing this insane swarm, he immediately draws his signature Tang blade out. Well, time for a little extreme pest control. He swings the blade and roaring flames erupt. With a sonic boom, Fang Yi stomps the ground and launches himself upward. Boom! A deafening explosion hits as he slashes the flaming blade. The terrifying heat literally splits the dark mist right in half. But almost instantly, the black fog merges back together. Watching this, Fang Yi realizes the truth. This is an S-rank anomaly aggregate. Maybe because it is an illusion or thanks to the 7 Fade Flower, its power is heavily nerfed, dropping it closer to A rank. Are these the exact same disaster-level monsters Elder Wu has been fighting across the entire city? No, is probably way worse than just this. Fang Yi reaches his hand out. Boundless dark realm. Instantly, a massive aura of pure darkness gathers right into his palm. The black sphere grows larger and larger. The suction is so insane that even the main anomaly body gets dragged in. Now watch this reaction. The monster glares at him in absolute horror. You aren't human. Fang Yi just smirks and clicks his tongue. He lets out a fierce shout, and the terrified anomaly is instantly swallowed up by the overwhelming gravitational pull. Its bitter, frustrated voice echoes one last time, we will be back soon enough. That is just the lingering consciousness left behind by the dark attribute power. Wait, it just said we. Does this monster actually have more backup waiting somewhere? Are more disaster-level threats coming? Pushing those wild thoughts aside, Fang Yi decides to just get out of this place first and plan later. Back in the real world, Fang Yi snaps his eyes open. Lightning flashes from his hand as he yanks a clump of dark energy straight out of Elder Wu. The second it comes out, Fang Yi immediately unleashes the 9 dragons' blazing fire seal, locking the dangerous energy completely down. Ji-Lan looks absolutely stunned. So this is the dark attribute that was poisoning Elder Wu from the inside. Fang Yi quickly explains. This dark energy inside Senior Wu is most likely the leftover residue from a disaster-level anomaly. Even though it still holds immense dark power, thanks to the constant drain from the 7 Fade Flower and Elder Wu sealing it, its deadly influence is not huge anymore. Elder Wu truly lives up to his title as Hua Nation #1 pioneer. He has literally been using his own body as fuel to suppress this dark power. If that were anyone else, they would have died 100 times over by now. You seriously just saved his life. It wasn't just my power, he admits. Without the 7 Fade Flower, I could never have extracted such a stubborn, dark attribute from his body. The flower kept him alive, sure, but your abilities are what finally gave him a real chance at a complete recovery. Fang Yi tightly clenches his fist and lightning fiercely crackles. In an instant, the clump of dark energy is completely crushed to dust. Alright, it is completely useless now. But there is still one very important thing I really need to discuss with you. Just now in the illusion, the consciousness of that disaster remnant basically gave us a warning. A bigger threat is coming. We need to be ready at all times. When it hits, we cannot let an old man who just recovered fight on the front lines. Ji-Lan nods in agreement. Yeah, I know. I have actually heard the rumors. Rumors? Fang Yi glances over at her, clearly intrigued. The Military Monitoring Division and the Spirit Association work together. They regularly compile all the abnormal spirit energy fluctuations both sides manage to gather. All the data on these phenomena is strictly recorded and kept under heavy lockdown to prevent any leaks to the public. I know what you are thinking, but get this. Rumor says the data predicts Hua Nation will not even survive the first year of the spirit energy revival. Of course, nobody actually believes it. I mean, monitoring abnormal spirit energy fluctuations, it just sounds like a bunch of pretentious authority talk. So do you actually think these wild rumors are true? Hearing this, Fang Yi wonders to himself, could his own rebirth be changing the future timeline entirely? He clearly remembers surviving all the way until year 3 of the Great Spirit Revival, even though Blue Star was pretty much completely wiped out by that point. He places a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Do not overthink it. Elder Wu will probably wake up very soon. Rest easy. If another disaster strikes, I promise I will be standing right there on the front lines with you all. This apocalyptic war is going to break out sooner or later. But this time around, he is going to change everything. Scene cut to late at night, a bright moon hanging high. Back at his house, Fang Yi sits with legs crossed intensely, cultivating his dark attributes. After fighting those S-rank anomalies twice, he can feel it. He is right on the verge of breaking through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. The spirit energy revival is fast approaching. Even though he has secured the dark attribute power now, it is still far from enough to survive. That anomaly, back in the illusion, even heavily nerfed, there was no hiding how insanely destructive its true power really was in combat. Sitting back on the sofa, Fang Yi suddenly catches sight of the little flower resting quietly on the windowsill. He walks over, pokes it, and mutters, "Not bringing you along was a huge mistake, but you are just too hard to carry." And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you won't want to miss what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. You and I are about to see this crazy little plant get some real action. Time for a quick walk outside. Cut to the back mountain. Fang Yi carries the potted plant deep into the woods. Got to admit, the Spirit Guild's botanical research team actually knows their stuff. Even though we are just in the early stages of spirit energy awakening, nature's ability to heal itself has become absolutely insane. In just a short amount of time, the completely burned down trees have already bounced back big time. They even planted a whole bunch of brand new saplings here. Fang Yi stops at an empty patch of dirt and carefully plants little flora. He definitely needs to thank Sue's group for this tomorrow. He warns the little guy to only absorb a tiny bit, don't go totally crazy. The plant frantically nods its head in agreement. Because honestly, with its massive appetite, eating every single forest on this planet wouldn't be enough. Fang Yi then drops it right down into the soil. In just a split-second boom, a desolate aura sweeps through instantly, sucking the life force out of every single plant nearby. Layer after layer, everything turns a dead grayish color. Fang Yi crosses his arms, looks around, and mutters to himself that it is good enough. Right after that, he smiles, crouches down, and casually yanks the little plant right back out. Alright, buddy, let's find another spot to feed. Staring at little flora, Fang Yi wonders to himself, out of all the evolved plant life out there, where exactly does this little guy rank in the wood element hierarchy? A desolate attribute anomaly like this has to be at least A rank. Normally, this mountain is absolutely packed with all sorts of wild animals. But today, not a single one in sight. Are they completely terrified of the crazy desolate power inside you? Now pay close attention here. An eerie high-pitched howl suddenly echoes from the east, completely shattering the silence of the forest. Fang Yi snaps his gaze eastward. The sound is definitely coming from that direction. The chilling wolf howl keeps ringing through the once quiet woods. That roar is full of pure rage and deep agony, carrying a desperate will to survive, mixed with the stench of death. The wolf pack is evolving. Fang Yi stares toward the pack. So this must be the alpha wolf, right? Looks like it is already finishing up its massive evolution process. Evolution complete. In a flash, the alpha's body bulks up with massive rippling muscles. The absolute beast tries testing out its new legs. Wow! Fang Yi is genuinely shocked. Is this spirit energy wave actually about to hit an A-rank anomaly level? After ranking up, the alpha mutated from a basic wood element forest creature into something completely different, a highly corrosive poison attribute beast. This toxic trait probably happened because it absorbed some dark element energy during its breakthrough. Fang Yi carefully sizes up the massive alpha. Looks like dark element activity is spiking everywhere lately. It was enough to force this alpha to suddenly upgrade with dual attributes. But hey, it is still just an A-rank power at the end of the day. Fang Yi plants his flower down again. Time to take the trash out. Sure, it is only A rank, but the sheer numbers of this pack are a huge problem. Plus, right down the mountain is a populated city. If these monsters hit the streets, it would be an absolute bloodbath. So let's go. The alpha's eyes flare with killer intent as it lunges forward to attack. Let's pause and watch this closely. We are about to see just how devastating this desolate power is, using absolutely zero other abilities for backup. Down below, a squad of exterminators is watching the whole mountain scene unfold, and they look completely sick to their stomachs. The alpha's evolution is done. It's way too strong. What is the current pollution level? The captain checks his meter, reading out a terrifying 90. The whole team turns around to look at him in pure disbelief. The captain's face turns grim as he adds, it is still rapidly climbing. This wood element alpha easily hits the 3-star ghost tier, maybe even pushing right into the 1-star spirit creation level. Why are there so many? The rest of the wolves are ranging anywhere from 2 to 3-star ghost tier. Just looking at this mess, we clearly do not have enough manpower. We can't win this fight. Even you only just managed to break through to 3-star ghost tier, right? Feeling the heavy pressure rolling down from above, a member screams out in terror. It is the dark element. Dark element activity is happening again. How is this even possible? No wonder the pollution numbers are so insane. Now I get it. The reason it is so toxic is because the alpha actually evolved dual attributes. Something like this happening to an anomaly is incredibly dangerously rare. The scanner just spiked up to 100. The captain presses his earpiece and screams, even if we can't beat them, we have to hold the line. If this pack finishes evolving and charges down the entire city at the base of the mountain, will be completely wiped out. These beasts are already brutally violent by nature. Fueled by this evolution energy, they'll be unstoppable nightmares. I need to contact the Spirit Guild for emergency backup right now. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently. Wait a second, do you guys feel that? The entire side of the mountain is literally shaking. An earthquake. How could a wolf evolution possibly cause an earthquake? No, that is not it. Another massive anomaly just showed up. Beep, beep, beep. The scanner goes absolutely crazy, jumping to a horrifying 1000 boom. An unimaginably terrifying aura suddenly erupts from the mountain, shooting straight up into the sky. Oh my god, that is desolate power. Why the hell is there desolate energy showing up here? In the blink of an eye, everyone's face turns dead pale. They instantly turn around to bolt, run. No matter what, we have to fall back to the safe zone. Is it those crazy vines that disappeared earlier and with zero warning beforehand? The captain wildly waves his arms, screaming for an immediate civilian evacuation. But hold on, what do we make of this? The desolate power is actually fading. Stick with me here. If the desolation power didn't show up, what the heck is this? The captain stares in shock. Did the desolation power hide deep inside the mountain? Exactly. It is so weird. The danger is completely gone. Do we even report this? Meanwhile, Fang Yi places a flower seed on the ground and plants it in a flash. A massive surge of green energy suddenly explodes outward. Look, flowers. The entire mountain forest floor is instantly covered in thousands of tiny white flowers. But these flowers are absolutely terrifying. They suck out the life force from the wolf pack, using that energy to bloom like crazy. Fang Yi just watches coldly. This ocean of spirit flowers will keep multiplying and growing until every last drop of energy from the wolves is drained completely. The wolves try using their spirit energy to fight back, but what good is it? The spirit flowers wrap tight around the demon wolves, draining their flesh and blood completely dry, leaving absolutely nothing behind but a pile of perfect white skeletons on the ground. The flowers sway. After absorbing the life force of the wolves, the red color on their petals starts looking even more vibrant and deadly. The Wolf King goes completely crazy with rage. It opens its massive jaws and blasts a blue beam of spirit energy right at Little Flower. Completely useless. Can it see? The desolation attribute of the spirit flower has already rooted itself deep beneath this entire mountain forest. Flowers cover everything. They take from the mountain and use it. Even though you upgraded your intelligence, you probably don't know the saying, wildfires can't burn away the weeds and the wind brings them back to life. Exactly. The Wolf King spots the main body of Little Flower and immediately charges at full speed. Fang Yi nods. Not bad, it actually found the location of Little Flower. Hey Little Flower, you have been spotted, what are you gonna do now? Suddenly, the Little Flower expands into a massive size and charges straight at the Wolf King. Boom! The Wolf King jumps right into the center of the flower to bite it, but it quickly realizes something is very wrong. Watch closely, this gets wild. Little Flower is actually swallowing it right back. Its life force is draining fast. Fang Yi looks worried. Will it really let the dark attribute corrupt itself? The Wolf King thrashes around for a long time, but eventually it gets completely swallowed up by Little Flower. Fang Yi sighs in awe. The desolation power is so dominant, what kind of insane ability even is this? I honestly can't believe it. After planting the desolation attribute into this spirit flower, it didn't even need me to tweak anything. It literally created its very own cultivation technique. Once trapped inside this massive ocean of flowers, absolutely zero anomalies can ever hope to escape alive. Splat! The little flower spits out the dry skeleton of the Wolf King. Even if you keep destroying the spirit flower, it will just keep regenerating back to life, using endless desolation power to turn everything into white bones. Fang Yi gently taps the petals and praises it, calling it the Endless Spirit Ocean. Ding. The system window pops up with a notification. The spirit flower successfully transplanted the desolation attribute, unlocking Endless Spirit Ocean. Suddenly, the very center of the red flower glows intensely, gathering a mysterious and overwhelming force that words can't even describe. Fang Yi freezes for a second. Is this an evolution? The edges of the petals reflect light, looking just like mysterious glowing runes flowing around them. It releases a deep and mysterious aura. Meanwhile, back at the Spirit Energy Association, a group of staff members stare at their screens in absolute terror. An A-rank mutated pollution detected. Everyone look at this. The polluted zone is showing two completely different waves of spirit energy. The Wolf King leveled up and spawned a dark attribute, but another desolation attribute just appeared out of nowhere with zero warning. The old chairman demands the exact location. A male staff member points at the screen and says, "This lower mountain forest is the area Captain Su used to manage." Wait a minute. Didn't the Destroyer Squad already go out there to stop the Wolf Pack? I know what you're thinking, but wait. Right at that moment, a message comes through his earpiece. This is the Destroyer Squad. At the mutated Wolfpack location, a massive desolation power suddenly erupted, and the concentration levels are completely off the charts. This wave of desolation power completely wiped out the A-rank mutated wolf anomalies, but it didn't target us at all. Instead, it vanished deep right into the mountain. Right now, the mountain is showing an insane anomaly, with tons of mountain flowers blooming everywhere. We literally cannot get close to it. We have no idea if this desolation power is going to affect the surrounding areas next. If this completely unidentified anomaly fully erupts, the damage and impact will far exceed those terrifying aerial ghost vines that appeared here before. Should we send backup over there? If things go wrong, even with all the Vanguard members gathered here, we probably can't win this fight. In that case, we will dispatch 2 elite squads. Little Su Qingying remembers Fang Yi walking away and thinks to herself, yes, it must be. It's the back mountain. I always had this feeling, and this time it has to be him again. Thinking of this, she points and says, hold on. I really believe the source of this crazy desolation power might actually be Fang Yi. His house is located right at this spot. He will definitely protect everyone in this area. Cutting back to the back mountain, Little Flower's evolution process is finally complete. Sure enough, eating that Wolf King means you're going to take on its traits. You're about to evolve a second attribute. Hearing this, Little Flower immediately releases a scorching hot temperature, and its petals literally burst into flames. Fang Yi smiles, his eyes lighting up. A fire attribute? I honestly did not expect that at all. Just swallowing things lets you evolve. Your method of cultivating and leveling up is so easy it completely defies the heavens. As he speaks, he pulls the little flower into his hand. Ding, spirit flower evolved. That's where we leave it. You and I both know things are about to get crazy. System clear. The desolate fire spirit flower, an A-rank anomaly with desolate and fire attributes. Once it evolves, this flower craves massive amounts of spiritual energy. The system says it can be tossed straight into the boundless dark realm for cultivation. The boundless dark realm. Fang Yi reads the notification and freezes, but a second later, a massive excited grin spreads across his face. Stick with me here because you are about to watch our MC exploit the ultimate system loophole. That realm is absolutely packed with dark attribute anomalies and perfectly tainted soil. If the spirit flower absorbs all that raw energy, it triggers a guaranteed evolution. But suddenly, boom, a massive vortex of spiritual energy rips open the sky above him, bringing violently crashing lightning down to earth. A breakthrough. He is pushing straight into the 2-star spirit creation realm. Fang Yi floats up, sitting cross-legged midair. His golden blood aura burns slowly, taking the shape of a pair of giant hands. He can already feel his powers flowing so much easier now. The spiritual energy merges perfectly with his body like they were made for each other. But just a short distance away, another pioneer is watching everything unfold. Found you, so this is where you have been hiding. The legendary Heavenly Fire Blade hitting 2-star spirit creation realm. Oh, this gets him hyped. Thinking back to those fire attribute rumors, he decides right then and there it is time to crush our main character's massive ego. He wants the whole world to know that he is the #1 fire pioneer. Suddenly, Fang Yi snaps his eyes open and glares to his left. Instantly, an absolute sea of flames comes roaring right at Fang Yi. Our guy is a little caught off guard. Wait, another fire pioneer. Gathering pure dark attribute energy in the palm of his hand, Fang Yi just reaches forward and casually absorbs every single drop of the fire. You and I need to watch this part closely. The stalker finally steps out, flexing his spiritual energy without holding back. He is a wild pioneer who broke into the spirit creation realm. No guild, no organization, just an absolute psycho who loves picking random fights. Covered head to toe in blazing crimson flames, Jiang Lu steps up and mocks him. You are interesting. I can feel some seriously heavy spiritual pressure radiating. How exactly did you dodge my falling flames just now? Fang Yi does not even bother answering. He just hits him with a dead, icy glare. With a totally arrogant smirk, the guy sneers, "Oh, forgot to introduce myself. I am Jiang Lu. But do not worry, you will be remembering my name real soon." Without another word, he strikes his boiling hot flames, screeching against the air. Seeing this, Fang Yi simply raises his right hand. Divine lightning, terrifying electricity blooms from his fingertips as absolute raw power explodes outward. Lightning roars and flashes with blinding speed, crashing forward. In a fraction of a second, Jiang Lu is completely stunned. What the hell is this? Boom. In an instant, his flames shatter into nothing, as wild lightning scatters into thousands of sparks lighting up the entire void. A second later, Jiang Lu gasps for air, his whole body scorched and agonizingly painful. He helplessly collapses to his knees, his eyes trembling in fear. I know exactly what you are thinking, because he is thinking it too. Wait, wasn't our guy supposed to be a fire user? Jiang Lu braces himself against the dirt, violently shaking. Right then, Fang Yi casually walks over, hands in his pockets, staring down at him with zero emotion. Suddenly, a hand grabs Jiang Lu by the head. Bam! Fang Yi blasts him with blinding lightning, forcefully slamming his face straight into the hard ground. Then with the most casual, indifferent tone, he asks, I didn't quite catch that earlier. What did you say your name was again? Right now, Jiang Lu can't even move a single muscle. His pupils dilate in pure horror. How is this possible? Why is this happening? I am a mighty one-star spirit creation realm expert. I've always had the absolute fastest cultivation speed out of all the pioneers. Not to mention my ultimate technique. I possess the fire attribute, literally one of the absolute rarest and most premium attributes out there. With my massive power and spirit creation level strength, I am obviously the elite of the elite. Every single person is supposed to bow down and worship me. They should be begging for my scraps in this awakened era. Looking down at the pathetic guy, the corner of Fang Yi's mouth twitches up. T-esque. A massive surge of lightning aggressively erupts again, and Jiang Lu instantly screams in pure agony. Ah, it hurts. It really hurts. Isn't he a fire attribute user? Why does he have the lightning attribute too? He actually snuffed out my flames and left me completely paralyzed on the ground. Fang Yi scoffs sarcastically. I honestly thought you were going to be strong. Is that really it? Kids these days are way too cocky. But wait, this guy hasn't even fully broken through to 2-star spirit creation realm yet. Why does his spiritual pressure feel like he is 2 realms above me? No, scratch that, 3 whole realms. I am totally dead. I'm really going to die. The great Jiang Lu is actually going to lose his life right here. Finally, his survival instinct takes over, and he screams out desperately, begging, Please do not kill me. Hearing this, Fang Yi stares dead into his eyes, pausing for a moment deep in thought. A second later, Jiang Lu feels the hand let go of his head. Without a single word, Fang Yi just clicks his tongue, looking completely disgusted and utterly annoyed. Watching Fang Yi casually walk away, Jiang Lu slowly sits up. What the hell was that look on his face just now? And another thing, how is his spiritual power that insane? Is his ability just totally broken, or am I actually just that incredibly weak? Cut to the bustling city district surrounded by towering high-end apartment skyscrapers. Jiang Lu drags himself inside, hair exploded and body completely wrecked. He walks in looking completely traumatized. His buddy glances over and says, Nice new haircut. And that is exactly where we leave things today. Look, young Master John. I told you provoking people brings absolutely zero benefits. Someone chimes in with a warning. Even if you get mad at me, I have to say it again. You can't keep acting like this. Spirit energy hasn't even officially awakened yet. We are basically as insignificant as dust right now, yet you are out here making enemies everywhere. Isn't that way too risky? Being so aggressive and fighting everyone without thinking is just asking for disaster. Before he can even finish his sentence, another buddy speaks up. We're jumping right into the mystery here. A friend whispers, strange, he isn't mad yet. Jiang Lu just walks over and slumps onto the sofa. At this point, both of them realize something is seriously wrong. What exactly happened? Wang Ping steps up and throws an arm around Jiang Lu. He jokes around, asking what happened. Did you get possessed or something? Are you still the same troublemaking Jiang Lu? The guy who always wants to throw hands and explode at any given second. Weren't you supposed to go challenge that heavenly fire guy today? What in the world actually happened out there? Jiang Lu stays completely silent for a moment before muttering. I got taken down in a flash. Wang Ping hurriedly asks him. Wait, what? What do you mean you got taken down in a flash? Explain it to us clearly. Jiang Lu looks up, his face completely twisted, eyes filled with tears. He is literally crying. I got utterly crushed in a single blink. He grabs his head and yells out loud. I should have realized something was totally wrong. If I had just reacted faster, I wouldn't have suffered this massive humiliation. Is this one-blade guy really that strong? You are a high-level fire genius. You broke through to the spirit creation tier in less than a month. You won't find anyone like you across multiple provinces. Now pay attention, this gets wild. Jiang Lu looks absolutely terrified, explaining that everything happened in a literal flash. My proudest move, the flowing fire flying flames, was completely shattered by his lightning strike. Wang Ping immediately chimes in. Is it possible you tracked down the wrong opponent? After all, your fire attribute is so incredibly pure that it leaves people in absolute shock. Unless they came straight from a high-level war zone, there is normally no one who could ever fight you on equal footing. Not to mention you have already leveled up to the spirit creation tier. Even though you awakened late, it hasn't even been that long. When we were fighting for resources, you easily crushed 2 wild awakened of your same element. They were even at the 3-star Ghost Axe tier. So is there any chance that this heavenly fire one blade you faced wasn't actually a normal awakened at all? Back then, we even predicted that his true strength wouldn't be any higher than yours. Jiang Lu tightly grips both of his friend's shoulders. He screams out loud. How could I be wrong? That was the exact spot. Heavenly fire one blade appeared. It was definitely his home turf. If you guys didn't experience it yourselves, you will never understand. Pure fear is totally visible in Jiang Lu's eyes. That guy is an absolute monster. That wild lightning energy felt like all the heavenly thunder gathered right next to my ears. My head almost exploded on the spot. My instincts tell me it was definitely him. His roommates can't help but suck in a cold breath of air. He is a spirit creation tier, awakened with supreme-level dual attributes of fire and lightning. His lightning ability is so many times stronger than my flames, it is ridiculous. He was definitely hiding his true power from us. Damn it, he has to be at least a 3-star spirit creation tier. The two roommates fall into deep thought. A level 3-star spirit creation wild awakened. How could that even be possible? If your senses aren't completely wrong, this guy is going to become a living nightmare for all the top genius awaken out there. With terrifying attributes and raw talent like that, people can only look up to him without ever reaching his level. Jiang Lu takes a deep breath. Just one single strike completely crushed me. Do you guys think I should secretly try to learn from him? Let's pause for a second. We catch Fang Yi alone in his cultivation room. He's totally confused since he was just about to hit the next tier. Why does it feel like that opportunity just vanished into thin air? It isn't an issue with my own body. Fang Yi stops his cultivation and exhales a breath of heavy air. It must definitely be due to some outside interference. For some strange reason, the surrounding spirit energy can't gather or resonate. It is blocking me from forming the natural phenomena needed for my massive upgrade. Remembering everything he heard from Ji Lan, Fang Yi falls deep into thought. Outside, thunder heavily crashes and explodes across the dark sky. Is something massive really about to happen? The huge spirit energy awakening is going to trigger way earlier here in my city. I need to contact Ji Lan and the military to check the situation. Beep, beep, beep. The number you are calling cannot be reached. A strong sense of unease starts building up in Fang Yi's chest. No connection. Could the military have already deployed to the front lines? Wait, that isn't right. If a huge disaster happened, the military would have definitely contacted me. The worst-case scenario is they were completely forced to cut all comms. Right at that exact second, Su Qingying suddenly calls his phone. An urgent voice rings out. Fang Yi, the situation changed. We need your backup right now. His eyebrows heavily narrow. The signal is incredibly weak. Are there tons of deadly anomalies popping up all over the city right now? No, the problem is massive. I am currently in the city. Beep beep. Hello? Right at that exact moment, absolute chaos finally erupts. Suddenly, a mutant bat smashes right through the glass window, charging straight, and Fang Yi just sets his phone down. Lightning violently crackles across his fingertips. Trust me, you and I both know this beast picked the wrong guy to mess with. Boom, stick with me, we're about to watch all hell break loose. Lin Yu bursts into the living room screaming about the sudden bat monster. But mid-sentence, she freezes. Something is horribly wrong. The two of them slowly turn to look out the window. Anomalies used to be rare, popping up randomly. But now they're swarming right inside their house, and trust me, it's not just one isolated monster. Yeah, this is bad. Fang Yi knows if things stay at this level, he can still keep the situation under control. But worst-case scenario, the entire area is about to experience a massive cataclysm just like those apocalyptic natural disasters you see on the news. 2-star ghost-class anomalies are supposed to hide in the shadows. They definitely shouldn't be running wild in the middle of a busy city street, let alone launching a direct raid on an awakener's front door. They're definitely in for a brutal fight now, but against what nobody knows yet. He orders her to call every single awakener she knows and get them here immediately. Lin Yi gives a firm nod. Understood. Fang Yi hops onto the table, staring down at her. You're right on the edge of the spirit creation realm, aren't you? Then defending the house is on you. Hold this glass barrier, and whatever you do, do not let those anomalies break through. Got it. I got this. Outside, deafening thunder rips through the sky. The sheer energy is completely scrambling all their communication signals. Fang Yi can't even lock down their exact location. Cut to Su Qingying yelling to her squad. If a mutation disaster of this scale is actually going down, they have no choice but to handle this absolute nightmare themselves. One of the female squad members hesitates. Could the tracking equipment just be malfunctioning? Honestly, Captain, I don't even want to imagine what an unranked anomaly looks like. That is pure nightmare fuel. I'm praying it's just a false alarm too. Su Qingying sighs. What's the current patrol status from the other units? Zone A is showing B-level pollution density. Everyone needs to stay on high alert and instantly report any massive pollution spikes in their assigned sectors. Now watch closely, this is where it gets wild. All three of them look up as an insane vortex rips open, violently spewing out bat anomalies. Massive anomaly swarm detected. Repeat, massive swarm detected. Boom. A huge lightning strike violently shatters the night. The city is about to get slammed by the worst storm in half a century. Red alerts are flashing everywhere for extreme rain, shutting the entire city down for the day. Citizens are ordered to stay locked inside. Cut to a random house where normal people can just feel it. The world is changing, and it is terrifying. Seriously, is the apocalypse actually starting? What on earth has been going on with the world lately? Out on the streets, two motorcycles tear through the pouring rain. Holy crap, there's seriously something wrong with the sky right now. Are we really this unlucky? Do we run or hide? Jiang Lu, call it Jiang Lu, goes completely silent, thinking hard. Right then, a bat anomaly dives straight at his head. You've got a death wish. Blazing fire instantly erupts from his hands. Boom, he swats the bat, incinerating it instantly. But what is wrong with these monsters? Jiang Lu is a powerful fire attribute user. Normally, low-level anomalies avoid him like the plague screech. The burning bat violently flaps its wings and bursts right out of the flames. Oh crap, it's still alive. Jiang Lu's eyes widen. No, it didn't just survive the heat. The damn thing is actually regenerating itself right from the ashes. You and I both know this is bad news. If even the monsters are getting this overpowered, time to run, get home now. Flashback to a few hours ago at the Spirit Association headquarters. Therefore, we need to immediately arrange a top-secret meeting between our highest-ranking executives and Fang Yi to discuss this. But suddenly, the massive monitors start violently flashing red. Special anomaly warning, a terrifying A-class threat is barreling straight toward the downtown city center. It's expected to hit within 24 hours. Worse, swarms of those bad anomalies are already gathering on the outskirts right now. The entire room completely panics. An A-class threat. Deploy the strike teams right now. I'm going to. Wait, it just jumped to S-class. The latest scan shows the incoming anomaly is S-class. No, it's limitless. Boom. A massive giant bat smashes through, cutting him off completely. Over at the military zone, the place is totally deserted. But deep inside the ruins, a massive blade aura violently explodes into the sky. Jilan tightens her grip on her dual blades. Her eyes narrow as she unleashes a flurry of strikes, shredding countless bat anomalies into absolute pieces. Jilan's power. A high-level metal attribute, ether mutation. She can freely mold her spiritual energy into any shape she wants and massively buff its power, dealing 200% damage. But these dark attribute bat anomalies just keep multiplying. We can't kill them all, it's like they're just trying to stall us. Just then, a figure wrapped in explosive lightning crashes down from above. The young guy looks up with a cocky grin. Officer Jilan, looks like your injuries are healed and you're back at full power, but things aren't looking so good right now. We're the only high-ranking managers left, defending the entire military zone. Give the order, what's our next move? Staring up at the dark sky, she replies. My sector's signal is completely jammed by the anomaly swarm. Even our anti-interference tech has gone completely offline. I can't reach our field operatives outside or any of the other military zones, and I'm willing to bet they're dealing with the exact same blackout. So the only thing left for us to do is this. Cutting herself off, she fiercely swings her blade forward. Then she screams at the top of her lungs, Squad 1 and 2, hold the line right here. Do not let them breach the restricted zone. The rest of you break the siege with me. So what do you and I make of this? The anomaly's real goal is still a mystery, and it's going to be insane. Let's dive right in. This isn't a restricted zone, it's a normal city. In the pouring rain, a student dashes for the bus stop. Quick run, it's raining. Nearby, a streamer puts her hands on her hips. Wow, heavy rain. Better grab a raincoat before filming. This crazy weather gets major views. Just like last time, I got totally scraped up and bruised. But hey, getting that massive viral video was absolutely worth it. The student next to her is shaking violently. Suddenly, the streamer's eyes go wide with absolute terror. The guy beside her just got brutally killed by a mutant bat, she screams. Then bang, 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 3 gunshots ring out through the heavy rain. Gunshots, where is that coming from? Terrified, the streamer turns and runs for her life. Right behind her, a massive swarm of mutant bats giving chase. Too many bats. They're biting people, draining their blood. She screams for help, but out of nowhere, one of the grotesque beasts catches up to her. It's about to bite down when bam, a high-pressure water blast sends it flying. Seconds later, a squad of heavily armed fighters suddenly appears right in front of her. Su Qingying reaches out. My teammates will escort you back. You two get her home safely. They immediately move to secure the area. Boss, these C-rank mutant bats are multiplying fast and worse, they're evolving. Before they can finish, Su Qingying sharply cuts them both off. We know they feed on human flesh to evolve. So get the civilians to a safe zone immediately. Then regroup with me back here. We have no time to lose. This spot has the highest concentration of anomaly corruption in the city. Understood, her 2 subordinates shout in unison, accepting their orders immediately. Meanwhile, let's check on Fang Yi. He is sprinting across the high-rise rooftops, closing in on the very center of the anomaly zone at breakneck speed. Watch closely because this gets insane. have these bats evolved to 3-star demon level already. Fang Yi simply raises his katana, ready to strike. One slash, a massive wave of intense fire sweeps through the air, burning countless mutant bats into absolute ashes. But right after Fang Yi realizes something horrifying. This anomaly is completely different. The bat swarm is endlessly multiplying and mutating before his eyes. They look dead but still show life signs, making them impossible to wipe out completely. Worse, every single populated area in the city is infested with these anomalies. They swarm together with incredibly high dark attribute energy. It's like countless identical corrupted zones just spawn across the city all at the exact same time. This could trigger an absolute disaster. Because of this, chaos tracking down the exact location of the Spirit Association members is going to take some real time. So he just has to handle things one step at a time. Fang Yi reaches for the sky, boundless dark realm. Instantly, countless bats turn into black mist, gathering right in the palm of his hand. Become the nutrients for my spirit flower. He absorbs them all. But he has to hurry up. The pioneers who formed teams earlier, basically anyone who could be called into action, has already been summoned. With his cousin's abilities plus these pioneers having safe shelters protecting themselves shouldn't be an issue at all. They can hold out for now. But at this rate, that nightmare vision will become reality. If that happens, surviving will be next to impossible. 10 minutes later, an exhausted Su Qingying curses under her breath. Damn it, killing them like this is completely endless. Her spirit energy recovery speed is too slow. She's going to run dry soon. She wonders if her two unlucky teammates have already run into serious trouble out there. Now here's where the tension really spikes. Right then, inside a nearby building, boom, a massive explosion erupts, followed by desperate screams. Help, somebody help me. Hearing the crying, Su Qingying doesn't hesitate for a single second. She instantly leaps into action. Damn it, these anomalies just keep getting stronger. Their energy is about to hit the spirit creation realm. Even with our forces split up to save people, it is not enough. They've already started slaughtering civilians inside the buildings. It's exactly like the disaster that almost wiped out the capital. Reaching the floor, she immediately swings her arm, firing countless water arrows to obliterate the mutant bats. Suddenly attacked by a human, the bat swarm turns around to counterattack. Damn it, if this keeps up, we're all done for. Su Qingying senses something terrifying. She immediately looks up at the sky and the blood in her veins goes completely cold. Right in the center of the city, high in the sky, a gigantic black vortex is endlessly gathering dark aura from every single direction. The Anomaly King is about to be born. The city plunges into utter chaos. This threat level easily matches the near-apocalyptic disaster that almost destroyed the capital. And the absolute worst part, it looks like there is no one left who can stop this from happening. Whether it's the Spirit Association or the military forces, nobody seems capable of completely saving the day or reversing this absolutely deadly situation. The entire city is about to be wiped out in an instant. Zone A's Pioneer Squad trades their lives, detonating their spirit energy to block the bat swarm. Zone B's Pioneer team lures the anomalies, gets completely surrounded, and detonates their spirit cores, too successfully wiping out the bat wave along with themselves. Latest emergency warning, dark attribute anomaly detected. The Energy Cocoon's signature has officially reached the Vajra realm level. S-rank threat level projections confirm it has met the criteria for an Anomaly King. Inside the Spirit Association's control room, the reports are grim. Our pioneers and staff have suffered incredibly heavy casualties. But the sheer number of bats is too massive, regenerating way faster than our current defenses can handle. The S-rank emergency protocol has been triggered. Even with backup from pioneers and other zones, they won't make it in time. The entire city is completely surrounded by a dense black fog. Rescue forces from the military simply can't enter. The old guild master falls dead silent. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. You and I are about to dive right into absolute madness. The city is completely isolated now. The old guild master stands ready. As an awakened, I swear to stand with everyone here. We live and die together, backing each other up all the way. If these monsters want to destroy our home, they have to break our defenses first. He orders them to contact the main headquarters and send the final code. If this disaster cannot be stopped to keep the dark attribute from spreading any further, they will launch a total wipeout strike. Meanwhile, Su Qingying wraps herself in a barrier, getting absolutely hammered by massive bats. Her mana is basically hitting zero under this fierce assault. Before it shatters, whoosh, she fires off a desperate blast of energy, straight into the center of the vortex. But boom, a massive black wing just swats it away like it is absolutely nothing. A giant bat drops right in front of her. No way. A 3-star spirit tier beast, boom. The monstrous bat immediately charges and violently shatters her barrier. Damn it, her spiritual energy is completely drained now. The giant bat's heavy claw swings, down slamming her brutally into the ground. Coughing up blood, Su Qingying realizes she only has one choice left right now. She forces herself up, pooling every last drop of mana for one final strike, even if she dies. But suddenly, a wild, blazing flame cuts her off. Boom. An insanely powerful aura explodes right in midair, and a blinding golden light finally lights up the whole city like a beacon of hope piercing the darkness. It is the boss Su Qingying instantly recognizes that silhouette and reacts. Fang Yi's eyes flash with dual-colored light. With a low intense roar, his terrifying divine lightning surges. Fang Yi tightly grips his thunder blade as the giant mutant bat snaps its massive bloody jaws and fiercely lunges forward. 100 refinements strike. He swings the blade and raw lightning power detonates instantly, crushing the monstrous bat. Boom, boom, boom. The sheer force causes the monster to continuously explode mid-air in a blaze of fire. Sorry about that. Finding you was actually kind of annoying. Way too many identical monsters out there. Su Qingying, totally exhausted, warns him. Be careful, they regenerate. They both look up at the dark sky where the twisted bat is already starting to fully heal itself. Yeah, I know. Relax, when I promise to destroy something, I finish the job. As he speaks, Fang Yi's hand starts gathering dark attribute energy. Instantly, a massive black sphere forms right in his palm and the boundless dark domain is fully unleashed. Now watch closely here. Su Qingying is just standing there absolutely stunned. How could she forget they had Fang Yi, the most overpowered vanguard alive? He turns back casually and asks, "You holding up?" "Okay, I am fine, thanks for saving my life. I have some healing meds left." Suddenly, Fang Yi realizes something and he reaches his hand out, touching her shoulder, sending a mild electric shock. "I cleared out the dark attribute residue for you. When you have time, bandage those wounds." She nods, amazed by his high-level lightning control. The intense pain in her wounds has already dropped significantly. It is healing way faster than the Vanguard Guild's best medicine. Meanwhile, back at the main association base, someone yells out, "Look, the monster numbers are actually dropping. Did they finally break the siege?" But the grim reply comes back immediately. "No. All backup forces outside got ambushed and lost contact. We cannot even get inside to confirm if the enemy numbers are actually dropping out there. Inside the walls, the number of surviving awakened is plummeting fast and absolutely no rescue squads are answering their radios. The horrible truth. The Anomaly King is probably spawning, causing the bats to group up. Let that sink in for a second, guys. The situation is completely hopeless." One guy mutters, "I just wanted to see my parents one last time, but I guess I am not making it home." They decide to fight to the bitter end. Back with Fang Yi. He looks over and asks, "Does your guild have any solid intel?" "What exactly are we dealing with here?" She answers grimly. "A super S-rank anomaly. It is treating the whole city like a buffet. It is easily calamity level, just like the one sealed before." Calling it a natural disaster is an understatement. That massive cocoon floating up there is an omen. It is a dire warning, like knowing a hurricane is hitting, but you are completely powerless to stop it. Inside that thing, it is currently incubating a horrifyingly powerful creature. If it finishes evolving, this entire city is getting wiped off the map. But right now, we actually have a scientific explanation for this. Research shows that even monsters of the exact same species will happily eat and tear each other apart. In their twisted evolution, tree cannibalizing each other is the ultimate fast track to leveling up. But dark attribute beasts operate differently. You see that massive swarm effect with these bats. A perfectly evolved specimen naturally exerts extreme bloodline suppression over its own kind. The lower-level monsters automatically submit, turning into totally loyal servants without hesitation. We literally call this apex predator the Anomaly King. Look, boss, I know you are crazy strong in a fight, like strong beyond anything I can comprehend. But you still have not broken through to the Diamond Realm yet. Plus, even the strongest awakened was left bedridden after fighting a calamity. That is where we leave it, trust me. You will want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. We really don't want to lose another genius, Pioneer. If you can just get out of here as soon as possible, break through the monster blockade, escape the city, meet up with the military zone, and tell them to completely abandon this place." Fang Yi just chuckled and lightly tapped her on the head. "Ouch. Did the spiritual energy revival suddenly make you forget your past 20-plus years of education?" he teased. "This is my home. No matter the price, I won't ever regret staying. Besides, what exactly is that giant thing up in the sky anyway? You think that can scare me off?" Hearing this, Su Qingying held her head and smiled. Then Fang Yi immediately started walking forward. He headed straight for the center of the vortex. In his hand, his katana blazed brightly with golden sun flames. A terrifying aura completely surrounded Fang Yi. It was like using the entire city as a sacrifice just to celebrate the glorious birth of a throne. "Are your watch and comms gear still working? Let me borrow them for a second." "Wait, what? Doesn't this thing detect anomalies and contact the Spirit Association directly? I need to go up there and destroy it first." Fang Yi swung his blade, and the entire street instantly lit up with a brilliant flash. Meanwhile, over at the Spirit Association, the lost signal of a pioneer had suddenly been restored and reconnected on their end. It's Captain Su Qingying. The target is rapidly ascending. Captain Su Qingying, do you copy? But wait, something wasn't right here. How was her speed this incredibly fast? Furthermore, she was flying straight toward the exact area with the absolute highest pollution concentration. The target is rising fast. Tell her to turn back immediately. Going there alone is basically just throwing her life away. Agent Su Qingying, please respond if you copy. Halt your current operation immediately to avoid any unnecessary casualties on the field. Wait for backup from the Spirit Association HQ in the military zone. We'll figure something out. Agent Su Qingying, hold your position and wait for further orders. Back on Fang Yi's side, the communication device started crackling loudly with static noise. Fang Yi lifted his hand to check it out. He finally figured out how this tech actually worked. Hello, hello, can you hear me? On the other end, the commander was totally startled. Who are you? Where's Agent Su Qingying? Now watch this power play. Fang Yi completely ignored the question and said, listen closely. I need all of you to coordinate with me right now. I'm taking down the Anomaly King. What did you just say? Fang Yi repeated himself one more time. I said if you don't want this city totally destroyed and eaten by monsters, then drop whatever you're doing. Focus every single piece of equipment and intel you have into backing me up right now. We are raiding that cocoon and killing it. Hearing this insane demand, the commander gritted his teeth, glaring at the monitor. Fine, everyone halt your current tasks and link up with him immediately. Use the satellite radar that hasn't been destroyed yet. Scan for nearby anomaly sources. Give him our full support and feed him real-time intel. You're on the main line, guide him with absolute precision and the right directions. Understood. Satellite images show a massive swarm of anomalies surrounding the giant cocoon. The closer you get, the thicker it is circling like an actual hurricane. The anomaly count on the north route is pretty low, you can break through there. The main path is heavily packed with enemies. We highly suggest breaking the siege from the southeast side road. Fang Yi instantly turned into a streak of golden light piercing through the bat swarm straight into the sky. This is bad. The anomalies have already spotted you. There are 2 of them estimated to be somewhere between A rank and S rank. They have 2-star spirit creation realm power, watch out and dodge. But really, was it even possible to evade them now? It was way too late to pull back. Suddenly, a massive boom echoed out. The entire Spirit Association base shook violently from the sheer impact. Outside, amidst the roaring thunder, Fang Yi unleashed a terrifyingly powerful wave of blade aura. The blinding explosive light instantly swallowed up all the dark attribute anomalies without a trace. You and I both saw that coming, right? The path ahead cleared instantly. Back at the association, everyone's eyes just went wide with pure shock. The anomaly source. It vanished. One strike. It took just one single blade strike to instantly kill an S-rank dark attribute anomaly. Could he be a tyrant? Is he really a tyrant? The crowd went absolutely wild, cheering at the top of their lungs. Yes, we're finally saved. Exactly. A great master hiding right here in the city. I never expected we had a pioneer this ridiculously powerful living among us. Back to Fang Yi, he casually glanced over his shoulder. After heavily upgrading his demon's subduing blade, those blazing flames actually gain a massive suppression effect against dark attribute anomalies. It could seriously slow down the monster's revival speed. If he had successfully leveled up earlier and then boosted its raw strength just a bit, then maybe one single strike would have been enough to completely counter these anomalies' annoying regeneration ability. Thinking about this, Fang Yi tightened his grip on his katana with both hands. Since that's the case, I'll just have to rely on high speed and rapid attacks. With that thought, he unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes. The strikes lit up the entire void, rolling out endlessly like an absolute storm. This is seriously annoying. Suddenly, the Bat King's cocoon started pulsating violently. All the surrounding bats acted like they just received some kind of direct command. They started pulling back, flying straight toward the center of the vortex. The squad of pioneers fighting them completely froze in confusion. What's going on here? The bats stopped attacking. The old president's face looked incredibly grim. This is bad. These bat familiars suddenly halting their assault leaves only one possibility. They're being summoned by the Anomaly King. Don't tell me the king wants to speed up its own descent. If the bats blocking the outer city are all being recalled right now, doesn't that mean we actually still have a chance? Grace blasted away countless mutant bats, turning back to ask. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you won't want to miss what happens next. Stick with me here, things are about to get wild. How long until we breach the target city? The guy checks his watch. At best, half an hour. Half an hour. By then, the aberrant king will have fully hatched. The entire city will be wiped off the map. Forget about stopping it. We're totally out of options. The sheer number of these mutant bats is 10 times higher than our initial estimates. Yeah, you heard that right. 10 times. Even if we fall back on massive heavy artillery and explosives to nuke the area, it still wouldn't be nearly enough to wipe out the swarm completely. Jilan grits her teeth, staring up at the darkened sky. No way. If this keeps up, every single city around us will eventually drown in a sea of pure darkness. She turns back. Is our strike force seriously still? Unable to break through this siege, the guy shakes his head. Not even close. And who knows why some of those top-tier awakeners are just standing around watching us struggle. Do they think the danger won't reach them? He clicks his tongue. Suddenly, Ji-Lan's eyes widen, locked entirely on the dead center of the swirling vortex. Hey, look over there. What is that? The entire bat swarm over the city is instantly flocking toward the aberrant king's hatching ground. Right in the middle of that flying nightmare, a blinding flash of golden light erupts. Ji-Lan gasps. Wait, that blazing fire. Lighting up the sky, is that him? Fang Yi, the guy beside her, looks totally lost. What's going on? She just smiles, gently shaking her head. Never mind. Everyone maximize your firepower right now. Don't worry about our reserves. Just push forward. We have to break into the city. Stay sharp. We are not giving up on a single city today. Meanwhile, like a raging fire dragon tearing right through the pitch-black sky, a massive flame shoots straight up into the clouds. A roaring sea of fire absolutely melts countless bats into ash. Everyone watching is left completely speechless. This inferno. Lin Yi stares out the window, practically vibrating with hype. It's my cousin. That's his signature blade technique. Furious, the surviving bat swarm screeches, charging blindly at Fang Yi like a wave of pure madness. Behind him, the fiery dragon illusion opens its massive jaws, ready to strike. You think numbers can stop me? That's exactly what I wanted. Fang Yi swings his blade. Boom, boom, boom. Blazing heat instantly detonates in midair, setting off a chain reaction of deafening explosions. That sounds like the entire earth is cracking open. All of Tai City lights up in a split second. A single blinding red line of fire completely cuts across the night sky, turning thousands of screaming bats to toast. Flames reflect in Fang Yi's eyes as he realizes something. Wait, I'm feeling it again. Watch closely, this is where it gets crazy. Out of nowhere, a massive pillar of light drops right onto him. Even with this weak spiritual energy around, I can actually feel a major breakthrough coming. Fang Yi smirks, pure excitement written all over his face, pushing his speed to the absolute limit right therein. The palm of his hand, a pitch-black sphere, starts spinning rapidly, furiously, absorbing all the spiritual energy in the area. Just a second later, the orb grows. A massive 100 times its original size, the boundless dark realm flower fully blooms. With a massive roar, crackling crimson energy completely shatters the invisible barrier of the dark dimension, bursting wide open above Tai City, drain them all dry. Push me to the next tier. The power of absolute desolation violently erupts. Boom. The giant flower violently shoots out countless thick vines, completely covering the sky. They lash out wildly in every possible direction, leaving behind a trail of glowing emerald green. Sharp as spears, those raging vines instantly skewer every single bat in their path, turning them into literal shish kebabs. The desolate attribute goes totally berserk, sucking up all their life force and feeding it back into the flower. You can literally see the petals glowing brighter, packing way more intense energy by the second. Fang Yi pauses, a sudden thought hitting him. Wait, did it slip away again? Floating up here, I'm just now realizing that even though this massive, monstrous cocoon is painfully obvious, floating in the sky looking all twisted and ghostly, it's actually just an illusion. Like trying to grab a reflection in the water. You can see it, but you absolutely can't touch it. Still, I can hear the Bat King's heartbeat drumming away in there. It literally sounds like massive war drums. I know what you're thinking, terrifying, right? It's echoing like some wild ancient battlefield. That deafening battle cry is enough to wake up the absolute darkest and most insane desires hidden deep inside anyone's soul. But if it's acting this tough while still hiding like a coward, it probably means that right now, it hasn't actually finished hatching. Staring dead into the core of the storm, Fang Yi taps his comms. Hey, did you guys finally lock onto its exact coordinates yet? The Awakener Association replies instantly. Target locked. The Bat King's exact location has just been synced to your gear. And right on cue, the tracker on Fang Yi's wrist lights up brilliantly. A piercing blood-red laser shoots straight out perfectly, marking the dead center of the swirling vortex. Fang Yi cracks a ruthless smirk. So that's where you're hiding. Perfect. He takes one massive, deep breath. Boom, the golden sun breathing technique is pushed to its absolute limit. Blindingly radiant divine solar energy explodes around him. An endless, totally overpowering wave of pure holy light erupts as a terrifying giant sun illusion slowly rises behind him. Entire waves of mutant bats are instantly vaporized into ash. Witnessing this godlike display, every single awakener down below in Tai City is absolutely stunned. What crazy ability is that? Is it a fire attribute? No way. How could basic fire ever be this insanely strong? It's completely overpowering the darkness. That has to be an extreme yang attribute, a legendary top-tier power that perfectly counters every single shadow. The swarm's numbers are free-falling right now. The monster blockade is rapidly shrinking, and the toxic energy concentration in the air is dropping straight down to just 100. This is literally unbelievable. Command report. Every single bat that was blocking our advance is suddenly changing targets. They're reacting to some kind of ultimate command. The swarm is falling back into the city. Meanwhile, Fang Yi locks right onto the Monster King's cocoon. It really is him, isn't it? The absolute tyrant with his legendary Heavenly Fire Blade. This is seriously blowing my mind. This insane level of power. So what do you and I make of this pure, absolute solar energy? But now he's facing the king completely alone. Trust me, it's about to get absolutely crazy. Alright, stick with me here. We are dropping right into the chaos. They rush the city and Jared freezes. His pupils shrink in pure horror. Look at that giant shaking cocoon. The anomaly king is already breaking out early. This monster is the literal reason for everything going wrong. It is the absolute source of all this evil. And these filthy beasts, they slaughtered our people. It is time to wipe them completely out. I will exterminate every last anomaly. Lily stares at the sky, clenching her fists. Just staying on defense is basically waiting for a death sentence. We have to do something. We need to back up Fang Yi right now. If that huge creature actually hatches, every single one of us will pay with our lives. It will turn the whole city into a bloody purgatory. Meanwhile, Tessa is hiding in a corner over here, frantically healing up one of her injured female teammates. Just look at the massive anomalies blocking Fang Yi right now. B-class, A-class, and even S-class threats. Every single one represents the innocent relatives they have already hurt or killed. And our friends too. Wait, I got it. That flower Fang Yi pulled out earlier, I totally saw it absorbing power from a huge swarm of bats. Isn't that exactly like that ghost vine with the desolate attribute we ran into last time? Fang Yi actually unlocked desolate attribute powers. Okay then, let us pour all of our spiritual energy directly into the giant net those magical plants just formed right now. Let it absorb our energy. Saying this, Lily blasts every single drop of her spiritual power straight up into the sky. The crowd sees this and instantly follows her lead. The old guildmaster immediately notices what is happening over there. Are the awakened gathering spiritual energy to attack the anomalies? No, that makes no sense. They are definitely not strong enough to hit those flying beasts from all the way down here. Watching the aura get quickly sucked up by little Flora, it suddenly clicks in his mind. I understand now. They are feeding their own spiritual energy into the ancient plant that Fang Yi just summoned. Without missing a beat, boom, the old guildmaster completely unleashes his own inner aura. I have to give that kid a helping hand too. Me too, count us in. Every single awaken in the area quickly copies them, blasting their pure spiritual energy straight towards little Flora. Tessa pauses her healing, completely mesmerized. She steps out and stares up at the incredibly majestic scene unfolding in the sky above. This is the combined power of every single awakened fighter in the city. Come and get it, you twisted anomaly king. This right here is humanity fighting back. Boom. At this exact moment, the great sun at the center of little Flora starts trembling and bursts wide open. Infinite sunlight spills out everywhere, instantly freezing and shattering the bodies of the monstrous anomalies into dust. Fang Yi swings his blade through the light, dropping one instantly. But watch closely, things are about to get absolutely insane. Massive swarms of bats outside the city are frantically rushing him. 200,000 B-class anomalies. That equals power at the 3-star Ghost Axe tier. Another 100,000 A-class at the 1-star Spirit Creation tier, and yes, even S-class beasts are lurking up there. Fang Yi floats in midair, scanning the battlefield with dead serious eyes. The flame on his blade literally pulses like it is breathing. He looks straight up at the cocoon. Useless. No matter how many minions you summon today, I am going to completely annihilate every single one. Fang Yi gives a cold smirk. Breaking out before your evolution is even finished, are you just that terrified I would slice you to pieces? Suddenly, a massive arm stabs right through the giant cocoon. Here it comes. Fang Yi grips his blade tighter as his divine fire burns furiously. Both arms of the Bat King rip the cocoon apart. Suddenly, the monstrous beast unleashes an impossibly sharp, ear-piercing screech. That horrifying sound wave and aura screams straight towards Fang Yi. The literal ground is shaking. That is the king's raw power. Damn it, can this anomaly king really wipe us all out effortlessly just by breaking out of its shell? You are probably holding your breath just like they are. Everyone is glued to the plaza waiting for this massive deciding showdown. Fang Yi, you absolutely have to win this. You are the king of dark anomalies, the main culprit behind this entire disaster. I grew up in this city, I genuinely love this place, and I deeply cherish the life I have right now. Fang Yi's voice sounds deadly calm, but the blazing golden light around him is burning absolutely out of control. The Bat King erupts with a terrifying aura and monstrous roar while Fang Yi's eyes just flash with pure blinding golden light. So you need to die. The blade flashes out in a long, devastating arc, sweeping straight toward the Bat King. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion hits hard. The next second, raging flames tear through the horizon, destroying absolutely everything in the most brutal, simplistic way possible. The dust and smoke finally clear out. A giant vertical eyeball appears. A pathetic little one-star spirit creation tier actually dares to challenge me like this. Right after speaking, the Bat King opens its jaw wide, generating an insane suction force. Fang Yi's expression drops. This is not good. And just like that, Fang Yi gets swallowed whole into the Bat King's belly. This boss is on a completely different level than regular anomalies. It took my full power strike straight to the face, and it still is not dead. Even after getting severely scorched by my intense Yang attribute fire, it somehow still managed to devour me completely whole. This digestive fluid inside is incredibly corrosive, and the heavy concentration of dark attribute energy swirling around in here, yeah, it is absolutely off the charts. So what do you and I take from this cliffhanger? If any other awakened got swallowed, they would vanish without a single trace. Stick with me here, you and I are about to watch an insane twist. Fang Yi glances around, totally shocked. This massive high-tier evolution shouldn't even be possible. Why isn't it terrified of him attacking from the inside? That is literally the most vulnerable spot on any beast. Time to test the waters. Without hesitation, Fang Yi clenches his fist tight. Heavenly fire explosion, and just like that, he slams a devastating punch right downward. Boom, blazing heavenly flames erupt everywhere. He waits a second, but around him it's just dead silence. Even though his raw energy is being heavily drained by the beast's acidic fluids, it looks like his attacks can actually still do some massive damage. If he can hurt it, he can kill it. The abnormal king's spirit flower triggered this exact attack, sucking the outside spirit flower right into the blast zone too. Good thing it already absorbed a massive amount of those dark attribute monsters. Not just that, but it also absorbed all the pure spirit power sent out by the city's brave pioneers. Out of nowhere, the tiny flower in his hand starts shaking like crazy. What's wrong? Are you rejecting its dark aura? He honestly didn't see this coming. A spirit flower with a desolate attribute is actually fighting back against the abnormal king's dark power. He originally planned to just hollow this monster out from the inside. Boom, Fang Yi blasts another heavy punch right into the floor, sending toxic fluids splashing everywhere. Meanwhile, back outside, the massive abnormal Bat King is hovering right over the square, entirely surrounded by swarms of creepy dark attribute bats. Zhao Meng and Lin Yi look up at the absolute nightmare above them, terrified. Lin Yi, what exactly is going on up there? I have absolutely no idea. Cut to the city streets. Su Qingying's squad is frantically rushing to evacuate the citizens. Stay in line and keep moving. Do not panic and cause a stampede. We will do everything we can to keep you safe. Now watch closely. The tension here is unreal. Su Qingying stares up, grinding her teeth. Fang Yi is literally battling inside the king's body. Rumbled down on the shattered streets, heavy military armored vehicles are rolling in fast to secure the zone. The bats and the abnormal king haven't started attacking the city yet, so we need to finish this evacuation right now. Jialan stands on top of a transport, waving his arm and shouting orders. Keep civilian casualties down to the absolute minimum. Understood. The entire squadron roars back. Move fast, we cannot afford to gamble with these lives. Suddenly up in the clouds, the abnormal Bat King shifts. It snaps its massive jaws wide open, completely devouring all the dark attribute bats swirling around it. Boom. The Bat King's throat gets absolutely blasted by Fang Yi punching from the inside. But suddenly, Fang Yi's face drops. From right above him, a literal waterfall of stomach acid comes crashing down, totally swallowing him into the deadly sludge. Fang Yi desperately pushes his Yang attribute to the limit to survive, but it's burning through him. His eyelids get heavier and heavier. When he finally forces his eyes open again, he's staring at a completely destroyed city. Where is this? Right behind Fang Yi, a massive shadowy monster figure is silently creeping behind a ruined building. Its eyes glow with a terrifying blood-red light. Without warning, the beast throws a devastating punch straight at him. Seeing this, Fang Yi instantly spins around to block the attack, but right at that exact split second, his spirit power is completely gone. He glances back, and the monster's colossal fist is practically touching his face. Moving like absolute lightning, he dodges backward, landing gracefully onto a huge rock. Boom. The heavy punch slams into the ground, obliterating everything in its path. He dodged it. His physical reflexes somehow stayed exactly the same as they were post-cultivation. Fang Yi stands up tall, locking eyes with the terrifying beast. This whole scenario, you and I both know what's happening, right? Mind games. This is the king's hallucination power trying to trap his mind, making him feel like he's back in his past life, tricking him into believing he hasn't awakened yet, hasn't become a pioneer. The colossal monster charges forward like a freight train, swinging its massive leg for a lethal kick. Boom, dust and debris explode into a blinding cloud. Fang Yi leaps high into the air to dodge. The abnormal king clearly isn't strong enough to steal his actual power. Its real combat strength isn't even greater than his own. Fang Yi shuts his eyes, sensing the chaotic energy around him. His power is still there. All he needs To figure out right now is how to shatter this mental barrier. Every illusion has a breaking point, and this exact flaw is the massive weakness. The abnormal king just handed him on a silver platter. Suddenly, a gigantic hand swings through the dust, grabbing Fang Yi in a crushing grip. From deep within the beast's throat, a distorted, booming voice echoes out. "You arrogant fool, once you enter this place, you never leave. Just look around." Found it. A confident, arrogant smirk creeps onto Fang Yi's face. Right then, the entire top half of the monster's head instantly shifts, transforming perfectly into Fang Yi's own face. It unhinges its terrifying fang jaw, slowly bringing Fang Yi closer to drop him right into the commoning darkness. It is all over now. This is exactly where you belong. Accept your pathetic fate. Even if you insects scrape together some tiny sliver of power, what can you actually achieve? Human beings are nothing more than fuel for my ultimate evolution. Hearing this absolute garbage, Fang Yi doesn't even bother replying. The smirk on his face just grows wider. Oh, is that right? Are these pathetic mind tricks really the best you can do? The second Fang Yi looks up, his yang attribute explodes in a blinding flash of pure golden light, rapidly surging. Trust me, you and I are going to love this. Seems you still don't know who I am. Only by protecting my family can we survive. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to witness absolute madness. Boom, a golden sun erupts, burning those monsters into screaming ash. Fang Yi's entire vibe shifts. Golden flaming hair whipping around in the wind, pure golden light wrapping his entire body. Time to go to work. The system is literally playing bodyguard right now, spawning 3 massive golden hands, shielding him completely. Ding. The system chimes in, breakthrough requirements met. Do you want to advance to the 2-star spirit creation level? Yes or no? Without a single second of hesitation, Fang Yi triggers the breakthrough and charges in blade ready. Anomaly King dropped dead. One massive swing packed with heaven-shaking flames slashes down, literally slicing the boss clean in half. 2-star spirit creation achieved. My rebirth is the exact turning point to save this world from being swallowed by you freaks, and I am the chosen avenger. The boss laughs back. You useless little ant, I really thought you had some actual skills. Just a 2-star spirit creation brat daring to provoke me. Before the words even land, a sudden strike blasts forward. Fang Yi dodges it lightning fast. Up in the sky, this absolutely massive phantom starts pulling itself together. Now watch closely, this is where it gets wild. Human, you can't escape, it laughs. But suddenly the massive phantom completely freezes. Seeing this, Fang Yi just smirks. The Anomaly King starts screaming in pure terror. What the hell is this? My precious body. You despicable human. Fang Yi, wrapped in roaring flames, slowly raises his right hand up. Wind Burial, 9 dragons, heavenly fire. Right from inside the Anomaly King's own chest, 9 raging fire dragons roar and burst outward. This is absolutely not spirit creation power, wiping out every single monster. Right now, all across Tai City, everyone can hear that terrifying burning sound. The Anomaly King's final scream slowly fades into nothingness, erased completely into the void. Fang Yi's glowing golden eyes finally dim down as he sheathes his long blade. He turns and walks into the darkness. Then he raises his hand, deploying the boundless dark realm. It completely swallows all the thick black fog, suffocating the city. Instantly bright sunlight floods the entire sky. It's finally over. It's really over. At this exact moment, everyone just breaks down in tears of relief. The city is safe. We didn't get wiped out. We actually survived to day 2. Is it really all handled? We're saved. Ji-Lan smiles. It's dawn. Standing nearby, the young guy asks, "Not gonna go find them?" Ji-Lan shakes her head. "No need, we have our own things to take care of." The sun rises. Beautiful light shines across all of Tai City, gently bringing these people's lives back to normal, letting this broken city heal again. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Association, awesome, we did it, we actually did it, we really helped out this time. I know you felt that relief too. Stopping the king's descent, it feels like a total dream. Thank God he won. Without him stepping up, we would carry the absolute shame of letting the city fall to the enemy. Even death couldn't erase that blame. Su Qingying then turns to ask the president, "They're still alive, right? Relax, our medical center survived the monster wave." Su Qingying lets out a heavy sigh. "I know perfectly well without Fang Yi, they wouldn't even have a chance to get healed up. Sometimes I just gotta wonder, just who exactly is this guy? How is he so insanely powerful, always managing to turn the tide at the very last second, doing the impossible?" The old president nods. "Yeah, now that this battle is done, headquarters will definitely make a move. That crazy sky phenomenon proved he just ranked up to 2-star spirit creation. At that tier, someone else will recruit him before us. When I first monitored him, I thought I could actually compete. But now I'm left entirely in the dust. Plus, with what I know about him, his spirit attributes and talents are totally maxed out. His real power is way higher, let alone just this city. In all of Xia country, he's the peak genius. Light pierces the clouds, sealing the fire dragons, slicing through every anomaly. It's a scene everyone witnessed, so it's probably blowing up in all the discussions right now. The hype wave is only going to get bigger, not just among the pioneers, but spreading to regular people too. We need to act quickly. Hearing the president say this, Su Qingying looks a little confused. Wait, what? Yeah. The Wind Burial Master, not a bad title, right? Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Zhao Meng are sprinting over. Slow down. She's super anxious, wildly looking around. Where's my cousin? Don't panic, we should probably just wait at home. Suddenly, she spots his familiar silhouette. Tears immediately well up in her eyes. Fang Yi glances over at them. Trust me, you'll want to stick around. Fang Yi sighs. Why come out looking for me, she cries. Are you okay? You need us right now. Seeing his cousin's worried face, Fang Yi is completely stunned. Lin Yi follows up. All right, let us dive right into the madness. She catches him as Fang Yi smiles. I am fine, you did great. That anomaly king was tough. It has been a very long time since he took this much damage. That final strike and sealing technique completely drained all of his spiritual energy, right after breaking through to the 2-star spirit creation tier. But now he is just making these two kids worry about him. Suddenly feeling a shift in the air, Lin Yi freezes in pure shock. Wait a minute, cousin, did you break through again? 2-star spirit creation tier leveling up. This ridiculously fast is terrifying. Just how insane is your natural talent? Zhao Meng stands right next to them, completely taken aback by the news. What big bro leveled up again? Meanwhile, Thai City online forums are absolutely blowing up right now. The man who saved their city, this super pioneer, the mysterious expert known as the Undertaker, the guy who one-shot the Anomaly King. Just who exactly is this absolute, godlike being? What kind of crazy power level do you need to solo the Anomaly King? He is way too cool. Honestly, I really thought we were totally dead. The Spirit Association and military elites were completely helpless, but he wiped out that disaster all by himself. So who is this legendary Undertaker anyway? Without any official backing or resources, how could a lone guy cultivate to this crazy level? Is there actually some massive hidden faction pulling the strings behind the scenes? This definitely feels like one of Great Xia's top secret trump cards finally stepping into the light. Scene shifts. Jiang Lu sees the breaking news and starts screaming. Holy crap, my eyes were not playing tricks on me, it really is him. The exact same guy who completely destroyed the Anomaly King and stopped a city-ending disaster. Man, losing to an absolute monster of an expert like him is honestly the luckiest thing to happen in my entire life. Swish. He jumps straight up from the table. Young Master Jiang, where are you heading? I am going to beg him to be my master. Seriously, I bet half the city is trying to track him down right now. Meanwhile, pay close attention here because things are about to get intense. Over in Great Xia's Sioux City, 8 shadowy figures sit around a table. What is everyone staring at? Anyway, a middle-aged man takes a drag from his smoke. We totally plan on watching the military and Spirit Association wipe each other out. This is incredibly disappointing. Another guy leans on his hand and mutters, we need to find a high-tier weapon to deal with this kid. A woman crossing her legs suddenly cuts in. Absolutely not. The guy is practically the chosen one right now, playing the ultimate savior. A simple gun will not even scratch him. This Undertaker. He sneers at her, slamming Fang Yi's photo onto the table before slashing it right in half with his finger. Do not rush it, anyone foolish enough to block our path, no matter their cultivation tier, will not be spared. They will be wiped out. The photo is instantly swallowed by a deadly purple flame. Back at home, Fang Yi is just chilling in his chair reading a book when suddenly a loud knock echoes through the room. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, is Fang Yi home right now? He walks over and pulls the door open, looking totally caught off guard. Wait, why are you guys here? The old guild president gives a deep bow. During this massive S-rank anomaly invasion, we made a catastrophic error in judgment. If it were not for your legendary intervention, things would have been absolutely unfixable. We are here representing the Spirit Association to express our deepest and most sincere gratitude to you. Standing beside him, Su Qingying gives a firm nod in agreement. Fang Yi just flashes a casual smile. Do not worry about it, come inside and we can talk. Walking straight into the house, Lin Yi grabs a pitcher and pours water for their important guests. Su Qingying scans the room with a critical eye. So this is where an absolute powerhouse actually lives. What on earth is the military thinking? Our Spirit Association really needs to secure a much better living space for him immediately. I know what you are thinking. A huge reward, right? The president steps up. Actually, the Spirit Association sent us here for another very specific reason. We want to officially ask for your permission. We are planning to formally launch the Undertaker title. Oh, tell me more about it. Seeing that Fang Yi did not immediately shut the idea down, the old president gathers his courage and explains. The current situation across the various regions of the Xia nation is that every single major city has its own powerful pioneers. Their legendary reputations spread far and wide, making them the absolute elite figures in the pioneer world. But this recent S-rank anomaly, that was the most terrifying natural disaster we have faced yet. So we want to establish your Undertaker title globally, making Tai City a key strategic stronghold, now that spiritual energy has completely awakened across the world. After barely surviving an S-rank disaster, we are absolutely certain that our city desperately needs a legendary pioneer leader. Someone strong enough to guide us. A fearless captain to rally behind. Moving forward, these crazy atmospheric phenomena are only going to multiply and high-level anomaly invasions are going to skyrocket. We can never again end up in a brutal situation where they almost write off our entire city. Wait, abandon the city. Su Qingying nods grimly. Sadly, yes. Though honestly, the result would be exactly the same. Without your godlike intervention, every single civilian in this entire city was doomed anyway. Just a slightly different flavor of death, really. Hearing this dark reality, Lin Yi suddenly jumps into the conversation. Okay, I finally get it. It looks like I really underestimated just how violently cruel this world has become since the spiritual energy awakened. Hey Yi, do not stress about it. We do not need to be so dark and pessimistic. Fang Yi strokes his chin, lost in deep thought. He realizes that by grinding his cultivation so hard, he completely neglected the bigger picture of the city's overall development. Even before the grand spiritual awakening, Tai City was always considered one of the common, key provincial hubs in the Xia nation. But honestly, in terms of real strategic depth and economic power, it never truly reached the top tier. Not even top 3. Out of over 100 cities, the heavyweights are Shen City, Tian City, and Shang City. And right behind them you have Hai City, Yuan City, and Chuan City. So what do you and I make of this? This massive crisis might actually be the ultimate opportunity for Tai City to rise. They start tracking the numbers and raw power of the Awakened, building up the region's total battle strength. The stronger an Awakened is, the higher the city's official rank climbs, which means way more resources. Because of this, more and more rogue Awakened are finally getting ready to join the local spirit guilds. Let's dive in. Because you and I know that whether you're Awakened or just normal, everyone needs a solid backup plan, a tiny shred of hope. Something to act as a guiding light on this crazy path of evolution. The guild rep explains, but our spirit guild will keep your true identity completely hidden. We want to hype up the absolute mystery around you. Keep it vague. Let everyone guess and imagine whatever they want. Staying totally mysterious is way smarter than revealing all your cards. Fang Yi nods in total agreement. Sitting right beside him, Lin Yi looks super hyped up and chimes in. So true. Sometimes human imagination is way more terrifying than reality itself. There is literally zero reason for us to turn this down. Fang Yi happily agrees. This benefits me and the people I care about. If that is the case, I look forward to working together. Saying that, he holds his hand out. The old principal is caught off guard for a second but quickly snaps back to reality. He reaches out and shakes Fang Yi's hand. Happy working with you, Gale Reaper. Fang Yi just smiles. Happy working with you. After that, with the Spirit Guild and the military working closely together, Tai City returns to normal operations at an absolutely unbelievable speed. The city rebuilds and the injured are slowly treated. This massive disaster actually sped up the process of restoring order across the region. The world is finally getting back on track. Cut to 1 day later. Shen City Spirit Guild headquarters. The Gale Reaper, is this really the Awakened who took down an S-rank anomaly in Tai City out of all the recent rookies? Now pay attention here. He stands out the most, packing top-tier light attributes. The perfect counter to darkness, a literal chosen one. TSK, it's not just that. According to the files uploaded by Tai City, he actually possesses more than one high-level attribute. That Heaven's Flame Blade that went completely viral online, high-level fire attribute, total tyrant energy. The elite lightning attribute named by the military zone. That is him too. Oh man, and it does not stop there, it gets crazier. Right then, a figure walks up behind those two. A gorgeous girl with long blue hair pushes up her glasses and suddenly asks, "Are you guys talking about the Gale Reaper right now? Do you mind letting me see his files for a second?" "Oh, it is you, sure thing." With more and more Awakened showing off such insane talent lately, there must be a ton of people out there who haven't witnessed his real power yet, and they still doubt him. The girl uses the mouse to open Fang Yi's profile file, carefully studying the image of him on screen. Even I really want to see his legendary presence with my own eyes. Gale Reaper, we will probably cross paths soon enough. Scene cuts to Shang City inside some random library. Chu Qingli is typing away on her keyboard, searching for something on her laptop. Beside her, some guy keeps glancing over, completely captivated. Finally, making up his mind, he grabs his phone and approaches. "Hey there. Do you mind if I—" Chu Qingli suddenly snaps her laptop shut, completely cutting off his pickup line. "No way. This is a library and you are already bothering people. Getting brutally rejected like that, the young guy just sighs deeply, scratches his head and walks away. Chu Qingli furrows her brows tight, secretly cursing him in her head. What a boring idiot. You saw that too, right? Oblivious to how the world is changing. Been in Shang City a few days, didn't expect so much chaos. Right after exams wrapped up, I finally awakened my own mana and officially became an awakened at the 1-star Phantom tier. People who manage to become awakened are incredibly rare, and I just happen to be the chosen one. That is probably exactly why I survived that massive disaster in Tai City. How could normal people ever fight off anomalies, especially when it comes to those totally average losers? What else can they even do? Xu Qingli thinks back to that specific day. Oh, so he was just a classmate. Her expression slowly turns more and more smug. With his pathetic attitude back then, those bats probably sucked him totally dry by now. How could I have ever misjudged him? I actually thought that Genius looked a little bit like that useless guy. Staring at the figure displayed on her computer screen, she quietly thinks, this Gale Reaper is 10,000 times better than him. Only a fierce, stylish awakened like this is actually worthy to stand by my side. Cut back, Fang Yi is holding a real estate magazine. The two cousins are dressed in stylish outfits, hands on hips, grinning from ear to ear. Today, we need to take a break and recharge. Our mission is house hunting. Lin Yi pulls her sunglasses down and looks right at her cousin. But cousin, is it really okay if we skip cultivation training just for today? Fang Yi just smiles warmly and replies back to her. It's rare to get a lazy day. Balancing work and rest is important, and the Spirit Guild's suggestion makes a whole lot of sense. Besides pushing our cultivation skills higher, we still have to dedicate some time to upgrading our living standards. Ah, here comes Captain Su. Su Qingying stood there with her arms crossed firmly saying, your living conditions definitely need a massive upgrade. We booked a specific day to go house hunting together. Lin Yi's eyes are sparkling, looking incredibly happy. But I totally didn't expect Captain Su to have these kinds of high-level connections. And that's where we leave it, a luxury home she never dreamed of. Captain Su giving it away so casually. Let's jump into a world where power is everything. You got two places too, Fang Yi just smiles. That's nothing. Once the aura recovery era hits those people, we'll know exactly how much a powerful pioneer is worth. Houses don't even compare. Lin Yi throws her arms wide, open to reply. But honestly, this wild shift is still spinning my head. I thought I'd just make some quick cash and grab some cultivation resources to get by. Suddenly, walking down the street, Lin Yi catches a weird scent. Hey, do you smell that? Awful stench, Fang Yi nods. Yeah, smells like an open sewer, but something's off. He's lived in Tai City for ages, and he has literally never smelled garbage like this before. Lin Yi asks, maybe a worker accidentally busted a water pipe. Fang Yi just glances over his shoulder. No, we're being followed. Hearing that, Lin Yi immediately follows her cousin's gaze, turning her head to look back. 3 pioneers are standing right behind them, and that disgusting smell is pouring out of a bottle one of them is holding. Yo, you're the wind burial guy, right? You actually walked right into my gas range before noticing. Just a totally overhyped piece of trash. Just a weak pretty boy with absolutely zero real skills. Tai City is seriously useless if they're actually promoting a pathetic little kid like you to be a captain. The boys and I are going to teach you a harsh lesson. Screaming that out, 2 of the 3 punks instantly charge forward with their weapons drawn. Hurry up and hand over all those sweet Tai City rewards to your betters. Lin Yi sees them rushing right at her, so she swings her arm and blasts out a wave of aura. The pioneer sees it and jumps to dodge. But then a scythe blade slashes straight down at her. Quick as lightning, Lin Yi throws up a protective barrier. This is bad. Cousin, watch out. They're the spirit creation tier 2. Fang Yi doesn't even reply. He just reaches out and casually crushes the iron rod. Now pay attention, this is where it gets wild. Seeing his weapon crushed to dust right in front of him, the boss completely freezes up. Boom, flames explode outward. Fang Yi is suddenly completely engulfed in raging fire, and a massive crushing pressure slams down on them. You little bottom feeders actually dare to mug me right out in the open streets. A massive blazing fist packed with pure yang energy smashes right into him. The boss eats the punch head on, and his whole body instantly goes flying backward. No way. Impossible. This pretty boy clearly got hit with my armor-piercing universal gas packed with my special aura properties. He should be completely paralyzed and totally stiff as a board right now. Fang Yi just stares at him with a dead calm expression, completely silent. That armor-piercing gas, it's brewed by a wood attribute pioneer, who mutated to unlock a rare paralysis attribute. They literally use their own aura-soaked sweat gathered during cultivation, running it through a heavy refinement and extraction process, and mix it with black market drug powder. Tests show it can easily pierce right through an opponent's defensive aura. Sure, the paralysis effect only lasts a little while and doesn't hit too hard, but in a real fight, those tiny details decide who lives and dies. The only downside, it leaves behind an incredibly disgusting stench. The bald, Boss jumps back up and roars, I was just careless. We're all at the spirit creation tier. Here you think we're scared of you. This time, there's no way you're getting away, kid. Behind his glasses, Fang Yi's eyes narrow. Oh, a mutated earth type and a mutated wood type. These kind of dirty, bizarre, underhanded tricks really do match their pathetic, crooked villain style perfectly. Against an ordinary defensive aura, they probably really could find a blind spot and break through. But too bad for them against me. It's completely useless. Thinking that a cold smirk creeps onto his face. Right beside him, another pioneer lunges forward, violently swinging his scythe down at Lin Yi. She funnels all her power into her legs, suddenly leaping up and throwing a massive kick. Crack. The sickening sound of breaking. We both know he's about to snap. Fang Yi stays totally calm, his voice dropping. I didn't want to make a big deal, but getting bothered like this on a daily basis is seriously annoying. While saying that, he slowly reaches up and takes off his dark sunglasses. Lin Yi move. As soon as he says that, the terrifying sound of roaring flames erupts like boiling oil catching fire. Fang Yi's entire body explodes with blinding light. An incredibly massive, overwhelming wave of pure yang energy instantly transforms into a ferocious sea of fire and completely swallows the three of them alive. In the blink of an eye, those guys are turned into human torches. This is terrifying. What kind of fire is this? Is this the real wind burial pioneer? It hurts. Stop it. In this moment, absolute terror finally floods their hearts. And right on time, Su Qingying rushes onto the scene. They're not completely dead, right? They're not dead yet. Please just leave them alive. Yeah. She's panting heavily, resting both hands on her knees. Thank God. Thank goodness. These guys are special targets that the Aura Association has been tracking, Fang Yi casually asks. So you guys are planning to take them back for processing? Yeah, the association is officially registering all active pioneers now for much easier management, and we especially need to grab scum like these guys. Fang Yi just coldly replies, I really don't like being bothered. If you idiots ever dare to mess with me again, it won't end this simply. Su Qingying puts on a totally serious face and scolds them. You three are seriously lucky to be alive. Su Qingying glares angrily at their pathetic charred state. If this was 2 days ago, the association wouldn't stop pioneer fights. You dying would be your own fault. So what did we learn here? Never mess with a real legend. Let's dive into this wild awakening system. He only spared those guys out of respect for the Spirit Aura Association. Still haven't learned their lesson. Guess what their punishment is? Deep down, they already know. They need to hit the emergency room fast. Su Qingying looks totally calm on the outside, but inside, she is practically throwing up blood. What a bunch of absolute idiots. Who do these weaklings think they are? How does every single one of them dare to provoke the boss officially backed by the main association? Right then, Lin Yi suddenly speaks up, her voice trembling. Captain Su, I just wanted to ask really quick, what exactly kind of penalty are those guys facing? Su Qingying simply raises one finger to explain. These guys already had criminal records. Even in a spirit realm simulation, they are looking at life behind bars. They can permanently forget about freedom and rights. They will just rot in prison, forced to drain every last bit of their remaining value as awakened vanguards. Fang Yi stands off to the side, rubbing his chin in deep thought. They are milking them for all they are worth. Not bad at all. Su Qingying knows exactly what is up. The guy standing right in front of her, he is the absolute treasure of the association, the literal future of Xia country. No matter how crazy the hype gets for these powerful elites, there is always a crowd of brainless fools with incredibly weak spirit energy trying to step up. Now pay attention here. They keep rushing in to die like it's nothing. She really starts wondering, is our propaganda just way too subtle for these guys to understand? Anyway, pulling in these insanely strong awakened vanguards and feeding them resources so they can level up fast. That is exactly what the Spirit Aura Association absolutely must do. They definitely cannot let a few blind idiots ruin this good relationship they work so incredibly hard to build with a powerhouse like Fang Yi. Thinking about that, Su Qingying flashes a bright smile, throwing her arms wide. Let's go. I am taking you both to pick out a new mansion and a car right now. Deep down, she is plotting to make a brutal example out of someone soon. Su Qingying gestures grandly to introduce the options. Here are the 2 exclusive properties the association has selected for you. A top-floor penthouse right in the city center. It has the best skyline view, full luxury amenities, and basically makes daily living incredibly convenient. And this one is a 3-story private villa. Super secluded, backed by mountains and facing a river. It is absolutely perfect for quiet cultivation training. Both places are fully furnished with top-tier luxury setups. You two will not need to drop a single extra dime on any annoying renovations. Just grab your bags and move straight in. Lin Yi's eyes practically sparkle with excitement. Wow, both of them look really amazing. You saw that coming, right? Fang Yi smiles, raising 2 fingers. I will take both. Lin Yi's eyes light up even more. Wait, are we really allowed to? Fang Yi grins confidently. Of course we are. I trust Captain Su's sincerity. Su Qingying raises her hand with a nod. Okay, absolutely no problem at all. I will report this upstairs. Do not worry, it will be super fast. Scene cuts over to the luxury dealership. Now what about cars? The Spirit Aura Association partners with this 4S dealership. You can literally pick out whatever car you want from this entire lot. Lin Yi's stunning figure is grabbing a lot of attention. Look at that girl, so pale, such a crazy aura. And that guy with her is clearly no joke either. Just wearing casual clothes, but he cannot hide that elite vibe at all. One look and you know he is some crazy rich young master from a major family. Right at that moment, someone peeks through the door from outside, clearly super curious about what exactly is causing such a massive commotion inside the shop. Probably just here buying a car for his girlfriend, right? But with one quick glance, her eyes instantly lock onto him. Wait a second, isn't that Chu Qingli's ex-boyfriend, the same guy the principal personally welcomed over at the military academy? Just out walking on the street and running right into her roommate's ex, Wang Lu looks completely stunned, immediately pulling out her phone in a panic. She gets ready to snap a picture. Is he seriously buying a car for another girl? Meanwhile, across town at a massive exam site, a phone suddenly starts buzzing. Qingli, you will never guess who I just saw. It is your ex. He is at that super exclusive 4S dealership where only VIPs can enter buying a car. The starting price for cars there is literally in the millions, and he is buying one for this incredibly gorgeous girl with a crazy aura. Chu Qingli reads the text and just scoffs. She coldly types back a single dismissive reply. So what, buying a car? Where would he even get that kind of money? Hemph, looks like that massive disaster didn't kill him after all. He actually got lucky and found some rich sugar daddy or mommy to sponsor his life now. It is just a pity that the massive gap between us is not something he can ever cross that easily. It was true back then, it is true now, and it will always be true. Just wait until I finally reach the absolute peak of the awakened vanguards. These petty little things are completely meaningless. How stupid. Cutting back to Fang Yi right now over at the brand new mansion. Lin Yi excitedly runs straight up to the house. Brother, we really got a whole mansion. Wow, this is insane. Hey, wipe the drool off your face. We have another one downtown too, so we can totally switch places whenever. Go check upstairs. Fang Yi just looks at his hyped-up cousin and shakes his head, smiling. So what do you and I make of this? This kid finally looks like a real kid, again no longer forcing herself to act like a stressed-out adult. In my past life, before my regression, I never actually met her. She probably grew up to be an awakened vanguard that everyone deeply trusted. But this time around, I will not let this kid carry that heavy burden and die all over again. Suddenly, right at that moment, Jialin actually calls him. Jialin, what does she want with me now? Hello, what do you need from me? Big congratulations on your promotion, Captain Fang. I heard the Spirit Aura Association literally just gifted you 2 entire mansions. Their style is just as flashy as always, just like always. Evan sits down on the sofa, leaning back, completely relaxed. Honestly, I think this habit isn't too bad, we can keep it up. Let's dive right in. You and I both know a top-tier awakener like him doesn't care about the money. You don't need to speak up for them. But right now, to upgrade your living situation, there is literally no better payout than this. And in just a little while, the spirit fruits born from the mana awakening will be fully ripe. When that happens, I will definitely send you a batch to taste. Grace thinks to herself. The massive gap between normal people and awakeners really shows in how differently they view the entire world. And top-tier awakeners like Evan, the gap between him and your average fighter is even more insane. Completely different leagues. Even the absolute best strategic resources at the spiritual command might mean nothing to him. So she pivots. I have an internal mission right here, and I am really hoping you can take it. Are you interested? Evan already saw this coming. He just smiles. So this was your real goal all along, right? Let's hear it. Grace gets straight to the point. Have you heard of the Apex Tower over in Shang City? Apex Tower? Evan looks a little bit surprised. Isn't that literally the biggest shopping hub in the city? It just got shut down and the locals have been complaining non-stop about it. Breaking news. The Apex Tower was sealed off for special reasons. Exactly. An anomaly invaded the area, and there have already been a lot of heavy casualties. Now watch closely, this is where it gets wild. It's basically a real-world haunted house now. Thunder crashes completely lighting up the Apex Tower. This building is Shang City's biggest landmark. A massive commercial complex with the highest foot traffic anywhere in the district. You could even call it the absolute face of the city. But lately, anomalies keep swarming the place, causing way too many massive incidents. The local spirit guild had no choice but to lock it down. First thing the next morning, Evan steps right off his first-class flight. I took the spiritual command's mission and came straight here. Outside the airport, including Evan, the squad has exactly 3 guys and 2 girls. Grace told him to hide his identity and power level for now. He doesn't know why, but he is going to play along anyway. The crazy thing is not a single one of them looks like a good guy, and spirit energy can't even scan their exact power levels. Are they all hiding their real strength? Judging by the clothes on those two, they must be from the military sector. Is that you? Nice to meet you. These two give off the exact same vibe as Su Qingying. They definitely belong to the Shang City Spirit Guild. Commander Grace already gave us the heads up. We are agents from the local Spirit Guild. We will be running this operation with you. Wasting absolutely zero time, all five of them jump straight into the car and speed off. The Spirit Guild guy driving the car speaks up. All right, everyone, we have to act as temporary teammates for this run, even though I still don't know anyone's actual power levels. In the back, Evan and the two military guys hear this and just ignore him completely. The female guild member chimes in. I think we all need to agree on one thing right now. Once we are inside, we have to cover each other. Right. The young driver laughs awkwardly. Haha. Evan just rests his chin on his hand. You and I both saw this coming, right? This team is a total mess. They really just pulled agents from everywhere for Shang City. The Spirit Guild members seem like a massive mixed bag. The military guy shoots a quick side glance right at Evan. He leans in and whispers quietly to his female partner. Didn't Boss Grace say she was bringing in an absolute god-tier heavy hitter for us? Is it really that guy? The female agent shakes her head. I honestly couldn't tell you. He looks way too skinny, basically just a student. Suddenly, she zeroes in on Evan's wrist. But wait, he is not wearing a government tracker. And his aura is completely sealed off. She can't read his real strength at all. A god-tier player. Could he be the Stormbreaker who wiped out a disaster all by himself? The hero who saved Tai City from total destruction. But wait, is the Stormbreaker really just some young student like this guy? Whether he actually holds 3 ultra-rare high-level elements or the insane feat of completely wiping out an endlessly multiplying anomaly disaster all by himself, sealing an anomaly king with only 1-star origin tier strength and then leveling up right on the spot, that definitely sparks some heavy interest for her. Scene cuts back to the military office at the Spiritual Command. Grace is handling paperwork when her phone suddenly rings out of nowhere. Hello, Spiritual Command. But before she can even finish introducing herself, a panicked voice screams through the receiver. The Apex Tower has completely fallen. Our people went inside and we have totally lost all contact with them. Right now, the anomaly density in the sky has spiked to 12,000. We have 53 confirmed casualties. Please, you have to take this seriously. Hearing this, her heart drops completely. The anomaly's evolution is speeding up that fast. Wasting no time, Grace snaps right back into command mode. Do not worry, I am treating this with maximum priority. The operative I sent this time will not fail. You have my absolute word. The guy on the line desperately asks. Who is it? Grace's voice goes ice cold. You gave the mission to us, so stop asking questions. That is how the Spiritual Command works. Back at the Apex Tower, massive black clouds block the sky. Broad daylight is completely swallowed by dark fog. So what do you and I make of this? From the outside, you literally cannot see inside at all. All right, stick with me here. What kind of insane situation is this? The moment they step out of the car, everyone just freezes in pure terror. Fang Yi scans the area. He knows this is bad. Whatever is hiding inside is just as dangerous as the monster they fought before. Look up there. What is that on the windows? If I am not mistaken, that is definitely a massive bloodstain. They all exchange heavy looks, the tension thick. The female military officer frowns, her voice dead serious. From what I know, the space inside the Tianbao building is incredibly tight. 40 floors total. It is the tallest structure in Shang City. Over 2,000 employees and customers were supposed to be evacuated. But right before the lockdown, some people refused to cooperate. So now a ton of civilians are still trapped inside. Shang City actually sent a rescue team before, but it was a one-way trip. Nobody ever came back out. Hearing that brutal truth, everyone's face instantly drops. The dread is completely real. So that official number of 50 casualties, that is just a very rough estimate right now. After all, nobody has a clue what is actually happening in there. Is there anyone left inside who can still make contact? Probably not. Ever since the anomaly started, not a single message or signal has come from the people inside. On the second day after the lockdown, I was outside helping with the perimeter. The young guy from the Spirit Guild explains. That day, the whole place looked like a total death trap. This brand new building suddenly seemed old, rotting, and abandoned for decades. Looking through the glass, zero signs of life. Just heavy, thick fog everywhere. We were planning to use the windows as a breach point. Then I saw body parts chewed up by the anomaly falling right out the window. After that, the monster's aura just kept getting heavier. Less than a week, and it is already this bad. Fang Yi turns to the guy. You seriously could not contact anyone inside. So your entire casualty report is just a wild guess based on dead bodies and random limbs falling out. Shang City's Spirit Guild is way too sloppy. The young guy stammers, but we were completely out of options here. Fang Yi thinks to himself. Yeah, their intel gathering is absolute trash, but honestly, there was probably no other way around it. Now pay attention because you and I know the death toll is way higher. For regular humans, an anomaly is pure, unstoppable destruction. Trapped in a sealed space, they are just lambs waiting for slaughter. No matter how fast they run, escaping this beast is totally impossible. Realizing this, Fang Yi makes the call. No more wasting time out here. We are going into that building right now. Some of these anomalies actually evolve by swallowing living humans whole, so a massive body count means the monster waiting inside has grown into an absolute unstoppable nightmare. Right then, a heavy hand slams onto Fang Yi's shoulder. Hold up. The military said we have to follow your lead, but you need to share the tactical plan first. Fang Yi is totally confused. Wait, a plan? He has zero experience with that stuff. So he just turns around completely honest and says, "What tactical plan are you talking about? We do not know the situation yet. Let's just go inside, take a look, and wing it." The squad is completely stunned. Everyone here is a seasoned veteran at handling anomalies. You are the commander. At least bother to learn what our powers are. Plus, you are not even an official government agent yet. See, I told you guys, no official government training means he is completely clueless when it comes to basic squad tactics. Suddenly, the female soldier shouts, shutting everyone down. Enough, we are running out of time here, so keep your mouths shut. Commander Jialan personally recommended him to come help us. That is the only reason he took this insane mission today. We all know Commander Jialan's elite status. Do not act like you have never heard of her incredible track record. Fang Yi glances back at the group. Infighting before a mission is a death sentence. If you do not want to go in, stay outside. With that, he shoves his hands in his pockets and casually walks straight into the building. Hey, wait up. You and I both saw that coming, right? The squad lines up and follows him in. Inside, it's pitch black, making it nearly impossible to see. The female soldier frowns, her guard totally up. Why is it so dead silent in here? But right at that exact moment, whoosh, a pitch-black shadow violently dashes right past them. The male soldier narrows his eyes, highly alert. In a flash, a terrifying demon face lunges straight at him out of nowhere. The guy screams in pure, absolute terror. Instantly, Fang Yi's cold gaze locks right onto the deadly threat. The blade at his waist bursts into roaring flames. A crimson slash rips through the dark, lighting up the entire ground floor. Slash. 1 second later, the flaming blade flashes. The anomaly is completely shredded into a bloody mess, raining down like chunks of meat. Wait, it is over just like that. I did not even get a good look at the monster, and he one-shotted it. The female soldier stares at his weapon, totally confused. Seriously, where the hell did he even pull that sword from? Fresh blood covers the ground, reeking of this heavy rotting aura that makes everyone shudder. Fang Yi casually walks over and picks up a single feather. It is a hybrid of a bird and a lizard. Looking at this crazy mutation level, it has definitely devoured a ton of people. The female soldier senses its residual energy and screams. This is an A+ rank anomaly. Just how many innocent lives did it consume? So what do you and I make of this? They're totally paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, Fang Yi just narrows his eyes, scanning this hellish room. You and I are about to see something wild. People are whispering behind him. An A+ rank. The 2-star tier already. But I just barely passed the 1-star tier. Exactly, which proves that a single strike from his blade could completely wipe me out in seconds. The squad members behind him are breaking out in cold sweats. Wait, you use a blade? Are you really? The legendary Wind Burial. And that sword is the Heavenly Fire Blade, right? I can't believe we're looking at the real deal. After all, we always pictured the Wind Burial as a hidden master who never let go of his weapon. Evan just explains. After leveling up, I fuse my spiritual energy with the blade path, turning it into a spirit weapon I can summon instantly. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who can do this. With that, Evan casually takes the lead. Let's move. Out, no time to waste here. All right, thank goodness you're on our side. Suddenly, right there in the palm of Evan's hand, a burst of heavenly fire ignites. It lights up the pitch-black hallway as the squad pushes through the dark passage. Stepping out, the group heads up the stairs, finding thick bloodstains everywhere. Evan thinks to himself, if things are this brutal right now, then the casualties have probably already crossed the 500 mark. All of a sudden, Evan stops dead in his tracks, staring at the gloomy, death-filled building ahead. Has this place been wiped out too? There is so much blood splattered all over, but there are absolutely no bodies anywhere. Sure, monsters love human flesh, but there's no way they wouldn't leave a single scrap behind. You're going to want to watch this closely. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunges out. The female squad member screams behind you. Fast as lightning, Evan swings his arm. A fireball slams straight into the monster, blowing it up and sending it flying backward. The immortal heavenly fire starts burning it alive. Another monster down. Right then, Evan asks them in a really serious tone, "Don't you guys feel like something is off?" The group is startled, still completely clueless about the real issue here. Wait, what? Evan starts explaining. Even though these two monsters have power rivaling elites, if this is the only amount of enemies here, it shouldn't have been enough to trap the rescue vanguard forces. They should have been able to escape this easily. I'm afraid this place isn't the heavenly treasure building we've been looking for. Hearing Evan say that, everyone gets even more confused. Huh, what does that mean? Evan explains further. Throughout this whole path, even though it's completely covered in blood, the metallic stench and heavy air come entirely from the dark element and the monsters. There's zero trace of an actual dead human here. Right now, we're like headless flies, so I need to test this out to confirm my theory. Only problem is, should I unleash the boundless dark realm right in front of them? Evan hesitates. The female squad member cuts his thoughts short. Boss, you're right. This entire route has been totally brutal. But this gloominess isn't the suffocating feeling of actual death. It's more like an empty void. Almost as if no living creature ever passed through here. It feels like a hollow, empty model. Evan nods. Exactly right. He finally makes up his mind, raises his hand, and deploys his boundless dark realm. I know what you're thinking. If I'm right, the monsters turn this place into a hollow shell, just a fake facade while they're real. Lair is probably right here. Wait, is this the darkness element? The squad stares at the scene unfolding, their jaws dropping wide open. The system panel suddenly pops up, detecting an inner dark realm with matching darkness attributes. Do you wish to activate the data? Yes. The inner dark realm is a pocket space created by darkness elements. You could basically call it the ultimate darkness nest, which sucks the original space right inside it. Kind of like the extreme dark zone and the boundless dark realm. To truly enter the inner realm, you must find the door it created. Evan mutters to himself. I get it now. For us to enter the real, heavenly treasure building, we need to locate that door. And for the people trying to escape, it's the exact same logic. Plus, they were influenced by the dark elements inside, messing with their brains and emotions, completely trapping them in some massive hallucinations. Because of that, some people thought the windows were the actual doors leading to an exit, which perfectly explains why those survivors who escaped through the windows ended up dead anyway. They were manipulated by the darkness, dying right inside the inner realm. So now we just need to find this door the boss mentioned, right? Suddenly, the system panel flashes another huge warning. The inner dark realm is drawn to you. Sensing a similar existence, it has fully appeared. At that exact moment, Evan senses something huge. Here it comes. A deeply evil, violent aura erupts from the totem inside, spreading out like a massive, suffocating web, completely covering the whole squad. Instantly, everyone is affected, grabbing their heads and screaming in pure agony. Ugh, I'm being hit by the dark element. Why isn't my protective spirit energy working? Me too, arg. My head is splitting. It feels like something is trying to claw out of my skull. A sharp light flashes in Evan's eyes. Red and black swirl together as pure positive. Energy completely wraps around the group, blocking out all the dark aura. In that split second, everyone feels the pressure vanish from their minds. I'm okay now. That was a dark attack, right? As they wake up, you and I know things just got real. Stick with me here. You're about to see Fang Yi completely break the rules. Wait, is the Undertaker really completely unharmed? Haven't you realized it yet? He's the one who just saved our lives. While everyone else looks totally wrecked, Fang Yi stands there looking perfectly fine. It honestly makes zero sense. Even though that intense dark attribute didn't actually hit us directly, the negative effects alone almost completely wiped us out. Without him, we wouldn't have lasted much longer. But Fang Yi's next words catch the entire group completely off guard before they can even react. Found it. Break. Fang Yi thrusts his hand forward. A roaring fire dragon violently erupts, completely tearing right through that heavy dark aura. He flexes his left hand and the heavenly fire blade instantly appears. With one brutal swing, he slashes right at the intersection of the two worlds. Right here. Boom. A massive explosion shakes the ground and terrifying waves of pure dark energy violently burst out. Everyone's eyes shrink in pure absolute horror. But Fang Yi doesn't say a single word, he just casually steps straight into the absolute darkness. Seeing him move, the rest of the group quickly follows him right through that door. Whoosh! The heavenly fire blade blazes up in his hand, lighting up the pitch-black path ahead. Fang Yi gives them a quick, sharp warning. Move. Everyone stay close. A second later, a bone-chilling, freezing cold hits them like an absolute truck. They all feel like they just walked straight into a freezing ice vault. Suddenly, the overwhelmingly thick, rotting stench of fresh blood hits their noses. Yeah, I can definitely smell that too. A moment later, Fang Yi leads the entire squad right out of that dark, creepy tunnel. Now watch closely, because this is exactly where the absolute nightmare begins. His eyes scan the room and freeze up completely. Even these battle-hardened veterans can't help but gasp at this truly horrific, bloody scene. The smell of human corpses and fresh blood is absolutely everywhere. Up on the ceiling, countless creepy anomalies are flashing in and out of the deep shadows. But very quickly, they witness something they will absolutely never forget. A massive swarming tornado of horrifying anomalies aggressively flying right at them. Chilling voices echo everywhere. Mine, know that one is mine, come here, get up here right now. One of those starving monsters completely loses it and charges the group head-on. The young guild hunter turns pale and screams in absolute panic. Another A-plus ranked dark anomaly. Are you absolutely crazy? Suddenly whoosh, a massive blinding wave of pure fire brutally erupts. Fang Yi unleashes a devastating high kick, sending that blazing flame violently piercing right through the dark monster's chest. The fireball doesn't stop at all, violently pinning a second monster straight to the wall. Faster than lightning, Fang Yi appears right in front of the raging flames. Right behind him, another anomaly clasps its hands, aiming for a cowardly sneak attack. But the flaming blade is already gripped tight in his hands. Instantly rolling explosive flames erupt from the blade's edge, tracing three incredibly massive, deadly slashes right through the air. Fang Yi lands smoothly on the ground while the chopped-up anomalies rain down right behind him. Inner flame fully unleashed. He mutters quietly under his breath. The fierce heavenly fire violently explodes upward, crackling and popping intensely from deep inside the blistering heat. It sounds like a dying monster screaming in absolute agony. I know you're feeling the hype right now. Everyone's eyes are just glued to those wildly raging flames. They are completely paralyzed by this epic scene. That fire attribute is just insanely powerful. Those dark anomalies are melting away in a literal flash. He hasn't even needed our help once since we got here. The girl whispers quietly to the group, I honestly think his fire attribute contains a completely different kind of hidden flame, like erupting volcanic magma. Honestly, Fang Yi doesn't care at all about what they're thinking. Gripping his katana, he walks right up to the mangled bodies on the ground. One single stab downwards, the heavenly fire spreads rapidly, starting a massive purifying cremation. Fang Yi's voice softly echoes through the fierce flames. These monsters hurt innocent people, and you were all completely blameless. These horrific anomalies will be buried right alongside you. Honestly, having to share a grave with these filthy beasts is way too unfair for you all. Watching this deeply emotional scene leaves the group absolutely speechless. 1/cremation. The Undertaker definitely lives up to his legendary badass reputation. Only then does Fang Yi finally glance back over at them. Look, since you're already in here, you guys still need to make yourselves completely useful. Your job is to search for survivors and rescue them immediately. Just leave all the remaining horrific anomalies entirely to me. The first floor is fully cleared out, so I'm heading up next. Hearing him hand out orders like a boss, everyone instantly gets incredibly serious. The real Tianbao building is basically a dark parallel world right now, with every single floor completely overrun and occupied by terrifying anomalies. After slaughtering and eating so many people, their cultivation realms are constantly evolving. At this point, they've easily reached the 1-star creation realm power level at the bare minimum. Besides the completely warped surroundings, the actual strength and core abilities of these anomalies haven't mutated into anything incredibly special just yet. On his way straight up to the 15th floor, Fang Yi slaughters countless anomalies. But the exact second he steps onto this floor, something feels incredibly wrong. This floor feels unnervingly freezing and insanely gloomy. The pure dark attribute here actually managed to pierce right through my spiritual energy shield. Suddenly, the young military guy spots the mangled corpses scattered across the floor. There's actually something fully alive and completely squirming around on top of those dead bodies. This stuff is extremely corrosive. Everyone be super careful. Whatever you do, do not inhale those weird floating hairs drip. In the dead, creepy silence, a sudden dripping sound heavily echoes. Up on the dark ceiling, a massive, horrifying shadow shaped exactly like a giant centipede crawls right past. That terrifying freak points its freaky six-eyed head at the group and hisses. So what do you and I think? Fang Yi is about to go absolutely wild. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch an insane showdown. He smirks. Finally, a real challenge. Suddenly, the anomaly roars. Dense, razor-sharp spikes erupt from its entire body. Seeing this, Fang Yi casually leans back to dodge. He swings the blade in his hand, spinning it fast enough to create a literal wall of fire. Every single blood-red spike gets burned to ash. Feeling the overwhelming, terrifying threat coming from Fang Yi, the anomaly decides it is time to fall back. Fang Yi's eyes turn ice cold. Raising his hand, he gathers heavenly fire, condensing it into a razor-sharp blazing spear. Trying to stall for an evolution, not happening. Fang Yi charges forward. Boom! He launches that fiery spear straight ahead. Lightning fast, it shoots right for the anomaly's face. The monster looks absolutely terrified. A second later, boom. The flames explode with an earth-shattering blast, instantly incinerating the anomaly until there is barely anything left. Staring at the roasted anomaly, Fang Yi stays completely silent. Guess he overestimated it. He really thought it had Tier 3 power. He expected at least a little struggle. Right then, a sudden noise puts everyone on high alert and all eyes lock onto one spot. Who goes there? Fang Yi figures it is a survivor. As they step closer, a young guy carefully pushes the door open. Are you pioneers? The young guy stammers, then points to the shadows behind him. We still have 5 survivors hiding back here. Fang Yi scans the room, wondering why there is a totally hidden VIP single room right in this spot. Looks like a secret vault for some high-end brand's most valuable items. These survivors look absolutely traumatized, shaking in fear. It is okay now, we are here to save you. We are the Spirit Knights from Shang City. The monsters outside are completely dead. You are safe now, come on out. Hearing this, the young guy realizes something really does not add up. They are. He starts stammering. They are dead. The male knight looks totally confused. Wait, what did you say? The young guy finally screams in sheer shock, wiped out in an instant. That massive horde of terrifying monsters killed with just one slash. The situation outside Tianbao building is completely different now. This time, we might actually have a real shot at surviving. These guys are Shang City's backup and surveillance crew. And yeah, on every single floor, they can track the Wind Reaper's spirit flames. Even though comms are completely down, they are finally managing to detect those incredibly faint spirit energy waves. The latest spirit wave reading, up on the 40th floor. Wait, what 40 floors? How long has it been since they went inside? 9 minutes and 56 seconds. The Wind Reaper cleared the entire Tianbao building in under 10 minutes. This news drops jaws across the pioneer world. But pay attention here, the madness isn't over yet. Scanners go crazy and S-class anomaly erupts on the top floor. Fang Yi stops walking, smirking coldly. So you are the anomaly king of this place. Floating high in midair is an absolutely massive bone bird. A toxic dark green mist surrounds it, dyeing the atmosphere into a literal river of bloody fog. Meet the anomaly king, the bone bird. Fang Yi wastes 0 words. Instantly, thunder explodes around him as his terrifying blade howls, tearing right through the air. Closing the distance in a flash, Fang Yi thinks fast. This boss might be a giant skeletal bird, sure. But those things crawling on it, they look like parasites, but they are actually parts of its real body. One careless move means instant death. Terrifying flames expand and erupt with a massive boom slamming straight into that disgusting, rotting bone wing. The impact sounds like pure metal clashing. A split second later, Fang Yi's expression changes instantly. Looking closer, his blade is completely locked between the Bone King's twin wings. Seeing this, the crowd gasps in horror. The Anomaly King. Can even the legendary Wind Reaper handle this? This is bad, we need to jump in and help. Another member shuts that down instantly. Us helping? What is the point? Who could possibly fight that thing? You saw that too, right? Fang Yi just clicks his tongue. This little fake boss warm-up is officially over. The moment he speaks, raw lightning detonates around his body. Divine thunder roars as lightning and hellfire unleash a devastating combined explosion. Boom! Fang Yi swings with absolute full force, and the trapped bone wing violently shatters apart. His horrifying power blasts the massive wing into absolute dust, leaving the monster trembling in pure terror. Screech. Fang Yi furrows his brows, raising his blade high. Shut up already, you are so incredibly annoying. Bam! A single, absolutely dominating slash comes down, dicing the bone bird into countless pathetic little chunks. Aren't you going to counterattack? If you die this easily, you really do not deserve the title of Anomaly King here. Honestly, even if you turn this whole Tianbao building into your personal buffet, your strength is still garbage compared to that disaster bat. Guess I should let you taste the agony of waiting for death. A piercing noise rings out, the tragic, heart-wrenching screams of the bone bird. Everyone is shaking. What do you and I make of this? Simple, I take back my doubts. He is brutally overpowered. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch a total one-sided massacre. He's literally toying with an Anomaly King. Why is he here? If only he was on our side. A female military officer steps up amazed. Every single strike from his blade, perfectly calculated. From left to right, outside to inside. Absolutely flawless balance without a single wasted movement. From start to finish, he hasn't even aimed for the bone bird's skull. This monster isn't just failing to pose a threat. It literally can't even fight back. The power gap is just too massive. Fang Yi is already operating on a level way above an Anomaly King. The bone bird lets out a screech and all the dark mist in the area violently surges right back into its body. It's using dark energy to heal itself. But right then, Fang Yi slowly turns around. Still trying to heal. You think this is a game? Boom! Pure, explosive lightning erupts straight from Fang Yi's palm. He launches himself straight at the beast's skull, and in a split second, massive lightning energy detonates. Boom, boom, boom. Blue lightning shreds through the top floor of the Tianbao building. Up in the sky, the absolute judgment of lightning violently clashes with the dark energy. In a blink, the darkness completely shatters. Bright sunlight finally pierces through the heavy clouds, shining down on Shang City once again. And everyone watching this moment is permanently burned into their memories. It's over. The Anomaly King's energy is totally gone. It's almost unbelievable. Just what kind of awaken is this guy? Now pay attention, this is where it gets real. He's on a completely different level. Is this the power of a true genius? I finally get the saying about there always being a higher mountain. Rumor has it that major incident in Tai City, when the S-class anomaly invaded, they officially named it the Hell King's Sacrifice, a literal disaster forming only to get completely sealed. how they actually stopped it. The exact solution and details were locked down in Tai City's absolute top-secret files, but honestly, nobody else could ever pull off a stunt like that. Fang Yi finishes the beast, sheathes his blade, and turns to Song Yue. The bone bird is dead, and the dark domain is gone. You guys can contact the outside world now and report in. Without wasting a single second, Song Yue pulls out her phone to update headquarters. Hello, hello. This is Song Yue with a sitrep. The Tianbao building crisis is officially handled and all anomalies have been cleared out. She watches Fang Yi's back and adds, that's right. If it wasn't for the Wind Reaper, we never would have survived this mission. I hope our city's awakened guild can step up and properly thank Tai City and the Wind Reaper for all their help today. Right at that exact moment, Song Yue gets a message and pure shock hits her eyes. Let's pause. You and I know this is sketchy. The newly elected Shang City captain. Why show up now? The mission is already over and he's just arriving. Turns out he heard the Wind Reaper was in town. Headquarters warned him not to start any drama. But these arrogant, overly confident Awakened never listen to reason. Song Yue is absolutely furious right now, yelling straight into the phone. What is wrong with you people? The military handled this mission. The Star Zone Command personally invited Tai City's captain here. We are completely responsible for his safety and his respect in this city. We're escorting him out of here right now. Your guild and this new captain are clearly plotting something shady. You're directly provoking the military. The Wind Reaper is literally the most vital captain for the entire Star Zone and Tai City. Whoever dares to pick a fight will pay the ultimate price. Song Yue warns Fang Yi about the incoming drama, but honestly, he couldn't care less. He casually strolls out of the Tianbao building alone. Suddenly, Fang Yi senses something approaching. His eyes turn ice cold. Humph, that was fast. He's already here. Up in the sky, a figure dives straight down like a missile toward Fang Yi. Yue Fengjiang speaks, his voice arrogant and stiff. I am the captain of Shang City, Yue Fengjiang. So you're the so-called Wind Reaper from Tai City. Fang Yi narrows his eyes. He absolutely hates that entitled tone. Yeah, what of it? A wind attribute. Awakened. First time seeing one. This guy is acting cocky, but he's intentionally hiding his true power. Definitely, spirit creation tier. Yue Fengjiang swings his right hand, violently manipulating the wind energy around him. Boom. A terrifying blade of light illuminates the sky. He launches a quick probing attack, instantly dodging backward. He glares at Fang Yi, thinking to himself, this Wind Reaper is just some unknown kid. Perfect. I can definitely use this to build up the Yue family's absolute authority. He puts one hand behind his back, looking like a smug master lecturing an amateur. First off, thanks for stepping in and handling the Tianbao building crisis for us. But you're a Tai City captain. Crossing into my city is overstepping. Kids don't understand basic hierarchy. So what do you and I make of this pure trouble? Fang Yi replies with an icy expression. When I arrived, let's dive right in. Since you had no captain, I only took the military's request to help Shang City clear these anomalies. So speaking of this, Fang Yi's tone instantly shifts. As the brand new captain of Shang City, what exactly are you trying to settle with me? Yue Fengjiang rubs his nose with a mocking smirk, looking down at Fang Yi. Don't be so tense. Young guys are always so easily triggered. I have proper manners. I hold zero malice toward you, and I always respect outstanding talents like yourself. It's just that I want to borrow your blade to use. As he speaks, spiritual energy starts surging through both of his hands. Otherwise, don't even dream of leaving Shang City. Boom, two terrifying streams of power spiral around them, completely tearing the surrounding air apart. Fang Yi's expression stays ice cold. He stares back with indifferent eyes, but the corner of his mouth twitches into a smirk. Haha, borrow. Fang Yi shakes his head. Boom. In a flash, his right hand swings the blade and blazing hellfire crashes down like a massive dragon. A scorching shockwave hits instantly. Yue Fengjiang's pupils suddenly shrink to pinpricks as Fang Yi's freezing voice echoes right beside his ear. I'll let your whole family borrow it. Cut the nonsense. With a deafening explosion, Fang Yi moves like actual lightning, slashing his blade upward. The fire flares up wildly. Yue Fengjiang barely dodges to the side, sneering with a totally arrogant look. Good, very good. This is getting interesting. Right then, a three-person squad follows the energy spikes and arrives on scene. Song Yue takes the lead. As soon as the fighting started, all signals around here got jammed and cut off. We need to hurry up and report this to the military zone. You guys also need to notify your superiors quickly. And on top of that, we have to escort these lucky survivors back to safety. Here's where it gets wild. Seeing them run over, Fang Yi doesn't even glance their way. He just casually states, I'll give you 10 minutes. If you guys don't want to lose a captain. The young Spirit Association guy freezes up the second he hears that. What do you mean? A threat? Right then, Song Yue quickly steps up and claps a hand over his mouth. I understand. Not letting him spout any more stupid nonsense, the whole group gets dragged away. This Yue Fengjiang guy just got elected and he's already coming here to pick a fight with us. Hurry back and call for backup. The young guy still isn't having it and chimes in. The way I see it, it would be best if we could teach that Wind Reaper a lesson. Our Shang City actually ranks 3rd nationwide in pure combat strength, you know. The female member asks back, do you really think that's possible? Cutting back to Fang Yi, he is literally threatening the Spirit Association right now. If you don't step up now, Shang City might as well stop existing. What happens next is entirely up to your own fate. Boom, a massive thunderclap hits. Yue Fengjiang throws up his hand blocking the incoming lightning force. Oh, talking big, aren't we? If you want to kill me, then you better unleash 100% of your power. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, massive scorching flames erupt right behind Yue Fengjiang's back. Fang Yi bursts out of the blazing fire completely out of nowhere. Yue Fengjiang's eyes widen in pure shock as he glances back, giving him zero time to react. Boom, a terrifying blade aura lights up the entire sky. The weapon erupts with a crushing pressure that feels exactly like mountains collapsing and oceans roaring, burning hotter than the blazing sun. Yue Fengjiang blocks the slash, his whole body desperately struggling to back out of the sea of flames. You and I both felt that impact right. The ground beneath him instantly catches fire, relentlessly chasing him down. Too terrifying. What was that feeling just now? Yue Fengjiang's expression turns incredibly ugly. An ultimate extreme yang attribute. The raw explosive power behind that attack is absolutely unbelievable. How bizarre. My own body is actually feeling fear. It isn't until he gets a clear look at Fang Yi's figure that the terrifying aura completely makes his heart race out of control. Right then, Fang Yi speaks up. 100% of my power, then I'm afraid you won't even survive 10 minutes. Hearing this, Yue Fengjiang isn't scared at all. Instead, the smirk on his face only grows wider. His greedy eyes can't help but lock completely onto the tang blade in Fang Yi's hand. It really is that exact blade. Is that blade the new weapon type secretly developed by the Spirit Association? Seeing his expression and hearing these words, Fang Yi just stays completely silent. A spirit weapon containing terrifying elemental power. Once fully forged, a single slash from it can supposedly split mountains and part the seas. They actually managed to research and create it and even gave the only prototype to this kid. But whatever, this just proves to me that my trip here wasn't a total waste. This spirit weapon absolutely has to be mine. A pathetic little 2-star spirit creation realm brat. Better know his place and hand the blade over to me. Otherwise, I'll just have to kill him and steal it. Not enough. Still, not nearly enough. Didn't I tell you to unleash 100% of your power? Scene cut to the Spirit Association over in Tai City. The Guildmaster furiously slams his desk, yelling out, "What? The captain of Shang City and our Tai City captain are actually clashing with each other." Su Qingying stands up, her face full of absolute confusion as she asks, didn't the Wind Reaper get an invitation straight from the Su Qingyinger military zone? So he went to Shang City just to help handle the anomalies. Boss, what exactly is Shang City playing at here? The Guildmaster is also completely baffled, shaking his head. This is no small issue. It doesn't just involve the 2 local city associations, but it might even drag the Su Qingyinger military zone onto the battlefield. Right at this moment, a staff member walks up and urgently whispers into the guild boss's ear. He looks shocked. What, Shang City already made contact, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Let's jump right into this insane mess. He asks for an update. If they stop it within 10 minutes, they can fix this. The staff replies. Contacted them, but they say Shang City is the 3rd biggest out there. Their new captain is basically their local hero, so they refuse to believe he's going to lose. Hearing that, everyone's jaw drops in absolute shock. Are you kidding me? They are straight up looking down on our Tai City like we're nothing. The guild president furiously slams his fist on the table. Idiots, an absolute bunch of fools. Do those narrow-minded fools over in Shang City really think an S-class anomaly is that easy to seal away? Su Qingying finally speaks up. Maybe they aren't stupid, just completely overconfident. She narrows her eyes and asks what power tier is that guy actually at. The staff swallows hard. Rumor says he just broke through to the 3-star spirit creation tier. Plus, he comes from a massive elite family in Shang City. The city threw every single cultivation resource at him. Hearing this, the president just scoffs, shaking his head with a bitter laugh. Breaking into the 3-star spirit creation tier, so what if he's a 3-star expert? The burial sealer doesn't just have insane top-tier attributes. His actual combat power completely shatters whatever level he shows on the outside. Those spirit guild guys haven't survived the Demon King's hell firsthand. They have zero idea what the title burial sealer actually means. Their new captain isn't just going to lose, he is going to die. Meanwhile, Fang Yi's eyes glow blood red as his fist tears through the wind. Boom. A heavy crash echoes as his fist smashes right into Yue Fengjiang's face. The guy is left floating helplessly in midair, totally defenseless. Now watch this beatdown. Fang Yi launches him back and forth like a ragdoll. Yue Fengjiang is completely stunned. What the heck is happening? Why can't his blade arts cut through these flames? His spirit energy is being drained completely dry, vanishing the second he uses it. Since when does a fighting style literally confiscate your opponent's blade skills? Suddenly, Fang Yi stops mid-air and his cold voice cuts through the chaos. Hey, we're here. Yue Fengjiang frowns in totally confusion. He slowly turns his head around and his eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock. Looming right behind him is the massive Spirit Guild building. Yue Fengjiang simply cannot believe it. Did they seriously fight all the way back here? Lightning fast, Fang Yi closes the distance and whispers right in his ear. Out of respect for Tai City and the military, I'm giving you one last chance. Before the guy can even process that, Fang Yi swings a brutal roundhouse kick, sending him rocketing headfirst straight into the ground below. Boom! Fang Yi raises his blade high and terrifying crimson flames violently erupt. In an instant, the temperature across the entire city spikes to boiling levels. Fang Yi's voice echoes out cold and clear. But since someone wants to act like a coward and hide, I'll just have to make myself very clear. Feeling that insane flesh-melting heat pressing down on his body, Yue Fengjiang's pupils shrink in pure terror. Down on the streets, the oppressive heat makes everyone's blood boil. The citizens all tilt their heads up to the sky, absolutely terrified. You and I know exactly what's coming, but the locals are clueless. They're panicking. What's happening over there? A fire. Why is it suddenly so hot? The heat is rising super fast. Holy cow, look up there. People are fighting. Hey, I swear I saw those exact same flames on the news from the neighboring city. I told you guys, all those wild rumors online are totally true. The spirit energy awakening is actually happening. Fang Yi stares down at him with zero emotion. You still have 5 minutes left. Didn't you beg me to show you my full 100% power? Trapped right under that massive sunblade, Yue Fengjiang is drenched in a freezing cold sweat. I'm only using 30% of my strength, and you look this pathetic already. Boom! He swings his blade down again, and the entire city district practically boils over. Locked in place by that terrifying aura, Yue Fengjiang's face turns completely ghost white. Wait, what does he mean? Is this monster seriously still holding back? No, that is absolutely impossible. The guy is literally just a 2-star spirit creation expert. In that exact moment, the blazing red sky reflects in Yue Fengjiang's terrified eyes. Cold sweat drips down his forehead as reality finally hits him. Rumble, the entire city shakes violently. A heaven-shattering blast of fire erupts out of nowhere, and that absolute raw power swallows Yue Fengjiang completely whole. The blade's terrifying momentum doesn't slow down at all. It slashes straight toward the giant Spirit Guild headquarters right behind him. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Guild headquarters in Shen City, beep beep blaring alarms and flashing red warning lights completely flood the entire observation room. Massive energy spike detected inside the Xia Nation, pinpointing the exact location now. It's coming directly from the Spirit Guild building in Shang City. Attention, the energy levels are off the charts and still rising fast. But wait, this doesn't match the dark attribute signatures. Dark element powers don't use this frequency. Seriously, what on earth is happening over in Shang City? We never got any reports about an anomaly invasion breaking out there. So it's not a monster war. Then could it possibly be? Suddenly, a panicked staff member bursts through the doors. Commander, we just intercepted an emergency update from the Tai City Spirit Guild. The guy currently tearing up Shang City is their brand new appointed captain, the one they call Divine Blade. He wanted to steal the Burial Sealer's weapon. Tai City's captain was just helping them fight anomalies, but when he refused to hand it over, Divine Blade actually attacked him. Hearing this, the commander's blood absolutely boils with pure rage. What did you just say? He completely loses his mind and fiercely screams his orders. Does Shang City have a death wish? Make them stop right now. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving into absolute chaos today. Fire all the senior management of the Shang City Guild right now. His men instantly take action. We are sending backup immediately. This is a massive crisis for the entire guild system. Just then, a shadowy figure pushes open the heavy door. A stunning white-haired beauty walks straight in. She looks up and calmly suggests, I think it's better if I go. It's the vanguard of the guild headquarters, Gu Yuru alias Ocean Mystic. Meanwhile, right across from the guild building, a little girl stares up at the sky. She spots a blazing fire arrow flying past and gasps. Mommy, look at that. Is that a shooting star? Boom. A deafening explosion hits as the arrow crashes directly into the massive building. Terrifying flames erupt into the sky, instantly shattering the guild headquarters. The terrified mother grabs her daughter into a tight hug. Ah, don't look anymore, sweetie. Hurry up, we have to run. Right then the dad rushes in. We absolutely cannot stay in Shang City anymore. We need to leave for Shen City immediately. It should be way safer over there. The wife, completely panic-stricken, frantically asks him, do you think the crazy rumors online are actually true? Is the world really changing? Wawa, terrified by the incredibly heavy and tense atmosphere, the little girl suddenly bursts into loud tears. Mommy, I am so scared. The mother hugs her daughter to comfort her. Don't be scared, we will figure out a way out of this. The dad yells anxiously. Let's go, hurry up and move. Watch closely, because this is where the action gets insane. Rewind to exactly 1 minute ago. Right now, Yue Fengjiang is completely pinned against a huge fireball. Cough. Yue Fengjiang violently spits out a mouthful of fresh blood, but this guy is still talking incredibly tough. Wind Burial, you better stop this instant. If you don't, the Yu family will absolutely not let you off the hook. The Shang City Guild will definitely hunt you down too. Behind Yue Fengjiang, deep inside the burning guild, building a crowd of completely panicked staff members are freaking out. How is Wind Burial so bold, daring to attack the Shang City Guild itself? He is seriously just bullying the weak. Hurry up and send reinforcements to Captain Divine Blade. He looks like he cannot hold on much longer. Right at that moment, a massive shout rings out. Tai City Captain Wind Burial, please immediately stop your extremely violent behavior near the Shang City Guild. Fang Yi glares toward the loud sound. Divine Blade is the captain of Shang City. If you keep attacking Divine Blade, you are officially provoking our entire Shang City Guild system. One of the guild members tightly clenches, his fists tightly yelling out a loud threat. We absolutely will not tolerate this behavior. You better be ready to face the brutal consequences. Hearing this, Fang Yi's eyes turn even more icy cold as he glares. Is this really the Shang City Guild's arrogant attitude? They totally ignored the Tai City captain coming to help just because both are captains, thinking their own captain was stronger, so they simply refused to step in and stop him. As he speaks, Fang Yi raises his right hand high. The golden sun ignites, burning fiercely over Shang City. Roaring fire dragons can be seen absolutely everywhere. Earth-shattering flames erupt into the sky, with a tyrannical power that burns the entire guild building, leaving countless terrifying and fierce scorch marks ripped across the stone walls. Trapped inside the blazing heat, the pale-faced staff members collapse straight onto the floor, slashing the blade in his hand sideways. You and I saw this coming, right? Fang Yi turns around, looks straight at Yue Fengjiang and smirks. I'm afraid they completely misjudged. With your pathetic level, you actually think you can take the blade in my hand. Yue Fengjiang looks absolutely awful, panting heavily for breath. Then let us see if you can even block this. Saying that, Fang Yi violently throws the heavy blade in his hand. A loud hum rings out, as dazzling golden light is tightly compressed into a single deadly straight line. Seeing this, Yue Fengjiang laughs out loud. Ha ha ha, at least you are smart. Pure joy completely lights up his face as he frantically rushes forward to grab it. The Shang City Guild is totally useless, letting Tai City develop such a powerful spirit weapon before them. Only a genius like me deserves to own this incredible treasure. His expression is completely crazed and excited. Fang Yi stares at him indifferently, feeling like he is just bullying a totally pathetic idiot. I will literally never understand the twisted psychology of these vanguards. Just because they unlock extraordinary power, they think they can rob and completely slaughter people to take what doesn't belong to them. In the end, these vanguards are basically no different from the anomalies. The terrifying fact that trash like this keeps multiplying is actually a major reason why humanity is facing absolute extinction right now. And the Shang City Guild actually lets them run rampant without intervening or lifting a single finger to stop it. Thinking about this, Fang Yi's eyes fill up with pure killing intent. The very next second, a massive boom echoes out, as a boiling sea of fire blasts straight up into the clouds. Looking down from the sky right now, Shang City looks exactly like a giant blazing furnace, while rolling chaotic fire clouds dance madly, violently devouring this entire guild building. Right then, Fang Yi's cold, indifferent voice echoes through the chaos. I completely forgot to tell you, this blade is not a spirit weapon made by the guild. It is an exclusive custom weapon that I forged all by myself. It only ever answers to one master, and that is me. Boom! An explosion echoes mid-air as countless panicked people flee, sirens screaming everywhere. Help, somebody save me. Holy crap, did Captain Divine Blade actually just die? Staring blankly at the total destruction, the crowd is stunned. Wild right, trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Didn't they say wind burial? And let's dive right into this absolute madness. 2-star spirit creation realm, Yu Fengjiang was a whole tier above him. Wang Zong, the manager of the Shang City Spirit Association, couldn't stop his entire body from violently shaking. The Divine Blade Yue Fengjiang was the only 3-star spirit creation expert in the city. With his insane talent and all those priority resources, he was just a month away from reaching the Vajra realm. Between his natural gifts and his status as the Blade faction heir, he easily ranked in the top 5 among the Xia Nation captains. But against the Wind Reaper, he didn't even stand a chance. Our guy's power has already completely shattered the normal captain-level limits. It's not even close. Right at that very moment, Fang Yi, holding his Tang straight blade, dropped straight down from the midair. Wang Zhang stared up at Fang Yi, his eyes full of pure terror. This guy had enough raw combat power to wipe out an entire city. Seeing Fang Yi slowly walking closer, Wang Zhong collapsed heavily onto the dirt. What was he supposed to do now? Was this monster really planning to drag the entire Shang City Spirit Association down to the grave with him? "Tai City Captain, please have mercy. This was all our fault." Just then, breaking through the flames, outside, a fully armed military helicopter rushed frantically toward their location. "Report, there is a massive wave of pure, intense Yang attribute energy ahead. The massive roaring fire surrounding the Shang City Spirit Association is finally starting to weaken and fade completely away." Hearing this, Gu Yuro quickly threw open the helicopter doors. "Weaken? I'm afraid we're already way too late. I can feel it from all the way up here. His power is just absolutely insane. Could he really destroy our third largest city directly, just like that?" Right as she finished speaking, she brought her hands together. "Watch closely here." She gathers massive water attribute energy right at her chest. A second later, from the chopper, countless water arrows rained down, desperately trying to put out the raging flames. Feeling that intense heat wave smash against her, Gu Yuro gasped. This was definitely the strength of a national-level vanguard. If this is all he did, it means he actually held back big time. Seeing the headquarters helicopter finally arriving, Wang Zhong's face lit up with absolute joy. "Look, headquarters is here." The headquarters backup finally made it. Hearing the loud engine noise from the sky, Fang Yi gripped his blade, glancing up to size her up for a second. He thought to himself, a water attribute vanguard with this kind of pure energy, she's way stronger than that guy Yue Fengjiang from earlier. Out of all the high-level vanguards he had ever crossed paths with, she was easily ranked in the top 2. Up in the chopper, Gu Yuro was also sizing him up. That high-level fire aura is totally overwhelming, maybe even a little savage. Pure Yang attribute. Heavenly fire attribute, plus some kind of hidden power she couldn't even read yet. No wonder he's a vanguard, with the raw ability to slaughter an entire city. If he hadn't pulled back the flames on his own, her falling rain might not have even been enough to put out the leftover fire. Suddenly, something caught her eye, and she narrowed her gaze. "Wait a second. That is a spirit weapon shaped like a tang blade, the pure power inside it and its perfect fusion rate." Based on what she knew about the Tai City branch, their spirit weapon development was nowhere near this advanced level. Swish. Fang Yi smoothly swings his arm, calling the blade back. "I know what you're thinking," and she realized it too. There's only one explanation. He forged this weapon himself. Seeing headquarters arrive, Wang Zhong finally found his nerve and angrily started shouting out his accusations. "Did you really have to be this completely ruthless, Wind Reaper? The people from headquarters are officially here now. How are you going to explain this mess to us?" Fang Yi just shot him a cold side glance. "I gave you 10 minutes. But even after getting the message, you didn't give me a single explanation. That just tells me you guys really believed your city captain deserved to die." Fang Yi wasn't about to waste any more breath on these guys. Boom. A heavy roar echoed as terrifying flames screamed into the sky. "And one more thing. Talk to me like that again and I'll kill you all right now." The crowd backed away in absolute horror. Right then, Gu Yuro gracefully dropped down from her helicopter. Tai City Captain Fang Yi paused, glancing over at her. He really wanted to hear how headquarters planned to clean up this exact mess. How would they actually handle it? Seeing Gu Yuro step up, Wang Zhong's face twisted into insane, arrogant joy. That is exactly right. Headquarters still had to care about public opinion. So what if the Wind Reaper was crazy strong? If a captain straight up killing another captain was just brushed off without a proper harsh punishment, then what was stopping total chaos from happening everywhere? Wouldn't captains everywhere lose total faith in the system? How would they ever manage the spirit associations across the entire nation after that? They absolutely couldn't. Gu Yuro calmly spoke up to introduce herself. "Nice to meet you, my name is Gu Yuro." Meanwhile, off to the side, Wang Zhong was still excitedly thinking to himself, especially with their branch totally destroyed like this and the Wind Reaper still standing there, talking so recklessly. It was finally time for headquarters to teach this kid a massive lesson. Gu Yuro continued her intro. "I am the Sea Mystic of headquarters." Hearing this title drop, Wang Zhong completely froze in absolute shock. Wait, what, the Sea Mystic? And that's where we leave it, guys. The legendary Sea Mystic actually bowing her head to apologize, hair hiding her face. Wild right. Alright, you and I are about to witness the absolute panic of the headquarters. They are desperate to please soothe and reward the Wind Reaper. Zero conflicts allowed. Absolutely none. Meanwhile, the ordinary pioneers over at the Shang City Spirit Association are standing there totally shocked and completely fuming with anger. Is it really over just like that? Their own Shang City captain was literally burned alive right in front of them. How does this not count as internal treason? The representative from headquarters hasn't asked a single question about holding him accountable. Instead, she promised to give him an explanation. The Sea Mystic obviously feels their intense burning anger, but honestly, she couldn't care less. Their outrage means nothing here. that arrogant divine blade captain from the Shang City Association, made a fatal move against the Wind Reaper. He shamelessly tried to kill him completely, turning his back on the Tai City Association and biting the very hands that saved him. She snaps her head around, eyes completely ice cold. Why didn't you fools think about stopping the infighting and minimizing the damage back then? Just a bunch of arrogant fools. Her voice drips with absolute frost as she demands who exactly is in charge of Shang City. The Shang City president steps forward, trembling. It is me. She just glares at him and says, you have exactly 3 days. 3 days to calm down the citizens of Shang City and invent a solid PR excuse to completely suppress the raging public opinion. They nod furiously, completely terrified of her. Yes, ma'am, we understand perfectly. Now watch closely. Here's where it gets wild. Her next sentence kicks them straight into the abyss. In 3 days, you are all officially fired. Headquarters will send someone down to take over Shang City immediately. In a split second, the entire room goes dead silent. Their eyes are practically bulging out of their skulls in sheer panic. Everyone fired. Is the situation really that insanely serious? Remember, if you fail to act during these 3 days, you will face the absolute worst consequences on your own. Her tone is incredibly calm, but it sends absolute chills down every single person's spine. They shift their terrified gazes toward Fang Yi, completely mind-blown. The Spirit headquarters is actually firing the entire Shang City staff all for this one guy. Even Fang Yi didn't expect them to make such a ruthless move. This goes way beyond anything he actually predicted. But headquarters needed to make their stance crystal clear and broadcast it to the entire world. Anyone who dares challenge the Wind Reaper will end up exactly like Yue Fengjiang and Shang City. The Sea Mystic shifts her gaze back to Fang Yi. Wind Reaper, I hope this method of handling things meets your total satisfaction. Rest assured, the Spirit headquarters will absolutely never allow something this incredibly disrespectful to happen to you ever again. Anyone challenging you is openly challenging the entire Spirit headquarters. Fang Yi just lets out a quiet, knowing chuckle. How you punish those fools means nothing to me, but I am extremely curious about what you actually meant by suppressing the raging public opinion. Seeming to catch on to his deep suspicion, the Sea Mystic just gives a soft smile and starts explaining. I know what you are thinking. Can Tai City and Shang City actually keep the magic awakening a secret? You doubt our suppression capabilities, right? Right now, the entire world is facing a massive wave of paranormal anomalies, and disaster after disaster keeps randomly popping up. Honestly, tons of people have already guessed the truth, but we keep it hidden because the perfect moment just hasn't arrived yet. If we just went public right now, the entire global situation would completely spiral out of control instantly. Pure chaos would explode from the inside out, completely shattering the fragile defensive walls we just barely managed to build. If Tai City didn't have an absolute powerhouse like you, the Grand Awakening era of the Xia Nation would have already aggressively begun. It would have started the exact day Tai City was almost destroyed by the Anomaly King. Or if Elder Wu hadn't stepped in, we would be in chaos much sooner, way sooner. And the ordinary citizens caught completely off guard would be dragged kicking and screaming right into the brutal magic awakening era. Fang Yi nods slowly, starting to understand her harsh logic. It actually perfectly matches the dark theories he had already pieced together himself. So that is the ugly truth. Better to let a small group descend into madness than watch the whole world burn together. If they want to keep up this sweet illusion of equality and maintain a peaceful, prosperous life for the oblivious masses, then what they desperately need post-awakening are elite pioneers who can rise above millions of normal people to hold the absolute line. Facing the crisis head-on, no wonder so many of those arrogant pioneers are eagerly doing stupid things, actively trying to spark an even more massive wave of global chaos. The Xia Nation crushing public rumors this ruthlessly is basically their way of chaining down these reckless pioneers from starting all-out bloody conflicts. It severely limits the spread of anomalies and buys precious time to help ordinary folks slowly transition into this terrifying new awakening era. But honestly, without the absolute cooperation of insanely powerful pioneers like him, pulling this off is mathematically impossible. Thinking about all this, Fang Yi lets out a heavy breath. Looks like the clock is ticking and time has officially run out. Even though his current spirit creation realm power solved a literal natural disaster and bought Tai City some breathing room, it is still nowhere near enough to survive what is coming. Right then, the Sea Mystic speaks up. You must be busy, so we will send a private jet to take you home. But I have one personal request off the record from headquarters. She smiles, adjusting her glasses, secretly amazed at how incredibly young he is. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what this kid does next. To not only possess the terrifying power to wipe out an entire city, but also the sheer character to shoulder such massive responsibilities. You and I are about to see why Tai City having a genius like this makes everyone else insanely jealous. She's completely hooked. Fang Yi just glances over, his tone completely flat as he tells the Sea Mystic to drop the formalities and speak up. Suddenly, she extends her hand right toward him. Her voice is totally sincere as she says, I am speaking as Gu Yuro right now, not under my title as the Sea Mystic. I just want to be your friend. Can we scene shift over to the spirit war zone right inside G-Len's private office? The blonde guy finishes his report, laughing a bit while rubbing his nose, saying that's the whole story. Smash G-Lan suddenly slams her hand down hard, hitting the desk so violently it shakes, sending wood splinters flying everywhere. Absolutely ridiculous. How can the Shang City Spirit Guild be this incredibly short-sighted and stupid? If things keep going like this, the major combat forces over in Shang City are just going to keep surrendering one by one. The main Spirit Guild needs to take over, as soon as possible. Otherwise, in the brutal future of the spiritual energy revival, Shang City is totally doomed. They will fail, completely wiped out by useless commanders who drag their own armies down. The main Spirit Guild is probably still keeping things somewhat stable, especially with the Sea Mystic around. Who knows, she might even be trying to poach your guy right now. So shouldn't we put out some kind of official statement too? Of course we should. The compensation package for the Wind Reaper absolutely cannot be anything less, not by a single dime. At the bare minimum, it can't be worse than what the main guild offers. Plus, the original reward from the Shang City Association this time around will also be straight up double for him. I've got to say, the pure strength and raw personality of this Wind Reaper, even I am completely impressed by it. Decisive in battle, totally ruthless, yet knows when to hold back. These are the exact essential qualities you need for a true city leader. I feel like this specific reward is the only one that truly suits him. As he speaks, the blonde guy slides a thick file right in front of G-Lan. Right on the cover, 4 bold words, Top Secret Restricted Zone. G-Lan looks genuinely confused for a second, then smiles, rubbing her chin in thought. Now pay attention closely here. If I didn't know you actually respected the guy, I'd seriously think you were doing this just to make his life a living hell. The blonde guy's eyes narrow into a grin. Extreme danger and massive opportunity always exist together. He is literally the only one worthy of training in there. Not to mention, our own war zone also has an absolute genius in closed-door cultivation right inside that very area. In the future, things way more terrifying than the Hell Sacrificial King are going to keep appearing non-stop. Every single one of them will shatter humanity's current beliefs. We might as well figure out how to help the Wind Reaper rank up faster. That way he can actually grow stronger, surviving in the dark future ahead and reaching the very ends of the earth that we can't even see. G-Lan picks up the confidential file, nodding slightly. You're right. Honestly, our standard cultivation zone is probably way too much of a walk in the park for a monster like him. But suddenly, right at that exact moment, a female staff member bursts through the door yelling, Boss Lan, Elder Wu is finally awake. He wants to speak with you right now. Hearing this, both G-Lan and the blonde guy completely freeze in shock. Scene changed to a few hours later back in Tai City at Fang Yi's private villa. His phone buzzes loudly with a brand new notification. Your bank account has just received $10 million. Hearing the noise, Lin Yi walks out smiling. Cousin, you are finally back home. I saw everything that went down on the forums. Fang Yi just laughs gently, rubbing her head. It is really no big deal, so do not sweat it too much. Lin Yi beams, saying she isn't worried at all. The Pioneer forums are going crazy, saying you absolutely crushed the captain of the Shang City Divine Blade Squad. Their descriptions are completely over the top. Aside from reading up on cultivation info, you really need to spend way less time scrolling those forums. Did you forget your promise to improve yourself as soon as possible? While speaking, Fang Yi gives her a light flick on the forehead. Ouch. He then stands up, heading straight for his room. All right, I need to go cultivate and try for a little breakthrough. Lin Yi's pretty eyes go wide, staring at him in pure absolute disbelief. Wait, didn't you literally just break through recently? I know what you're thinking, and yeah, it gets crazier. Is he really about to hit the 3-star spirit creation realm? Fang Yi chuckles. Haha, it's still not guaranteed. After Fang Yi leaves, Lin Yi goes a little quiet. How weird, why do I feel like my cousin has something heavy on his mind? Early the next morning, when the sky is still barely bright, Fang Yi starts frantically circulating the golden sun breathing technique. Just a little more now. This right here is the purest dark attribute from that bone bird. Fusing it straight into the infinite dark domain is the absolute only way to maximize the use of this energy. Right at that very second, the system's star panel flashes on screen. Do you want to embed the dark attribute into the infinite dark domain? Fang Yi doesn't hesitate for even a single second. Yes, ding. After successfully fusing with the dark attribute, the infinite dark domain has officially leveled up. Now, once an enemy is dragged into the infinite dark domain, the bone bird and all the anomalies inside will actually fight alongside you, instantly doubling the weakening effect on your foes. Right now, a thick, suffocating dark aura wildly swirls around and completely engulfs Fang Yi's entire body. Immediately after this, dense dark aura violently transforms into countless terrifying anomalies. Looking over the fresh data sent right from the system panel, Fang Yi falls into deep thought. Active combat, so what do you and I make of this? He's basically a dark king commanding these literal anomalies to do his dirty work. Realizing this, Fang Yi goes absolutely all out, channeling the golden sun breathing technique to the max. Countless auras erupt. Alright, stick with me here. Golden light erupts right out of Fang Yi's body, shooting straight into each of the anomalies. Instantly, their eyes ignite with a fierce glow, sparking with actual consciousness. Suddenly, a massive giant, dripping with molten lava, appears floating high up in the sky. Endless spiritual energy frantically rushes in, swirling right toward it. A terrifying, blinding light radiates from the giant, blanketing 1,000 miles around them. And right on cue, the system panel pops up once again. Checking requirements. You've hit the breakthrough conditions. Do you want to advance to the 3-star spirit creation realm? The massive giant lights up with an overwhelming brilliance, glowing just like a blazing galaxy. People spot the crazy phenomenon and can't help shouting, "Oh my god, look at that. What even is that?" A projection. Someone else recognizes it and immediately starts explaining. What? It's the immortal descending, the one who wiped out those bats and saved us. Meanwhile, back in Fang Yi's bedroom, things are getting wild. Light and shadow twist together. Deep inside his boundless dark realm, countless dark monsters are literally bowing down, swearing their absolute loyalty to him. Seeing this, Fang Yi thinks to himself, these monsters I've tamed and brought under my control are basically servants bowing to their king, completely powering up my boundless dark realm. Right after that, the boundless dark realm officially crowns Fang Yi as its supreme king. The boundless dark realm upgrades successfully, and he unlocks a brand new ability. The new skill, Monster Combat. Once he drags an enemy into the dark realm, he can summon the dead anomalies that his realm already destroyed, using them to attack. Warning: the stronger the enemy, the faster his spiritual energy drains, and the shorter it lasts. You're going to want to watch this. Fang Yi opens a dark sphere and a bone bird's shadow flickers. Looks like we've got some new recruits joining our boundless dark realm family. Your power is super pure and it's absolutely huge. For my level up, just do your jobs well in here and I won't treat you badly. Sitting on his throne looking down at his minions, Fang Yi plots. I need to squeeze every drop out of this new dark realm ability. On top of that, I have to keep boosting my spiritual energy reserves. Cutting back outside, boom, a massive explosion hits as terrifying glowing light turns into a pillar connecting heaven and earth. Huge waves of spiritual energy form a raging storm, frantically crashing down and converging on Fang Yi in a flash. Breakthrough 3-star spirit creation realm. I can literally feel the abilities I absorbed and the techniques I learned totally fusing with my body right now. The raw power has been purified, making it way more concentrated thanks to the dark realm upgrading. Using dark attributes doesn't feel sluggish or heavy like it used to anymore. Fang Yi lets out a quiet breath and steps off the bed. As for everything else, I'll just have to test it out in actual combat. Thinking about this, a super confident smirk spreads across his face. At that exact same moment, over in the Star Wars zone, Jylon and Elder Wang feel the breakthrough shockwave. That speed is insane. He leveled up. Again, Elder Wang nods. Since the moment he picked the 7-fade flower and saved my old life, exactly how much time has it been? Jylon replies, half a month. She feels deeply moved, thinking to herself, yeah, in just a little over 10 short days, Fang Yi has pulled off the impossible. For literally any other immortal walker out there, this would be the crowning achievement of an entire lifetime. Just hitting spirit creation realm, he completely suppressed the dark tide, harvested the 7-fade flower, and didn't just let that sink in for a second. He saved my life, helped you, and secured the future for countless Sha country immortal walkers. Countering pure dark attributes is exactly what we completely failed at doing. He crushed the anomaly kings in 2 different cities, wiping out the disaster and the absolute scum, ruining the city while leveling up twice in a row. He did all of this in just a few short days. Honestly, I really cannot wait to officially meet this absolute genius. Meanwhile, the Tai City Spirit Association is also sensing the massive spiritual shockwaves coming straight from Fang Yi's new house. Did he level up again? The energy surge that Wind Burial is giving off right now is even bigger than when the Anomaly King arrived. Trigger the emergency backup protocols right now. We have to make absolutely sure Wind Burial's massive level up doesn't get interrupted by anyone outside. Level 1 protocol activated. Su Qingying looks at her phone, a huge relieved smile easily spreading right across her face. Ever since Tai City survived the Hell King's sacrifice disaster, Wind Burial has gained an insane amount of total authority and respect among the immortal walkers. And honestly, even the normal people who haven't awakened any powers at all have easily come to accept these wild phenomenons. They memorize Fang Yi's spiritual energy, and it actually makes them feel completely safe. As for the crazy haters over in Shang City, the city forums are absolutely exploding right now. Let me educate you all on just how insanely powerful Wind Burial really is. Some people still don't believe that Tai City incident was handled by wind burial alone, but the absolute legend instantly helped Shang City wipe out the disaster on top of the Tianbao building. Rumor says that threat was basically the exact same level as the Tai City anomaly, and the Shang City captain Haha Wind Burial literally hung him up and beat him from east to west. He didn't know who he was provoking. So what do you and I learn here? The boss blasted him to dust in seconds. Stick with me here because things are getting wild. This display of terrifying power was perfectly convincing. Now no reckless awakener will ever dare mess with him again. Meanwhile, somewhere over in Shang City, Chu Qingli is frantically typing away at her computer, nervously biting her nails. Her face is filled with pure anxiety. She never expected the cultivation path to be this ridiculously difficult. Ever since she awakened, there hasn't been a single sign of breaking through to the two-star Ghost Palace realm. What in the world is going wrong? Right then, a specific name crosses her mind: the Wind Reaper. Those other awakeners are just a bunch of blind fools who can't see the bigger picture. They either couldn't dig up any useful info or just flat out ignored her. Chu Qingli lets out a cold laugh. Ha, they probably just don't know the Wind Reaper. Gritting her teeth, she thinks to herself, if only she could actually meet him in person. These totally average guys know she just reached the Ghost Palace realm, so they just brush her off. She refuses to believe they wouldn't drop their jaws upon seeing her. But after the spiritual energy recovery, are her massive advantages really this week now? According to the online chatter, Shang City totally offended the Wind Reaper. So staying here is completely off the table, let alone trying to grow her power in this place. She needs to head back to Tai City right now. Making up her mind, Chu Qingli immediately starts packing her bags. Whether it's her current edge or the entire future of the spiritual awakening, she swears that she, Chu Qingli, will firmly control her own destiny going forward. Cutting back over to Fang Yi's villa. Did you finally manage to level up? Lin Yi asks him, her eyes wide with curiosity. Do you feel any weird changes in your body? Fang Yi just nods while casually eating his meal. Yeah, honestly, it feels fine. Aside from his spiritual energy flowing way smoother, making his skills vastly more efficient, there are zero massive changes right now. Now pay attention here because this is huge. He suspects the real crazy upgrades won't show up until he hits the Vajra realm. Right then, Lin Yi's phone randomly buzzes. She quickly shows the screen to Fang Yi. Sister Jilan is asking if I want to visit the Tianhai forest. It seems like a massive new heaven and earth mutation just popped up in that exact forest. Fang Yi nods slightly. Yeah, I just got her invite too. This is probably the spiritual war zone trying to make up for that whole mess back in Shang City. Since she invited you too, let's just head there together. Lin Yi totally cheers. Awesome. Tianhai Forest sits right on the border of the spiritual war zone's territory, and honestly, it used to be just a completely normal forest. But over the last 5 years, it started growing wildly, evolving into entirely brand new dangerous species. Inside, the spiritual energy concentration is over 60%, meaning the chance of finding deeply mutated plants and animals is insanely high. It's basically a treasure hunt, holy land for awakeners to train, but also a terrifying meat grinder of unknown mutations. Even so, it's firmly under the spiritual war zone's direct control. Over at the Tianhai Forest outpost, Song Yue spots them and immediately waves. We meet again, Tai City Captain. I wonder if you actually still remember who I am. Fang Yi nods casually. Yeah. So what exactly are you doing out here? Song Yu quickly explains. Guarding the restricted zone. Commander Ji Lan personally assigned me to welcome you and your cousin and brief you on a few sketchy situations going on right now. Just before you two got here, the Tianhai Forest started going through some seriously tricky mutations. A bizarre mutated flame just sparked inside. It's not a dark attribute, but the aura is incredibly sinister. And the worst part, it won't burn out and nobody can extinguish it. Hearing this, Fang Yi looks genuinely surprised. Wait, so it's a completely brand new, totally unidentified, mutated fire attribute. Song Yu gives a serious nod. Exactly. I'm going in with you and your cousin. But Fang Yi just shakes his head. Honestly, that really won't be necessary. Yi, what do you think? I don't need it either, thanks. Seeing this, Song Yue happily agrees to wait. Alright, then you two stay sharp out there. I'll hold down the fort right here. Watching them walk away, she can't help but feel a little bit envious. Let's pause for a second. You and I totally missed this. That young girl looks delicate, but her internal aura is absolutely rock solid and fully locked in. The spiritual energy radiating off her is wildly powerful, maybe even outclassing Song Yue's own talent. Seriously, what on earth were these two siblings fed growing up? How are they both blessed with such legendary talent? After hiking deep into the dense woods, the siblings finally come to a dead stop. Is this the right spot? They haven't even reached the core zone yet, but they already feel a terrifying wave of intense heat surging. Fang Yi stares up at the suffocating black energy blanketing the entire sky. This chaotic aura of pure death is absolutely terrifying. This freezing death energy is just as dangerous as the dark tide itself. Plus, like that commander warned them earlier, this dark fire literally cannot be put out, which means it's just gonna keep spreading. A smile of pure excitement crosses Fang Yi's face as blinding light magic erupts from his body and he steps forward. Golden sun breathing technique. Yi step back right now. As the heat waves roar, the second Fang Yi walks inside, countless black flames violently launch themselves directly at him. Moving like a massive, unstoppable fire dragon, the momentum is completely overwhelming. But Fang Yi, he isn't panicked by this attack in the slightest. He calmly raises his hand. The bizarre dark fire raging in this place is already way stronger than any normal fire element. It even has a terrifying instinct to devour the spiritual energy right out of a human body. But no matter how deeply mutated it is, fire is still just fire. But you and I both know how supreme light magic works, right? Total domination, boom. The flames violently explode, completely blocked from even laying a single scratch on him. He can sense the true source of this black fire waiting directly ahead. Alright, stick with me here, things are about to heat up. Lin Yi, your wood attribute is weak against fire, so keep that shield I gave you active and stay sharp. Understood, she nods. Then boom, a blazing tang blade suddenly materializes right in Fang Yi's grip. A second later, he swings the blade. Crash. The sheer force echoes like a massive torpedo exploding in the dark. Boiling flames erupt from deep inside the cave. Without a single second of hesitation, Fang Yi marches straight into the inferno. Lin Yi follows close behind, warning him. The death aura. It's way heavier now. As they push deeper into the abyss, pools of thick glowing magma start lighting up the rocky path. The whole place reeks of pure gloomy death. On high alert, Lin Yi whispers, "Wait, what was that dripping sound just now?" Fang Yi stays completely calm. "Just magma. Keep moving." Taking a few more steps, he lowers his voice. "We made it." At the very bottom of the cavern, a massive roaring lake of surging magma. Disgusting black bubbles rapidly swell up and pop all over the fiery surface. Right on cue, the system panel pops up. Alert, massive environmental shift detected. Preliminary scan shows crazy fluctuations of the tuned fire attribute. The system auto-syncs, instantly pulling in the raw data. Fang Yi walks right up to the edge and straight up touches the boiling magma. Ding. The system screen flashes. He just acquired a tuned fire attribute technique. The tuned body domain can literally devour any elemental power around him. And it gets better, it uses that devoured energy to massively boost his yang attributes. He literally swirls the magma with his bare hand, sinking with the scorching flames. You can just feel the sheer destructive aura radiating off him. This specific fire attribute is super rare, kind of like the desolate element. It is perfectly designed to nourish and turbocharge pure yang energy. Boom, new skill unlocked, the death seal. But the system flashes a huge warning. This ability has some wild side effects, so use with extreme caution. Now watch closely. Fang Yi reads this and freezes. What is going on? He just unlocked the literal power of infinite death. If someone kills him, he instantly plants the death seal right on his murderer. The effect: the attacker completely loses all pain and their natural fear of dying. Instead, they step into an endless death loop. Plus, the death seal triggers the absolute nightmare of the yellow spring flames. Those hellish flames will rush in from everywhere, eternally burning whoever carries that mark. Not to mention the death ice tower dripping with absolute lethal toxicity, just like the name says. The cursed victim will get hit with back-to-back death attacks, their physical body endlessly collapsing and rotting away forever. It's a literal hellscape. The gates of the underworld burst wide open for the marked target, and an entire army of evil spirits lines up just to drag them down. Infinite death. Fang Yi just shakes his head. Yeah, this skill is insanely overpowered, but right now, it doesn't exactly fit his fighting style. The cost of using it is just way too massive. Having to literally die first to trigger it, hard pass. Still, it's better to keep it in reserve. He tells the system to lock the death seal away for now, no need to learn or implant it yet. Just like that, Fang Yi easily plots out an absolutely supreme path for his evolution. As for that whole infinite death side effect thing, he brushes it off as a minor glitch. Not important. Watching all of this go down, Lin Yi looks up to her cousin with pure awe. Her badass cousin literally just tamed these hellish raging flames like it was absolutely nothing. Does that mean he really just scored yet another brand new attribute power? Seriously, how many different elemental abilities does he even have at this point? His power level is just getting unbelievably ridiculous. Just as they're about to pack up and leave, Fang Yi suddenly frowns. Right as those glowing tomb flames begin to fade into the dark, you and I both know this was too easy. He feels a sinister, bone-chilling glare locking onto him. Stay sharp, he warns. There's something else. Hearing that, Lin Yi jumps in pure panic and snaps her head around. Staring right back at her is a massive, long-bodied black beast. Two glowing, sinister eyes pierce through the absolute darkness. Lin Yi stammers in total terror. Is that a dragon? Right then, Fang Yi leaps forward. He gives the monster a quick look and shakes his head. Nope, it's just a mutated lizard. Basically nothing more than an oversized four-legged bug pretending to be tough. Fang Yi sneers coldly, showing absolutely zero respect to the creature. He stares straight into the deathly aura of the raging tomb flames up ahead. Gripping his blade tight, he smirks. Perfect timing. Let's use you to test out my brand new tomb fire domain. The half-dragon gets furious. A massive violent torrent of deathly tomb fire blasts out from its jaws, rocketing straight toward Fang Yi's face. Fang Yi's eyes flash with danger. Gripping his blazing tang blade, he charges right in. A split second later, scorching heat absolutely floods the entire cavern. A blinding crimson light erupts from the narrow mouth of the cave. Boom, endless waves of blazing red energy explode outward from the very depths. The crimson light surges, triggering an earth-shattering explosion that literally blows apart the surrounding forest. Miles away, the shockwave leaves Song Yue completely stunned. Something massive just went down in there. Call for backup right now. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, back at the military headquarters, red alert sirens start blaring for the Tianhai forest. A brand new mutated life form has spawned. The spiritual energy density just spiked by 1,000%. System scanners mark the threat level at a solid rank S. The anomaly is completely off the charts. Jilan's gorgeous face instantly drops into a dead serious frown. This is bad. Why did this have to happen right now? The spiritual energy inside Tianhai Forest has been stable for ages, yet it erupts the exact second the Wind Burial Master heads inside to train. Elder Wu stands right beside her, arms crossed. Look, I have total faith in that kid's combat skills, but given this mess, we still need to go check it out. Agreed. They launch straight toward the forest, and trust me, you won't want to miss the next clash. They fly off. Seeing two streaks of light flash across the sky, Song Yu cries out, "Those lights, it's Elder Wu and Commander Ji Lan. Let's dive right in, guys." Elder Wu is officially back in action, so let's follow them. With a massive boom, Elder Wu violently crashes down. The ground completely shatters. The Vajra tier aura radiating from the old man instantly suppresses the entire battlefield. Song Yue rushing over is absolutely stunned. Is this movement speed really the power of a Vajra tier expert? If the Wind Sealer represents overwhelming flashy power that triggers wild anomalies with every single move, then Elder Wu represents the exact opposite, pure, quiet, and deeply unshakable strength. Without even drawing on his spiritual energy, just a simple physical movement is enough to completely shock every single pioneer present. In just a few short seconds, he pinpointed the exact direction and arrived on the scene. This kind of instant teleportation ability is honestly nothing short of masterful. Seeing Jilan catching up, Elder Wu simply says, "They are right inside." And just like that, the old man makes his move. Raising his right hand, a single swing violently blasts open the cave entrance. Let's head in. A squad of soldiers follows Ji Lan and the old man right into the cave entrance. Inside, Lin Yi is safely protected by a positive attribute energy shield. The terrifying shockwave makes her stumble, and she quickly calls out, "Hey, are you okay?" Fang Yi shakes his head and gently replies, "I am fine. Did you sense something?" Fang Yi speaks up, "But it looks like someone is looking for us." As soon as he finishes, a sharp whoosh echoes out. His figure vanishes like a flash of lightning, only to instantly reappear, completely blocking Elder Wu's path right as the old man flies in. Seeing the intensely powerful old man in front of him, Fang Yi doesn't recognize him at first. Elder Wu speaks up first. "You are the Wind Sealer, my lifesaver, right?" Ji Lan rushes over at this exact moment, her eyes turning serious as she notices the heavy, tense atmosphere between the two. Suddenly, Elder Wu spots something on the ground that looks exactly like a dragon corpse, and his heart violently skips a beat. "Now pay close attention here. Wind Sealer, have you really grown this strong on your own?" This mutated lizard was just about to reach perfect evolution. Once it transformed into a dragon, its power would have easily surpassed the spirit tier, putting it right on par with the Vajra tier. Looking at this wound, clean, sharp spiritual energy, you actually killed this absolute beast with just a single slash. Wait a minute. I sense a tomb fire aura similar to the half-dragon coming from this kid, and it is unbelievably pure. Could it be that the massive threat the warning system detected earlier was actually him? Hearing this, Ji Lan is completely frozen in absolute shock. You dealt with it again. Just a clean kill. Once this half-dragon successfully broke through its tier, it would have had the power of the Vajra tier. The war zone never even detected its existence before. If the Wind Sealer hadn't been here, the consequences would have been absolutely disastrous. At this point, Fang Yi finally smiles and speaks up. "It really is you. Elder Wu, there is no need to be so polite. Seeing a senior like you fully recovered makes me genuinely happy." Hearing this, Elder Wu lets out a hearty laugh. "Me too. With a fierce junior like you around, I can finally retire in peace. You actually managed to strike down this half-dragon all by yourself. I wonder if I could ask you to keep this a secret for us. Don't let anyone outside the Tianhai Forest know it existed, all right? Even the Spirit Association." Ah, so that is how it is. Tianhai Forest seems like a training and mutation zone managed directly by the Spirit War Zone. But in reality, this is the area with the most frequent spiritual energy fluctuations, making it impossible to predict what kind of crazy things might appear. I know what you're thinking. The stuff spawning here, probably way more twisted than the dark anomalies over in the Dark Division's territory. The Spirit War Zone is shouldering a lot more responsibility right now, trying not to dump a massive burden on the Spirit Association, right? Realizing this, Fang Yi immediately speaks up. No problem at all. The Toon Fire attribute he just absorbed is heavily focused on devouring things. Just like the legendary Tao Ti beast. That lizard from earlier was the exact same. Absorbing the Toon Fire allowed it to mutate into a half-dragon. Could the dark secret of Tianhai Forest be that a Tao Ti once lived here? The abnormal changes brought by the spiritual energy revival are wild. Even if it is just a normal creature mutating, the damage is already absolutely devastating. If it is the fierce Tao Ti beast, that would be a literal disaster. No one of the Spirit War Zone takes this place so seriously. Elder Wu smiles and reaches his hand out. Looks like you get it. Thank you. Fang Yi shakes hands with Elder Wu and replies, it is what I should do. None of us want a high-level anomaly to be born. Before there are clear warning signs, there is no need to put massive pressure on everyone else, right? While Fang Yi is standing with the group, a sudden mist rolls out from deep within the forest. The fog carries a faint, pleasantly sweet scent. What is this aura? Beside him, Lin Yi catches a whiff of the scent and marvels at how incredibly soothing and relaxing it feels. Suddenly, Jilan realizes exactly what it is and gasps. This spiritual energy. Has that absolute monster finally broken through to the Vajra tier and left seclusion? Right as she says that, the whole group instantly spots a figure flying straight toward them. A young man with long green hair wearing a faint, super confident smile. He looks completely relaxed, literally stepping on falling bamboo leaves as he makes his epic entrance. That's where we leave it. It is the wood attribute pioneer Bai Su. Seeing him arrive, Song Yue and the others are totally hyped for what's next. Alright, stick with me here. Is that really Bai Su's aura? He actually hit the Vajra tier. Awesome. Our spiritual war zone finally gets another master reaching Vajra level. Fang Yi stares at Bai Su. His eyes narrow. Wait, this guy's spiritual power feels completely different. Bai Su waves smiling. Elder Wu Jilan, I'm back. Mid-sentence, Bai Su spots Fang Yi. And who might this be? Elder Wu steps between them with a huge grin. Let me introduce you to. This is Bai Su, our zone's wood attribute pioneer. He is our absolute ace. He has been training in total isolation just to reach that Vajra tier. Nice to meet you. I am Bai Su. Though technically, I am only at half step, Vajra. Not a full breakthrough yet. Fang Yi smiles right back. Nice to meet you. I am Fang Yi, captain of Tai City. Fang Yi quietly sizes him up. Not bad. His spiritual body is crystal clear, unlike the others. Zero aggressive energy. Instead, it is this incredibly fresh, refreshing vibe that just wakes you up. He definitely has that Vajra presence. Honestly, not too far off from my own power level right now. Clearly hitting that Vajra tier is not an easy walk in the park. From that quick intro, Bai Su instantly catches something crazy. A wind pioneer, and a city captain. Seeing his confused face, Elder Wu chuckles. Jilan actually invited this Tai City captain over here. He literally saved my life and stopped a massive disaster back in Tai City. He is our newest, most vital strategic teammate. Watch this closely. Bai Su reacts like, wait, all this happened while I was completely locked away. Elder Wu turns back to Fang Yi. Bai Su awakened his pioneer powers super early. With elite talent and resources, he is a top prodigy. His leveling speed is honestly just like yours. He stayed locked away in Tianhai Forest, totally blind to all the wild stuff happening outside. Cultivation is basically humans breaking the rules. Seriously, we are literally defying the natural laws of the world. Because of that, humans absorb aura way slower than any other living creature on this entire planet. Based on how plants and animals mutated, human power levels got split into 5 main tiers. And right now, there are only 5 people globally sitting at that 3-star Vajra peak level. Sure, there might be hidden gems out there with crazy potential like yours, but finding them is incredibly rare. As time passes and world energy gets thicker, leveling up has slowly gotten a little bit easier for everyone. But that Vajra tier, still an absolute nightmare of a wall to climb over. Countless fighters have risked it all trying to break through. Some literally lost their lives doing it. I know what you were thinking. Is it worth it? Yes, the physical upgrade is completely insane. We are talking total rebirth. Stepping into godhood like ancient legends, letting raw power flow flawlessly through your veins. Bai Su hit half-step Vajra safely. His energy did not go crazy, it actually got way more stable. Smooth power that heals himself and others. I love it, and I bet this new guy is strong too. Fang Yi's eyes flash. He definitely catches that hidden challenge. Bai Su gives him this super hyped smile. Just before my breakthrough, I felt your insane energy spike. It actually pushed me to hit half-step Vajra. So honestly, I am dying to spar with you. Want to go around? Bai Su seems humble, but his fighting spirit is off the charts. They are actually pretty similar. Fang Yi can totally feel it. Looking at him is like looking right at a kindred spirit. Fang Yi lets his aura explode, stepping right up. Ha ha ha, absolutely no problem. Boom, they both unleash their power. Every soldier nearby instantly feels these two terrifying forces colliding head-on. Everyone immediately jumps back, clearing a massive battleground. Elder Wu laughs. All right, I will be the referee then. Just a friendly spar, boys, do not go overboard. Instantly blinding golden light erupts from Fang Yi. Massive warm energy completely lights up the area. Right across from him, Bai Su blasts pure emerald light. That green aura is packed with heavy life force, slamming right into the gold without holding anything back. An ear-piercing boom hits. The entire Tianhai forest shakes as this place turns straight into an epic war zone. Song Yue stares in absolute shock. Bai Su just got back and is already fighting the captain. You and I are about to watch two absolute monsters clash, and trust me, I am hyped. Stick with me here, we're about to watch an epic clash. One guy is the Tai family's rising star. The other, the absolute pride of the spirit zone. Who's actually going to dominate this fight? Deep in the forest, the two warriors stand totally face to face. Bai Su looks insanely hyped. He claps his hands together exactly 3 times and boom, this terrifying green light erupts straight out of his body. Massive vines accelerate, shooting straight at Fang Yi. In a flash, they weave together behind him, forming an absolutely massive, all-encompassing army of mutant trees. Wood attribute cultivators basically have a natural affinity with plants. They can force anything green to grow instantly. Bai Su's spiritual energy is totally mastered. He's pushed this power to a whole new insane level. He can forcibly spawn a literal plant army, making it perfect for launching massive surprise attacks mid-battle. He manipulates any plant for a fatal strike. This entire heavenly sea forest. It is absolutely his home turf. A nasty vine suddenly whips forward. Fang Yi draws his blade, unleashing a blazing slash that completely destroys the attacking vines. But things don't go exactly as Fang Yi planned. That intense blazing fire, it gets snuffed out in a single second. Seeing this impossible scene, Fang Yi narrows his eyes completely and utterly confused. The plants you control cannot burn. Bai Su smirks. Spot on. Wood attributes usually stand 0 chance against fire types, yeah. But right now, this insane plant army of mine, it is completely immune to any kind of fire suppression. Don't blink here. Bai Su slaps the trunk and Fang Yi senses lethal danger right from below. Boom, 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 countless lightning-fast vines erupt straight from the ground, violently trapping Fang Yi inside a thick cage. Standing with crossed arms on a branch, Bai Su looks down confidently. How do you like this move? If you were actually my real enemy, you wouldn't just be facing this indestructible cage right now. Trust me, Fang Yi thinks to himself, incredible. Is this the true power of the half-step diamond tier? His wood spiritual energy is incredibly pure, pushing these plants to their absolute peak. Thinking this, Fang Yi calmly touches the cage. Seeing this, Bai Su warns him. You better not touch that for long. This massive tree is naturally highly toxic. With my power, that poison becomes way thicker and far more concentrated. Even if you're a 3-star spirit creation cultivator, you're done. Before he can even finish, a cocky smirk hits Fang Yi's face. Is that so? Then I definitely want to test it out. Suddenly, explosive golden light fills the entire sky. Bai Su's face completely freezes in shock. Right after a massive boom echoes out, the entire dense forest instantly transforms into a raging sea of fire. Those flames are enough to burn absolutely anything. How is this possible? Bai Su panics, eyes shrinking. My supercharged plants aren't supposed to be burned by any kind of fire spiritual energy. This makes 0 sense. Bai Su grits his teeth, roaring with a hoarse voice. Impossible. What kind of terrifying fire is this? We all saw that coming, right? Fang Yi suddenly appears right behind him, blade ready. You lost your focus. A lightning-fast slash swings out. Bai Su jumps back desperately to dodge. How is this even happening? He's clearly just at the 3-star spirit creation realm, but his actual combat power definitely isn't below mine. Bai Su leaps backward, keeping a safe distance from Fang Yi. By now, the fire has scorched the whole forest. Seeing this, Bai Su's eyelid twitches hard. You calculated I'd inject energy into the forest again, predicting my exact escape route. You intentionally burned this forest, Fang Yi simply chuckles. Spot on. You are undeniably strong. I just had to think a step ahead and cut off your escape. Otherwise, you pump even more spiritual energy in, making it way harder for me to deal with you. Hearing this, Bai Su's face turns completely dark. I thought I was the ultra-rare genius of the spirit zone. This heavenly sea forest terrifies normal cultivators, but for me, it's supposed to be the ultimate unmatched battlefield support. He's literally the same level as me, but his mind is so sharp he refuses to lose ground even on my home turf. No, I've reached half-step diamond tier. There's absolutely no way I can lose this fight, ha ha ha. Suddenly, pure madness flashes right across Bai Su's face. Then try surviving this ultimate move. Dropping to his knees, he slams both hands into the dirt. Emerald light skyrockets instantly and countless trees violently burst outward. They grow like crazy, completely out of control. Fang Yi watches calmly, totally unsure what Bai Su is trying to pull off. Seeing this, Elder Wu and Ji Lan completely panic. Bai Su do not want to live anymore. Adding wood attributes to the forest will suck your energy dry. The blazing forest instantly begins a rapid, terrifying transformation. Vines dance wildly in the sky, looking like literal demons crawling from hell. Bai Su's aura radiates an increasingly overpowering, brutal force. He screams, face completely pale. Elder Wu rushes forward. Trust me, you and I gotta see what's next. Let's dive right into this insane showdown. It's too late to block. A massive surge of dense emerald energy explodes instantly, condensing into pure, solid physical form. Countless twisting vines erupt out of nowhere, shooting straight at Fang Yi. He smoothly dodges the incoming barrage of deadly plant strikes. Fang Yi thinks to himself, this wood attribute spiritual energy is insanely thick. His calm voice suddenly echoes right through this massive twisting forest of vines. Elder Wu Jilan, this match isn't over yet, just leave everything here to me. Hearing that bold claim, Elder Wu's face just completely freezes in surprise. He actually picks up a faint hint of total disappointment in Fang Yi's voice. Suddenly, Fang Yi makes his move, golden light exploding in his eyes. Flowing fire erupts with a massive bang. With just one casual swipe, he instantly slices right through those wildly thrashing vines. Fang Yi just floats there. Hovering perfectly in place, a literal sea of flames spreads outward from his blade. With one devastating slash, those giant trees are instantly swallowed whole. The raging inferno completely wipes them out, turning everything into thick, billowing white smoke. Bai Su suddenly coughs violently, spitting out a huge mouthful of blood. A split second later, smack Bai Su claps, both hands together right in front of his chest. Once more, I can still replicate and completely recreate this entire heavenly sea forest again. But Fang Yi just casually replies, is this really your limit? Suddenly, a blinding crimson light flashes out. In midair, he vanishes in a flash. Fang Yi instantly teleports right in front of Bai Su, bringing down a devastating punch that shatters the barrier. It instantly crumbles to pieces. Countless streaks of green light shatter the second they meet his fist. With a deafening boom, Bai Su's body violently crashes. Watch closely, this gets wild. He slams into the ground, completely blowing up the heavenly sea forest. Fang Yi looks seriously disappointed by this combat zone's top-tier strength. Bai Su is literally the strongest guy they have. Is that still not enough to earn his respect? Song Yue's eyes are completely shaking in disbelief. He's shaking, but he knows Fang Yi's reaction makes total sense. Bai Su was genuinely pushed right to his absolute breaking point. Lin Yi's face, pure admiration. Staring at her cousin's back, she realizes he wasn't even using his full strength. He definitely has way more crazy elemental abilities he hasn't even shown, keeping them totally hidden. For the top genius of this spiritual combat zone to lose like this, absolutely insane. Elder Wu finally chimes in too. He says it's unbelievable that someone as strong as Bai Su couldn't hold his ground. Even his mental state completely shattered under the sheer pressure. Compared to a wind barrierist, our combat zone's fighters clearly have a massive gap to close. Ji Lan sighs, replying, you know exactly how Bai Su is. Even though he seems totally wild, deep down his mindset is simple as a kid. He's just an absolute pure-blooded martial arts fanatic at heart. Right at this exact moment, every single eye is glued to Bai Su. The crowd's reaction, a mix of pure shock and absolute disbelief. But Bai Su, he actually speaks up, thank you, but I can still keep fighting you. My spiritual power hasn't completely run dry just yet. Right as he says that, I know what you're thinking, he's done right. Nope. He stands up, erupting with terrifying wood energy. Seeing this crazy comeback, Fang Yi just casually replies, actually, I'm pretty sure this match is already over. But Bai Su couldn't care less. Smack. He fiercely claps both his hands together one more time. Instantly, 3 identical shadow clones burst right out of Bai Su's body. All living things in creation heed my command. Seeing this massive power flex, Fang Yi thinks, using pure spiritual energy to create living clones, his energy control and combat focus are absolutely top tier among all the vanguards. Honestly, he might just be the absolute strongest opponent Fang Yi has ever faced, definitely draining a huge chunk of his spiritual energy. But suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, Bai Su and all 3 of his energy clones charge straight at Fang Yi with killer speed. Fang Yi calmly raises his legendary long blade. With one light swing, an absolutely massive wave of sky-scorching flames erupts right in midair. But by the time Bai Su blinks and looks again, Fang Yi is completely gone. Now only 3 terrifying fire dragons are roaring, charging right at him. Where did he go? His aura is clearly still right here. Before Bai Su can even process what's happening, raging flames tightly coil right around his legs, creeping up fast to completely lock down his entire body. He's totally paralyzed. A split second later, that devastating flowing fire blade is resting gently right between Bai Su's eyes. Absolute checkmate. Fang Yi's icy calm voice echoes out through the smoke. So, can we finally end this now? Bai Su's pupils shrink down to absolute pinpricks. Right now, the entire Heavenly Sea forest falls into this incredibly creepy dead silence. Every single person watching this absolute spectacle is just left totally terrified to their core. Bai Su losing was basically set in stone from the start. This wind Borealis seriously never fails to leave people completely speechless. Jilan stands on the sidelines watching Bai Su turn totally pale. He just quietly whispers to himself, even though I totally saw this coming, I never expected him to get absolutely crushed this badly. Hearing that, Lin Yi just flashes a proud smile. See, I totally knew it. For a guy who single-handedly crushed two massive disaster-level anomalies back-to-back, Bai Su losing to him was honestly just an inevitable outcome. Exactly. Honestly, no matter how many giant killer plants Bai Su spawned, he never stood a chance. Dropping back down from mid-air, Fang Yi finally lets him go. Bai Su's face is pitch black. He totally scoffs. Ha! A legendary half-step Vajra genius, I guess you're just at this level. Thanks for the brutal lesson. I've got stuff to do, so I'm heading out. Fang Yi just casually replies, yeah, no sweat. Bai Su doesn't say another word, just immediately turns and walks away. Ji-Lan quickly reaches out yelling, hey, where are you going, secluded training? Didn't you literally just finish your training? The entire zone still desperately needs you here. But right beside him, Elder Wu jumps in. This is actually the first time he's ever suffered such a devastating loss. Just let him go. After dropping that truth bomb, Elder Wu slowly glances back. He locks eyes with Fang Yi. Wind Borealis want to stay in our combat zone, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll definitely want to see what happens next. Let's jump right into this wild story. You might be Tai City's captain, but holding two ranks works. I want you as my successor. Fang Yi looks totally shocked. His successor, Elder Wu, just nods. That is right. I want to personally train you. I am not just bragging here. If our Spirit War Zone's resources are called second best in the entire Xia nation, absolutely nobody dares to claim they are number one. You cannot get these perks from basic missions. Later on, I will introduce you to the top elites in Shen City, the absolute biggest mega city in Xia Nation. They actually control massive underground resources, and they launched the Spirit War Zone before we finally relocated our base. Listen, anyone who manages to secure a spot in Shen City is a top-tier legend. Among all the awakened, you could completely flex your insane skills there and clash directly with the absolute best. At that point, your cultivation tier would probably surpass mine. Hearing Elder Wu explain all this, Fang Yi just politely turns him down. Thanks, Elder Wu, but I really am not interested. Honestly, I do not belong to the Spirit Guild or care about captain titles. I just have a fake reputation back home. I refuse to join any faction at all. The surrounding crowd hears Fang Yi's direct answer and completely freezes in pure shock. Wait, did he actually just say no? Elder Wu seems totally prepared for this. He just smiles. I get it, and you are not wrong. In this massive era of spiritual energy revival, the stronger an awakened gets, the less they want any restrictions. None of the major factions really have the right to negotiate terms anymore. Just consider this me building goodwill. Even if you completely skip joining our Spirit War Zone, you can still ask for absolutely any favor. Fang Yi replies, then I want to keep training right here in the Tianhai Forest with her. Just that. Is it okay? Now watch closely because things are about to get crazy. The sky suddenly turns pitch black. Inside Tianhai Forest, the weather goes totally wild, swirling with incredibly dense elemental energy. Looks like a massive thunderstorm is rolling in. After the epic battle between these two young monsters, this pure lightning attribute in the air has absorbed even more raw energy. Come to think of it, during that crazy spar just now, his heavenly lightning powers were not even completely unleashed yet. Elder Wu just starts laughing out loud. Haha, awesome. Such incredible talent from the younger generation. Everyone clear out of the Tianhai Forest right now. Do not disturb their training session. Yes, sir. Honestly, Elder Wu is secretly thinking, as long as this kid remains an awakened fighting for our Xia nation, that is a huge win. Fang Yi just flashes a calm, faint smile. He looks up at the darkening pitch-black sky. You can already see deep purple lightning flashing up there. As expected, the war zone elites did not reject his request at all, and they did not try to force him into anything either. See, this is the massive advantage of having absolute godlike strength. Thinking about this, Fang Yi suddenly launches himself straight up into the violent sky. He takes a deep breath, a cocky grin spreading across his face. It is coming, boom, epic. Divine lightning erupts, thick bolts of energy completely ripping across the sky. Terrifying purple Light fully blinds the entire world. A massive ocean of pure divine lightning explodes instantly, swallowing the entire sky. Down below, countless people are squinting super hard, watching the raw energy detonate up there. The insane shockwaves literally make the solid ground beneath their feet quake. Hold on a second, someone is up there in the storm. It is Tai City's captain. What is he doing? Is he trying to absorb the lightning? Everyone watching just gasps for air. Meanwhile, Bai Su, who is actually heading back into closed-door training, completely freezes as he witnesses this insane scene. The guy's fire attribute is already way too overpowered. If he recklessly absorbs that pure lightning energy on top of it, those two massive, peak-level elements are absolutely going to clash inside his body. Even for a fighter with dual attributes or mutated elements, there is always a main element and a backup one. One packs the huge spiritual punch while the other literally just acts as a pure support boost and nothing else. Because if two peak elements ever actually clash, the human body would instantly explode. Does this guy seriously not realize that? Now I know what you were thinking, he is totally dead right. Well, watch this terrifying scene unfold. Right above Fang Yi, that terrifying lightning is slowly condensing into one spot. Blinding purple light covers everything and massive waves of spiritual energy are crazily gathering together. It erupts into an absolutely devastating lightning bolt that shoots straight through the heavens. The swirling wind and roaring lightning look completely terrifying right now. And standing right under that apocalyptic lightning, his small, unmoving figure creates the craziest visual contrast ever. Fang Yi just takes a slow, deep breath, with a bold smile on his face. "Bring it on," Fang Yi shouts into the storm. The second those words drop, vicious winds absolutely howl, and the lightning screams. A deafening boom shakes the air. The chaotic, violent energy hidden inside the storm starts crazily bombarding straight into Fang Yi's body, literally trying to rip him into shreds. And down below, every single elite fighter in the military zone is looking up with pure horror on their faces. Elder Wu, Sister Lan, do we need to stop the Wind Reaper? The lightning in Tianhai Forest is so overpowered that absolutely no living creature can even survive near it. Is this psycho seriously trying to absorb more heavenly lightning? But right then, Sister Lan casually drops a piece of utterly terrifying information. Let me clue you guys in on a little secret. He actually possesses a peak tier lightning attribute too. That legendary tyrant we were warned about earlier, it is actually the Wind Reaper. Wait, what? Have I been stuck in this war zone way too long? Dual elements are not super rare here, but this guy is an absolute monster. Trust me, you and I definitely need to see what he does next. They were completely speechless looking at Ji Lan. Seeing everyone's shocked faces actually made her feel pretty satisfied inside. You're probably just as shocked as they are, right? Trust me, my first time seeing this, I felt exactly the same. The Wind Reaper gets mentioned so often people forget his other title, the Tyrant. Looking across the entire Xia nation, he truly is a genius who dominates an entire era. The stronger the lightning strikes, the more he absorbs and converts it to forge himself. Boom! Fang Yi suddenly looks up, purple light flashing in his eyes as both hands start absorbing the fierce thunder. Put it on, he wanted more. He was just worrying his spiritual energy wasn't enough. High up above the roaring sky, lightning acted like it got provoked. It started blasting Fang Yi even more wildly, looking like it wanted to completely obliterate him. But this endless raw energy just gets sucked straight into Fang Yi's body, turning into pure, highly concentrated fuel. Divine lightning forging his entire body. His bones, his meridians, his physical flesh, 10,000 volts of pure thunder rushing through every single inch, perfectly harmonizing his stats. Ding, internal fire attribute forging 100% complete. Ding, heavenly fire attribute forging complete. Yang attribute forging complete. Dark attribute forging absolutely complete. Ding, divine lightning 100 forging full body mastery achieved. Your physical vessel and spiritual energy are completely synchronized. Spiritual reserves fully restored. Fang Yi opens his eyes again, feeling the absolute power of thunder flowing deep within his veins. Forged by pure lightning, he's basically reborn. Now pay close attention, you're going to want to see this next punch. He throws a casual strike at the small mountain ahead. Boom. A massive spiderweb crack appears right across the solid rock then. Endless internal energy violently erupts, destroying it from the inside out and expanding crazy fast. Rubble blasts absolutely everywhere. No wonder it's Tianhai Forest's heavenly thunder. Training with it is a completely unique experience. It exploded. Bai Su's pupils shrink in pure shock. The spirit mountains in Tianhai Forest are nourished by rich aura for years, yet just one single casual punch completely blew it up. I can tell he didn't even use 30% of his full strength. Even other Vanguard fighters with the exact same lightning attribute don't have his insane body forging advantages. It's completely unheard of. No one else looks this badass from a distance, creating that much destructive power with just one strike. Absolutely wild. Meanwhile, the sky's roaring thunder energy gets weaker. The clouds rip open and bright sunlight finally shines right down onto the ground. Fang Yi's figure slowly floats down from the sky. Is it already over? Bai Su has no idea what to think, face darkening as he clenches his fists, muttering Wind Reaper next time we'll definitely get a chance to fight. On the other side, Elder Wu rubs his chin and sighs. A top-tier talent like this, meeting him just once has given me an earth-shattering surprise. The younger generation is terrifying. I really want him to stay in our war zone. Fang Yi can literally crush a half-step Vajra realm expert head-on and even slice up unformed disaster anomalies. This guy, whether in strength or mindset, is absolutely flawless. He reached the very top of the Xian nation just by relying on himself. His talent is genuinely terrifying. Let that sink in for a second. The elder thinks making him his successor would leave zero regrets. Hearing this, Ji-Lan gently speaks up. It's just that right now, the Warzone situation in some specific aspects really needs the Wind Reaper's support. Plus, it's not like he actually needs us. Elder Wu just laughs out loud. Haha, Ji-Lan. I feel like you've changed a whole lot. Really, it's not a bad thing though. Ha ha ha, now I have even more faith in all of your futures. How about we try inviting his cousin for a bit? While talking, Elder Wu casually glances toward the back, where Lin Yi is training. Right on cue, Fang Yi drops down, walking right up next to her. This is a rare chance, cousin, you gotta do your best. Feeling their gazes, Fang Yi glances over. Elder Wu, Ji-Lan, why haven't you two left yet? Elder Wu walks over laughing. That's right, I actually have a new idea. You don't need to promise me absolutely anything. Elder Wu continues, I want to invite your family member, student Lin Yi, to come over to our war zone to cultivate. Hearing this, Lin Yi completely freezes. Fang Yi just slightly furrows his brows. You mean she can continue studying and training right inside the war zone? This offer might not tempt me, but for her this is a phenomenal chance to level up. The pros heavily outweigh the cons. I just don't know what she's currently thinking. Thank you, Elder Wu. The spiritual war zone treats its vanguards with incredible sincerity, and I deeply appreciate that. Regarding this invitation, as her guardian, it's honestly super hard to refuse, but I definitely can't make the choice for her. And right at that moment, Lin Yi finishes her training, opens both her eyes, and immediately rejects the offer point blank. I'm not going. The two of them look at her, and Fang Yi asks, Are you done training? Lin Yi nods. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity and your profound kindness, senior. But I'm not going. You and I didn't see that coming. Elder Wu asks, Why, but what will she say? All right, stick with me here. Her eyes darken slightly as she explained, Maybe I am still a bit naive, still holding onto a student mindset. If I said I didn't want my cousin dragged into this, that would be completely ignoring the Spirit War Zone's true sincerity, using him as a shield. But since I'm a trailblazer too, I've got my own pride. I want to earn everything myself. I want to rely totally on my own power to get what I deserve. Hearing this, Fang Yi was caught completely off guard. When did she grow up so much? Elder Wu just laughed out loud, proudly saying good 3 whole times in a row. We were too biased. Sorry about that, little one. We'll definitely keep an eye on your progress. Keep it up. Lin Yi, thrilled by the sudden encouragement, smiled. I'll absolutely do my best. Scene shift. With the Tian High Forest problem finally sorted out, the two headed straight back home. Walking along, Fang Yi started organizing his abilities. That spirit energy reserve issue was finally fixed. Next up, analyzing that brand new Toon Fire attribute. He really needed to figure out exactly how to wield it in real combat. Then there was that super annoying Death Seal. All these things were major bottlenecks holding him back. As soon as they reached home, Lin Yi jumped in pure shock. Cousin, why is there someone sitting right outside our door? Woken up by the sudden noise, Su Qingying stood up, stretching exhaustedly. You guys are finally back. Lin Yi gasped in total shock. Captain Su Fang Yi immediately stepped up, asking Su Qingying, Why are you randomly camped outside my door? Did something bad happen? Hearing that, Su Qingying didn't even hesitate. Now pay attention, this is where it gets crazy. Going straight to the point, she said, Major incident at the border. Yue City's captain found our Tai City Spirit Guild begging for absolute emergency backup. Fang Yi was instantly intrigued. Yue City's captain, where are they? Su Qingying quickly explained. The Yue City captain is critically injured right now, currently recovering at our Spirit Guild headquarters. She practically risked her own life escaping Yue City just to deliver the news. Totally out of options, she specifically asked for a wind barrier list, just like you. Fast forward, Fang Yi arrived at the Tai City Spirit Guild Hospital. Walking down the hallway alongside Su Qingying, someone suddenly stepped out and shouted in shock, Sister Qingying, you finally made it. And wait, who is this? Su Qingying smiled and calmly gestured toward him. This is Tai City's wind barrierless captain. And this right here is Yue City's captain, Chen Ruo. Hearing this, the female captain tightly grabbed Fang Yi by the hand. Hello, Tai City Captain. I'm Chen Ruo, UA City's captain. The anomaly rating that just appeared in our city has absolutely surpassed a plus tier. I heard you have real experience handling two natural disaster level threats. I'm begging you, please help me. Fang Yi stayed completely silent, quietly analyzing Chen Ruo, while she used the handshake to secretly analyze him right back. Feeling a terrifying surge of unseen energy, she panicked internally, quickly dropping his hand. Looking super awkward, she rushed to say, I'm so sorry, that was incredibly rude. I'm just so anxious. The anomaly concentration clearly read as B tier, yet so many people just vanished without a trace. Our own squad members died in there, and the backup team was completely wiped out too. My little sister is incredibly strong, but even she. Fang Yi frowned slightly hearing this. She meant the Yui City anomaly caused tons of trailblazers to vanish without a trace, yet it only registered as a B-tier threat. Even though Yui City is a border town, it's not like they completely lack capable trailblazers. You and I both know something incredibly weird is going on here. After thinking for a second, Fang Yi spoke up. The UA City trailblazers and your sister. Are they actually missing or are they already dead? Hearing that bluntly honest question, Chen Ruo couldn't help but start shaking uncontrollably. Seeing her totally mentally breaking down, Su Qingying quickly stepped forward to calm her. Don't panic, take your time. Chen Ruo shook her head. I don't know. I literally cannot contact them. She grabbed her head with both hands, trying so hard to sense something. But my sister and I share a special connection since childhood. I can actually feel that she's still alive. Mid-sentence, she suddenly remembered something crucial. Right at that moment, Chen Ruo dug through her bag frantically. I almost forgot the most important part. This is a massive thank you gift for you as long as you can come help. I'm so sorry to bother you, but I'm truly out of options. She pulled out a box, offering it to Port Fang Yi with both hands. He reached out and quickly took it. What is this? Even though the item inside was sealed under multiple layers, he could easily feel a familiar Yang attribute radiating from it. Unable to hold back, Fang Yi asked, what exactly is this? Why seal? It. Seeing Fang Yi's expression, Chen Ruo felt a huge surge of hope in her heart. There was a chance. She immediately began explaining. Introducing the item, this is condensed heaven and earth spirit energy from UA City's massive anomaly formed from the raw Yang attribute erupting high on the mountain. It holds an absolutely massive amount of Yang attribute spirit energy. It's essentially UA City's single most precious treasure. Fang Yi reached out to gently open it, revealing a stunning golden crystal that gave off a faint glowing light. Originally, we thought we could use it to cultivate a Yang attribute trailblazer, but absolutely nobody was able to safely absorb it. Some even got completely injured trying. Su Qingying couldn't hold back. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Let's dive into this wild story. A spirit crystal. Condensing one of these takes absolute perfection and insane skills. Right now, these are super rare even in the Spirit Association and major military zones, especially for awakeners without innate attributes to rely on. There's a solid chance that absorbing a spirit crystal awakens hidden attributes, massively upgrading your talent and raw fighting power. That is exactly why every major faction is totally desperate to steal them. Right now, they are practically priceless, an absolute treasure basically impossible to find on any open market. Spirit crystals do not just spawn naturally in the wild. They are condensed and extracted only after violent, explosive collisions of pure spiritual aura. Fang Yi hears this and completely agrees to her conditions without hesitation. Done deal, he says. I will gladly take this. Can we head out right now? Absolutely no problem. Cut to them hitting the road where Fang Yi starts asking questions to understand the situation. What exactly is going on with the anomaly over in UA City? Keeping her eyes on the road, Chen Ruo begins to explain everything. At first, a random tombstone just spawned deep in the mountains. The local villagers claimed they could actually hear weird movement coming from inside, but the tombstone itself showed zero unusual movement. The very next day, we checked it out, and the spiritual energy fluctuations were completely within normal range. We completely locked down the area and sent all the villagers away, just to make sure they stayed far from it. Her voice suddenly drops, turning super serious, because that exact same night, an actual skeleton straight up crawled right out of that cold tombstone. It grabbed a villager out picking herbs and dragged him inside. After driving a little further down the road, their car finally comes to a stop. Seeing this ruined city with his own two eyes, Fang Yi realizes Chen Ruo's warning about the creepy vibes did not even do it justice. The entire city in front of them is completely overrun by tombstones packed insanely close together in the center. We are here, boss. What do you think? Fang Yi tries to sense the surrounding area and frowns in pure confusion. There is absolutely zero abnormal aura hanging in the air here. The three of them start moving deeper into the zone while Chen Ruo points ahead. This right here is the famous UA City. Ever since that crazy day, tombstones have been spawning randomly everywhere. You never know when skeletons might crawl out to drag innocent people down into the dirt with them. In less than a single day, this many tombstones popped up. Let us go. I will take you to meet the Spirit Association and our military team. Fang Yi narrows his eyes, his brain working overtime. The anomaly concentration is suspiciously low. Now pay close attention here because things are getting weird. Neither the Spirit Association nor the military has ever seen this before. Skeletons crawling out of graves, yet the tombstones themselves give off absolutely zero special spiritual energy. Could these creepy tombstones exist purely to block the abnormal aura and force everyone else to drop their guard down completely? Or do they serve some other dark purpose? Dragging people underground feels way more like some kind of twisted ritual. Thinking this through, Fang Yi reaches out and touches a tombstone. Both anomalies and humans actually perform sacrificial activities in the exact same way. But these monsters do it to revive an even bigger anomaly. This does not look like the disaster species from Tai City, but the whole setup feels super similar. That massive swarm of mutant bats completely slaughtering the residents of Tai City, that was all just for the descent of the Anomaly King. Walking up ahead, Chenruo hears this and stops dead in her tracks. Her entire body starts violently shaking. She slowly turns her head, staring at Fang Yi in pure disbelief, and stutters out a question. Natural disasters are also used as sacrifices. Meanwhile, Su Qingying has absolutely no idea how these two things are connected, while Fang Yi just stands there with a deep frown. Chenruo gets serious goosebumps all over her arms and quickly starts to explain. In our area, especially those mountain village residents, they absolutely hate changing their ways to match the modern outside world. We begged them to leave, but they refused. Tomorrow they are even hosting a massive ceremony. You're going to want to see this part. While Chenruo is talking, the ground violently shakes. She realizes what is happening and screams. It is starting again. Boom. Without warning, a massive creepy skeletal hand explodes right out of the solid dirt, striking straight toward Fang Yi with deadly speed. Fang Yi just effortlessly sidesteps the attack, his eyes locked on the target. Looks like his earlier theory was completely spot on. Calling this B-tier strength actually feels pretty accurate. A split second later, his hand immediately drops down onto the hilt of his blade. Slash, in the absolute blink of an eye, that creepy skeletal hand gets cleanly chopped right in half. But before Fang Yi can even pull his blade back, a second skeletal hand reaches up and violently grips the steel. Fang Yi narrows his eyes. What insane physical strength! Boom! A giant skeleton erupts from the earth, throwing its massive jaw open as it charges straight at him. For a brief moment, Chenruo and Su Qingying just stand there completely stunned. What in the world is happening? Are they seriously not terrified of the boss's pure yang attribute? More and more skeletons keep clawing their way to the surface, forming an endless sea of bones. Seeing this pure chaos, Fang Yi cannot help but smirk. Seems like it, but I still need to test that theory out a bit. This mission just got a whole lot more interesting. Off to the side, Chenruo whips out her flute and starts to play. A massive wave of green energy explodes outward violently, twisting and crushing the rushing skeletons into absolute dust. The power level of these skeletons really is not high, but they feel zero pain and totally lack the concept of death. There are way more of them now. So what do you and I make of this madness? They are endless. Realizing how badly this could end, her face goes completely pale. Let's dive right in. Her face goes completely pale. Is even the legendary Undertaker helpless against these things? Boom. Su Qingying swings her leg, shattering a skeleton to pieces. She sighs, telling her not to lose hope. But just as Su Qingying tries to calm her down, she suddenly feels a scorching heat right behind her. She whips around, her eyes widening in pure shock. What is that? Fang Yi mutters something under his breath, unleashing his absolute grave fire domain. Boom, boom, boom. A massive black sphere appears in mid-air, instantly igniting with deadly dark flames. Like a match hitting gasoline, a deafening explosion echoes out. In a single blink, all of UA City is swallowed by a sea of fire. This terrifying power sweeps across the heavens. Wherever the flames touch, the white bones are instantly burned to crisp ashes. The system panel pops up, confirming a very special death attribute. This death energy is continuously absorbing attributes, converting raw power to boost his yang energy, finally completing the yang attribute enhancement. With a massive roar, Chenruo and Su Qingying clearly feel the temperature around them spiking to insane levels. The air itself seems completely dyed in a boiling red. You can literally see those terrifying flames dancing all around them. Watch closely here. Fang Yi forces a path of pure fire, massive flames expanding around him as his terrifying aura crushes everything. Chenruo stands there completely frozen. Su Qingying smirks proudly, telling her to look. This is the true raw power of the Undertaker. Shaking, Chenruo stammers that he is way too strong. The Undertaker truly lives up to his legendary name. Did those flames really incinerate both the skeletons and the gravestones? She admits she was blind before, but finally UA City is saved. She immediately offers to take them to the Spirit Association to meet the others. It is the temporary guild hall set up in UA City. It is just a ragged tent, the association pitched for field operations. Right now, every single survivor is huddled inside this spot. Seeing the trio arrive, a female guild member recognizes someone and calls out. Captain Chen Ruo smiles warmly and introduces her new guests. She announces she brought backup. The captain from Tai City, the Undertaker himself, and their Spirit Association member Su Qingying. Next, she introduces the three locals from Yue City. These are her teammates from the local Spirit Association, Chen Feng, Chen Xing, and Chen Ji. Full of curiosity, Chen Xing asks the Tai City captain if the Undertaker is truly the guy who single-handedly crushed that massive disaster-level anomaly. Hearing Chen Ruo's introduction, everyone freezes, staring in absolute awe at the incredibly young guy standing right in front of them. Wait, he is that young. Someone suddenly speaks up, their voice trembling hard. Did you seriously wipe out an A+ rank anomaly all by yourself? But right at this hype moment, someone else still feels completely hopeless. What is the point? UA City's situation is way different from normal anomalies, and barely anyone is even left alive here anymore. The whole city is about to be swallowed by gravestones. You guys need to run. Why did you even come back? Why drag outsiders to this place just to die? This is definitely not some basic B-rank anomaly event. She completely tricked all of you guys. You only came here to be buried alongside us. Hearing this, Chen Ruo lets out a heavy sigh, her feelings totally tangled up. I know what you were thinking. Why even bother helping them? But Fang Yi just cuts her off smoothly, calmly stating he already accepted this commission. So naturally, he is going to finish the job. He promises to solve the problem here. Saying this, Fang Yi's face shows absolutely zero emotion. Our Yu city is pretty isolated, and the villagers' way of life is still incredibly old-fashioned and traditional. Whenever a problem hits, they pray to the gods for blessings. The place is covered in literal graves, and they are still out here praying. We tried stopping them, but you should just see for yourself. Fang Yi shifts his gaze toward the distant mountains, deep in thought. A massive ritual begging gods and Buddhas for help, a primitive village, simple mindsets mixed with these super ancient practices. He feels like all this perfectly mirrors the anomaly that just showed up. Meanwhile, deep inside the ruined city sector, the heavens shake, thousands cry out in despair, leaving everyone terrified. Right in the middle of this completely destroyed district, a massive crowd marches toward a stone altar, endless spirit money falling from the sky. Seeing this, Chen Ruo speaks up, visibly panicked. The ritual is starting. With so many citizens gathered up, if the gravestone anomaly explodes right now, it is a total bloodbath. But Fang Yi looks genuinely amused. He actually thinks this event looks kind of fun, asking if anyone wants to join him. Still talking, he takes slow, confident steps forward. Right at the center of the stone altar, a massive fire is ignited. It lights up the entire plaza, pushing back that bone-chilling cold in the air. At this exact moment, down in Yuyuan Square, countless desperate people sob loudly, their pain echoing to the heavens. "Oh gods, please open your eyes and look at your suffering people. Have mercy and save my children. I will gladly sacrifice my entire life for them. Merciful gods, please be merciful to us." While praying, the crowd smashes their heads into the dirt. But suddenly, a young man sees the holy fire dying and screams in horror. The divine fire, why is it going out? Boom, boom, boom. The stone altar randomly cracks wide open. A horrific scene unfolds, making everyone shiver. And that is where we leave it, a skeleton rising straight from the earth. Wild right. All right, stick with me here. A skeletal hand bursts right out of the gravestone. People are screaming to run as the stone pedestal completely shatters. Boom. An endless army of skeletons claw their way out of the dirt. Pure panic. Some run for their lives, others drop to pray. Run. Oh heavens, oh gods, they think this is some kind of twisted divine test. Meanwhile, hiding away in a dark, isolated corner, there is a terrified little girl sobbing, hugging her mom tight. "Mommy, the gods will definitely come down and save us, right?" Back in the plaza, the crowd finally loses it. They turn and sprint in blind terror. "Help us!" Desperate cries for mercy ring out, like a massive tidal wave. Everyone feels the crushing despair. Suddenly, on the other side, a rogue skeleton violently leaps forward, lunging straight at the mother and daughter. Mommy, drawn by the little girl's loud cries, a terrifying undead monster locks onto them as its next target. Its bony claw slashes down like lightning, but right then, boom, a deafening roar echoes like a massive thunderclap, and the entire dark sky instantly lights up. A scorching beam of light flashes like the sun itself. In a single split second, those horrifying skeletons are completely reduced to ash, lighting up the faces of the survivors below. Everyone automatically looks up in shock. What just happened up there? They see a blazing blade of light setting the whole forest glowing. Terrifying flames spread out in every direction. Right at this very moment, the crowd watches that burning slash tear through the sky like a literal miracle. Someone in the panicked mob simply cannot hold back and screams. It is the fire god. Right on cue, Fang Yi steps out from the blazing sky, standing incredibly tall and imposing. He lands on the stone pillar, looking down at the shaking crowd below. His voice rings out loud and clear. Stop praying to gods. Fang Yi coldly continues, there are no gods in this world. They are not coming to save you. All the people kneeling on the ground hear this and look totally confused. But here is where it gets interesting. They just start worshipping him even harder, shouting wildly, "Oh my god! Our deity has manifested. The god has destroyed the disaster. Lord, please save us. There are still way too many skeletons left over here." Fang Yi sees this absolute mess and just shakes his head with a heavy sigh. Ignoring the crazy crowd, he lifts his right hand high into the air. Toon Fire Domain activate. Boom! A massive spherical domain bursts out, sweeping violently across the landscape. The entire sky turns, blood red as the clouds shift. His silhouette stands like a sharp sword. That terrifying aura suppresses everything around him. It is absolutely mind-blowing. Under this insane pressure, Fang Yi speaks in a perfectly calm tone. "I am not a god. I am the captain of the Pioneer Squad from Tai City. Codename Wind Burial." His Toon Fire Domain unleashes endless shockwaves, blooming outward in a brutal path that makes everyone pale in pure terror. What in the world is that thing? At this exact moment, the crowd simply cannot help but gasp for air, their eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Who on earth is this Wind Burial guy, and where did he come from? What is he even doing? What kind of freakish power is this? Chen Ruo is literally vibrating with excitement. "I told you guys already. He is no ordinary pioneer, but you guys just would not listen. He completely wiped out 2 disaster-level threats back-to-back in Tai City and Shang City. He even soloed the number 3 ranked Spirit Knight. Word is the main Spirit Knight headquarters, and the spiritual war zone treat him like absolute royalty." Right now, Fang Yi's aura suddenly skyrockets straight into the middle of the sky, like a raging tornado of fire. Ding! The system panel pops up. The Toon Fire Domain has devoured a massive amount of unknown attributes. The Yang attribute has been fully enhanced. Well then, let me test out this upgraded version of the Crimson Fire blade technique. With that said, Fang Yi grips his Tang sword tight and dives down at breakneck speed, unleashing the moon vision. I know what you are thinking. Game over, right? Fang Yi pushes down on his sword. Boom! Roaring thunder erupts as massive crimson fire violently explodes from the blade, completely releasing his energy. Crash! Oh my gosh! The white skeletons in midair are absolutely obliterated, turning into falling bone ash before fire serpents lick them clean, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Seeing this, the crowd bursts into tears of pure joy. Heaven has not forsaken us. The moon vision is gone. The gravestones and white bones have totally vanished. Right then, the watch on Su Qingying's wrist blares a loud warning. Impending District's anomaly index is finally back to normal. Su Qingying excitedly shouts out loud. Bai Mu District is clear too. The index is totally stable. Chen Ruo glances over and points. Straight ahead is the Jinming District, where the density is at its absolute peak. Hearing her say that, Su Qingying suddenly realizes something is very wrong, immediately turning her head to look back. Wait, something is wrong. Do they not see it? There are actually way more pillars of light now. Chen Ruo notices it too and gasps in shock. Jinming District is fluctuating wildly. The anomaly density is rapidly gathering and condensing. Inside the city, the entire urban landscape starts violently shaking as terrifying pitch-black darkness slowly gathers high up in the sky above. High up in the heavens, descending black fog completely swallows the daylight, wrapping the entire city zone in an absolute blanket of pure despair. It feels like a literal apocalypse. Faintly, a rotting corpse emerges from the darkness, and the chilling aura of death instantly erupts everywhere. Fang Yi stares right at it, sighing. Another anomaly king. Ding. The system panel flashes wide open again. It has unlocked a brand new unknown attribute. It is currently analyzing the data. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving straight into the madness. An aura of pure death sweeps over everyone as pitch-black fog violently erupts. The terrifying dark energy swallows everything, packing an insane amount of hatred and absolute violence. It is an overwhelming, unprecedented presence. The entire city district is instantly swallowed by this heavy fog. Fang Yi stares down at the ancient corpse, casting this massive shadow. He instantly realizes something is horribly wrong. This aura, it feels incredibly dangerous and completely off. In that split second, everyone on the ground feels a terrifying shift in the air. What is this thing? The energy density is completely off the charts. It is way worse than Tai City. That black fog crashes from the sky, wiping out all the daylight, leaving the whole city district drowning in pure despair. It feels exactly like a natural disaster is hitting, making that pillar of light surge higher and higher. Through the hazy fog, everyone catches a glimpse of a rotting corpse. Instantly, an aura of pure death explodes in every direction. Fang Yi senses a fraction of its true power, and his pupils shrink in shock. The rules of resentment, absolute death, and pure despair pierce straight into Fang Yi's mind. This forced mental distortion literally pollutes his brain, completely messing with his head. It makes everyone sick to their stomachs. This power is absolute madness. An anomaly king has actually been born right in front of them. Wait, did it already complete its evolution? This death aura is stronger than literally anything they have ever faced. The ancient corpse slowly raises its hand. Now watch closely, this is where things get wild. Endless, deadly energy fills the sky again, shooting straight at them. Fang Yi slowly lifts his head as his eyes reflect that pitch-black energy speeding toward him. He swings his flaming blade with everything he has, triggering a massive boom. The death aura shatters across the sky, but then it instantly reforms itself and fires right back at him. His pure yang attribute is supposed to completely counter dark attributes. Death and darkness belong to the exact same system. It is literally a branch of pure darkness. He had even received a major yang energy upgrade, yet he still cannot fully counter this attack. His blade flashes brilliantly, slashing a beam of crimson sunset light across the sky. Down below, everyone stares up in absolute sheer terror. They drop to their knees, crying and begging. Please, gods above, let a miracle happen, protect our people, and bless us with survival. The ancient corpse floats there like a phantom, its hollow eyes locking onto burial wind. Suddenly, a single drop of vile corpse fluid falls from its body, drifting through the air straight toward burial wind. The very next scene makes Su Qingying's eyes shrink in horror. You and I did not see this coming. The invincible burial wind, Tai City's elite captain, just instantly collapses onto the ground. There is absolutely zero physical damage on his body, yet his life force abruptly vanishes. His heart stops beating completely. The rule of absolute death means one touch equals instant death. His flaming blade drops from the sky, losing all of Fang Yi's spirit energy and cracks into pieces before shattering completely. Meanwhile, somewhere back in Tai City, Lin Yi is cultivating when a sudden wave of extreme panic hits her. Why is she feeling so terrified right now? It was supposed to be just a normal mission. Her cousin is unbelievably strong. He easily slaughtered 2 anomaly kings without even breaking a sweat. Could something have actually gone wrong this time? If she had known, she would never have listened to him. She should have gone with him to Yue City. Trembling, Lin Yi pulls out her phone and urgently calls Jia Lan. The line rings. Beep beep. Sister Ji Lan, on the other end. Ji Lan finally picks up. Lin Yi, we just received some terrible news. Yue City has been completely surrounded by massive tombstones, and they ordered a full lockdown. Something bad happened to your cousin. Over at the Tai City Spirit Association, the atmosphere is insanely heavy. Things were finally getting better for everyone. Burial wind. Could he really be dead? Is humanity's resistance really that pointless in the end? Even a living legend like Burial Wind has actually fallen to the monsters. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Association headquarters in Shen City, the massive failure over in Yu City is leaving everyone in the room completely frustrated and full of regret. A B-class anomaly signature somehow showed up on an anomaly king. Based on that, we have finally verified that we must absolutely destroy an anomaly king before its evolution completes. Suddenly, Gu Yuro slams the table and stands up. Is now really the time to be discussing this? I am going to Yue City right now. Without another word, she immediately turns around to leave. Seeing this, a middle-aged man sitting right next to her quickly speaks up to stop her. What exactly are you doing? You are a pioneer, the core pillar of Shen City. The military has already mobilized their forces to raid Yue City. Gu Yuro hears this and glares back at him with absolute disgust in her voice. First, we barely survived, losing a Vajra realm expert, and now we are literally sacrificing another major pillar of Xie country. What exactly is your plan here? Do you just want to abandon another entire city? If we cannot beat the anomalies, do we just stop fighting completely? Since when did the Spirit Association become this pathetic? I absolutely refuse to agree with this cowardly policy of yours. As she speaks, her powerful aura violently erupts, completely out of control. The middle-aged man frowns hard. What are you trying to say, Gu Yuro? He then yells back furiously. It was Burial Wind himself who chose to go to Yue City. In this era of spirit recovery, one careless step means death for anyone. Even if it is him, why should we be surprised by this? Boom. So what do you and I make of this? A massive boom echoes as Gu Yuro erupts, roaring back. Fine, let's just wait to die. Listen up, you and I are about to watch absolute madness unfold. Why even fight back? Why cultivate? Facing the God City disaster, why would Elder Wu risk his life to break the seal? Better to just seal the God City, abandon it, and sit around waiting for total extinction. The crowd wants to argue, but they are completely speechless. Not a single word comes out. Gu Yuro does not waste another breath on them, just turns and walks away. Watching her leave, the crowd starts muttering among themselves. We only want what is best for everyone. What good does walking away do anyway? Gu Yuro's face is dark, completely disgusted by their weakness. What a bunch of cowards! I have seen the wind burial's power with my own eyes. I refuse. to believe he would die that easily. Scene shift. Right outside Moon City, an endless line of military convoys rolls in one after another. Elder Wu stares out the window, his expression heavy and totally serious. This king of anomalies has an elemental attribute that is a crazy variant of the dark attribute. Until now, a pure death attribute has never actually appeared. Elder Wu then turns his head and speaks directly to Lam. I am guessing the Wind Burial's crisis happened because he ran into an absolute rule he could not escape. As the two of them step out of the vehicle, a male soldier immediately runs up to report the situation. Elder Wu's sister Lam, our military vehicles absolutely cannot break through. Lam furrows her brows tightly. What exactly does that mean? Standing nearby, Lin Yi looks incredibly anxious. The soldier explains with a completely grim expression. Every single bit of firepower the military could mobilize is here for backup. But no matter how many times we adapt, nothing works. Moon City is completely covered by massive tombstones. For every shockwave of energy we send in an equal number of tombstones, just shoot right back out and swallow us whole. Our attacks are completely useless. Every single one of our frontline soldiers has been dragged forcefully right into the graves. Hearing this, the crowd loses all color in their faces. Absolute panic. The power of the King of Anomalies is still slowly expanding outward. We ran rapid simulations on the surrounding radiation. The chance of saving Moon City, absolute zero, period. Now pay attention here because things get wild. Boom, the sky erupts with blinding light above the tombstones. Instantly, an overwhelming, terrifying pressure crushes down on everyone's bodies. The soldier speaks up again. Elder Wu, should we order a retreat? The King of Anomalies is not afraid of any elemental attributes. It can completely neutralize our frontline pioneers. That even includes the abilities of the Wind Burial. It is unstoppable. Suddenly, Lin Yi shouts out, cutting the soldier off entirely. No, that is absolutely impossible. Her entire body is violently shaking, unable to hold back. You all worked hard. I will head into Moon City myself. Back at Moon City's square, it is like all sound has been erased from the world. Tombstones rain down from the sky. The city has officially become a catastrophic tomb ruin. Down below, deadly absolute silence. Out of countless graves, two very familiar names appear, Su Qingying and Chen Ruo. Suddenly, the tombstones all crack open in perfect sync. Terrifying black light shoots out, gathering high in the sky above the city. The ancient corpse absorbs this black aura right into its body, refining it into pure death aura. Once again, this deadly energy surges toward the ancient coffin in front of it to continue the refinement process. Meanwhile, deep inside the ancient coffin, Fang Yi is being rapidly infected by the death aura, slowly transforming into an actual rotting corpse. His entire body is crawling with countless maggots, but just when it seems he has been completely and successfully refined, ding, the system panel suddenly pops up. The Death Seal trial has ended. Fang Yi's eyes are pitch black, but a wild smile stretches across his face. You and I both thought he was done for, right? Haha, what a perfect Death Seal. This trial almost makes the King of Death seem kind and approachable. Muttering to himself, Fang Yi locks eyes with the ancient corpse. In a split second, his gaze turns ice cold. Still experiencing this whole rebirth trial is something I never want to do again. Fang Yi vividly recalls the exact moment it all went down. The very second he realized the King of Death had targeted him. The King of Death's instant kill ability locked right onto him. At that moment, he made an instant choice. I was going to die anyway, so I might as well bet it all on one crazy gamble. Implant the Death Seal, ding. The second Fang Yi pressed it, the system panel appeared. You have successfully implanted the Death Seal into your body. Learning all abilities of the Death Seal. Boom. A massive surge of raw power aggressively tore right through Fang Yi's entire body. The phantom image of a fire dragon flickered in and out, ding. The system panel flashed again. Now activating the Death Seal, waiting for it to take effect. Bang. The aura of death detonated completely. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yi lost total consciousness. His body went completely limp, falling right into the grasp of the ancient corpse. Ding! The system flashed again. The instant kill rule of the King of Death has affected you. You have died. The Death Seal's initial ability is now active, detected that the Death Seal has been perfectly stamped right into the King of Death's body. Step 2 is fully complete. Time to unleash the true power of this insane ability. Immediately after Fang Yi's lifeless body was snatched up by rolling waves of death aura erupting from the coffin, ding, the Death Seal will now execute the final step for you. The trial of death. The system's voice echoed continuously right inside Fang Yi's ringing ears. This trial of death involves 3 brutal layers meant only for the owner. Only after surviving these absolute nightmares can you finally gain the 3 insane abilities of the Death Seal. First is the mysterious Yellow Springs fire attribute spreading across the 4 corners of hell. An endless immortal flame. Then the Death Ice Pagoda poison. Trust me, you and I are not ready for this. Let's jump right in, you. and I are about to witness the ultimate death curse, endless physical collapse, and a literal earth attribute hellscape. The gates of hell swing wide open with demons literally lining up for your funeral. During this trial, every single sensation and agony makes it impossible to tell reality from pure hallucination. It feels exactly like stepping into an endless repeating cycle of absolute death. Standing perfectly still, rebuilding the body, turning the spirit ethereal. It takes a massive toll on his power just to survive this Death Seal's trial. After successfully crushing all 3 layers of this nightmare, Fang Yi's consciousness finally starts snapping back to reality. But now the real war begins. He has to face the absolute death law of the King of Death himself. As he mutters this, Fang Yi's eyes go crystal clear. Instantly, boom, searing lightning erupts with a deafening roar from his left hand. Boom. The endless sky of tombstones shatters like they just took a massive bomb blast, exploding and collapsing right in front of the ancient corpse. The ancient corpse can't hide its total confusion. Wait, this guy was totally dead. How is he resurrecting right now? Facing this anomaly, the ancient corpse moves like lightning, hurling a massive tombstone straight at him. With a massive crash, Fang Yi unleashes terrifying lightning to block it. But boom, the tombstone tanks the lightning and smashes directly into Fang Yi's body. You hear a sharp swish as his dark figure is slammed from the sky straight into the dirt. A moment later, thick gray smoke billows up and Fang Yi's silhouette flickers in and out of the dust. Taking the giant tombstone straight to the head like that, yeah, Fang Yi can't help but grab his head, panting heavily. Haha, they lock eyes. In this moment, the entire Tian city falls dead silent. Beside the ancient corpse, 2 spheres of corpse water slowly rotate. Ding, system panel pops up. The King of Death sensed your revival. Now watch closely. In a split second, the ancient corpse swings its arm. Those 2 pitch-black spheres of corpse water drop instantly. With a deafening boom, the toxic water crashes right into Fang Yi. The aura of death explodes in a flash, completely swallowing the landscape. It's absolutely certain this single strike could force Fang Yi's death. The ancient corpse doesn't even care anymore and turns to leave. But a moment later, that heavy death aura slowly starts fading away. Fang Yi emerges completely unharmed, a cocky smirk pulling at the corner of his mouth. Ding. The system panel pops up again. You have evaded the absolute death rule. The ancient corpse stares at this, its expression screaming pure, unadulterated disbelief. Fang Yi just gives a cold chuckle. Ha, his eyes are absolutely burning with unstoppable battle intent. Stared down by those intense eyes, the ancient corpse suddenly feels pure terror, bubbling up like utter doom is right around the corner. Cut to outside the UA city blockade. The air is freezing, thick with death aura. Heaven and earth are literally packed with endless swarms of tombstones. Jilan's voice rings out, this death aura is way too thick. Seeing this, Lin Yi is incredibly worried, softly muttering, cousin. Jilan stops hesitating and strikes first. Don't overthink it. We are here to save people, so let's try smashing these tombstones apart. Just as she is about to attack, a massive blast of water with terrifyingly destructive power suddenly shoots in from right behind them. Boom. It is Gu Yuro floating right in midair. She speaks up. Count me in too. Jilan glances back. An apocalypse awakened. You came too. I am here to help everyone. The second those words drop, both girls unleash their attacks at the exact same time. A deafening boom echoes, shaking the earth violently. Rumble. One by one, tombstones are obliterated by the duo, instantly lighting up the whole area with blazing flames. Following that, soldiers start emerging from the ground, their minds completely groggy. What exactly just happened here? But right after that, boom, 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 countless new tombstones shoot up from the dirt, completely trapping Gu Yuro, Ji-lan, and Lin Yi dead in the center. Seeing this, Gu Yuro groans. This again now, I know what you're thinking. Total ambush. The 3 girls stand back to back, scanning their surroundings on high alert. Ji-lan frowns and warns them, everyone be careful. The anomaly here has the power to drag any living creature straight into the tombstones. The moment she finishes speaking, terrifying skeletal hands violently smash through the dirt from beneath the tombstones. In the blink of an eye, a massive tide of skeletons swarms in from absolutely every direction. Seeing this nightmare, the 3 girls' faces pale instantly. But suddenly, a second later, the entire army of skeletons just completely freezes up. Like a TV losing its signal, they crash down from mid-air with a boom, then rapidly burrow right back into the earth. Watching this bizarre scene unfold, the girls' eyes go wide, completely baffled. Gu Yuro speaks up first. Wait, a massive group retreat. What exactly is the Anomaly King plotting? Ji-lan shakes her head. No idea. Probably some major move. We are already here, so we just have to adapt on the fly. While the 3 of them are talking, heavy footsteps suddenly echo out. It's Elder Wu, and he is carrying something heavy. He walks over carrying 2 unconscious soldiers, a bright smile on his face. Actually, this might be a great thing. The Anomaly King, recalling its power, means the people just buried here still have a chance at recovery. This completely proves the burial sealer hasn't fallen yet. He is clearly causing massive trouble for the Anomaly King. The world falls terrifyingly quiet, the howling winds die down, but that one specific figure remains standing there without a single scratch. Ding. The system updates. Death count 2. Trust me, you and I need to see round 3. Let's dive right in. Because of your ability, the King of Death has been dragged into the death cycle, weakening him by 10%. Reading this system prompt, Fang Yi thought to himself. Locked onto by this King of Death, it seemed like facing him meant absolute, only death and destruction. Activating the Death Seal, this guaranteed kill rule made this monster stand out even among the kings of Anomaly. It was absolutely terrifying. But right now, your own guaranteed kill rule is going to completely backfire and work against you. Saying this out loud, Fang Yi felt incredibly smug. But the exact second, those words dropped suddenly, a massive surge of black energy blotted out the sky. The terrifying power of the Yellow Springs dragged down a massive wave of corpse water. Boom, a deafening roar. The world looked like a violent storm had flattened the entire earth. The ancient corpse sensed zero life force left on Fang Yi, and a twisted smile appeared on its face. Ding. The system panel popped up. Death count 3. Because of your ability, the King of Death is weakened once again, entering a state of unconscious collapse. Weakening level has now reached 30%. The robotic system voice ended. Suddenly, a chunk of the ancient corpse's body was blown away by the wind, turning into absolute dust. And right then, on the ground through the thick gray dust, Fang Yi's figure slowly reappeared. Witnessing this impossible scene, the ancient corpse's eyes shrank back in absolute horror. Seeing the monster lose its cool like this, the corners of Fang Yi's mouth could not help but curl into a smirk. Now watch closely, things are about to get insane. Let's see me destroy you, boom. A massive explosion echoed. Fang Yi's entire body erupted with an overwhelming aura. His Yang attribute was pushed to the absolute limit. Thrusting both hands forward fiercely, a blinding golden light shot out. It carried terrifying, scorching heat mixed with sky-filling divine fire, blasting straight toward the ancient corpse. In that split second, the golden sun power surged to its peak, slamming directly into the ancient corpse. Boom. A totally deafening sound roared out, moving like lightning. The corpse swung its left arm, swatting away the golden beam. Ding. The system panel flashed again. The mysterious Yellow Springs mark has been activated. The King of Death has successfully acquired the underworld fire body. Seeing its arms suddenly ignite with bizarre, eerie flames, the ancient corpse looked completely bewildered. What in the world is this? Seeing it look so hopelessly confused, Fang Yi thought to himself, it is exactly like the Death Seal's description. The King of Death hasn't realized I'm weakening him. It doesn't even feel any pain from the Death Seal's hidden ability. It seriously thinks my attacks are completely useless. Moving like a blur, Fang Yi charged forward and instantly slashed out a brutal blade strike. The ancient corpse slowly shifted its eyes, and a terrifying pressure crashed down like a tidal wave. Heavenly fire slash. Boom. A horrifying blade of light slashed down, carrying power that could shatter the sky. The ancient corpse's massive body shifted fluidly, forming its right hand into a claw to strike back fiercely. Slash, boom, deafening shockwaves echoed out as the blazing golden sunday energy wildly consumed the dark green, damp corpse water, crashing down like a collapsing waterfall in an instant. Ding. Death count 4. The King of Death suffers prolonged weakening. Weakening level is now at 45%. Death collapse mark successfully activated. Within just a single breath, Fang Yi's figure appeared once again. I'm already starting to recover. Thinking this to himself, the giant hand of the ancient corpse had already smashed through the ash like lightning, grabbing Fang Yi tightly in its grip. The corpse looked utterly savage, its furious eyes radiating overwhelming death laws as it stared straight into Fang Yi's eyes. Seeing this, Fang Yi just let out a cold, mocking laugh. I know what you're thinking. Game over, right? Think again, King of Death. Look at yourself now. Hearing this, the corpse paused, trying to sense its own body. Right now, its body looked like an ancient, crumbling building constantly weathering away to dust. Seeing the dumbfounded face on the ancient corpse, Fang Yi smiled, his entire body bursting into blazing flames. With a poof, the fire suddenly intensified wildly, completely incinerating Fang Yi's entire body. Ding. Death count 5. Right after that, the corpse's weathering speed suddenly went into absolute overdrive. Dark green energy spilled out everywhere. Ding. King of Death weakening level reached 60%. Ding. Hellish nightmare mark has successfully been activated, speeding up the King of Death's decay. The ancient corpse let out an unwilling, desperate roar. Scene shifts outside the Moon City. Tombstones on the ground exploded violently, causing a massive earthquake. G-Land looked totally shocked. I'm not seeing things, am I? All the tombstones in this place have seriously started to collapse. Guyuro chimed in too, no mistake about it. And hey you guys, look over there. Countless people couldn't help but look up. Frontline reports say the eerie light is also slowly fading away. Doesn't that mean our senior brother is actually still alive? Elder Wu erupted with his Vajra realm aura and shouted out loud, "Let's go. We are heading into Moon City. They still need us in there. Notify the backup units in the rear to move up. Bring out anyone who survived wounded or not. Just to prevent any more anomalies from happening here." Understood instantly, the crowd launched themselves into the air, flying deep into Moon City. Cutting back deep inside Moon City, the tombstones were still densely packed together everywhere. Suddenly, from deep underground, a hand violently broke through the soil. Right after that, Su Qingying pulled herself up out of the dirt. Aha, what is happening? I seriously felt like my life was drained. And that is where we leave it, Wild Right. Let's dive right back in, guys. The moment I got dragged into that tombstone, my body and soul were trapped in pure hell with absolutely zero way out. But wait, this whole illusion was about to collapse. The tombstones. Thinking of that word, Su Qingying suddenly snapped out of it. She had to save them right now. She desperately started digging at the dirt next to the nearest grave. Chen Ruo, are you still alive in there? Get out of there. After digging like crazy, Su Qingying finally spotted Chen Ruo's body. Chen Ruo was actually still trapped right there inside. It was totally unlike her little sister, whose body completely vanished without a single trace, the second she stepped into that creepy tombstone. But right at that moment, an insane anomaly up in the sky completely grabbed Su Qingying's attention. The literal sky was collapsing. That ancient corpse was floating midair, sucking all that thick black fog right into its body. Boom! A massive crash echoed as the ancient corpse's skull plummeted straight to the ground. The glowing light in its dead eyes slowly faded away. Sensing something was terribly wrong, it roared out, "I am the noble king of death. What exactly are you? How dare you look down on me?" The corpse looked down only to see countless shadowy figures swarming all around it. They were tightly packed, radiating this absolutely suffocating aura of pure darkness. But these shadowy figures didn't say a single word back. They just ruthlessly lunged forward and started devouring the corpse alive. Hell's nightmare progress has weakened the king of death by 80%. Pitch black energy descended as the corpse was entirely swallowed up. A true funeral for death itself. Ding, Hell's nightmare progress has weakened the king of death by 90%. System update, Hell's nightmare progress has weakened the king of death by 100%. Watch closely because everything changes here. Ding, the king of death's abilities have been fully stolen. Congratulations. The old king has fallen and a new king is crowned. The dark storm clouds slowly started scattering away. Warm sunlight finally pierced through the heavy darkness, chasing off that incredibly cold and suffocating feeling. High up in the sky, a massive wave of overwhelming energy literally tore every last shred of the black fog to pieces. That terrifying underworld power triggered massive tremors, making the entire planet shake under their feet. The group could only stare up at the sky in pure shock. The Undertaker wasn't actually dead. Not only did he break the King of Death's absolute fatal law, but he summoned 100 hell demons and devoured the king entirely. A huge smile spread across Elder Wu's wrinkled old face. It's even crazier than that. You can't just escape an absolute death rule, you have to completely shatter it. The very second the Undertaker stepped into the King of Death's domain, he had already figured out the exact method to break the entire system. He really did die back there. But he held the ultimate power to destroy the King of Death and bring himself right back from the grave. Gu Yuro nervously pushed up her glasses. But can a normal human really possess the ability to reverse life and death like that? Elder Wu just glanced back at her. Gu Yuro kept talking. The King of Death is an awakened anomaly king. Did the king somehow manipulate the Undertaker into doing this? Hearing this, Jialan slowly shook her head. No way. Just look over there. They watched as the cursed tombstones slowly vanished into thin air. Rescue workers were already pulling tons of survivors right up from beneath the ground. Think about it. If the Undertaker had truly been defeated, turned into a puppet or a host for that monster, there is absolutely no way we'd be saving this many survivors right now. And the creatures he summoned didn't even try to attack us. Suddenly, a rescue worker pulled up a girl and yelled out, "We have a critically injured victim over here, she's dying." The girl weakly opened her eyes, looking at the massive crowd in confusion. What just happened? It's so loud. Didn't I already die? But suddenly someone pointed a trembling finger straight up at the sky and screamed. I know what you're thinking. Who is that? Why is he giving off an anomaly king's aura? Is he literally the Grim Reaper? Does a being like that actually exist? What are you even saying? That has to be Lord Undertaker. He's the one who just saved all of our lives. No way, that title sounds way too evil. While the huge crowd was arguing loudly, a little girl noticed something amazing and immediately shouted out at the top of her lungs. He is a literal god. He is our deity. He defeated all the bad things and protected us. Floating high in the sky, Fang Yi swung his left hand, summoning a massive death scythe. Its pitch-black aura made everyone below feel incredibly anxious. Fang Yi stared down at the trembling crowd and muttered quietly, "It's finally time to end this." Boom. Gripping the scythe tight, Fang Yi slashed downward with explosive force. He completely wiped out the remaining dark energy, instantly ripping a massive tear right through the fabric of space. The citizens of Yue City standing below watched this insane display and were completely stunned, speechless. What in the world is this? A horrifying wave of dark energy began pouring straight out of that spatial rift in the sky, filling everyone's hearts with absolute crushing despair. A second later, 10,000 screaming demons charged right back into the rift. This terrifying scene froze every single person completely dead in their tracks. Elder Wu spoke up, his voice trembling with absolute disbelief. 10,000 demons crying out in the underworld. He is literally opening up a true gateway to hell. Fang Yi stood firmly guarding the spatial rift, his voice cold as he muttered, "Go back to the abyss, where you belong." Right after that, Fang Yi's entire body erupted with blazing pure light energy. He raised his right hand and violently pushed it straight forward. The gloomy pitch-black sky instantly lit up with a brilliant flash. That warm, glowing light washed over everyone, soothing their terrified minds in a heartbeat. The spatial rift was finally sealed, shut completely. Fang Yi let out a soft sigh of relief. It's finally over. Yue City finally caught its breath, but trust me, you and I know this wild ride is just getting started. Stick with me here, you're about to see the aftermath of absolute madness. Sobbing echoes everywhere. People are just grateful to be alive as Fang Yi touches down from the sky. Taking out the King of Death drained a massive chunk of his spiritual energy. Plus, he's got that ominous death brand now, and who knows what nasty side effects are going to trigger. Thud. The second his boots hit the ground, his cousin Lily lunges at him like a lightning bolt. Fang Yi, you're okay. Her sudden flying hug completely catches him off guard. She tightly clings to him, crying out, "You didn't die, right? I was so incredibly scared." Fang Yi just chuckles, patting her head gently. "Come on, don't I look perfectly fine to you?" Suddenly, his eyes lock onto something in the distance. Su Qingying is walking over, gripping her badly injured arm but managing a faint smile. "Thank you so much." Fang Yi looks completely confused for a second, then follows her gaze to see what she's staring at. He spots Su Qingying and her little sister hugging each other, sobbing their eyes out. Seeing them safe, Fang Yi just softly smiles. So her sister actually survived. Talk about a miracle in all this chaos. Time skips forward a bit, and a military officer steps up to give his report. "Elder Wade, we have the initial numbers. The casualties caused by the King of Death in Lunar City. We're looking at half the population. Most of them lacked any awakened powers, or they were simply swallowed by those cursed tombstones for far too long. As for our backup, 1,500 awakened vanguards rushed here. We have 50 confirmed dead, 30 currently missing, and well over 1,000 heavily injured." Elder Wade nods heavily. "Right. The post-disaster reconstruction, along with full compensation for the victims and their families, has to be our top priority." Stepping up from behind, Grace chimes in. "The Divine faction will also establish a dedicated relief route to help out." Gia raises her hand, looking serious. "Sir, is it finally time to go public about the worldwide spiritual energy awakening? How long can the awakened keep hiding this from normal people? Now pay attention here, because this is where the pressure really sets in." She feels completely helpless against this disaster. Elder Wade sighs. "That is not a decision the two of us can simply make on our own. And the public isn't as helpless as you think. With every incident that happens, ordinary people are already starting to piece together the hidden truth. Even if they never awaken as true vanguards, they still have their own unique ways to prepare and fight back against this approaching apocalypse. Gia, you do not need to carry the fate of the entire world on your shoulders. The Awakened have our own specific missions to fulfill. Just do what is within your power, and that will be enough." Elder Wade pats her shoulder reassuringly. Hearing this, Gia just falls completely silent. Right then, Grace steps forward. "Honestly, I originally came all this way just to back up the Wind Reaper and meet him in person. But it looks like he doesn't need me." A massive crowd of Lunar City survivors is swarming Fang Yi, cheering loudly. "Yeah, the guy looks incredibly busy right now. This legendary battle just permanently locked in his status as the absolute pillar of the Xia Republic. Lord Wind Reaper, you are our literal savior and god. If it wasn't for you, I would have turned into an evil spirit inside that domain. Thank you for saving my life." Going public with the fact that the Xia Republic's Wind Reaper soloed an anomaly king, that is absolutely going to terrify the other global superpowers. But we have to keep his actual file and true abilities strictly classified. At this point, we know how the game is played. Now that his name is out there, rival nations are already spying and digging desperately for any intel they can find on him, but they still have zero clue about his core powers. You and I both know what happens next. Once we officially broadcast the Lunar City incident, they will assume the Xia Republic used him to completely decode the Anomaly King's rules. That is something literally no one else on Earth has managed to do yet. Whether they try to gang up on us or not, they absolutely won't dare to make a reckless move now. They are way too scared. This buys our nation a massive strategic advantage for the future. With that exact thought in mind, Elder Wade steps forward and shouts to the crowd. All right, now it is time to head back, analyze the field data, and review every single piece of video footage from this whole mess. We need to finalize our intel on the Anomaly King immediately. The road ahead for our country is still long and full of danger. After all, we can't just let the Wind Reaper handle every single boss-level anomaly by himself forever, right? Gia smiles warmly. You are totally right, sir. Retirement isn't an option. Beside her, Grace just smirks. Who knows what crazy anomalies will pop up next, but the Divine faction should absolutely be the ones to take down the next target. Scene change, over at Fang Yi's luxury villa in Solar City, the bathroom is completely fogged up. He is soaking in the tub while taking a phone call. While cleaning up the plaza, government forces found a dark attribute spiritual stone left behind by the King of Death right in the middle of the wreckage. And they gifted it to him as a huge thank you. Plus, he has that Lunar City treasure Su Qingying mentioned earlier, a pure light attribute stone. So now he is sitting on two absolute top-tier elemental crystals. Just thinking about the massive power boost, Fang Yi stands right up from the water. Even though these two elements naturally clash, the system already flagged him as the King of Death, so absorbing them both shouldn't be an issue at all. The system interface pops up in front of him. Dark attribute fluctuations detected. Initial scan confirms it is a high-grade dark spiritual stone. Calculation abilities initiating, now running a full deep analysis. Meanwhile, an anomaly stirs outside the abyssal zone, radiating insanely pure light and dark energy. And that's where we leave it. You're definitely going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me. You and I are dropping right into a chaotic storm that could literally tear a king to shreds. Fang Yi glances over, asking about the newcomers. Ji-Lan casually gestures, introducing them as the elite pioneers handpicked by both the Shen City and High City headquarters. Just like him, they are absolutely top-tier talents sitting right at the 3-star spirit creation realm. They have serious potential to break through to the Vajra tier, performing best inside restricted zones or crazy anomalies. Meet Wang Liang, the brand new High City captain, a water attribute pioneer at 3-star spirit creation. He glances at Ji-Lan and offers a greeting. Sorry, Miss Ji-Lan, we arrived a bit late. And this guy must be the famous Wind Burial captain from Tai City, right? I'm the new High City captain, Wang Liang. The guy next to me is Song Yiming, an absolute beast with peak dual wind and fire attributes. Song Yiming, an elite pioneer from Shen City, 3-star spirit creation, dual wind and fire elements. He just calmly raises his hand to say hello. Yeah, hi everyone. Ji-Lan nods at the two of them, then points out, you all already know what's going down with the Mingying restricted zone. So use your own raw skills to tear open the dark wind and rain veil and make your own way forward from here. Getting totally stared down by those two, Fang Yi feels pretty uncomfortable. He's just thinking to himself, why are these guys glaring at me? Song Yiming just lets out a light scoff, instantly drawing his sword and stepping right up. If that's how it is, I'm going up first. Song Yiming's entire body bursts into roaring flames, quietly thinking to himself that taking this mission from those old headquarters geezers was honestly half because of this Wind Burial guy. Rumor has it, he doesn't just hold the ultra-rare Yang attribute, but during the UA City disaster just a few days ago, he somehow even wielded terrifying powers with the dark attribute. Now, you're going to want to watch this. With a huge boom, two crazy forces erupt from Song Yiming as he blasts right into the sky. I possess the purest fire attribute combined perfectly with the wind attribute, pushing my fire's destructive power to the absolute maximum level. So, is there really still a huge power gap compared to his Yang attribute? Watching Song Yiming fly off, Ji-Lan finally speaks up. Song Yiming is the headquarters' ultimate dual attribute genius. He has basically pushed both of his natural elements to their absolute peak limits. With flames roaring wildly, Song Yiming violently slashes the barrier open with his sword, charging straight inside without any hesitation. The dark wind and rain veil is incredibly tough to shatter, mostly because nobody actually knows how the dark attribute inside condenses and perfectly mimics such a harsh, brutal climate environment. But for Song Yiming, it's honestly a total walk in the park. Seeing the guy finish his job, Wang Liang immediately steps right up. Alright, my turn next. Wang Liang starts quickly channeling his technique, and suddenly a massive water burial umbrella just materializes. Ji-Lan looks at this weird umbrella with pure doubt. Wang Liang's specific water form technique honestly looks like it has zero offensive capabilities whatsoever. But as his cultivation level has leveled up over time, his defensive skills have literally reached a state of absolute unbreakable mastery. Right up ahead, the heavy dark attribute crashes forward exactly like a raging tidal wave. Boom. A massive impact. The umbrella in Wang Liang's hand snaps open in a flash instantly and completely blocking the massive wave. Done and dusted, he retracts his technique. He exhales hard towards Song Yiming, saying, "This dark climate is way too intense. If I had literally just entered the 3-star spirit creation realm, I probably wouldn't even be able to control this umbrella and would have totally died here." Moving forward and finally seeing the crazy scene ahead, Wang Liang literally gasps in awe. That is insane. Can yang and dark attributes actually fuse together and coexist like this? Right before their eyes, streams of golden yang energy and pitch-black dark energy swirl into a massive vortex, converging perfectly into a single point and fusing together. Curious, Song Yuming reaches out to try and carefully sense the dark attribute. I'm honestly getting zero feeling from the yang attribute, but the dark attribute is definitely sinister. It violently rejects the human body right on contact. Forget about trying to conquer it, just surviving without getting completely corrupted is already a massive win. Wang Liang clenches his fists. Frowning deeply, he adds, maybe your fire element naturally handles the yang energy better. I honestly felt absolutely awful when passing straight through that heavy veil just now. I know what you're thinking, all those crazy rumors about this wind burial guy. You and I are finally about to see exactly how insanely strong he really is. Suddenly, boom, golden yang light violently erupts and a massive blade aura carrying world-crushing momentum literally slashes its way in from the outside. Song Yiming and Wang Liang's faces go completely pale. They instantly dive off to the side to dodge it. Absolute danger. That incoming aura is so ridiculously heavy it almost crushes the two of them flat. Is this genuinely the yang attribute? Through the opening, two figures slowly walk in from the outside. Fang Yi's casual voice rings out, "Oh, sorry to keep you two waiting so long." Ji Lan quietly follows right behind him, completely silent. Song Yiming squints his eyes at the two of them and asks, "Was that you?" Slowly walking forward, Fang Yi just casually nods. "Yeah." Then Song Yiming asks, "How'd you even do that?" The dark wind and rain veil is still literally split wide open. And it's not even regenerating. Fang Yi just casually replies to him, "Simple." Right there in Fang Yi's hand, yang energy dances to life, slowly forming into a single brilliant point of light. Just use a stronger, much higher quality yang attribute to brutally suppress the dark energy here. Sure, it burns through spiritual power, but trust me, you and I are not ready for what happens next. It suppresses dark attributes. As long as you store enough spiritual energy, it lasts a specific amount of time. Still, it is a bit of a shame. He originally could have brought way more pioneers inside, but just to play it safe, he brought Ji Lan in first. Let's dive right in. Song Yiming is completely speechless. Simple. Did he just call that simple? You and I are probably wondering what Wang Liang is thinking. Is this guy really in our realm? Talk is cheap, but to actually pull that off, you would need to be an absolute powerhouse. Like Elder Wu, right? Ji Lan just smiles, eyes narrowing. She thinks to herself, get used to it. Every single genius pioneer will eventually have their entire worldview shattered at least once. Suddenly, sensing something, a smirk creeps onto Fang Yi's face. Ha! Right on cue, the system interface flashes right in front of him. It detects a massive fluctuation from a dark pollution source. An A-rank anomaly has just spawned. The exact second the notification ends, boom. The ground suddenly shakes violently. Everyone's expression turns dead serious as they completely struggle to keep their balance. Song Yiming speaks up. Just an A-rank anomaly. Well, since it is a dark attribute, we might as well test our luck against it. Fang Yi doesn't say a single word. He instantly charges forward, leading the pack. Seeing this, the other three immediately sprint after him. After moving for a bit, Fang Yi notices a group right ahead of them. 3 guys. He takes a quick look at their squad. Fang Yi quickly figures it out. These guys are from Country B. Catching up from behind, Ji Lan shouts, "Wait, there are other people here." Was that anomaly wave earlier caused by them destroying it? No other pioneers registered to enter today. There is a massive chance they crossed the border illegally. The two groups quickly clash face to face. Wang Liang steps up and demands, "Who are you guys? How did you get in here?" Now watch closely, things are heating up. The long-haired guy smirks mockingly. "Just like you see, Shia country pioneers. We are Country B citizens here for a trial." Song Yiming looks absolutely furious and roars out, "A trial? This territory belongs entirely to Shia country. You guys did not get permission to be here. You just blindly trespass into another country's restricted zone for a trial." Ji Lan steps forward. "This place belongs exclusively to Shia country. You guys are crossing the border illegally. Leave immediately." The blonde guy scoffs. "You, Shia country folks are blind. The times have changed completely." He spreads his arms wide, laughing like a maniac. "Ha ha ha. If your people won't come in here to grab resources and opportunities, we definitely won't waste them. We are way stronger than you, so we are absolutely taking the fortunes here. This is exactly how the strong operate." Fang Yi can't help but smirk. He steps up and pats Ji Lan on the shoulder. "Oh really, you are saying only the strong get the loot, right?" Right now, he can clearly sense these three are hiding their auras. Their realm is definitely higher than Wang Liang and Song Yiming. That explains the insane arrogance. Country B secretly sent their most elite pioneers to invade a crucial restricted zone in Shia country. Do they literally want to start a direct war? Thinking for a second, Fang Yi just shakes his head. Why overthink this? If they dare come here, just slice them down. Hearing Fang Yi say this, the three behind him instantly get ready to strike. Ji-Lan immediately pulls out her communication radio. We have spotted 3 illegal Country B border crossers heading southwest in the restricted zone. We will expel them immediately. Please increase surveillance. The long-haired guy looks up and laughs like crazy, his entire aura exploding outward. Doing this the hard way, Song Yiming and Wang Liang look absolutely horrified. How is this even possible? He is actually a dark attribute pioneer, ha ha ha. The blonde guy laughs wildly, rushing forward with a massive booming sound. This dark attribute zone. This is literally my home turf. Ji-Lan suddenly realizes something and desperately warns the rest of the group. This is another poison attribute. It mutated from the dark attribute after corpses decayed. Wang Liang's face gets super serious. What are they trying to do? Suddenly, 2 streams of nether poison blasts straight toward Ji-Lan. Crap. They want to completely destroy the communication and surveillance gear we brought in here. You saw that too, right? Fang Yi mutters. They definitely want to murder us and silence all the witnesses. Song Yiming charges, first sword drawn. Do not just stand there waiting for them to attack. Hit them with a preemptive strike right now. If we can't absorb the dark attribute, we just destroy it. Wang Liang is startled from behind. Hey, hold on a second. Song Yiming leaps high into the air, slashing his sword down. A terrifying fireball covered in blazing flames slams down with a massive crash. But the blonde guy just controls his dark aura, violently smashing it into the attack. The fireball actually starts to twist and completely collapse. A second later, a deafening explosion echoes out. The terrifying flames detonate midair, a blinding blast of light illuminating the entire dark valley. Song Yiming is absolutely stunned. What? The very next moment, the blonde guy moves like lightning, driving his dark aura from a completely different angle. Ji-Lan notices and immediately screams. It is coming, everyone be careful. The dark aura rockets straight up into the sky like a total nightmare. It crashes down like a crazy tidal wave, trying to drown them all. Wang Liang frantically gathers spiritual energy into both of her hands. She creates a massive water wall shielding all 4 of them. Fang Yi narrows his eyes, getting ready to launch his own counterattack. Boom. The dark aura morphs into a dragon claw, piercing right through Wang Liang's water wall. Her expression drastically shifts. My defensive barrier is broken. With a massive crash, an incredibly powerful aura suddenly erupts from Fang Yi's body. He slowly steps forward and says, back away. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Fang Yi slowly draws his blade and slashes. Boom, golden light flows wildly. Let's dive right in. A flashing strike completely slices that dark dragon claw in half. The long-haired guy across from him feels that heavy aura and his smug expression vanishes. A pioneer from the Xia Kingdom with fire attributes, You definitely won't be quite so lucky next time. Just turn around and look at your teammates. They are even more useless than you. Hearing this, Fang Yi slowly tilts his head and glances back over his shoulder. He spots Ji-Lan and the others desperately channeling their spiritual energy, struggling to block the invading dark aura. Ji-Lan notices Fang Yi looking and immediately yells out. This guy is hiding his true power. He's at least at the 2-star diamond tier or even higher. Damn it, you tricky bastard. Hearing their struggle, the long-haired enemy just throws his head back and laughs like a complete maniac. Meanwhile, just outside the restricted zone, the wind and rain barrier has completely closed. Their chances of breaking through this encirclement are extremely low right now. Send an emergency warning to headquarters right now. Unidentified pioneers from Nation B have illegally crossed the border directly into our own restricted zone, and they are actively attacking our side. Is the footage from before the destruction still intact? It is fully saved and we already made a backup just in case. But Nation B actually having someone with a dark attribute is a harsh reality even if they haven't completely mastered it yet. Looking at the video analysis, his power seems to be a sub-branch of the dark attribute, but the damage output is still absolutely massive. Once you get hit, those wounds simply will not heal. Word on the street is that Nation B has been running some incredibly brutal pioneer experiments for a long time. That guy in the footage might just be the result of their twisted projects. Back on the battlefield, the long-haired guy starts mocking them again. Your precious teammates are already being corroded by my nether toxin attribute. Pretty soon their entire bodies are going to rot away, leading to a slow death. Their spiritual energy will become my personal nutrients, and as for you, you are coming back to the glorious Nation B with me, and then you will become a permanent part of me. Ji-Lan grits his teeth, barely holding off the dark corrosion as he speaks. Watch this pressure closely. The guy Nation B sent is a top-tier powerhouse known as the Funeral Agent. Things are looking pretty grim here. Song Yiming starts roaring too. What the hell are you doing? Fight back. Do you want all of us to die out here? Fang Yi totally ignores their panic. He just stares calmly and mutters, a 2-star diamond tier. I honestly thought the pioneers from Nation B were actually strong. As someone with a dark sub-attribute, did you really not notice anything off? Boom. A massive surge of powerful energy suddenly erupts directly from Fang Yi's body. Did you seriously think your nether toxin would work on me? The long-haired guy's smug face completely drops. What the hell are you talking about? Right then, the system stat panel flashes onto the screen. Grave Fire Domain unlocked, boosting his Yang attribute power. A split second later, boom. The two other Nation B pioneers do not even have time to react before scorching flames erupt right from under their feet, burning them alive. The long-haired leader whips his head around in pure shock, cursing under his breath. He cannot believe those two trash subordinates got wiped out so easily. With an explosive boom, Fang Yi stomps the ground and charges forward. Are you really not going to save them? They are going to die incredibly fast, you know. Hearing this, the long-haired guy just laughs wildly. You really do not know your place. As long as you are human, there is absolutely no escaping the almighty power of my nether toxin. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful Yang attribute violently explodes out of Fang Yi. The long-haired guy instantly realizes something is terribly wrong here. Wait, no way. Is this actually a Yang attribute? Does the Xia kingdom seriously have someone wielding Yang power moving like lightning? Fang Yi closes the distance, slowly raising his blade for a heavenly fire strike. Bam. The blade flashes with a blinding golden light. A single perfectly straight slash comes crashing down, directly splitting that enemy cleanly in half with just one hit. I know what you are thinking. How does someone have power rivaling an anomaly, King? It should be totally impossible. 1 second later, the long-haired guy's split body completely detonates, exploding into a massive cloud of dark aura that fills the entire sky. Seeing this absolute madness play out, everyone on the battlefield is terrified. The long-haired guy violently coughs up a mouthful of pitch-black blood. But suddenly Fang Yi senses that something is still wrong. Right at that exact moment, in the blink of an eye, the enemy's shattered body slowly starts knitting itself back together. The dark attribute energy in this area is way too rich and powerful. You literally cannot kill me here. Song Yiming stares in complete disbelief. He is actually still alive. You can see the air shifting around the long-haired guy right now. Billowing dark aura actively gathers and pours straight into his recovering body. He purposely targeted this specific spot because the dark energy here is absolutely overflowing. Seeing this desperate move, Fang Yi just casually shakes his head. Are you really trying to absorb dark energy to heal your wounds? Too bad your nether toxin is still way too weak. The conversion rate when using raw dark power to heal yourself is actually pathetic. To deal with you, I do not even need to use my newly trained ultimate move. Is Nation B's top expert really just this pathetic? After asking that brutal question, Fang Yi's eyes instantly turn ice cold. The healing long-haired guy suddenly feels something is terribly wrong within his own body. Wait, no. What the hell is happening to me? Completely panicked, he desperately tries to speed up absorbing the dark aura, realizing his nether toxin is being heavily suppressed by some unknown force. Why am I not healing? Why? Fang Yi simply raises two fingers and snaps them. A second later, the enemy's entire body violently explodes into nothingness. So what do you and I take from this? Never mess with Fang Yi. He just turns his back on the trash and slowly walks away. Handled. Alright, you and I are jumping straight into the madness. Both Song Yiming and Wang Liang are terrified as Fang Yi suddenly shoots lightning out. The electric energy wraps right around them. Then boom, the dark aura on their bodies completely explodes, and both of them suddenly realize something insane. Fang Yi pulls back the lightning and says, I just purged the dark attributes from your bodies. Next, Fang Yi turns to Ji Lan and starts clearing out her dark aura too. She looks at him amazed. I cannot believe you actually killed a Vajra realm cultivator from Country B with that much ease. I seriously underestimated just how incredibly fast your overall power is growing. Fang Yi shakes his head. I am honestly questioning the combat skills of that trash. That Vajra realm guy from earlier clearly did not level up the normal way. His spiritual energy felt super impure and completely manufactured. Plus, these enemies have already managed to infiltrate the Xia nation, yet they had no clue we had a cultivator with light attributes. I am honestly not really sure why they didn't know you existed. But honestly, for a while now, there has been a massive rumor circulating within our own ranks. That weird anomaly disaster almost wiped out Shen City, but Elder Wu sacrificed himself to stop it. Originally, it was supposed to hit Country B. It sounds totally unbelievable, and we do not have any real solid evidence to prove it. Fang Yi just nods. Is that right? I do not think this theory is a stretch at all. Elder Wu was the absolute pillar of the Xia Nation cultivators, so it is highly likely he was targeted. Country B and us have always been at each other's throats. If that is true, I guess I accidentally just did a good deed. I accidentally got revenge for Elder Wu. Song Yiming's eyes completely light up with intense fighting spirit. I used to be so foolish, but starting today I am hanging a picture of the Wind Reaper by my bed. It will push my training so that maybe one day I will be worthy of his attention. Wang Liang looks at him totally speechless. Bro, you are completely blinded by his crazy light attributes right now. Now here is where you and I need to pay attention. Fang Yi turns to the two of them with a quick warning. Even though I remove the dark energy, your current condition is way too weak to enter the central forbidden zone. Fang Yi then suggests a plan. Ji-Lan take them back or try training on the outskirts. As for me, I am going to uncover the true face of the Mingying. Forbidden Zone. Fang Yi walks deeper into the clash of light and dark. The crazy violent tornado mixes black and gold together. The wind is dyed this eerie dark gold, it looks absolutely terrifying. Ji-Lan and the two captains just stare at Fang Yi's back as he walks right into the yin-yang dual vortex. Song Yiming stands there totally stunned. Is he seriously just marching straight in there? Wang Liang stands next to him, glances over at Ji-Lan and asks, Sister Ji-Lan, what do you think our success rate would be if we tried that? Ji-Lan secretly pictures the epic image of Fang Yi sitting straight up on a massive royal throne. Haha, do you guys really need to rely on me? I used to be considered the one and only choice to succeed Elder Wu, but once the Wind Reaper showed up, I was basically pushed to the backlines. Of course, we could probably still make it into the central zone, but actually absorbing those extreme attributes, yeah, that is nothing but an absolute pipe dream for us. Song Yiming and Wang Liang jolt in surprise, wondering if they heard her correctly. Why did this big sister suddenly change her entire attitude? You and I definitely saw this coming, right? Suddenly, boom, a massive tremor violently shakes the inside of the vortex. Song Yiming and Wang Liang snap their heads around. What in the world just happened in there? Ji-Lan quickly steps forward and screams, run away, hurry. The second she yells, a protective barrier slams down over the three of them. Boom, golden flames explode straight into the sky. Earth-shattering power and endless golden light rain down. Roaring fire surges up, spreading out aggressively in literally every single direction possible. Smash! A massive shockwave hits, blowing the three of them straight back. Boiling waves of intense heat crash over them, making it absolutely impossible to stand up. Song Yiming's face is locked in pure disbelief. Is this really the true face of the Mingying Forbidden Zone? The gray smoke finally clears out, revealing a massive, terrifying dark tower. Right at the very top of it is a gigantic floating eye. It looks just like a satellite image, like the judgmental eye of some ancient god. Ji-Lan sees something and gasps in absolute shock. Look over there, is that not Fang Yi? Right in the center of that dark, terrifying eye, Fang Yi's silhouette has completely turned into a blazing sun. He is radiating black gold light, constantly giving off this insanely oppressive energy that sends chills straight down your spine. Fang Yi actually looks super confused right now. Bam, he clenches his fists tight. I can literally feel it. Two extreme, totally opposite attributes. Yet somehow they are slowly morphing into a completely brand new type of spiritual energy. Plus, it seems like they only started changing because I touched them. The yin and yang powers just keep swirling together, slowly starting to fuse as one ding. The system panel flashes instantly. Phenomenon detected. Originally, this massive world-changing event was confirmed to hold both light and dark attributes. But during the fusion process, the system scanned and found an entirely new, never-before-seen attribute being generated all on its own. Ding, system check complete. New attribute discovered. So what do you and I make of this light and dark perfectly fused, birthing a totally brand new supreme power? Let's dive into this wild system, manga literally. Fang Yi is totally stunned, reaching straight into that black and gold pool. Ding. The system automatically starts collecting data. Recording begins. The second Fang Yi touches it, he suddenly snaps his head up, his eyes exploding with a brilliant black and gold light. The absolute extreme power is taking hold of him. He watches himself get pulled straight into an endless, suffocating darkness. Suddenly, a pitch-black pupil radiating golden light rips open right above him. The energy is boiling hot, hiding an absolutely unimaginable, terrifying level of power. Ding, you have obtained a new skill, Spirit Candle Eye Technique. This eye technique is ever-changing. Everything becomes an illusion, blending reality and fantasy into an endless, inescapable loop. Right now, all the captains are blocked outside, every single one of them, looking completely shocked. The dark attribute inside the black hole was entirely drained. Song Yiming's eyes are trembling like crazy. The dark attribute actually fused with the yang attribute. Just what kind of absolute monster is this guy? In a split second, an overwhelming wave of pure yang energy violently explodes, spreading out in absolutely every direction. Ji-Lan realizes something wild and immediately turns to Song Yiming and Wang Liang, asking them, how do you guys feel? This is completely new spiritual energy. Sure, the sheer power looks absolutely terrifying, but surprisingly it lacks that deeply unsettling physiological sense of pure dread. That instinctual, sickening feeling of the original dark attribute is completely gone. Let us give it a try too. Ji-Lan tightly clenches his fists. We cannot waste any time, let us hurry up and start cultivating. One by one, they all immediately sit down cross-legged. Hey, even absorbing just a single breath of this is a huge win. Meanwhile, outside the Forbidden Zone, these power readings are insane, totally fitting an anomaly king. Now watch closely. He suddenly screams out, "Wait a second, the guys from Country B literally vanished." Could the Wind Reaper have completely wiped out those Country B vanguards? Remember, the Wind Reaper previously taught the Shang City Spiritual Association a very brutal lesson. We heard all about that mess, and honestly, they totally deserve what they got. Thank goodness we managed to save all the evidence of Country B invading. I am going to contact headquarters right now so we can process all the necessary diplomatic procedures. Country B is highly likely to launch an all-out attack. Exactly, this critical evidence needs to be personally handed straight to our top superiors. This video footage is definitely going to give us a massive game-changing advantage in our upcoming showdown against Country B. We have to do our part perfectly to secure Xia Nation a dominant position. Scene shift right inside the high-level headquarters of Country B. Hearing the sudden disastrous news coming from the Mingying Forbidden Zone, the teacup in Tai Jun's hand violently shatters against the floor. What the hell actually happened over there? Did we not just deploy our absolute strongest vanguard? How could our top masterminds simply vanish without a trace? Before this entire operation started, did you not give me your absolute guarantee? Right at that tense moment, an ancient-looking old man finally speaks up. Sir, we cannot really call this missing. It is confirmed death. Our vanguard squad has suffered absolutely devastating losses. They were violently and viciously ambushed by those cunning Xia Nation operatives. Let's pause here. Tai Jun slams the table, his face looking incredibly ugly as he screams, was he not supposed to be our strongest? Yet somehow, he inexplicably loses to Xia Nation. Our entire squad is totally wiped out. You people better give me the exclusive rights I rightfully deserve. I demand absolutely everything from Xia Nation, or else I am pulling every single cent of my funding from you right now. Liu Qianyu's face turns incredibly dark and grim. We absolutely must avenge this deep grudge with Xia Nation. I will personally find a way to make them pay terribly. But then boom, a terrifying explosive aura erupts directly from the old man. Facing Country B's furious interrogation, he is not even slightly afraid. Even though I am a citizen of Country B, a nation filled with immense pride, at the exact same time, I am also a vanguard. Unlike those pathetic little dogs you keep as pets, I absolutely hate being threatened by anyone. I really hope you can remember that clearly. The heavy atmosphere inside the meeting room instantly drops right down to absolute freezing. Hearing these ruthless, totally unfeeling words from Liu Qian, Tai Jun can only stand there furiously, grinding his teeth. Tai Jun angrily screams out, "I am calling the top leaders of Xia Nation right now. You guys better find a way to teach them a brutal lesson." Liu Qianyue does not even care about his pathetic, useless barking, directly turning around and walking away. After walking out, he turns to his subordinate and asks, "What are the results?" "So right now, we basically cannot enter Xia Nation's Forbidden Zone at all. We also cannot pinpoint the exact location where the second young master went completely missing. The highly advanced tracking machinery originally planted inside his body has very likely been totally destroyed. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that it was affected by those massive energy fluctuations inside the Mingying Forbidden Zone. Xia Nation, you just wait for my revenge." Dropping those heavy words, the old man's face turns vicious, his eyes completely bloodshot. Flashing back to the very center of the Mingying Forbidden Zone, right at this moment he has absorbed a massive amount of Fang Yi's spiritual energy. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful and tyrannical aura erupts instantly, making the entire Forbidden Zone violently shake. Every single person immediately realizes something absolutely terrifying is happening deep inside. The Spirit Candle Eye technique is a supreme illusion skill, possessing the terrifying ability to drag literally any living creature right into absolute despair. So what do you and I take from this? He doesn't even need to move to trap enemies in an illusion, tricking their minds until they completely lose consciousness. Alright, stick with me. Here we are picking right back up in the Forbidden Ground as Fang Yi walks straight out of the deep center. Suddenly, he completely loses control of his body. A terrifying aura just explodes out of him, making him cough up blood. His pupils shrink down. Coughing up another mouthful, he looks at his blood-soaked hand and realizes this new dark power is absolutely overbearing. Even after forming this brand new attribute and making it his own, the backlash is still fighting him, pushing his body to the absolute limit. But hey, he finds it interesting. It has been a really long time since he faced a challenge this intense. Meanwhile, over at the Vanguard Alliance in Country B, a female leader speaks up. Did their major experiment actually succeed? Their nation's ultimate guardian, a literal powerhouse weapon, was actually defeated. Another Vanguard across from her just shakes his head. He refuses to believe it. They supposedly control the uncontrollable dark attribute, a power meant to absolutely crush every other Vanguard across the entire globe. Could there be some hidden side effect? Suddenly, boom. Now pay attention, this is where it gets wild. Liu Qianye violently kicks the doors open, who was questioning the Great Gamma Plan. The moment he speaks, these terrifying black shadows swarm into the room right behind him. They fly everywhere, scaring the absolute life out of everyone. Sounds like somebody has their own strong opinions. As Country B's leader, Liu Qianye glares daggers right at the closest vanguard. He orders him to sacrifice his own body as bait for the experiment. Immediately, two black shadows grab the guy and start dragging him away. The guy panics hard. "Please don't take me. I don't want to be a test subject. I beg you, leader." Seeing this, another vanguard stutters out in pure terror. "Leader, are you absolutely sure about this?" Liu Qianye just scoffs. That country bumpkin brain of his couldn't do a single thing right anyway. "I'll crush the Xia Nation myself." Scene cuts straight to the Blue Star, UN's highest conference hall. "Not only that, I'll make the whole world watch." The crowd is already in an uproar, arguing that Xia Nation went way too far. Representing the Blue Star UN, they want to punish Xia Nation for killing another country's top-tier vanguard in cold blood. With disaster looming, nations shouldn't be slaughtering each other. The envoys from Federation E and Country A agree. But suddenly a loud, arrogant laugh echoes through the hall. "Ha ha ha, that was a fantastic kill." Right on cue, Elder Wu strides into the room. Three-star Vajra Realm Xia Nation's military chief and commander of the mental war zone. "Why are you guys still drinking spring water? It's so unhygienic these days. Quick, swap it out for chrysanthemum tea to cool off their hot heads." Elder Wu drops this line while casually glancing back at his subordinate. Someone recognizes him and literally gasps out loud. "It's you. We haven't heard any news about you in ages." Liu Qianye frowns hard at the sight. "Haven't seen you in a long time, old man, but right now is definitely not the time to be catching up on the past." The major nations all agreed on aura recovery terms. No interfering with each other and absolutely zero combat allowed. "But our country's powerhouse died inside your Xia Nation borders. No matter what happened, your nation owes us a full explanation." Liu Qianye stares at him. "I know what you're thinking. Wasn't his lifespan over? How is he still alive?" Boom. Elder Wu looks furious, blasting out a terrifying pressure. "An explanation, ha. Are you even worthy of demanding anything from me? Your vanguards clearly attacked first. The villain crying victim first. That is exactly the kind of shady style your country loves." Everyone in the room feels that crushing pressure and panics. Mr. Wu usually treats people with so much respect and courtesy. Why is he acting so aggressive today? Liu Qianye pushes back against the deadly aura and sneers. "Empty words mean absolutely nothing. Do you actually have proof?" Liu Qianye starts sweating, wondering what massive secret Xia Nation is hiding from him. If Xia Nation's only 3-star Vajra Realm expert has truly returned to peak strength, then their grand master plan is completely doomed. Elder Wu casually hits a remote and a projection lights up the screen. "You want proof? Here is your absolute proof. Right in front of everyone, let's clear the air. Country B's vanguards illegally crossed Xia Nation borders to steal our treasures." Elder Wu pauses for dramatic effect. "They even destroyed our cameras and launched deadly killer moves first. But too bad, our vanguards completely wiped them out in self-defense. Let me say it one more time, fantastic kill. Those absolute scumbags deserve to be slaughtered." Staring at the hard evidence, the crowd is shell-shocked and simply cannot believe it. Looking down on Liu Qianye from his high horse, Elder Wu gives them an old classic saying from the Xia Nation. "Evil brings evil returns." Let everyone sitting in this room be a witness if any other nation's vanguard ever schemes to steal Xia Nation's resources again. This is your exact ending. After dropping that massive threat, Elder Wu turns to leave. Right behind him, a furious Liu Qianye jumps up. Aura explodes from his hands, charging up a completely traceless stealth technique. Phantom strikes fly straight toward Elder Wu. But suddenly, boom, that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me on this one. The barrier pops up completely, deflecting the phantom boom. The massive counterattack instantly blasts Liu Qianye flying straight backward. Elder Wu's mouth curls into a smirk as he laughs out loud. "Weak skills like that will just make you a complete laughingstock. Vanguard of Country B, go back and train harder." Liu Qianye violently slams right into the wall, completely unable to get up. He just helplessly stutters out you. Country B's trailblazers see this and completely panic, rushing over to him instantly. "Mr. Alliance Leader, hold on, we are calling a doctor right now." Elder Wu just smiles happily to himself, thinking, Wind Sealer, just how many more impossible miracles are you going to create for the Xia Nation? Meanwhile, back over at the Minghuang Forbidden Zone, every single person suddenly realizes that something absolutely terrifying is unfolding deep inside. Ji Lan speaks up, looking visibly worried. "That energy fluctuation is truly terrifying." Song Yiming nods heavily. The Wind Sealer might actually be in serious danger this time. Right at that exact moment, having absorbed a massive amount of spiritual energy, Fang Yi suddenly explodes with an incredibly tyrannical aura, violently shaking the entire Forbidden Zone in a flash. The ground completely cracks open and explodes. The system panel suddenly flashes before him. The brand new Soul Scorch Eye art has been completely absorbed. The system notes his physical body will no longer reject anything with a dark attribute. Hearing this good news, Fang Yi's mouth just curls into a smirk. Now watch closely. Since he absorbed this brand new skill, he decides to test it out. Soul Scorch Eye Art activate. Boom. The space around him instantly shatters into a million pieces. Then countless terrifying eyes suddenly appear everywhere. Fang Yi stares closely at the shattered dimensions. He realizes something crazy: the illusions this technique creates. They're all based on things he has actually experienced. Pretty interesting. Every single crazy opportunity that pushes him to become even stronger would literally be a one-way ticket to certain death for anyone else trying it. Is this really the terrifying power of the Soul Scorch Eye Art? If he combined it with the Death Seal, unleashing that literal hell-like experience, wouldn't that make it even more absolutely terrifying? Fang Yi thinks to himself as he raises both his hands, fiery red flames burning in one and freezing ice violently forming in the other. Suddenly, his aura surges directly into the sky, connecting with heaven and earth, triggering wild anomalies. The system panel flashes again. Spiritual energy is overflowing. He is about to break through to the diamond tier. Boom! Fang Yi stomps his foot in pure excitement. Perfect, that is exactly what I wanted. High up in the sky, a massive golden avatar slowly appears. Shining with majestic sacred light, it wields raw thunder and lightning in its massive hands. Fang Yi is completely hyped. No wasting time, he charges straight up to meet the attack head-on. The golden avatar swings its thunder hammer down. Boom! Blinding light explodes everywhere with an earth-shattering blast. Ji-Lan is totally shocked by the aura. You see that right? Is he seriously breaking through to the diamond tier here? Song Yiming is in absolute pure disbelief. What? Just a single split second later, boom, another completely earth-shattering explosion violently rips through the entire sky. Fang Yi stays completely calm, an easy smirk on his face. He speaks lightly. Is that really all you have? All right, now it is my turn. Instantly, his expression shifts and he deploys the boundless dark realm. Boom, absolute power erupts. Centered right on Fang Yi, the terrifying dark domain completely expands in an instant. With a ferocious look on his face, he violently roars out divine thunder smelting. As soon as the words leave his mouth, he viciously shoves his left hand forward. Boom. A massive bolt of lightning strikes the golden avatar directly. The lightning explodes straight into the clouds. The dark swirling storm completely clears out, and in a flash, that majestic golden avatar is totally wiped out of existence. Just a blink of an eye later, the system panel flashes directly in front of him. Breakthrough complete. You have successfully reached the 1-star diamond tier. Deep inside the center of the Minghuang Forbidden Zone, a lone figure steps out from the shadows. Every single inch of his body radiates pure, absolute, unquestionable authority. It gives off an absolutely terrifying feeling to anyone near it. To think he unexpectedly broke through to the diamond tier right here. Now that is one genuinely massive surprise. Fang Yi casually swings his right hand upward effortlessly, gathering wild, chaotic energy right into his palm. With just a simple, careless swipe, he slices a massive, terrifying crack straight through the ground ahead. Rumble Ji-Lan, Song Yiming, and Wang Liang are completely stunned. He actually did it. That spiritual power is incredibly strong. Boom. A crazy, terrifying aftershock violently rips right through the area, completely knocking everyone off balance. What an absolutely terrifying storm. What the heck is going on here? With another massive deafening crash, a ridiculously huge armored vehicle gets violently flipped completely sideways by the shockwave. Panicked, terrifying screams start echoing non-stop. The energy just blew right past the maximum monitorable limits and exploded our screens in an instant. A massive curtain of rain and wind is completely hiding the forbidden zone. But based on that faint golden light and the last data we got before the crash, I heavily suspect someone just broke through their tier. Suddenly, right at that exact moment, an absolutely blinding, undisguised golden light violently bursts out from inside. The crowd is in total disbelief. Wait a second, are you telling me the Wind Sealer just broke through to the diamond tier? What an absolutely terrifying sight. With that many massive lightning strikes hitting him, how the heck is he still alive? The spiritual energy inside the forbidden zone is completely drained. All of us combined barely absorb even 1/10 of it. The Wind Sealer literally sucked up all the rest of the energy. Wang Liang speaks up sighing. He really is just one massive bottomless pit. Ji-Lan laughs lightly, replying, well, honestly, if it wasn't for him, all of this spiritual energy would have just been stolen and divided by those disgusting country bee guys. Might as well give it all to the Wind Sealer. Saying that, Ji-Lan jumps straight down. Song Yiming and Wang Liang follow him down. As they land, that's it, trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. You're about to see Ming freeze up completely as a terrifyingly brilliant aura slams right into him. The pressure was insanely thick. Just walking in his direction felt like having Mount Tai crashing down directly onto his shoulders. Wang Liang whipped out her phone, snapped a quick photo with a massive grin, and decided to save it. She wanted to use it as wallpaper, hoping it would protect her and help her break through to the Vajra tier fast. Meanwhile, Song Yiming's face looked absolutely terrible right now. Just how ridiculously strong had he gotten by now? Right on cue, Fang Yi slowly stepped out from the blazing golden light. Hello there, Vajra tier experts. He actually managed to pull it off. Seeing this, Ji-Lan thought to himself, if the guy who first tore apart the pitch-black night sky was like a divine sword, just drawn from its sheath, then right now he was a divine sword radiating absolute brilliance. Everyone knew just how insanely hard it was to jump from the third stage spirit creation tier to the half-step Vajra tier. To grow this much in such a short period of time, Fang Yi had delivered a massive surprise. This was absolute fortune for Gray Shy. His future was blazing incredibly bright. Pausing for a second, Ji-Lan suddenly thought of Elder Wu. Pretty soon he might actually fight side by side with the master. No, maybe even surpass him entirely. Meanwhile, the internet was completely blowing up over Great Shia's western coordinates. Countless terrifying lightning bolts had just been slashed apart. The Wind Reaper broke through again. The massive S-tier Mingying Forbidden Zone was just completely sucked dry. Oh my god, if the Wind Reaper really did all of this, doesn't that mean our Great Shia just officially gained another legendary Vajra tier powerhouse? That is absolutely wild to think about. Watch closely, guys. While everyone bows down to worship the Wind Reaper over in Country B, a cold sneer drops. That damn Reaper again, always in the way. If we just let this Wind Reaper keep growing and getting stronger, Great Shia will unite completely, and it will absolutely block the progress of our master plan. Liu Qianyue rested his chin on his hands, his voice dropping low. It is finally time to strike. Last time, the Wind Reaper ruined our perfect setup, letting Tai City get away completely unharmed by pure blind luck. This time, not a single one of them will escape. Suddenly, a mysterious woman tossed down 2 photos, speaking up boldly. To fully expose the Wind Reaper's identity, my intel team successfully hacked into the massive Pioneer database and pulled exactly what we needed. We found these 2 pictures. Looking at the photos, a silver-haired middle-aged man just burst out laughing. It does not even matter. Whatever method you use, let's just toast to a great partnership and to ripping the mask off the true Wind Reaper. 3 in the morning. Jiang Lu stood at the very top of a towering building, radiating fiery light and blasting out a completely wild aura. Breakthrough successful. Jiang Lu was absolutely ecstatic. All those early mornings and late nights training finally paid off. He was finally a powerful 2-star spirit creation tier fighter, the fierce fire attribute pioneer Jiang Lu. The crazy vision his breakthrough caused must have grabbed everyone's attention. Time to check online and see how much the world worships him now. He quickly pulled out his phone but instantly froze. The top headlines read, Surviving the Dark Storm, Exploring the Mingying Forbidden Zone alongside the hero. The Wind Reaper's Breakthrough Holy Ground. Check out the most complete check-in guide on the entire internet. Trending right now. Who is the Wind Reaper really reading this? Jiang Lu's eyes sparkled with pure excitement. The Wind Reaper leveled up again. He is truly worthy of being his chosen master. Immediately after seeing this, Jiang Lu's fighting spirit ignited like crazy. If an absolute genius powerhouse like the Wind Reaper still worked this hard, how could he be satisfied with just one tiny breakthrough? Let's pause right here. You and I know he wants to follow his idol's footsteps, but if he actually returns to Tai City right now, will the Reaper actually accept him? Cut to Tai City at dawn, the rising sun painting the entire skyline golden. And yeah, Jiang Lu made it to Tai City. Finally, I am back, but right at that exact moment, click, clack, click. Footsteps echoed right behind Jiang Lu. A woman completely decked out in a black dress, wearing an actual witch's hat on her head. She walked past casually, bumping right into him. Getting shoved without a single apology instantly put Jiang Lu in a terrible mood. Hey, beautiful, didn't your mom teach you to apologize when you bump into someone? The mysterious woman suddenly stopped dead in her tracks. She slowly raised her hand and pulled down her glasses. Oh, my apologies. Suddenly, her eyes shifted, a dangerous visual technique activating without warning. Caught completely off guard, Jiang Lu took the hit instantly. Seeing this, the woman smirked wickedly. Come with me, big brother. Somebody is looking for you. Behind her, a completely dazed Jiang Lu zombie walked along. Where are we going? The woman just smiled. To the Heaven's Chosen Cult, she replied lightly. A paradise like holy ground. Sneaking into Tai City. Remember, do not disappoint the Holy Father. If we can actually turn the Wind Reaper's lair into our brand new territory to exploit then by the Holy Father above, our great Heaven's Chosen Cult will bring absolute glory to Great Shia. Cut to the confession room. In Shuan City's Heaven's Chosen Cult headquarters, Jiang Lu was strapped tight to a table, screaming his absolute lungs out. Ah, I don't even know the boss, he yells. And that's where we leave it. Makes you wonder how he survives this, right? Stick with me here because things get wild fast. He wakes up completely disoriented. His head is pounding and worse, his own mouth will not even listen to his commands. What do these creeps actually want with him? It is absolute nightmare fuel. His mind is literally being forced open and brainwashed. These absolute monsters are trying to rip information about his future master right out of his head. Luckily for him, he literally knows nothing. Scene shift to the cathedral prayer room. A middle-aged man steps up and demands to know what did the prisoner say. The Holy Father asks for a progress report. A priestess bows deeply and respectfully begging the Great Father to forgive her for her many sins. She admits she forced the demon in the confession room to speak, but it turns out he does not know a single thing. If that is true, does not that make him completely useless as bait? The middle-aged man looks incredibly worried about this massive setback. He is terrified the Wind Reaper will not show up. They both turn their eyes toward the giant holy statue. They decide to ramp up his confession to the Holy Father. No matter what happens, they have already captured him and he is fully trapped. They swear to complete the Holy Father's mission. We cut to the Spirit Guild in Tai City where Jiang Lu's two friends are desperately finding Fang Yi. Su Qingying speaks up first. So you guys came all the way to Tai City just to ask for help finding Jiang Lu. Exactly. He came to Tai City hoping to become the Wind Reaper's disciple and level up, but they completely lost contact with him. Since they usually know a lot of people, they have been asking around absolutely everywhere in Tai City for any solid clues. Someone tipped them off that Jiang Lu might have been kidnapped by the notorious Heaven's Chosen cult. Fang Yi immediately frowns. The Heaven's Chosen cult. Su Qingying chimes in them again. Now pay close attention here, guys. This is a massive dark cult, clearly backed by awakened powerhouses. So why in the world would they suddenly target someone like Jiang Lu? Exactly right. They admit they have zero confidence in fighting a cult like this alone, which is exactly why they are begging for their help right now. Su Qingying grabs a document and breaks down the cult's background. These guys have been the Spirit Guild's biggest enemies since day one. Their absolute specialty is mental attacks, spending years slowly brainwashing and blending in with normal, everyday people. Their main headquarters is locked down in Chuan City. Over there, they already have a massive following of nearly 1 million loyal believers. The local Spirit Guild tried to crush them multiple times, but the cult leader is like a ghost, completely impossible to track down. They are honestly way harder to deal with than regular anomalies. Fang Yi frowns slightly. Their main base is in Chuan City. So with Jiang Lu missing, does this mean the dark cult has already completely infiltrated Tai City? Su Qingying responds quickly. She is going to alert the Tai City Guild right away and put the entire city on high alert for cultists. If a dark cult of this crazy level successfully sneaks in, all their previous hard work fighting anomalies to keep Tai City safe will be completely and totally useless. Fang Yi just laughs it off. They managed to sneak right into Tai City without a single person noticing them. This place just barely survived a major disaster, and now they kidnapped Jiang Lu right when he comes looking for me. They are definitely targeting me directly. Fang Yi rubs his chin and starts putting the pieces together. Based on what they just said, this cult is incredibly sneaky and hard to track, leaving their main base thousands of miles away just to hide in Tai City and deal with him in secret. You and I both know how this works. If they are actively hiding, finding any real clues is going to be almost completely impossible. But just to deal with him, they are making a massive scene. Honestly, he strongly suspects this whole Tai City infiltration thing is just fake news meant to throw them off. All six eyes instantly lock onto Fang Yi. Chuan City is probably the place with the absolute weakest aura recovery mutations right now. At least in the entire Xia country right now, isn't that right? Su Qingying points a finger up. Exactly. Even though they get occasional mutations, the anomaly levels are super low, maxing out at just a basic C-tier threat. Plus, tons of older people love retiring over there. Most of them do not even realize the world has actually changed or that anything weird is happening. Fang Yi nods in agreement. That is true, but Tai City just survived a massive anomaly disaster. And with the legend of the Wind Reaper saving everyone, a random cult trying to just parachute in here would have a really hard time. What they really want is to set up a few key points, create a weakness in Tai City, and slowly take over step by step. And right now, he is the single biggest roadblock in their entire master plan. Fang Yi suddenly jumps straight to his feet. Jiang Lu has probably already been dragged all the way to their main base in Chuan City. Instead of waiting around, it is time to strike first. We are booking the fastest flight straight to Chuan City. He wants to see these annoying cultists who keep causing trouble during the aura recovery face to face. Let's see what kind of real power they actually have. Hearing this bold move, Jiang Lu's two friends light up with pure joy. Perfect, Lord Wind Reaper, we are totally coming with you. Fang Yi just shoots a quick side glance at Su Qingying. What do you and I take from this? Simple. He tells her to inform the bosses do not panic and just run some extra local operations if they get anxious. Just push some anti-cult campaigns. Su Qingying flashes an okay sign loud and clear, my lord. All right, you and I are diving into something crazy. Fang Yi knows this. Heavenly Chosen cult has to be wiped out entirely. He had no idea they controlled all of Chuan City. He heard she actually retired over there. Now the scene shifts straight to Chuan City, directly into the dark main headquarters of this massive twisted cult. High Priestess, the Wind Reaper, and his little bait companions have boarded their flight. They are arriving at our holy land, Chuan City. The woman called the High Priestess just smirks. She didn't expect those rustic-looking decoys to actually be this effective at drawing him out. They actually dare to walk right into my territory. Bam, she clenches her fist, completely crushing the badge into tiny pieces. But hey, guests are guests. Even if they're heretics, we have to welcome them properly. We can't lose the proper etiquette of our holy cult. Someone asks if a heretic like him could be used by the cult, but honestly, a heretic is just a heretic. If they won't accept our conversion, they're just ignorant fools. The High Priestess shouldn't even waste a single ounce of effort on them. You are absolutely right. These heretics only get one ending, their bodies burned to a crisp, totally purified and utterly destroyed. Saying this, she unleashes a completely terrifying aura. The scene cuts right to the Chuan City airport and Fang Yi has officially arrived. What surprises me most is that even with aura awakening happening, the flights in Shy Country are still operating completely normally. Yeah, exactly. But honestly, the flights are getting fewer and fewer. If the Spirit Association hadn't stepped up to help book these tickets, we wouldn't have made it. Lord Wind Reaper, where do we go now and what's the plan? Fang Yi just shakes his head, no need to go anywhere. Just wait right here. The two companions look completely confused. Then Fang Yi acts super mysterious, putting a finger to his lips. Shish, listen. Now pay attention here, things get wild. Countless phantoms suddenly appear in the sky above them, uninvited and ready to strike. The phantoms don't say a single word, rushing at the three of them like absolute lightning. Fang Yi simply frowns. Be careful, don't forget they have hypnosis abilities, so whatever you do, do not look into their eyes. Hearing that, the two get terrified, squeezing their eyes shut and standing back to back. Understood. Suddenly, a phantom flies right over, wrapping around Fang Yi's neck playfully. Big brother, you told your friends to keep their eyes closed, so why are yours wide open? An illusion bewitchment technique. Fang Yi thinks to himself, Spirit Creation Realm second tier, are you trying to keep my beauty all to yourself? Exactly right. But then Fang Yi suddenly replies, did you honestly think I would ever answer you like that? The woman gets instantly startled. What buzz? Fang Yi's eye technique fully activates and a completely terrifying pressure instantly crashes down on her, making her turn totally pale with fear. Since you're the first one to dare get this close, I really should give you a little reward. Maybe illusion attribute cultivators just like you are actually way more interesting to play with. Fang Yi snaps his head back, glaring with terrifying eyes. Spirit Pierce technique. The woman's face goes absolutely pale, her very soul trembling. No, this is completely impossible. How does the Wind Reaper know illusion techniques? This definitely wasn't in our intel. Countless dark roots burst from the void, wrapping the woman up tight. She grits her teeth and furiously roars, you're using illusions against me. Right after that, she pulls out a pocket watch and holds it up with a twisted, gleeful look. You stupid, foolish heretic. My great heavenly chosen cult is the absolute best at using illusions. Ha ha ha, her crazy laughter echoes all around them. A brilliant purple gold light blasts out from the watch. I have the direct blessing and power of the High Priestess backing me up. Defeating trash like you is as easy as flipping my hand. While speaking, she aggressively charges forward and slashes with her sword. Instantly, Fang Yi gets split in two, but you and I both know it's a fake. She looks up and her smug expression drops completely. A jumping white mouse really makes the absolute best test subject. Fang Yi's terrifying eye technique viciously crushes down on her again, beating her down until she screams in absolute agony. Why does his illusion feel so painfully real? The suffering is way too authentic. My power and my best techniques actually failed. But why? Right at that exact moment, countless iron chains shoot out from the void, aggressively chaining her straight to a cross. I was clearly acknowledged by the High Priestess herself, so why am I still just a helpless lamb waiting to be slaughtered like this? I am definitely not like the rest of them. I am the heavenly chosen child personally selected by the divine. Roar! A brutal pack of demons rushes in, aggressively tearing at the woman's body. Oh, who am I? Where am I even right now? Right then, Fang Yi casually steps out from the void. Your precious High Priestess can really only push you this far. So incredibly weak. If I push this illusion any further, this crazy cultist is definitely dead. I better dig up some solid clues first. Before sending her straight to hell, Fang Yi speaks up. All right now, be a good girl and tell me absolutely everything that you know. What exactly is your heavenly chosen cult's main goal? The woman's expression goes totally dead and she clasps her hands together in prayer. The priestess said, we must completely eliminate the Wind Reaper. Removing our biggest obstacle is the only way to finish our grand plan. What is your grand plan? Where exactly are the priestess and Jiang Lu hiding? The grand plan is, the priestess is at the holy altar. While speaking, her eye technique suddenly triggers. She coughs up blood and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let's dive into the madness right here. The guy coughs up blood, falling back completely dead. Fang Yi just scoffs. Looks like this fool triggered some kind of deadly hidden restriction. It is definitely that fake priest's doing. a brutal gag order to stop his followers from spilling secrets. One wrong word and they instantly drop dead. Fang Yi drops his eye technique and steps out. He immediately spots the two Jiang Lu brothers knocked out cold, surrounded by shady cloaked figures. Staring down this creepy mob, Fang Yi keeps it chill. "Come on out," he says. "What kind of dirty tricks did you pull on my guys?" Those cult followers, absolutely furious, they instantly whip out these weird purple and gold pocket watches ready to fight. "How dare you disrespect the priest? Capture the Thai city captain alive. We will make our chosen cult famous across the entire Shia nation. Our priest is way out of your league, trash. Surrender right now and let us tie you up, or we will execute your little teammates right here." With that threat, the whole mob rushes forward at once, but Fang Yi just reaches out his hand, grabbing the empty air. Boom, a flaming blade instantly materializes. Keep dreaming, idiots. But honestly, these cultists are not completely weak. They are legit third-tier spirit creation fighters. A few even look like they are about to level up. Third-tier spirit creation. Over and over again. Just a bunch of third-tier clones. Given how their illusion techniques work, this many enemies at once could actually be a little bit of a headache for him. Honestly, this group could probably take on an entire city's spirit association. But here is the catch. Their foundations are garbage, all flash, no real substance. Heavenly fire slash a blindingly bright, scorching wave of blade aura erupts outward. It slices straight toward the chosen cult members like their power means absolutely nothing. An earth-shattering boom hits. Those followers cannot even block it for a single second. They get blasted straight backward. Fang Yi steps right up. His flaming sword flashes, stopping just inches from one guy's head. The young cultist's eyes shrink in pure terror. He cannot stop his whole body from violently shaking. Meanwhile, right next to him, another guy is holding up a mirror. Seeing this brutal display, his legs turn to jelly too. But Fang Yi realizes something is totally off about that mirror. He narrows his eyes. Now watch closely, this is where it gets crazy. Inside that mirror, a projection flickers on. Wind Reaper, we might have a tiny misunderstanding here. Our chosen cult only wants to save humanity. In fact, Chuan City has already suffered through 3 massive paranormal disaster events recently, and we were the ones who stepped up and solved every single one of them. So really isn't the Spirit Association the actual cult here, just holding power while doing absolutely nothing. Listening to her delusional rant, Fang Yi just bursts out laughing. You scam so many people, do not start scamming yourself too. Chuan City might be surrounded by mountains on all sides, but it is still a central hub. There are absolutely 0 rampaging monster beasts inside. And outside, the military quarantine zone blocks everything. So where did these 3 disasters even come from? You were just brainwashing the masses, gathering believers, robbing their wealth, all to fuel your own cultivation breakthroughs. Isn't that the real dirty secret hiding behind all those fake, completely manufactured disasters of yours? Pretty shameless tactics, honestly. Hearing Fang Yi completely expose her, the fake priestess just laughs. Ha, you really think so? Right then, she pulls out a cross with her right hand and a purple pocket watch with her left. Boom, in a flash, a terrifying, suffocating aura erupts out of her entire body. You understand us quite well. But from our perspective, capable people like you throwing your lives away for the Spirit Association is just pathetic. That is the real incurable brainwashing here. Honestly, what is the point of protecting all those useless ordinary people? They are far too weak. It is better to just let them die off. This new world belongs to us, the true pioneers. We are walking an evolutionary path that nobody has ever dared to step foot on before. What awaits us at the end is a glorious, completely bright future. Hold up. You feel that shift. Suddenly, violent lightning explodes across Fang Yi's flaming blade. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yi steps right up to the mirror. The cultist holding it sees this and his face absolutely drains of color. What are you trying to do? Fang Yi does not even waste his breath. He swings his blade with mountain-shattering force straight into the mirror. An earth-shattering boom rocks the air. On the other side of the connection, every hair on the priestess's body stands straight up. Her death sense is screaming. Through the mirror, she sees a terrifying blade aura wrapped in glorious flames slashing directly at her. She lets out a panicked scream. How is this even remotely possible? Boom! A blindingly bright blazing wave of sword energy bursts through, aiming right for the priestess's head. Her entire body completely locks up. She does not dare move a muscle. But then the flaming attack just vanishes. Only then does she realize the deadly threat was actually an illusion. She was just a split second away from being dragged into his nightmare. Thank God I am not physically there right now. Thinking about just how terrifying Fang Yi really is, she shivers to herself. I could have been secretly slaughtered by the Wind Reaper right inside his own dreamscape. Her eyebrows pull together in a tight frown. She cannot even hide her absolute disgust. And this incredibly strange, elemental power of his ha-ha-ha. Suddenly, she throws her head back and bursts into maniacal laughter. Interesting. The tricks kids have these days are just way too interesting. A dangerous glint flashes in her eyes, staring dead at Fang Yi. You really are incredibly strong. Maybe we can negotiate a deal. Fang Yi just looks genuinely confused. Her head seems completely infected by some dark blood magic. But wait, that is not it at all. So what do you and I make of this? Trust me, the mystery gets way deeper. It has to be blood, but unfortunately, her real body is not here. My little illusion experiment just proved I cannot drag someone into a genjutsu across completely different spatial dimensions. Stick with me here. Fang Yi speaks up, demanding they abandon Chuan City in 3 days, basically throwing out a massive bluff to test them. If that crazy woman changes her mind in 3 days, she will definitely cause massive chaos. Boom, lightning suddenly explodes right out of Fang Yi's hand. He adds one more rule: release every single person you captured immediately, or else. Fang Yi trails off, leaving the deadly threat hanging. But knowing how the Heaven's Chosen cult operates, there is zero chance they would just pack up and leave easily. Bring it on. Hearing this ultimate threat, the cult priestess doesn't even try to argue. Instead, she cheerfully agrees without missing a single beat. Fine, I agree. The Heaven's Chosen cult will completely pull out of Chuan City. As for your little friends, I will pack them up and return them in 3 days. As long as I can leave safely, it is no problem. Fang Yi doesn't care what sick scheme she is plotting. He will handle it later. Then it is a deal. Goodbye. The Wind Reaper finishes speaking. In a flash, her power wildly erupts. The mirror on this side shatters instantly, and the totally clueless cultists standing nearby start screaming in absolute agony. Ah, it burns. Stop burning me. It is so unbelievably hot, priestess. Please save our lives, it hurts. One cultist with bloodshot eyes clutches his head, howling in pure torment. Fang Yi just stands on the sidelines watching the whole mess with zero sympathy. A moment later, Fang Yi suddenly remembers Jiang Lu's 2 friends and slowly glances over at them. Hey, wake up right now. Now watch this carefully. Smack, smack. Fang Yi casually slaps the guy's face to wake him up. Jiang Lu was never the enemy's main target anyway, so in 3 days he will definitely be back safely. Next, I need to head straight to the Chuan City Aura Association and wait for the cult's next crazy move over these 3 days. You guys are coming along too. After giving the orders, Fang Yi completely ignores the 2 of them, immediately reaching into his pocket to pull out his phone. I guess I will just wait at the Chuan City Association for a few days. Once this whole mess safely blows over, I will finally contact her. Scene cut to the Chuan City Aura Association. Under the blazing sun, a massive glass skyscraper proudly stands right in the middle of the city. Lord Wind Reaper, Captain Su Qingying from Tai City, has already contacted me about this situation. We will absolutely give you our full cooperation. Fang Yi just nods his head. You guys do not need to do a single thing. If that priestess shows her face anywhere in Chuan City, I can handle her all by myself. But these 2 are Jiang Lu's teammates. They don't belong to any city's Aura Association, so please look after them while I take care of business. Hearing this, the Chuan City president flashes a super welcoming smile. No problem at all. But suddenly, right at that moment, a frantic staff member rushes in. Boss, hurry up and check the Pioneer Forum. The guy bursts into the room and instantly locks his totally shocked eyes on Fang Yi. You and I both know this looks bad. What a second later, the young guy screams out in absolute disbelief. Ah, Lord Wind Reaper, please do not take any of this to heart. It has to be some bad actors stirring up trouble behind the scenes, wildly manipulating the emotions of all the pioneers for some crazy reason. Fang Yi takes the phone with a highly confused look. Oh, let me see. Wow, the entire forum is completely blowing up right now. This completely random topic is suddenly going insanely viral. The Wind Reaper is not worthy of being the leader of the pioneers. The Wind Reaper murders innocent people. They claim his arrogant behavior is exposed with photo proof, revealing the truly shameful face of the so-called pioneers. Anyone blindly supporting him is just a paid troll from Tai City. The entire feed is just spamming Wind Reaper over and over. The creepiest part. These posts are all from our own Chuan City IP addresses. Cut to Tai City inside the busy Tai City Aura Association headquarters building. The old president is furiously yelling into the phone. This is the Tai City Aura Association. You need to cooperate with us right now. Ban every single IP address coming out of Chuan City. If we do not destroy this Heaven's Chosen cult now, they will definitely become a massive disaster for Shia country. Meanwhile, over at the cult's cathedral, the priestess is standing high on the podium, dropping an absolute brainwashing speech on the massive crowd. I foresee a dark future where the Heaven's Chosen are trapped inside a terrifying burning cage. Being struck by lightning and burned by crimson flames isn't divine punishment. It is the work of someone maliciously trying to stand in our sacred way. My dear Heaven's Chosen, we have already overcome so many brutal hardships on this sacred path. Walking the heavenly path is about saving this broken world and bringing it a brand new life. The Wind Reaper fakes kindness to deceive the ignorant masses, and he even ruthlessly murders our very own Heaven's Chosen members without a single second thought. Now we must completely eliminate these malicious obstacles. Let us expose this disguised evil to the light. During her cathedral speech, the priestess actually uses her powers to broadcast this everywhere across Chuan City, firing up her already fanatical followers to the max. The Chuan City pioneers instantly lose their minds in a frenzy. The heavens' chosen cult is justice, we will win. After enduring long-term brainwashing under the cult's rule mixed with some heavy mind control illusions, the people of Chuan City flood the streets in massive angry protests. Where does this leave us? They actually scream the cult is saving the world, totally fooled by appearances. Let's dive right in. True demons always show up playing the savior of Tai City. The city is feeding monsters with their own bodies. The desperate citizens are throwing absolute fits, rioting and screaming. The massive mob swarms straight toward the Chuan City Spirit Association. Cut to the headquarters, it's completely surrounded by an angry, chaotic sea of people. They scream, is Lord Windburial trying to kill us all? Attacking the heavenly chosen cult means destroying Chuan City. They scream, don't you dare banish our guardian gods. We've never even heard of this so-called strongest savior protecting us ever before anyway. Inside the building, Fang Yi looks down at the mob. His eyes are dead cold. Honestly, he just wants to pack up and leave. But then he realizes they'll probably just march over to Tai City and cause chaos there. Better just be patient for now. Fang Yi scans the wild crowd. The Chuan City Association really has absolutely zero support from its own people. The president holds his head, sighing heavily. We literally can't do anything about these people. They're dangerously ignorant, but as vanguards, we can't exactly attack them. Lord Windburial, what's our move here? Fang Yi just slowly shakes his head. Exactly. With your abilities, there's zero hope anyway. Using the regular citizens of Chuan City as literal weapons and as hostages is honestly just a cheap, pathetic, petty trick. Hiding out in the massive civilian crowd, a female heavenly cult member smirks wickedly. Now watch closely. She thinks, Lord Windburial, I wonder if you'll enjoy this massive gift. Everyone in Chuan City is my puppet. If you really want to destroy the heavenly chosen cult, you'll have to wipe out Chuan City first. With that twisted thought, she whispers to the cultist next to her. We need to make him back down. Let's move out and let these stupid peasants keep blocking his path for a while. Oh, and go ahead and toss that useless trash back to them. Our heavenly chosen cult always values loyalty. The male cultist flashes a sickening smile and nods. The Holy Father is truly so merciful. Right after saying that, he slams the heavy cloth sack from his shoulder onto the ground. Thud, it rolls right in front of the crowd. But then right at that exact moment, boom, a massive explosion of brilliant blinding light erupts right from behind them. The terrifying flash is so bright it literally blinds the massive rioting crowd. Ah! The two cultists, caught totally off guard, snap their heads around. What the hell is happening? Right out of that glowing energy blast, Fang Yi's silhouette steps forward. His voice rings out dead calm. I told you, after 3 days, if you hadn't scrubbed yourselves from Chuan City, you'd face the consequences. Pure terror washes over the two cultists' faces. Why would he dare show himself right now? Isn't he afraid of starting a massive riot? The female cultist growls in pure fury. I miscalculated today. Rip, she aggressively tears off her outer disguise in one motion, revealing her official heavenly cult uniform underneath. She sneers, if I had known you were hiding your subordinates, I would have slaughtered them long ago. But with all these people here, don't you care about their pathetic lives? Fang Yi just lets out an ice-cold laugh. Haha, you seriously didn't figure it out. Boom. Fang Yi swings his arm, sending a lethal blade of light tearing straight through the air. Instantly, the male cultist gets sliced completely in half before he can even react. Before the woman can process it, a second lethal blade comes slashing right at her from behind. He smirks. My technique is actually a perfect hard counter against any dark attribute anomalies. Crash. Moving like lightning, the female cultist spins around, summoning a purple energy clock to block Fang Yi's devastating strike. Fang Yi chuckles. You're not actually human, are you? She smirks back. Oh, you figured it out. I really can't hide anything from your eyes. Squelch. Right in the middle of her forehead, a freaky third eyeball suddenly snaps open. A creepy voice echoes straight out of the eye. Honestly, it's been a very long time since I've seen this. Crack crunch. The female cultist's skin starts slowly shattering and peeling off. I know what you're thinking, why doesn't he just stop her? Well, Fang Yi frowns but holds back. He wants to see what this thing really is. Seconds later, a dark attribute anomaly violently bursts right out of her shattered body, its voice practically dripping with sick joy. Someone like you is the absolute perfect host. The system interface chimes in, confirming it has detected sentient darkness. Explanation. Sentient darkness is a very rare sub-attribute of darkness that has literally awakened its own twisted self-awareness through a dark parasitic process. It doesn't have a physical form. Instead, it steals bodies, parasiting off different vanguards to massively level up its own power. Every single time it takes a host, the chosen vanguard ends up dying a brutally horrific and agonizing death. Their bodies and spirit energy are entirely consumed as pure fuel for the sentient darkness. Meanwhile, back at the Heavenly Chosen cult's main base, the sky is choked with smoke. Screams of absolute agony echo everywhere. Our temple, our great temple, Holy Father, please save us. This fire, we literally can't put it out, they scream. A perfectly forged body, massive spirit energy reserves. A talent like this should really just be handed over to me. My loyal followers, the time has finally come. I need you now. The moment it speaks, endless streams of dark aura violently explode out from the cultists' bodies. So what do you and I make of this madness? The dark energy gathers from all sides, rapidly morphing into a massive, terrifying sphere. Alright, stick with me, we are diving straight into this fight. The darkness launches a black sphere at Fang Yi, but he just coldly swings his blade down. Boom. The blade flash carries terrifying heat, slicing right through the sphere to hit the dark spirit hiding behind it. Crash. The blade momentum does not slow down at all, cleanly slicing that dark spirit straight down the middle. The light fades, but suddenly half of the dark spirit starts giggling. It actually says, "So painful, it has been forever since I felt pain like this." Fang Yi is not even slightly surprised. He casually twirls his blade and steps forward, looking completely calm. Guess that was not enough. I really need to chop you into absolute pieces. He realizes this dark spirit actually left a backup plan. It gained true intelligence and disguised itself as a human to build up a whole faction. Definitely not as easy to kill as the Anomaly King. Fang Yi clenches his left hand and suddenly a giant hand burning with blue fire crashes down from the sky. The flaming hand grabs the dark spirit completely. The Spirit Association president watches in absolute shock. A pure dark attribute actually formed a mind of its own, and it can even infect the vanguards like a parasite. This insane news needs to be reported to every single base immediately. With a massive boom, the giant hand squeezes hard and the dark spirit instantly explodes into pieces, but the dark spirit is still not dead. Fang Yi realizes this thing is going to be incredibly annoying to deal with. The dark spirit reappears, laughing and mocking him. Bet you didn't expect this. Even if you are a special human, your fate is already sealed. You are going to become my newest vessel. Don't worry, I promise to take really good care of your body. Watch closely, here you and I are about to see the craziest flex. The dark spirit releases a massive dark aura trying to swallow the whole city. Ha ha ha, standing right in the center of the darkness, Fang Yi flares up his holy energy, becoming the one single light left in the night. Fang Yi just smirks. He finds this slightly amusing. Pretty impressive power you have there, dark spirit. Even though my holy energy completely counters your dark attribute, you can actually still fight back against my abilities. But you really need to understand something. Suddenly, his eyes glow an intense red. I am already completely dead. Rumble, his death fire powers fully activate right now. A massive, furious demon head materializes, its burning eyes glaring down absolutely everything in its path. Meanwhile, on the outside, the massive dark aura starts shrinking rapidly, forming a giant black sphere that traps Fang Yi right in the dead center. What did you just say? Witnessing this terrifying scene, the people from the Spirit Association are shaking in absolute fear. Lord Undertaker just got completely swallowed by the darkness, but relax, the Undertaker managed to reverse, kill the King of Death itself before. He can definitely win this time too, at least I hope so. But a sentient dark spirit is something the Spirit Association has never seen before. The president grates his teeth. Enough, stop talking. The only thing we can do right now is put our absolute trust in his power. Just then Jiang Lu finally wakes up. What the heck just happened, master? Did I end up losing the fight? Jiang Lu asks, confused, but the very first thing he sees is a gigantic sphere of pure darkness right in front of him. Meanwhile, Fang Yi is completely alone inside that dark sphere, his eyes darting around as he carefully evaluates his pitch-black surroundings. You and I both know he is never trapped for long, right? Inside the dark spirit, his system panel pops up, a death seal activates. The system reads, Dark Spirit weakened by 20% due to your soul powers. But wait, he realizes he hasn't even turned into a spirit form yet. Fang Yi lifts his hand to take a look, and suddenly, he notices something weird, letting out a surprised gasp. Out of thin air, 4 or 5 glowing phantom souls suddenly appear, and one of them slowly floats right up to Fang Yi. Are you the final vanguard who was killed by the parasite? Fang Yi gets a serious look on his face, deep in thought. Before Fang Yi can even react to the situation, the group of ghost souls all suddenly drop to their knees. Fang Yi instantly figures it out. He asks them calmly, do you all want me to help set you free? These brave vanguards died ages ago. Now they are just trapped soul fragments, completely drained of absolutely all their energy by this terrifying symbiotic parasite. If the dark spirit gets wiped out, they will also vanish forever. Getting cleanly purified by his divine fire is honestly the best possible release they could ask for here. Fang Yi tightly grips the empty air with both hands, and a massive blazing blade instantly materializes. He swings his arm in a powerful slash, and the defenseless black sphere in front of him gets violently ripped right in half. His holy energy explodes completely, purifying all the trapped souls around him. Instantly, the dark spirit emerges out of the void, totally confused. It still has no idea how incredibly broken Fang Yi is. What did you just do that hurts like hell? But it's useless. I will take over your body right now. Since you want to do this the hard way, I am just going to chop off every single one of your limbs. Ding! The system panel suddenly flashes. A massive amount of dark attribute detected Hell Tier Mark strengthening condition has been successfully activated. Ding! Because of your insane powers, the Dark Spirit is weakened even further. Weakness hits 50% and the Hell Tier Mark fully unlocks. The Dark Spirit's weakness rapidly hits 80%. Meanwhile, on the outside, the giant black sphere starts completely glitching out and breaking down for no apparent reason. Endless cracks shatter the sphere. Ding, limit reached. So where do we go from here? Trust me, you'll want to find out. Stick with me, we are diving right into the madness. The Dark Spirit hits 99%. Fang Yi's eyes go cold, raises his right hand and simply whispers, break. The Dark Spirit shrinks back. Then boom, pure yang energy explodes with terrifying force, completely shattering the massive dark sphere into pieces. No, the Dark Spirit's desperate scream echoes across all of Chuan City. Crash. A massive shockwave of black dust violently shakes the sky. Debris shoots into the heavens, blazing fire buries everything while roaring lightning absolutely suppresses the firmament. The old chairman's face is completely stunned. That sound. Did the Wind Burial Reaper actually just annihilate the Dark Spirit? Jiang Lu is trembling in absolute shock. Such insane spiritual power. His eyes are wide with pure disbelief. Using a mere human body, he actually pushed it to this absolute limit, merging the highest level of yang energy perfectly with his own physical body. He looks like a descending Yang King, his golden aura obliterating all evil. A small cold smirk slowly creeps onto Fang Yi's face. Well, at least this trip wasn't a total waste. Ding! The system panel flashes, confirming the Dark Spirit has been entirely wiped out, confirming zero rejection between the host body and the dark attribute. Ding, the Spirit Eye technique is leveling up right now. The boundless Dark Realm domain is expanding. Suddenly, Xiao Hua peeks right out from inside Fang Yi's sleeve, taking him completely by surprise. Me too, I want some too. Fang Yi blinks in shock. Did Xiao Hua seriously just evolve the ability to speak human language? Without another word, Xiao Hua opens wide and swallows the entire remaining cloud of dark mist in one giant gulp. A clear, sweet girl's voice rings out. Thank you for the meal, master. Her speech is still just a little bit clumsy. Fang Yi frowns slightly, definitely surprised. Judging by that voice, it's a girl. After I broke through to the Vajra realm tier, the spirit flower quietly kept getting stronger too. Absorbing power is just her instinct, but now she can actually speak words, awakening her own consciousness. It must be the spiritual energy absorbed inside the boundless dark realm. After devouring that raw, dark attribute, her aura is going to spike like crazy. Suddenly, Xiao Hua falls fast asleep and slips right back into Fang Yi's sleeve. Huh, asleep again, that's weird. She seems way more tired than before. I definitely need to find time to study this later. The sky full of flames finally fades, revealing a clear, brilliant blue overhead. Thank God the Wind Burial Reaper captain was here. Without him, our Chuan City would be totally wiped off the map. He actually destroyed that sentient dark attribute all by himself. I got to watch him save the entire city with my own eyes. Honestly, I could die happy right now. Now watch closely because right when it seems safe, a black vortex rips open right behind Jiang Lu and a dark spear shoots out. The black spear moves at blinding speed, aiming straight for Jiang Lu's back. But at that exact millisecond, a brilliant flash of fire appears out of nowhere. It deflects the spear, saving Jiang Lu's life by inches. Jiang Lu snaps back to reality, sweating bullets. What the hell just happened? Fang Yi drops down from the sky, his right hand still blazing with intense fire. Did a rat really slip through the net? The old chairman rubs his hands, smiling warmly. Lord Windburial Reaper, we seriously cannot thank you enough. Thank you for saving us. Chuan City will forever remember this massive debt of gratitude we owe you. Behind the old chairman, Jiang Lu notices something. He just stares blankly at the scorched black fragments on the ground. Such a flawless attack method. Perfect calculation. A supreme yang strike that left the darkness zero room to dodge. This is the Wind Burial Reaper in the Vajra realm tier. My ultimate life goal. Lord Wind Burial Reaper, thank you so much. Thank you for erasing this disaster from Chuan City. You see, while we were busy fighting the Heaven's Chosen cult, we could never quite get rid of this hidden nightmare. Fang Yi coldly shakes his head. There is no need for thanks. Now I know what you're thinking, happy ending, right? Wrong. Beating the Heaven's Chosen cult isn't enough. Don't drop your guard. Chuan City hasn't faced a true large-scale mutation yet. Compared to the other ruined cities, you guys are practically still living in the old world. But Chuan City is surrounded by massive natural resources. The recovery of spiritual energy is absolutely inevitable here. A mutation could happen anytime. And when it does, the old chairman turns pale with pure dread. Panic sets in. We're always preparing. We patrol the restricted zones with heavy spiritual energy every single day without fail. Fang Yi nods. Good. Also earlier, I thought I had completely obliterated the dark spirit's core consciousness, but one fragment of the dark attribute still slipped away. Fang Yi points straight at Jiang Lu. It almost managed to assassinate this guy right here. Hearing this, their eyes go wide in terror. Wait, what? Before they can even react, Fang Yi turns his back and walks off. Take me to Chuan City's restricted zone. I have a feeling the aura recovery is very close. Pulling out his phone to check his messages, Fang Yi thinks to himself, I originally wanted to meet her, but I guess I'll have to put that off for now. So where are you and I heading next? Straight to the deep forests of Chuan City where the Ban Mountain Highway twists into the unknown. You and I are diving right in. Lingji Mountain is still open except for a tiny restricted zone packed with crazy dense spiritual energy. The old guild master is driving and chatting nonstop. Oh right, do you want to go look at some pandas later or grab some hot pot? Fang Yi hears this and goes completely deadpan, totally speechless. Never mind that, let's just stick to the main mission for now. Rubbing his chin, Fang Yi thinks to himself, people from Sichuan really are completely carefree. Sounds awesome, but hold up for a second. If pandas actually absorb this spiritual energy, will they really transform into those giant legendary beasts from the ancient texts, like the mythical iron-eating beast? Suddenly, Fang Yi senses something massive. He snaps his head toward the window, staring out at the distant mountain range. Found it. It is over there. Without another word, Fang Yi kicks the car door open and leaps straight out. The old guild master completely panics. Lord Sealer, he yells. Fang Yi just commands. Lock down the entire main road. I am heading up the mountain alone, nobody else needs to follow me. With those words, Fang Yi blasts off, launching himself into the air, leaving the poor old guy standing there utterly confused, wondering why he did not sense a single thing. Watch closely here, things are about to get wild. Fang Yi is blurring through the forest, his mind racing, clutching raw lightning energy in his hand. He is getting closer. It is a pure lightning aura. The closer he gets to the peak, the stronger and more intense this epic resonance feels. Dashing right up to a massive ancient tree, Fang Yi slams on the brakes. Holding that crackling lightning attribute, he tilts his head and stares up at the sky. The next second, boom, lightning erupts like a roaring galaxy, blasting straight from the tree all the way into the heavens, literally challenging the sky's absolute power. Detecting a massive lightning barrier, Fang Yi suddenly tightens his right fist. Electricity flashes instantly and brilliant blue arcs of power absolutely erupt around him. 100 refined divine thunder, a majestic surge of energy pours out. This terrifying blazing aura violently explodes, wrapping Fang Yi completely in an endless blinding light. Up above, the divine thunder converges once again, expanding to insane levels. The raw lightning manifests, morphing into this absolutely crushing, terrifying pressure. It is so heavy that even Fang Yi feels pure danger. Ding! A cold electronic system voice suddenly echoes right in his ear. Massive lightning attributes detected. Divine punishment lightning. This is a legendary god-tier weapon. Once thrown, it never misses, and it is completely unblockable. 100% accuracy. It carries the majestic power to perfectly judge any enemy, and whenever it drops, it brings absolute natural disasters with it. With extreme danger literally seconds away, Fang Yi does not hesitate at all. He just slams his palm right against the tree trunk. Lightning completely detonates, exploding at maximum output. Drawing the pure thunder right into his body, the brilliant blue energy flares up like a total challenge. It blasts straight into the sky, transforming into a massive silver beam, absolutely gorgeous but packing completely ultimate power. You know what is coming next, right? A bolt of pure purple lightning crashes down with endless authority and boom. Terrifying raw power just explodes everywhere. A majestic surge of energy pours right down, slamming directly into Fang Yi's body. Ding! That robotic system sound rings out once again. Massive lightning energy detected. Now activating ultimate calculation power. The system is editing and processing the energy right now. Ding! You have acquired the Divine Limit Lightning Technique. This skill lets you summon heavenly lightning tribulations to perfectly judge and obliterate enemies. It draws pure tribulation lightning into your body, completely shattering normal limits and breaking straight through traditional cultivation bottlenecks. It pushes the technique to total mastery, completing lightning evolution and boosting battle power. Hearing this, Fang Yi's eyes twitch in pure shock, breaking absolute limits. As far as he knows, literally every single ability in this world has a hard ceiling. For example, leveling up your cultivation tier requires meeting specific strict conditions just to sense the threshold for ascending, and that breakthrough could actually succeed or it could completely fail. For example, these techniques demand a massive overflowing amount of pure spiritual energy just to pull off their maximum effect. That is how you get stronger. But this divine limit lightning, it seems to completely shatter every single rule in the book. It can actively summon lightning tribulations, using them to temper his body, upgrade his tier, and enhance his skills. Even crazier, the system description makes it crystal clear that this tribulation lightning can be used to just obliterate enemies. This lightning acts as a literal test from the heavens. Its raw intensity matches the 100 refined divine thunder, making it an incredibly reliable trump card. Who would have thought out in this completely random mountain range he actually managed to score such an insanely overpowered trump card? Suddenly, boom, the sky right above them rips open and a massive lightning bolt smashes straight down into the middle of the forest. Fang Yi senses something massive shifting. He glances over and without a single word, he charges deeper up the mountain completely solo. There is an insane energy wave hitting the peak. The source has to be up there. Let's go check it out. Right now, this lightning does not even scare him anymore. Just as he gets close, his footsteps suddenly grind to a dead halt. He stares far ahead into the pitch-black mountain, his pupils shrinking in pure shock. Ding. The system detects a legendary throne descending. It is a pure lightning attribute throne. That colossal seat is literally dropping straight out of the sky, and right on top of it there flashes an incredibly ancient, strictly forbidden aura. Ding. This epic throne is packed with ancient spiritual power. Thanks to the massive spiritual energy recovery, it has finally awakened. It is descending just to find its rightful master. Fang Yi mutters to himself, a lightning throne, looking for its true owner. So what do you and I take from this? Fang Yi steps up, reaching out to touch the throne, and boom, total lightning explosion. Alright, stick with me here. A system voice chimes in. Ding. The Thunder Throne has already found its master, rejecting his approach. Suddenly, Fang Yi looks completely shocked. It is a calabash vine. He never expected the legendary throne to actually choose a living plant as its master. Fang Yi cannot help but sigh. With the spiritual energy returning, literally everything in this world has a chance to awaken its own destiny. You cannot underestimate anything. In this new era, even simple flowers and grass can become absolute powerhouses that shake the very heavens. Suddenly, the little spirit flower pokes its head out of his sleeve. Master, were you calling me just now? Fang Yi is startled. The spirit flower and the calabash vine immediately start chattering away at each other. It looks like the vine actually sensed the flower's presence. It initiated the entire conversation. The calabash vine sways happily back and forth while the spirit flower nods along. Master, it is saying hello. It says we are the very first beings of its kind it has ever met. It just wants to be friends with us. Fang Yi goes wide-eyed. Wait, its own kind. His mouth twitches. Sure, calling the flower its own kind makes sense, but how am I a plant? Am I considered its kind too? It must be because I have the exact same aura as the Thunder Throne. The spirit flower adds, it says. It still cannot leave this place yet. Apparently, it ate way too much earlier and fell asleep, and when it woke up, it looked like this. Fang Yi finally gets it. That makes perfect sense. The vine scored a massive stroke of luck, and now it just needs time to digest it all. Now pay attention to this part. Once it digests that massive power, it will naturally evolve into something completely terrifying, just like the spirit flower. Thinking about this, Fang Yi extends his hand. Nice to meet you, Master of the Thunder Throne. Sure, it is a huge shame he was late. He cannot claim the Thunder Throne for himself anymore, but there is absolutely no need to forcefully steal it from a plant. First off, getting close to an awakened being and sharing in its good fortune is definitely a win. And second of all, the throne already has an owner. Ripping it away would come with a massive price tag. Plus, even though this vine controls the fierce lightning power, it seems totally gentle and completely harmless. It even reached out to talk to them first, so it definitely is not some kind of incoming disaster. As for these so-called thrones, there is no way this is the only one in the entire desolate mountain region. Securing his very own throne requires some serious strategy. A destined power like this could choose a peaceful vine, but it could just as easily choose a completely twisted anomaly. If an anomaly manages to claim and refine such an unbelievably overpowered resource, the future for humanity is going to be incredibly dark. He definitely cannot keep this massive news to himself. He has to warn the Spiritual Energy Association and the military sector immediately. They need to know these thrones exist so they can prepare. But then again, if he could somehow get his hands on more than one throne himself, that would be insane. Suddenly, the spirit flower pipes up again. Master, it is telling you to head straight toward the west right now. Due west. You and I did not see this coming. Fang Yi is totally confused. What the flower points directly at the lightning sea, continuing its translation. Its throne just sensed a brand new throne descending in the west, and this one is a wood attribute throne. Hearing this news, Fang Yi is absolutely thrilled. Thank you so much for the tip, we will take our leave now. But hearing that the calabash vine quickly wraps right around his leg, stopping him from leaving. Oh, the flower translates. It says, wait a second and activate your cultivation technique. The lightning energy in this environment is incredibly rich, and it will give you an unimaginable boost. Fang Yi leans down. Is that so? Well, then it would be rude to refuse. He sits down cross-legged, and instantly an intense crushing lightning aura explodes from his body. This vine actually considers him a real friend. It is so generous, even sharing its ultra-rare lightning attribute destiny energy with him. Divine limit, lightning boom. A massive pillar of pure purple lightning erupts straight out of his body, shooting high into the sky. Let us see exactly how much this divine limit lightning can push my power level. Right now, the surrounding area is completely dead silent. His vision is crystal clear. Overhead thunder roars and lightning flashes like a god of thunder furiously screaming down at the mortal realm below. Golden sun breathing technique, Fang Yi's eyes lock in. Boom! A brilliantly pure and vast golden light flares up, expanding outward like a newborn morning sun merging perfectly with the roaring lightning above. Is this the true destructive power of a lightning tribulation? He can feel the raw lightning force flooding into his bones like a wild river, only to be instantly devoured by his golden sun vitality. The two immense powers do not reject each other at all. Instead, his body feels warm and his soul enters a completely new realm. At this very second, the sky full of lightning rain completely freezes as if the golden light is violently draining away all its raw power. A colossal pure golden brilliance crashes down from above. The golden sun breathing technique is breaking past its absolute limits right now. It is evolving. The evolution is a total success. Sitting there in the heavy rain, his silhouette looks exactly like a wildly powerful ancient god. He is absorbing ancient yang energy from heaven and earth, divine sun, heaven devouring technique. After successfully acquiring this incredible new skill, Fang Yi immediately notices the difference from his old technique. Ding. You have transformed into the divine Sunday. His power to devour spiritual energy is insanely boosted right now, and trust me, you and I are about to watch the surrounding mountain forces scramble into action. Heavy rain pours down with blazing golden light. With his technique fully evolved, he can already sense their bizarre movements. Alright, stick with me here. The feeling is absolutely unreal. It is literally like standing in a lush green field soaking up the purest natural rain. Pure spiritual energy floods his entire body, bringing this crazy refreshing wave of boundless life force. Endless mountains, a shining golden rain. All that insane spiritual power is funneling straight toward Fang Yi. In a split second, Fang Yi actually feels himself brushing against the next star tier. Wait, no way. Is he seriously already knocking on the door of the 2-star Vajra tier? An electronic voice rings out. Extreme Yang and Void Lightning attributes are actively purifying his divine meridians. He's getting dangerously close to the breakthrough conditions for that 2-star Vajra tier. He is literally breaking through right now. Golden light explodes in Fang Yi's eyes. This speed is just insane. Fang Yi frantically absorbs all the spiritual energy in the area. Who knows how much time passes? Overhead, massive spiritual energy forms a terrifying storm of wind and thunder, endlessly pouring straight into that blinding golden light. In a flash, Fang Yi transforms into a terrifying Yang god. Golden light blasts into the sky while wind and thunder erupt everywhere. It is completely intimidating. Breakthrough to the 2-star Vajra tier achieved. Few. Fang Yi takes a deep breath. Is he really at the 2-star Vajra tier already? Boom, golden light blooms violently amid the erupting spiritual river. Overhead, that massive thunderstorm aura is visibly shrinking right before our eyes. Pioneer cultivators train for one reason: to absorb the pure essence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. However, since pioneers cannot just absorb everything into their bodies directly, the spiritual energy has to go through super complex filtering and intense purification processes first. That is the only way a human body can handle it. Learning high-level techniques and breaking through realms is the only way to boost that conversion rate. In this new era of spiritual awakening, anomalous zones and heavy pollution are literally popping up everywhere. Yet humanity's current absolute peak is still just the 3-star Vajra tier. That alone shows you just how brutally difficult it is to absorb spiritual energy safely. Now pay attention here, because this is wild. He just blasted right into the 2-star Vajra tier. Insane speeds, and a legendary throne actually showed up too. Fang Yi smirks. The era of spiritual recovery has fully accelerated, arriving way faster than anyone could have ever expected. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's voice rings out. Master Fang Yi turns his head, letting out a small sound of surprise. Xiao Hua nods and explains, "It is congratulating you on your advancement. Under the heavy pressure of your breakthrough, the throne needs to start cultivating now too. It is getting pretty late. The throne hopes we leave soon because it is actually terrified of your humankind, master." Makes sense. Fang Yi nods. He really caused quite a massive commotion this time. News of a throne must be reported to the Spiritual Energy Association and the War Zone immediately. But this gourd vine is completely harmless. Having greedy eyes locked onto it would be bad news. The sheer power this throne holds will definitely spark massive conflicts among the top pioneers. But honestly, why do pioneers automatically assume that a throne must be owned and controlled by a human anyway? Thinking this over, Fang Yi looks back at the gourd vine. Do not worry. I will not let my kind come here to steal your throne from you. Xiao Hua speaks up again. It has no way to leave this place right now, so it can only say goodbye to us from here. Fang Yi waves goodbye. Until we meet again, Lord of Thunder. The scene suddenly shifts over to the Starfall war zone. Jilan's voice rings out. Elder Wu, have you heard the news yet? Elder Wu hums in response. Headquarters just detected some massive abnormal fluctuations over in Chuan City. It matches a 3-star Vajra tier caused by 2 completely different spiritual energy sources. What did the Wind Burial Adept say? Ji-Lan answers. He already broke through to the 2-star Vajra tier, and there are S-rank Vajra spiritual energy fluctuations too. It originates from a highly rare phenomenon called a throne. Because of its unique nature, he actually wants to hand the throne investigation mission entirely over to us. Elder Wu stays dead silent. You and I both expected him to be shocked, right? Ji-Lan curiously asks, are you not surprised at all? Elder Wu chuckles softly. This intense spiritual energy recovery is our new reality, so the sudden appearance of special opportunities like a throne is completely within our expectations. Persia country, yes. You have been at the half-step Vajra tier for a while now. Over the past few days, have you felt any extremely strong breakthrough momentum at all? During this exact period, all of the top pioneers in Shia country have been going through a major breakthrough phase. Moreover, abnormal activities have officially hit their absolute peak right now. Honestly speaking, even I feel like I am about to finally shatter the bottleneck of my own realm. Pure shock flashes across Ji-Lan's face. What Elder Wu clasps his hands behind his back. When spiritual energy riots, both the opportunities and the hidden dangers multiply dramatically and become far more unpredictable. We are pioneers, yes, but above all else, we are soldiers of Shia country. Our core mission is to charge into danger zones first and secure them for everyone else, even if it means paying the ultimate price with our own lives. Shia country desperately needs to seize this opportunity. And even an old man like me is getting swept up in this massive turning tide. Elder Wu clenches his fist, his tone incredibly firm. Shia country cannot just rely on the Wind Burial Adept to claim the throne. We pioneers can also step up, fight for it, and do everything in our power to secure it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Elder Wu shouts his final orders fully coordinate with Wind Burial and Chuan City's spiritual association. Stick with me here because things are heating up. We need to unite everyone we can, Ji-Lan declares, fully aware that some pioneers and rogue factions are secretly plotting to hoard all the resources for themselves. But under the heavy pressure from us and the Spirit Association, those greedy factions have to stay completely quiet. Over at the Spirit Association headquarters, Gu Yuro receives the breaking news about the throne directly from the Wind Reaper. We are launching a full-scale investigation into every possible location where the throne might appear, tracking down all abnormal energy fluctuations. Summon all city captains immediately. Giving the order, she can't help but think to herself, this is happening way too fast. The situation has already escalated to absolute peak danger. Can they actually survive this ultimate trial? Meanwhile, at the Tai City Spirit Association branch, the old chairman just got the exact same shocking update. What, the Wind Reaper actually broke through to the 2-star Vajra realm, so that explains it. I finally understand. Without hesitating, the old chairman shouts into the phone. Our Tai City branch will fully cooperate with Captain Wind Reaper. Lock down Tai City. Let the Wind Reaper handle Chuan City without any worries. Standing right beside him, Su Qingying's face lights up with pure joy at the massive news. Did the Wind Reaper really reach the 2-star Vajra realm? The old chairman nods slowly. Yes, he absolutely did. That 2-star Vajra tier puts him right below Elder Wu. He's officially the second strongest person in the entire Xia nation, and our Tai City gets a huge boost from this. But this crazy surge in spiritual energy, I honestly never saw that coming. Su Qingying herself had just advanced to the half-step Vajra tier. I was so narrow-minded. Just 2 days ago, I was actually feeling proud of my own little upgrade. The chairman nods. Exactly. If Tai City ever has to go through another terrifying event like that again, no. This natural disaster is way bigger than the last one. I can't even imagine the fallout. We have to protect Tai City at all costs. We can't drag the Wind Reaper down. Now, pay attention here. Cut to 10 hours later in Chuan City, where Spirit Association captains from everywhere are gathering. Gu Yuro is up front breaking down the entire concept of the throne to the crowd using the crucial clues that the Wind Reaper provided. The headquarters tracked these strange spiritual energy spikes all across the globe. And guess what? They found more than 20 completely identical anomalies out there. But they still aren't totally sure if all of them are connected to the throne. Right here in the Xia Nation, there are 7 spots just like that. Enter the Fang City captain, a 1-star Vajra expert. He sits there completely arrogant, feet kicked right up on the meeting table. So you're telling me we have 7 thrones available, but look around, we've got way too many top-tier pioneers sitting right here in this room. How exactly does the Spirit Association plan on dividing the loot? Instantly, every single eye in the room locks onto Gu Yuro. Wang Liang, the High City captain and a half-step Vajra expert, speaks up coldly. Captain Feng, this is an official Spirit Association conference. Do me a favor and put your feet down. The Feng City captain reacts like an angry teenager, getting his tail stepped on, instantly flaring up. You think you can tell me what to do? Boom. A violently freezing aura explodes straight out of him. You want a throne too? Wang Liang grips her coffee cup tightly, completely unfazed. So what if I do, out of everyone sitting here right now, who wouldn't want it? The Feng City captain slams his foot down on the table, throwing a cocky smirk. Our Wind Reaper shares the exact same element as you. Do you seriously think the perfectly matching throne is going to magically fall into your lap? Honestly, how did High City even let someone like you become captain? He laughs like a clown. Insulted like that, Wang Liang finally hits her limit and prepares to strike back. You have absolutely zero class. Seeing things escalate, Gu Yuro unleashes her own intense aura and shouts, Feng City, High City, sit down right now. Fighting is strictly banned during this meeting. But suddenly, and you and I both know what's coming, an absolute monster of an aura crashes into the room. Everyone feels it instantly. Their faces go completely pale as they snap their heads around. 1 second later, boom, an unbelievably majestic wave of pure heavy energy violently erupts. It drops right onto the Feng City captain's head like a massive mountain crushing down. What the hell is this? This overwhelming pressure is absolutely insane. Tap, tap, tap. Slow, deliberate footsteps echo from down the hallway. Who could it be? Is it Elder Wu from the powerful Star Combat Zone? This terrifying strength. It is the ultra-condensed, absolutely horrific aura of the 3-star Vajra realm. A truly world-crushing pressure. In the blink of an eye, the cocky Fang City captain is squashed, completely breathless, his face turning ghost white. But why would Elder Wu be here? Could it be? Before he can even finish overthinking, Fang Yi finally steps into view right in front of the crowd. Hello, everyone. Oh, looks like I'm the only one who arrived late. My bad. The Wind Reaper has officially arrived. The Fang City captain stares at Fang Yi thinking, this is weird, why am I suddenly shrinking back? What is happening? That guy is the legendary Wind Reaper. Fang Yi just shoots him a cold, indifferent glance. Can someone tell me what exactly just happened here? Boom. His calm voice lands in their ears. For everyone else, it honestly sounds like a violent clap of thunder. The Fang City captain turns even paler, unable to muster up even a single drop of resistance. Haha, it's nothing at all, we were just having a friendly discussion. Fang Yi simply glares down at him for a second. Boom, a crushing pressure heavy enough to completely shatter him slams onto his head. Zero chance of fighting back here, they aren't even on the same power level. How is this possible? I'm a majestic 1-star Vajra expert. Why am I too terrified to even twitch? Fang Yi waves it off. Alright then. Wang Liang, Chen Ya, long time no see. You and I just witnessed absolute peak dominance. Wang Liang waves him down. Long time no see, Lord Wind Burial. Stick with me here, they just got word about the throne and are right in the middle of discussing it. I'm here to share some intel about the throne with everyone, he says. As a member of the Spirit Association, I won't hide the truth from you. The throne sitting high up on Chuan City's desolate mountain peaks holds an absolutely massive earth-shattering power. Its main element is pure lightning. But get this, the master this throne chose, a literal calabash vine. Hearing this, the crowd completely loses their minds. A calabash vine. The throne is a divine relic packed with ancient legendary power, letting a simple plant claim it. What an absolute waste of a heavenly treasure. They all agree someone actually capable needs to take control of it. The captain of Fang City slams his hand on the table. I say we seize direct control of the throne right now to boost our own strength. Think about it. What happens if foreign nations find out Xia Nation's throne is being controlled by a stupid calabash vine? It's an absolute joke. Fang Yi just rests his chin on his hand, calmly scans the room and finally speaks up. I forbid it. The entire room goes dead silent. Nobody dares to utter another word. Fang Yi continues, I came here today specifically to make things crystal clear for every single one of you. Now watch closely, he lays down the law. If anyone tries to steal the lightning throne, I, Wind Burial, will personally take it back. Hearing that, all their greedy little plans vanish instantly. They have no idea why he's protecting it, but they know better than to disobey. Just then, a hand goes up. The Yu City captain speaks up. I agree with Wind Burial. Beside him, Gu Yuru looks deep in thought. Me too, she says. And I'd like to add that we captains really shouldn't underestimate any plant blessed by the world's pure spiritual energy. According to the Chuan City Spirit Association's very latest intel, right before all the captains arrived in the city limits, the exact area where the lightning throne descended has turned into an absolute lightning hellscape. Nobody can even get close to it. Wang Liang raises his hand too. I also agree with what Wind Burial and Sea Mystic are saying here. You have my vote. Seeing the shift, the Fang City captain stops pushing his luck and goes with the flow. Fine, I have no objections. Then we should focus on finding a new throne. Seeing this, Gu Yuro breathes a huge sigh of relief. Having Wind Burial here is an absolute game saver. Honestly, for the Spirit Association to keep all these top-tier pioneers under control right now, it's not an easy job at all. Gu Yuro immediately steps up to assign their missions. Alright, if nobody else has any other issues, let's divide up the search tasks for the new throne. Based on the fluctuating spiritual energy readings, we'll split the search grid into 4 directions. Each city captain will take the location closest to their own. When it comes to fighting over an unclaimed throne, the Spirit Association won't actively step in to interfere, but hiding intel about a throne's appearance is strictly forbidden. Suddenly, a guy bursts right into the meeting room shouting at the top of his lungs. Latest report, the Lightning Lord just evolved. Even our drones can't get close. Let that sink in for a second. This is a massive escalation. The energy readings keep spiking way past our worst estimates. The Lightning Lord's spiritual aura has already reached the absolute power of a 3-star Vajra tier. Hearing this update, every single person in the room is completely horrified. What 3-star Vajra tier doesn't that mean? It basically has enough raw power to dominate the entire Xia nation. Fang Yi falls into deep thought. A 3-star Vajra tier. Honestly, after finding out this specific throne contains ancient spiritual energy, a power jump like that isn't totally surprising. Maybe if it actually managed to level up, he should make a trip into the mountains. With that, the meeting is officially dismissed. Then I wish all you pioneers the absolute best of luck in claiming a throne and successfully ranking up. After everyone leaves, Gu Yuro pulls Fang Yi aside. Wind Burial headquarters is heavily hoping you can stay in Chuan City for a while. Fang Yi just goes, "Oh," she continues. "We're really worried that some pioneers might still try to make a move on the Lightning Throne. Plus, even though the whole Dark Wisdom situation is over." Fang Yi interrupts. "You guys think Dark Wisdom might not be completely wiped out yet, right?" Gu Yuro nods. "Exactly. Both Dark Wisdom and the Thrones are direct products of this massive spiritual energy revival. The Throne has unmatched ancient power. Let's put that aside for now. We all witnessed the total destruction of Dark Wisdom, but we're still deeply concerned that some scattered remnants of Dark Wisdom might actually be lingering around. Since it's heavily weakened and can't leave Chuan City, it could become a serious threat to the locals here." Fang Yi checks his phone and sighs. "You're right, being prepared is smart. I was already planning to stay in Chuan City for a bit anyway." Cut to the Chuan City Wilderness Lightning Forbidden Zone. Endless night. Pitch black clouds stretching across the entire sky. Absolute dead silence all around, broken only by the deafening roar of lightning strikes. And yet this massive, terrifying storm is actually welcoming him in. "Alright, today I'll use this intense lightning energy to refine and upgrade my own techniques." He smirks. "It really hasn't been that long since we last met, right? You're literally leveling up faster than me now," Fang Yi mutters, actually feeling a little annoyed. Right then, the lightning around the vine trembles and a voice echoes out. "Thank you for helping me." And that's where we leave it wild, right? Let's jump right in. Fang Yi hears the voice totally unfazed. "Wait me. The Thunder Sovereign is actually gaining consciousness. But honestly, that makes sense since it has already cultivated to the absolute peak of the Pioneer level. The throne told me it predicted you would be the one to save me from disaster, so I want to gift you some spiritual power. I was sad you weren't coming back." Just then, Little Flower pops out and yells, "Hey, don't forget about me, I'm here too." A slight smirk appears on Fang Yi's face. "Honestly, I was thinking the exact same thing." He sits cross-legged right in the massive forbidden zone. "Well then, I gladly accept." Blazing lightning wraps around the gourd vine like a massive dragon, acting almost like an epic set of thunder armor. The pink flower blooms, acting like a giant funnel, frantically absorbing spiritual energy to nourish its body. Now which skill should he upgrade today? Fang Yi struggles to choose, but finally decides to cultivate the Crimson Fireblade technique. Boom. A massive, overwhelming surge of power suddenly erupts straight from Fang Yi's body. And right at this moment, an absolutely terrifying scene unfolds before them. The blade trembles as fiery patterns roar to life, bursting with blinding light. Ding. The system panel immediately pops up on screen. Detecting massive thunder power, a clear ring from the blade sounds exactly like a phoenix cry piercing straight through the sky above. Ding. Crimson Fireblade requires suitable spiritual energy to advance. Ding. The Crimson Fireblade technique is now in the middle of advancing. Right now, Fang Yi is completely bathed in bright, fierce flames, looking like he could literally burn a hole in the sky. Ah! Fang Yi feels the Crimson Fireblade transforming, his heart stirring with excitement. Ding. The Crimson Fireblade has successfully evolved. Now, watch this. Boom. He unlocks the Thunder Fire True Resolution. Blinding flames erupt everywhere, instantly turning the ground into a scorching hot furnace. The heat spreads across the whole forbidden area. Rumble, that heavy thunder force crashing from above. It completely vanishes, swallowed up like mud, sinking into the ocean. It channels straight into the Crimson Fire Blade. Ding. The electronic system voice suddenly rings out right in Fang Yi's ear. After being tempered by the heavenly tribulation lightning, the Thunderfire True Resolution pushes the Crimson Fire Blade past its absolute limits. The inner flame attribute gets buffed with pure yang energy, evolving one step further to become the epic Thunderfire attribute. Blade refinement has reached 100% enhancement complete. Boom! The fiery light shooting into the sky is just insanely blinding. Overwhelming fire essence spreads across the entire Forbidden Zone, almost looking like it wants to burn the place into a flaming mountain. Wait, those flames belong to the Wind Burial user. Isn't that the Thunder Throne's Forbidden Zone? Did something crazy just happen between the two of them? He wouldn't let us go loot the place. Did he seriously just go there himself? No way, that can't be right. The Wind Burial user already said the Thunder Sovereign is his friend. Meanwhile, over at the Chuan City Spirit Guild, alarms start blaring. An abnormal concentration at the throne's location is exceeding scanner limits. Absolutely no one is allowed near the Forbidden Zone. The Chuan City Guild president is completely shocked, thinking to himself, what on earth is the Wind Burial user doing in there? You might be thinking it's an epic battle, right? Nope. Back in the Forbidden Zone, Fang Yi simply grabs his newly evolved overpowered blade without a scratch. Fang Yi looks at it super satisfied. Perfect. The Crimson Fire Blade evolved, and the blade itself just survived 1,000 rounds of tempering. At the same time, Little Flower finishes absorbing the energy too. Ding. The Spirit Flower's consciousness has leveled up, and its desolate attribute power just spiked. After a successful breakthrough, Little Flower climbs right up onto Fang Yi's hand. Master, the throne is awesome. Let's hurry and find the next one. Hearing that, Fang Yi immediately glances over at the Gourd Vine and asks, did a new throne just appear? The Gourd Vine replies, my friend, you are truly amazing. Congratulations on getting a brand new breakthrough. During your cultivation just now, I actually got a sudden surge of inspiration. A new throne is about to descend. It gives off an aura that perfectly counters and complements my own energy. If it counters and complements the Spirit Flower, it must be a wood attribute. Throne. Fang Yi thinks to himself, the new throne is descending right there. While speaking, the Gourd Vine uses its spiritual energy to point in a specific direction. Fang Yi immediately follows its gaze. I can sense its approximate location. I'll send the signal to both of you. Fang Yi doesn't say another word, simply closing his eyes. He spreads out his spiritual power to feel it out. What does he see? Fang Yi smirks and says, I see it now. The scene shifts to a bustling city at night, flashing with colorful neon lights. Welcome to Yuan City. Yuan City is an autonomous spot just 2 hours from Chuan City, super famous for all its high-end luxury and absolutely lavish lifestyle. But on the flip side, it's a completely chaotic mixed bag of a place holding the record for the absolute highest crime rate. The highest in the entire Xia nation. Down in Yuan City's inner district, Fang Yi is already here, just wandering the dark streets alone. But now that spiritual energy is restored, things are tense. The Spirit Guild says opening a branch here is painfully slow thanks to the local gangs. Because of that, literally 0 pioneers want to join up, meaning there's obviously no captain station at the Yuan City Spirit Guild yet. Suddenly, Fang Yi senses something off his eyes, immediately darting over to one specific direction. You feel it, out west. Little Flower nods. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see this luxury villa next. Alright, stick with me here. We are diving into a wild awakening manga. A panicked subordinate rushes up, whispering to Boss Jiang. Oh, a pioneer showed up. Who cares? He scoffs. They aren't making any waves here in Yuan City. Jiang, the absolute tyrant of this territory, suddenly spots a massive burst of flames on the horizon. In seconds, the sky flashes brilliant green. Tracking the source of that crazy fire, Jiang stares in pure shock at a spot nearby. Let's move. I want to see whose guts are big enough to cause trouble on my turf. Just 2 minutes later, Jiang and his lackey reach the exact spot. Meanwhile, our boy Fang Yi has already tracked down the birthplace of the throne, sitting directly up ahead. Spotting Fang Yi, the lackey wastes 0 time and launches an immediate attack. Who dares to trespass on Boss Jiang's private property? Fang Yi just sneers. Haha, private property, boom. With a casual flick of his hand, he effortlessly blocks the incoming strike. The lackey's face completely drops in pure horror. What Fang Yi shoots him a totally ice-cold glare. This entire mountain range is Xia country territory, so it belongs to all the people of Yuan City, and the local association will be managing it in the future. Yet you have the nerve to call it private. The second he finishes speaking, heavenly fire violently erupts, burning the guy to absolute ashes. Now pay attention to this next part. Jiang is actually pinned down by the throne, totally unable to move. You have 0 right to reject me. I am the king around here. You spawned in my zone, so you belong to me. He roars out in pure frustration. Instantly, his entire body explodes with a terrifying aura as he tries to force his way free. I will claim this throne. It belongs to me. If you dare refuse, then I'll just destroy you along with everything else. Fang Yi walks over, taking one look at this pathetic scene and literally laughing out loud. Who's there? Jiang whips his head around, panicked. Stepping up, Fang Yi casually pats his shoulder. A legendary treasure like this automatically chooses its master. You want to become the mighty Woodlord. Clearly, you aren't anywhere near qualified. Hearing that Jiang completely loses his mind and screams, "I'm not qualified." Fang Yi completely ignores his tantrum and casually steps closer to the throne. "You are dead meat today, kid." Growling like a maniac, Jiang charges forward, but suddenly his pupils shrink in terror. Out of nowhere, a massive, terrifying flower materializes right in his face. The killing intent locks onto him so hard that his entire body starts shaking uncontrollably. Fang Yi just smirks. "You're even weaker than your own bodyguard. Is the big boss of Yuan City really this much of a scrub?" He shakes his head. Right now, the wood element throne sits perfectly in front of him, surrounded by gorgeous emerald energy just bursting with life. The throne's core, actively pairing with its true master, suddenly blasts a brilliant green light straight from his chest. A tiny flower floats out from his heart, slipping right past Fang Yi's fingers and automatically drifts toward that glowing emerald throne. You and I both know what that means. The throne lights up, successfully locking onto the spirit flower as master. 1 second later, boom. The entire earth starts violently shaking as a massive unknown power boils over, turning the sky totally green. Miles away in Chuan City, a colossal emerald pillar of light shoots straight up, literally piercing through the clouds. Countless ordinary people on the streets witness this insane spectacle. But the pioneers, they are absolutely losing their minds. Their eyes are wide with pure shock right now. The wood throne just claimed a master. If that local pioneer grabbed it, first things are getting extremely complicated. Gu Yuro immediately whips out her phone and calls Fang Yi. "That crazy anomaly happening over on your end." Fang Yi doesn't hide a single thing. "Yeah, the pioneers in Chuan City definitely saw the throne's energy spike and that massive sky beam. I'm just giving you all a heads up right now. The wood element throne has successfully found its master." Gu's voice shakes with total disbelief. "Wait, did you actually take the throne?" Fang Yi shakes his head, then nods. "The new Wood Lord is still a plant, not a human, but it happens to be my spirit flower. Go ahead and announce it. I actually hold the Baron attribute too. I raised this flower, how should I explain it? That ghost lantern spirit pet that showed up during the Zhenyang fire incident, I completely destroyed it." Boom. Those casual words hit Gu Yuro like an absolute thunderclap. Over on the other end, Fang Yi casually continues, "Oh, and that local tyrant of Yuan City already dealt with. Your spirit association can move in and take over Yuan City immediately. As for his leftover gang, I'll let you guys clean that up. It's a long-term cleanup project." Saying that, his eyes shift right back up to his spirit flower resting on the massive throne above him. "Little guy, your luck is absolutely insane. But you have to stay stationed right here for now. Looks like we're splitting up temporarily." "Why does this feel exactly like dropping a kid off at kindergarten?" Fang Yi can't help but let out a bitter little laugh. The spirit flower actually speaks up, "Master, how long until I can finally return to your side?" Fang Yi rubs his chin thoughtfully. Probably once you hit the Vajra realm. Train hard and enjoy this epic power-up of yours." And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next as Lin Yi arrives thinking about that flower. Alright, stick with me, we're about to watch Fang Yi's insane rise as the wood throne master spread everywhere. But get this, he actually let his crazy desolation attribute leak out to everyone on purpose. Lin Yi nervously remembers their last big meeting. The Spirit Guild suddenly declared they wanted to make her the brand new captain of Yuan City. They promised absolutely total backing, sure, but still. Thinking about all of this just makes Lin Yi sigh heavily. Right now, she can only wait and see, completely unsure if she can actually handle this massive new responsibility. First things first, checking on her mom. Life down in Chuan City was supposed to be peaceful, right? Suddenly, rumbling echoes out. A massive earthquake violently shakes the ground, absolutely terrifying everyone around them. What the hell is actually happening right now? Earthquake. Everyone evacuate to the shelters. Wait, no, this wild spiritual energy spike means an actual terrifying monster mutation. A sudden massive mutation outbreak formed right inside Chuan City. People are panicking and asking, why couldn't anyone sense this nightmare coming? And why didn't the damn warning system go off at all? Right at that exact moment, a blood-curdling scream echoes out. This is extremely bad. The Shanlin restricted zone is showing a massive spiritual energy riot. Concentration levels are completely off the charts, but zero alarms triggered. The wild mountain beasts absorbed all the energy and fully mutated. Hearing this, Ju Yuru's face absolutely drops in pure horror. They are forming a massive deadly beast tide charging straight into the heart of Chuan City. Boom! Giant mutated monsters violently smash right through the city limits. This causes absolute chaos everywhere. People screaming, "Help us, the monsters are too huge, we are gonna die." Right on cue, Lin Yi launches forward like lightning, blasting a monster away with one explosive palm. Immediately after, a terrifying notification pops up on her phone screen. "We are sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try your call again later." Damn it, Mom. Right behind her blind spot, a massive beast opens its giant jaws, charging up superheated energy. Now watch closely, this is where things get completely wild. Sensing fatal danger, Lin Yi instinctively whips around. Boom. A brutal streak of purple heavenly lightning crashes down from the sky, instantly vaporizing the beast into ash. Lin Yi is totally shocked. What is this spiritual energy? The very next second, Fang Yi just drops in right in front of her. Seeing him, Lin Yi frantically yells, Chuan City suddenly had a massive mutation outbreak. I cannot reach my mom, hurry up, we have to go find her right now. The scene cuts to a dark, gloomy supermarket deep inside Chuan City. Smashed shelves and dead bodies are lying everywhere. Dad, Mom. A completely terrified little kid who actually looks a lot like Fang Yi stands there shivering all alone. Where's everybody? Boo-hoo. After waiting in the dead silence with zero answers, the poor kid starts trembling uncontrollably and just breaks down crying his eyes out. Wah! Right at that exact moment, a woman sneaks up and quickly covers the crying kid's little mouth. Shh! Listen to me, kiddo. If you keep crying here, the monsters will find us and eat us. Seeing another human being, the kid actually calms down a tiny bit. But my parents hearing this, the woman just smiles warmly and pulls out a little rice cracker. Wow, I love eating this. Then be brave and stop crying. Once the adults get us out of here safely, I will let you eat. It is that a deal. Consider this a special reward for being such a good kid. While they are whispering, the woman suddenly spots a terrifying mutated beast slowly creeping toward them. Growl! A hairy, absolutely terrifying mutated beast prowling closer. Roar! Seeing that the woman finally spotted it, the monster lets out a screech and immediately lunges to attack. Seeing this, the woman completely panics, scoops up the little kid and sprints away. But barely running a few meters, they trip over a random beer bottle and crash hard onto the ground. Seizing the chance, the monster dives right at them. Seeing this, the kid does not even flinch. Instead, he furiously screams out, You damn beast, you absolute piece of trash. You and I both know he is completely outmatched here, but suddenly, bam. Two brutal attacks appear out of nowhere, completely shredding the beast into pieces. The savior is none other than Fang Yi. Gripping a blazing, flaming longsword, he steps right in front of them as a shield. Are you guys okay? Fang Yi confidently asks. Right after that, his gaze casually sweeps backward over his shoulder. Oh. Instantly, that simple rice cracker in the kid's hand completely grabs his attention. This tiny snack totally flashes him right back to when he was a little boy living with his aunt. She used to always carry this exact same snack just to comfort him. Little Yi. The woman looks up and gasps joyfully seeing him. It really is. Little Yi. Fang Yi nods, then looks down at the boy. Auntie, who is this kid? Hearing this, his aunt quickly explains. The supermarket was pure chaos earlier. This poor little guy must have definitely lost his parents in the crowd. I figured I could help him out a bit. Right at that moment, Lin Yi comes sprinting over yelling, Mom. Lin Yi throws herself right into her mom's arms. Mom, you literally scared me to death. Her mom just smiles. It is fine, I am perfectly unhurt. Fang Yi stands nearby. Watching the two reunite, the little kid suddenly walks up tightly, grabs Fang Yi's sleeve and whispers Superman. Fang Yi slightly lowers his head and lets out a soft "oh." The kid stares up with giant sparkling eyes and asks, Are you Superman? I want to give this to you. Can you please use your powers to take me back home? Fang Yi sits down taking the cracker. Then try making a wish on it. It will totally bless you to reunite with your family. But suddenly Fang Yi senses a massive fatal danger approaching. His expression freezes. Boom. A massive attack blasts through the ceiling. Trust me, you and I need to see what is next. Alright, stick with me. We're dropping straight into the chaos. Fang Yi instantly grabs the kid, dashes backward and draws his blazing katana, his eyes locked dead on the ceiling. It's their Beast King. This massive hulking monster radiates crushing pressure heavy as an absolute mountain crashing down. A terrifying pitch-black aura rapidly expands, sending violent ripples straight through the air before triggering an absolutely massive mid-air explosion. But Fang Yi's overpowered Yang attribute erupts, blocking the whole blast completely. He quickly runs the math in his head. Perfect. Since he has the highest spiritual power, the beast is totally locked onto him. That buys him some much-needed breathing room. At least the danger level for the girl and the civilians drops. If she doesn't evacuate them right now, he can't go all out. Adapt and stay safe, she nods. Got it. Boom, a deafening roar echoes as the Beast King glares down straight at Fang Yi. It unleashes another furious roar, lightning and wood attributes violently clash together, detonating wildly right in the middle of the air. Shock flashes across Fang Yi's face. Dual lightning and wood attributes. Could it really be just a random coincidence? Those are the exact attributes of the two thrones. Suddenly, the beast clasps its hands and completely smashes down. Boom. A terrifying shockwave crashes down, hitting the ground below like a literal mountain, crushing everything in its path. That spiking aura means it's heavily polluted by the dark attribute buzz. Suddenly, the sharp ring of a blade cuts the air. A crimson blade flashes from above, slashing right into the Beast King's face. Clang. But the strike barely does any real damage. Fang Yi immediately backs away. Bang, realizing this, humans' attacks can't actually hurt it, the beast gets bold. Without hesitating, it violently launches itself forward. Seeing this, Fang Yi frantically retreats and throws out another desperate slash. The Beast King doesn't even flinch. It goes absolutely crazy, charging in lightning fast for another lethal strike. Now watch closely, things get intense here. We cut to Lily frantically escaping with her mom when suddenly a monster blocks their path from nowhere. Lily's expression drops completely. Crap. A Beast King. How are there actually two of them? The hulking monster exerts a suffocating pressure on them. Seeing this absolute beast, Lily's mom is absolutely terrified for her daughter. Lily's face hardens. Don't worry, Mom. I'm your daughter, remember. With that, she instantly dashes straight at the massive threat. The beast gathers glowing green wood attribute energy in its jaws, ready to fire. Boom. A blinding green beam shoots forward lightning fast. Seeing this, Lily instantly erupts her spiritual power to block. A cunning glint flashes in the monster's eyes. Glowing green energy swirls around its right hand as it sneakily targets Lily's mom in the back. Lily spots it and panics. She uses the wood attribute too, meaning her power holds literally zero advantage against this massive beast. If she charges recklessly, her mom will definitely die. Meanwhile, let's cut over to River City. I know what you're thinking. One Beast King is an S-rank disaster, so River City having two is completely insane, right? The anomaly levels just keep spiking. Even though Awakeners are busy defending civilians, River City is straight up about to be destroyed. Endless monsters keep breaking through the restricted zone. A massive horde is swarming from the mountains into the city. Can Spirit Guild HQ backup arrive any faster? We need a disaster level upgrade, requesting priority emergency rescue immediately. But didn't the Wind Reaper say that area was where the throne would descend? Suddenly, boom. A terrifying pressure erupts right above River City. An insanely powerful apocalyptic force of lightning completely covers the entire sky. The dark clouds split open instantly as 10,000 bolts of roaring lightning literally tear the heavens apart. Back to Fang Yi's fight. Thick dust clouds the air. Right now, Fang Yi has the mighty beast king pinned under his foot, aggressively interrogating it. Did you run out from the wild mountains? Tell me about the gourd vine boom. 10,000 lightning bolts rampage wildly. It feels like they're protecting the Lord of Lightning. Fang Yi looks straight up at the roaring sky. No way. Did the Master of the Lightning Throne actually cause this entire monster disaster on purpose? If that's true, it means claiming a throne brings incredibly massive danger to every other Awakener out there besides him. But the system alert specifically said the throne was a pure blessing with zero downsides. So what the heck went wrong here? Back at Lily's battle, the Beast King violently swings its claws, launching a phantom slash right at her, but she instantly pops her defensive shield and blocks it. Do you seriously think I'm dumb enough to just let you eat them? Lily yells, throwing a wildly anxious glance back at her mom. If you still want to eat her, boom, her aura explodes, skyrocketing to its absolute limit, then you'll have to step over my dead body first. You beast today, one of us dies, rumble, countless purple lightning bolts tear through the atmosphere, completely sweeping across the sky. A giant gourd vine suddenly shoots into the clouds, churning lightning everywhere. The Spirit Guild team watches in pure shock. It's the Lightning Throne. The Master is finally here, someone yells. Wait, look up there. Holy crap, what is that massive sprout? Fang Yi glares at the sky. The beast's signal just went dead silent. And trust me, you'll definitely want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving right back into the madness. It looks like these beasts just borrow the Thunder Throne's power to mutate. The Master didn't actually order this chaos. Right now, over in Chuan City's Naming District, lightning completely covers the sky, blasting everything to absolute pieces. A massive explosion shakes the earth. Suddenly, a bright green calabash vine stretches out. It releases this insanely intense lightning energy, moving exactly like someone waking up and cracking their neck. Then bam, that glowing green vine whips out at lightning speed, instantly grabbing both of the Beast Kings. Caught off guard, the epic Beast Kings turn back into two normal cats. Afterward, the mysterious vine actually starts talking directly to Fang Yi. Hey friend, I am so sorry for causing this massive disaster. I just broke through my cultivation limits, so I can finally leave the mountain to stretch my legs. These annoying little brats cause trouble, but can I take them back to the mountain instead of killing them? The Spirit Association hunters watch this whole scene in pure shock. Is the Master of Thunder seriously apologizing to the Wind Burial Hunter right now? So the Thunder Master didn't cause this chaos on purpose at all. But honestly, I cannot believe a simple calabash vine could actually level up to become this incredibly overpowered. This crazy lightning power just completely purified the king of mutated beasts. Just how deep and terrifying is the true strength of that throne? Now pay attention here because this shifts everything. Even with godlike power, the Thunder Master actually bowed his head to the Wind Burial Hunter. Imagine getting acknowledged by the throne yourself. Does this mean we completely underestimated the true combat power of the Wind Burial Hunter all along? Scene shifts to Chuan City Spirit Association, showing the current chaotic situation happening across the entire world. Those peaceful everyday moments are gone for good. However, the combat zones and the Spirit Association promise to do whatever it takes to keep everyone completely safe. Lin Yi's mother finally understands the brutal reality after hearing the explanation. Wait, so humanity won't actually face total extinction after all. The Chuan City president chuckles warmly. Why so negative, ma'am? You have to remember the Wind Burial Hunter has already stopped countless massive natural disasters single-handedly. Even an S-rank anomaly king gets completely terrified just feeling his spiritual aura during battle and barely escapes with its life in the end. And your own daughter is a core pioneer for Zia country. UN City actually wants to recruit her as their main team captain right now. Hearing this huge news, Lin Yi's mother grabs her daughter's hand tightly. You kids have really been working so incredibly hard. But honestly, hearing these high praises during such a chaotic crisis does not bring her any real comfort at all. She is only worried about these two kids getting exhausted or badly hurt. What if one day they actually have to sacrifice their own lives? Right then, Fang Yi steps in. Please do not overthink it, ma'am. By the way, where did Jiang Lu's group go? They totally vanished during the beast mutation incident. The Chuan City president replies right away. Oh, that group, I personally sent them straight to the Spirit Association hospital for emergency medical treatment. But I know what you're thinking. Did they stay? Nope. The nurse said all three vanished overnight, yelling about not wasting time, needing to get stronger and dying of embarrassment. Word is that Jiang Lu was insanely restless in the hospital, constantly demanding to be discharged so he could get back to grinding his cultivation. Suddenly, right at that exact moment, a panicked man and woman burst straight into the room, screaming out for Xiao Hao and Xiao He. Hearing that super familiar voice, little Xiao Hao instantly lights up with pure joy and shouts for his parents. Reunited at last, Xiao Hao's family is completely overwhelmed with deep emotion and gratitude. You saved our boy's life. Please accept our most sincere thanks for everything you did. By saving his life today, you basically saved our entire family from absolute ruin. The family bows deeply to show their thanks. We might just be completely normal people without any fancy combat powers, but if you ever need absolutely anything at all, we will drop everything and come running without a single question. Thank you. Lin Yi's mother quickly rushes over to help them stand up. No need for all that, it was the right thing to do. After exchanging some warm, polite words, Xiao Hao's family finally leaves with huge happy smiles on their faces. Fang Yi speaks up. By the way, ma'am, do you want to head back to Tai City with us? Right after that, we see a massive jet tearing through the heavy clouds, blasting straight up into the open sky. Cut to Tai City, where a massive crowd has gathered with huge banners to welcome Fang Yi back. Tai City proudly welcomes the legendary Wind Burial Hunter home. Su Qingying stands right in the middle of the cheering crowd, clapping loudly. She welcomes the trio back to Fang Yi's private mountain villa. Ling Yi's mother is completely stunned. This villa is absolutely massive. Ling Yi just covers her mom's eyes. Mom, keep your eyes closed for a second. Fang Yi pulls something special out of the drawer. Go ahead and guess what we prepared for you today. This is the brand new house Yi and I bought for you right here in Tai City. The location is incredibly safe, practically next to our place. Come visit us absolutely anytime you start missing us. Even if Yi decides to move to UN City later, no problem at all. We actually already bought another brand new house for you over in Chuan City too. Hearing this, Lin Yi's mom gets so emotional she literally starts trembling. You sweet kids, I am so proud of you both. But Yi, I can feel something heavy on your mind. Fang Yi speaks up. She is really torn about whether she should actually move to Yuan City or not. Lin Yi nods slowly. Yeah, I honestly have no idea what to do about the UN City Spirit Association. So what do you and I make of this? It feels like they're just using my cousin as a lifeline, desperately trying to build a connection with the Wind Burial Hunter. But bringing real change to that place isn't something that happens overnight, and they definitely cannot do it alone. Stick with me here. Lin Yi's mom pinches her cheek. Why not try? Doesn't my daughter usually want to do things right away? Does everything have to happen instantly? Didn't you use that tutoring excuse to trick me and sneak off to find your cousin? Wait, Mom already knew Lin Yi thinks. She's right, though. I'm completely grown up now. I'm no longer just a little kid. No more blindly following my family's footsteps. What is there to hesitate about anyway? Let's just try it out. Suddenly, Fang Yi's phone rings. Hello, Jilan. Any new clues from the war zone? Yeah, old Wu just found a brand new mystic belt and he wants you to join him. Cut to a shady underground black market somewhere. 4 figures, men and women, stand in total silence. The woman leading them finally speaks up. So does this mean we can never return to UN City? Hearing this, one of the guys scowls and starts rambling nervously. Turns out these are the leftover remnants of the Jiang family. Suddenly, a figure steps into the alley, glancing at the 4. He just chuckles. Haha, no need to be so tense, Jiang family. Our goals actually align perfectly. Want to make a little deal with me? Scene shifts to the Spirit War Zone. The car stops and Fang Yi steps out. Instantly, his eyebrows twitch as a massive surge of aura hits his face. Fang Yi's eyes flash sharply. In a flash, he clenches his fist and throws a heavy punch right into the incoming pressure. Boom. Their fists collide instantly. Fang Yi frowns hard. Old Wu, what's the meaning of this? Haha, don't misunderstand. Now pay attention. My old brothers couldn't believe a monster like you appeared in Xia country, so I just wanted to show them a quick sample. Believe it now. As his voice drops, elite pathfinders step right out of the shadows. Old man, where did you dig up such a crazy good seed? I totally saw you secretly step back half a pace just now. A two-star Vajra realm veteran teasing old Wu. The new waves push the old. Seriously, you can just retire already. Fang Yi looks totally surprised. These old guys are all two-star Vajra realm experts. Little friend, do you remember the extreme dark belt from last time? Outside Earth, mystic domains like that appeared way early on. They're even more dangerous, closely tied to Earth's aura recovery. These old comrades from the war zone never showed up even during Xia country's massive chaos. That's exactly why every single major war zone lacked top-tier combat power. Because they all deployed to these mystic domains, you could really say. That's the true frontline humanity faces against the aura recovery. It started long, long before you even realized. G-Lan told me the mystic domain is basically a time rift. It's got so many different, dangerous attributes crossing over. The dark attribute density is insanely strong, breeding all sorts of terrifying monsters. Since it's classified and their recent activity is spiking way too often, new domains just keep constantly popping up, appearing. It shows pioneers' cultivation levels. Vajra realm, spirit selection realm, ghost axe realm. Fang Yi looks deep in thought. No wonder Xia country mapped out polluted areas and forbidden zones. Let that sink in for a second. To explore, keep this huge secret and maintain order in Xia country. The ones who actually survived that brutal belt and made it back are all legendary Vajra realm venerables. Their foundation is rock solid, absolutely not to be underestimated. The Spirit War Zone's true fighting power is clearly way bigger than what's visible on the surface. Saying this, old Wu looks dead serious. We'll be exploring the hardest part, the Tomb Cluster Mystic Domain. Humph. Suddenly, a super cold snort rings out, grabbing everyone's attention. At the entrance gate, an old man strides in. Right between his brows is a deep frown line. One look tells you he's hot-tempered and unapproachable. Old Zhang enters and his eyes sweep over the crowd, stopping right on Fang Yi, the youngest guy here. His face instantly darkens completely. Zhang Tian, one of the top Spirit War Zone veterans. He doesn't even say hello. He just coldly walks right past him. Seeing that awkward scene, old Wu quickly whispers to Fang Yi, "That's old Zhang, Zhang Tian. He's eccentric, super cranky, and stubborn as a mule." Fearing Fang Yi might take offense, he adds, "We all walk on eggshells around him, so don't take it personally. It's just how he is." But despite all that attitude, his actual strength ranks top 3 among us. We brought him along this time just to guarantee everyone's safety. Bad temper, sure, but he values loyalty deeply. Fang Yi nods lightly. "No worries at all. The veterans who sacrifice for Xia country always have my full respect. Being cranky is just a personality trait." Old Wu turns, introducing Fang Yi. "Old Zhang, this is Tai City's captain. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Stick with me, you are about to meet the Wind Reaper, the absolute legend who just soloed that massive hell-tier disaster everyone was talking about. An S-class disaster." Zhang Tian's eyes flash for a split second before he slowly nods. Suddenly, the heavy tension in the entire room just evaporates. Elder Wu steps up with a humph. "All right, since every single one of us is finally here, let us open the gate to the Mystic Realm." The entrance to this mystic realm, a massive void gate hidden away right in the middle of a lush ancient green forest. Through the giant tree canopy blocking out the sky, a glowing blue void gate appears. It is completely covered in dense seal marks, clearly a patch job someone desperately added on much later. Fang Yi walks right up, totally caught off guard. He really did not expect a high-level void gate to look this painfully simple and rough. Those spiritual energy seals on the door, definitely a recent fix. But simple or not, they absolutely cannot afford to drop their guard right now. Fang Yi stays close, following right behind Elder Wu into the gate. Looking at the terrifying massive abyss in front of him, he finally realizes exactly why they call this place the mass grave. The elemental power here is completely off the charts. Are those crazy anomalies all being generated just from raw, pure elemental energy? The pitch-black abyss below surges with violent waves. A thick, unknown liquid violently boils inside, looking exactly like a living, breathing swamp of pure death. Every single aura leaking from these terrifying anomalies feels totally alien, like it came straight from outer space. Elder Wu drops his voice on high alert. "Now listen closely. You and I need to remember this rule. Absolutely do not stare directly at those anomalies. Otherwise, that elemental power will literally swallow you whole. There is way too much raw energy here, massive lightning, deep water, blazing fire, and pure void. One wrong step and you are done. Your entire body and mind will be completely shredded or worse, instant death right there on the spot. These anomalies are pure raw elemental force, not your average mutant beasts. Even his ultimate death seal technique is completely useless in a place like this. It is absolutely terrifying to think how many dimensions this place connects to. If this rift ever breaks open, it would trigger a literal doomsday for the entire world. After pushing forward for a long time, Elder Wu suddenly stops right in front of a massive gateway and yells out, "We made it." Looking ahead inside the gate, that surging pitch-black water abyss actually looks like it is completely filled with glowing white bones. Release your spiritual energy right now. Everyone needs to stay hovering in the air before we cross this threshold. The group finally crosses into the massive tomb complex. But looking closely, those are not whole bones. It is bone ash ground down as fine as sand. It floats over the water exactly like a thick, sickening layer of seaweed. The raw death power here is absolutely suffocating. How many ashes did it take to fill this massive black lake? That chilling mix of stark white ash and pitch-black water creates a dead, silent swamp radiating pure, concentrated death energy. Everything here is meant to sink and be buried forever. Facing that heavy, crushing breath of death, every single person breaks out into a cold sweat. Elder Wu barks out his final order. "Let's start. We hit fast and win this quickly." Bubble. Bubble. The thick gas bubbles multiply, turning the entire pitch-black abyss into one massive, terrifying, boiling cauldron. Boom, dark energy erupts, surging skyward and swallowing the entire area. Out of that thick smoke, an absolute titan of a giant reveals itself. What in the world is that? Someone stammers out, eyes wide with pure terror, as the towering titan slowly looks down straight at Zhang Tian. Then, without warning, it throws a brutal lightning punch. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian's pupils instantly shrink in pure shock. The two veterans instantly launch themselves into the air. They combine their ultimate attacks, throwing everything they have directly into the Titan's massive incoming fist. Bam! Both figures are instantly blasted dozens of meters back. Zhang Tian and Elder Wu, the two absolute strongest fighters here, swatted away by just one strike. Everyone turns totally pale. I know what you were thinking. What insane level of raw power has this Titan actually reached? Fang Yi immediately yells over the chaos. "This is bad. We all need to attack together right now." Elder Wu and Zhang Tian are completely covered in ash, violently coughing. That black giant's dark aura actually interferes with and weakens a cultivator's spiritual energy. Boom. Right at the edge of life and death, a blinding blade light flashes just like the midday sun, violently ripping straight through the darkness. Just a second ago, Elder Wu and another third-stage Vajra tier expert completely teamed up, but they could barely unleash a tenth of their real power. So let's see how it handles this advanced Crimson Fire Blade Art's Lightning Fire true form. For a split second, space literally freezes. The expanding dark energy violently halts as a razor-thin glowing crimson line slashes from the sky straight to the ground. Bang! The heavy dark energy completely shatters along the blade's path, exploding into a million pieces and exposing the eerie white bones under a blazing red light. Caught perfectly between the brilliant light and dark, Fang Yi stands tall. His black coat whips in the wind while his blade crackles with dying embers. A brilliant golden light completely wraps around his body, perfectly shielding him from the invading darkness. He steps right in front of the group, blade drawn with heaven-opening force. Just as I thought. My raw power is getting drained by this place too. If I was not being suppressed, that strike would have vaporized it instantly. The entire battlefield drops into pure, stunned silence. The tired, clouded eyes of every veteran there can only stare at the young hero standing before them. The next generation is truly terrifying. Wait, did that kid just completely overpower that black giant all by himself? Old Zhang, did you really just see that madness? Trust me, this flex is way scarier than his solo disaster run. Seeing the speechless veterans, Elder Wu proudly grins. You and I definitely want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. They call him the Burial Master, and the real reason why is going to blow your mind. Standing in a roaring sea of flames, Fang Yi's eyes flash with a strange light. He activates his ocular skill and unleashes the Grave Fire Domain. Right at that moment, the veteran soldiers witness absolute horror. Out of thin air, countless dry, razor-sharp claws start ripping their way out from the void. They look completely bizarre, like overgrown human fingernails. Curved and insanely sharp, they shoot straight ahead, aiming right at the giant titan. Go! The Grave Fire Domain expands. Swish, swish, heavy, terrifying noises echo from the bottom of the abyss. A massive horde of terrifying creatures crawls up like crazy. The system detects huge amounts of dark energy and confirms his technique is running. Ignoring the negative effects of the dark energy, these monsters completely surround them in the blink of an eye. No escape. They trap the massive titan right in the center. Ding. The system marks the target. The giant titan is now weakening. Its dark power drops by 50%. Fang Yi's eyes flare up with brilliant golden light, and right out of the empty space behind him, a massive golden sun phantom tears through space. Fang Yi gives a single cold order, kill. Then he launches himself straight into the air. He slashes his blade right into the dark core. Fire and golden sunlight explode completely, swallowing the pitch-black titan. The sea of flames turns into a blazing red storm, filling up the entire cave. Agonizing screams echo everywhere. In just a fraction of a second, the giant titan is turned to absolute ash, falling right out of the sky. After destroying the creature, Fang Yi glances over at the seniors, those veteran fighters standing nearby. Their jaws are practically on the floor. How is this even possible? Elder Wu lets out a laugh and says, it is light energy. He is completely suppressing the darkness here. Meanwhile, over in Yuan City at the Wood Throne, brilliant green light erupts from the seat, lighting up the entire mountain. Suddenly, Ling Hua senses something. It is her master. He needs her help right now. Boom. Without hesitating, she turns into a streak of green light and shoots off straight toward Fang Yi. Back at the catacombs. Now watch closely. This dark titan is absorbing the black water and healing up fast. He might look pathetic, but he is insanely hard to kill. Fang Yi already holds the power of death and controls the throne, yet this monster is still fighting back. Right then, Zhang Tian yells out loud, hurry up. The kid needs our help, let's go, like you even had to ask. The group reaches out together, wrapping themselves in pure spiritual energy. Energy pools above their palms. A split second later, someone shouts, hit him. The spiritual power transfers over. 4 massive streams of power blast right into Fang Yi's back. Under everyone's stunned gaze, that golden light explodes to a whole new level. Boom! A terrifyingly fierce pressure suddenly shoots straight up into the sky. The entire cave starts shaking violently. The dark water pool instantly vaporizes. As the golden light fades, the pitch-black cave is suddenly completely swallowed by a heavy, deathly vibe. Bone-chilling cold. Turns out this right here is the real ancient graveyard. Right beneath the dark pool is a massive abyss packed with tombstones. An intense aura, like the crushing pressure of an ancient god, keeps rising up. Fang Yi finally walks over to the group. I have to thank you seniors for the assist just now. I wouldn't have been able to take out that dark giant so smoothly otherwise. I underestimated the enemy back there. Are you guys okay? Seeing Fang Yi step up, the old man, Zhang Tian, actually bows his head to apologize. I am sorry, my attitude was terrible earlier. Thank you for saving me. Elder Wu and the others just smile, thinking to themselves, is this even the same stubborn old mule we know? Did someone possess his body? Hell must have frozen over today. I know what you're thinking, the big fight is over, right? Well, think again. From inside that dead pool, countless creepy skeletons start crawling right out. In just a flash, they swarm from absolutely every direction, locking everyone inside a tight circle. Seniors, do you remember the disaster mutation back in U City? Of course we remember, I just didn't expect to run into it here. The second, he says that Elder Wu leads the charge. These undead monsters are absolutely disgusting, let me go first. Boom, boom, boom. Without meeting a single word, everyone jumps into action. We are coming too. Just leave this side to me. With the dark fog finally cleared out, the veteran fighters are not suppressed anymore. They instantly strike like lightning, aggressively slaughtering the creatures hiding in the pitch-black shadows. A terrifying massacre breaks out. The sea of fire turns into a blazing red storm, completely swallowing up the entire cavern. In the blink of an eye, those creatures are blasted to dust. Fang Yi is about to step into the dark abyss when he suddenly freezes. Ding, strong dark energy fluctuation detected. Please approach and touch it to generate a brand new technique. Getting the notification, Fang Yi shouts out to the group, keep moving forward. I am sensing a super strong dark energy pulse ahead. After pushing forward for about 5 minutes, the group stops right in front of a towering stone tablet. Guys, what in the world is that? An illusion. No, this stone tablet is constantly giving off dark energy, but when did it even show up here? It might be a physical form of the dark power. Let me check it out. Saying that, Fang Yi instantly launches himself straight up into the air. Hey kid, wait, but as he gets close, well, you and I are going to have to see what that black light does next. Stick with me here. Fang Yi steps forward, finally pressing his hand against the cold black stone. Ding. The system automatically starts, creating a dark attribute skill. Ding, it's the great Hellblade art. One swing summons spirits from the ancient tomb to fight for him for 3 whole minutes. Their strength is completely tied to his own power level. All pure, dark attribute energy. The catch with the boundless dark realm, he actually has to drag enemies inside to weaken them by using the bone bird and other anomalies to fight for him. But with spiritual energy recovering so fast, the chances to use this keep dropping. The hellscape needs a death seal first. He literally has to trigger his own physical death just to make it happen, and open the gates of hell to summon 100 ghosts, and his spirit eye illusion only works on highly intelligent enemies. But this massive tomb, nobody knows how old it really is. Every single spirit here is way stronger than anything in Moon City. Their power rivals actual hell demons. This skill doesn't just control them, it has absolutely zero limits on how much it can grow. This stone monument is actually solid dark attribute energy. Could it be? Someone chimes in saying this is absolutely perfect timing. Quick, grab a piece for the Research Institute. Didn't they say that if they fully decode this whole thing, we could literally change the future? This stuff is incredible. Come on, let's get it. Fang Yi just stands there, stunned. Seniors, everyone, this is unprecedented, solid dark energy. We need to take it back to the Institute to develop it. If we crack it, the dark attribute will never hold us back again. Boom Zhang Tian doesn't waste any time. He charges in and throws a massive punch. Bang. An overwhelming aura explodes outward, with everyone locking their eyes on it. The monument, deep in the black abyss, starts crumbling. Now pay attention because when Elder Wu panics, you and I know things are bad. We definitely shouldn't have touched that stone rumble. The monument collapses faster and faster, making the entire surrounding space shake violently. Boom. A terrifyingly vicious pressure suddenly shoots straight up into the sky. Wait, this spiritual energy fluctuation is all wrong. Fang Yi grits his teeth. Now he knows exactly where that original Black Sea came from. Whoosh. From the bottom of the abyss, an earth-shattering aura erupts out of nowhere. It carries the massive crushing pressure of a literal ancient god. Suddenly, a huge sea of rotting blackness appears, swallowing the ground entirely. A dark tide. In a flash, pitch-black waves from the distance come roaring and carrying a violent surge of pure death energy. Exploration rule number 1, no matter the situation. If you see a dark tide, you retreat immediately. It's here. From within the waves, endless freaks start pouring out and attacking everyone. These deadly monsters want to trap and slaughter us all right here. Right at that exact moment, Fang Yi suddenly freezes. His pupils shrink as he turns around, staring dead into the massive rolling tide crashing toward them. Elder Wu panics. Wait, Wind Burial, what are you doing? Get over here. But through the elder's desperate screaming, it seems like some mysterious voice is ringing out, desperately calling to him. There's an actual voice inside that tide calling his name. Let me test this out. Following his gut instinct, Fang Yi slowly reaches his hand out to touch the raging black tide crashing down on them. Seeing this, the veteran soldiers absolutely lose their minds. Fang Yi, run forward right now. Elder Wu screams until his voice cracks. Boom rumble. The terrifying tide keeps violently rushing in. Absolutely nothing can stop it. The raging wave roars and swallows Fang Yi. You and I both felt that right, total shock as the darkness consumes him. He vanishes completely. With a massive bang, old man Zhang Tian stomps the ground and rockets forward. Seeing this, Elder Wu rushes up to hold him back. Why are you stopping me? Zhang Tian snap out of it. You can't save him. If you go, it's just another dead body. He was clearly the ultimate future of the Xia Nation. We old fools completely doomed him. If the Xia Nation's future could only pick one person, it had to be that kid. Calm down, do you think? We don't know that. If I could, I'd trade my own life for his. His chances of survival are basically zero right now. If we take more casualties, the Xia Nation's future will truly be trampled by others. Every single one of you left needs to get out of here alive. I'm the one who invited him. I'm hurting more than any of you. All the blame falls completely on me. You guys don't have to carry this guilt. Remember, if Wind Burial is somehow fine, then any of us dying here wouldn't matter. But right now, there's zero sign of him. Boom, deep inside the dark tide. A sudden explosion. Golden light blasts into the sky. Lightning rips through the heavens and raging winds howl. Look over there. That's Wind Burial's pure yang attribute. Wait, what do we do now? Can we actually go back and save him? You idiot, that kid is the only reason you're still breathing, don't forget that. Right at this very second, Fang Yi is fully pushing his son, devouring divine art, stepping forward inch by inch. Weirdly enough, inside this dark tide, nothing seems dangerous at all. So what do you and I make of this? Trust me, following that voice is about to unlock something insane. With the golden sun protecting him and the solid foundation he built, it doesn't matter how strong this dark energy gets, it absolutely cannot leave a single scratch on him. Let's dive right into this crazy moment. Is he hallucinating, or is this dark energy actually waiting for his spiritual power to drain so it can bleed him dry? Fang Yi stops dead in his tracks. He calls out to the system in his mind. A few tense seconds pass, and then the interface slowly boots up. The screen glitches out, totally disrupted by some massive wave of ancient power. The system stutters before giving a warning. It detected the source of this elemental power straight ahead. Target confirmed 25 degrees forward. Proceed with caution. Fang Yi looks completely shocked. Ancient power. What kind of insane relic could be putting off that much pressure? Could it be something like the throne? Looks like he is on the right track. But the closer he gets to this unknown object, the heavier its crushing influence becomes. Fang Yi fights through the crushing pressure, straining his eyes to look deep into the thick fog ahead. And then in a split second, his pupils shrink in pure shock. There it is. The oppressive aura is suffocating. Deep within that sky covering black fog at the very edge of the void, countless dark runes are twisting and moving around. They look like burning chains locking down something massive hidden deep in the emptiness. Faintly visible through the endless layers of mist, a gigantic object is just floating there. It is a suit of armor. Just feeling this aura, every single scale practically drips with unpredictable, pure, destructive energy. Ding! System alert, source of the dark tide discovered. No wonder the elemental power here feels even stronger than when the throne descended. But hey, he made it this far, which means he can definitely claim this thing. You are going to want to watch this closely. He refuses to leave empty-handed, so Fang Yi immediately steps forward to touch the armor floating in the dark mist. The second he gets close, boom, a massive wave of dark energy crashes right into him like a raging ocean. Fang Yi's face goes pale in pure panic. Golden mist flares up instantly. His light energy forms a thin, holy armor covering his entire body. It is literally do or die today. No holding back now. The sea of fog violently shakes, black waves crushing everything in their path. Ding! The system interface pops up. Host request accepted. Mobilizing every single cultivation technique he has learned. The golden light around his body constantly flickers. Rejection. This is the absolute violent rejection between pure dark and light energy fighting for dominance. In the exact moment the light dies, his eyes turn pitch black. Boundless void territory. A massive dark totem rips open right behind his back. Fang Yi's aura instantly transforms, looking like he just stepped straight into absolute madness. Those deep dark eyes flash with a cold, ruthless light. Ding. Confirming the death of the host. Death seal is currently in effect. Wait, the host is still alive. He is actually surviving this. Ding. Reconfirming host death status. Vital signs detected. The host is definitely alive. Ding. The ancient relic has been defeated by the master of combined cultivation techniques. Ding. The ancient relic now recognizes you as its master. Equipment name unlocked, ancient demon god armor. New technique acquired, the secret dark torrent art. This secret art and the demon god armor share the exact same origin. The armor's master automatically learns the technique no master needed, just instant perfect understanding. At this very moment, the ancient demon god armor completely submits to Fang Yi. Across his once golden glowing skin, thick dark runes rapidly start spreading everywhere. They weave together like ancient veins, somehow looking holy and incredibly evil at the same time. Fang Yi clenches his fist as insane power surges. He looks off into the distance, his eyes flashing. Boom. With just a single thought, the world's dark energy gathers, transforming into a massive torrent that blocks out the sky. It crushes and swallows everything, instantly wiping out all life in its path. Now pause for a second, isn't this exactly what the dark tide was doing earlier? Does this mean he can actually control the power of the dark tide now? Can he unleash a literal dark tide all by himself? Not only can he walk right through the dark tide like it is flat ground, but he can totally command it or even force it to retreat. Comparing it now, this is on a completely different level from the basic dark energy he was controlling back then. Before, using dark energy always drained his stamina super fast and took a toll on him. But now this overwhelming dark energy actually acts exactly like an obedient little pet. It sees him as the master and feels completely bonded to him. From this second forward, absolutely no dark energy will ever stand in his way again. Fang Yi stretches his back out. Yeah, it is definitely time to head back. How long was he actually trapped inside that crazy void anyway? If he doesn't return soon, the outside world is probably going to descend into pure chaos. Meanwhile, over in Divine City at the Spirit Association headquarters, inside the chairman's office, he violently slams the desk and stands up. You took the burial master out there, so why couldn't you bring him back? Yi Xiao, head of the Xia Nation Spirit Association, has cultivated for years, but he has never exploded with this much raw anger. The dark energy literally treats him like its master, now super attached to him. From this very moment on, absolutely zero dark energy will ever be an obstacle for him. Fang Yi stretches his back out. Yep, time to head back. Just how long was he stuck in there anyway? If he delays any longer, the outside world is seriously going to spiral out of control. At that exact same time, back in Divine City at the Spirit Association headquarters. Inside the main office, the chairman furiously smashes his desk and jumps up. You dragged the burial master out there, so why couldn't you bring him back? Yi Xiao, the head of the Xia Nation Spirit Association, has been cultivating for countless years. He completely controls the most advanced cultivation methods and the absolute richest spirit energy zones in the entire Xia Nation, yet right now, you guys cannot even protect a single junior. Elder Wu is completely speechless. He stammers out, what kind of absolute joke are we becoming out there in the spirit zone? You actually needed the burial master to help you escape the dark tide. What kind of qualifications do you people even have left? Do you still have the nerve to claim you protect Xia Nation? Ji Lan stands off to the side, quietly listening. So what do you and I make of this? She suddenly clenches her fists, kicks the door open, and marches in. Sorry to interrupt, but I completely disagree. Chairman Yi, stick with me here. I firmly believe the Wind Burial Envoy has enough power to escape the Dark Tide. I am absolutely convinced that he stayed in the Dark Tide because he encountered something incredibly crucial, something so huge that he was actually willing to bet his very life on it. Second, regarding protecting Xia Nation, Elder Wu, Elder Zhang, and even myself and our comrades have always fought right on the front lines, risking everything. Every single time we step out, we are prepared to die, constantly saying goodbye to countless fallen friends. The Wind Burial Envoy is a pure genius, saving Xia Nation from massive disaster-level threats time and time again. Facing an elite talent like him, there is absolutely no way Elder Wu or the others would intentionally push him right into a deadly trap. If they could, they would have gladly traded their own lives to save him. The chief chairman's face turns completely dark. He points a finger and snaps, but the envoy is the absolute core of our Spirit Association's captain plan. Can you guarantee he can escape the Dark Tide? Even your seniors couldn't pull that off. We are talking about the Dark Tide here. The chief waves his hand angrily. His value is way higher than all of yours combined. Why did it have to be him and not you? Chairman Ji Lan replies, her face totally calm. Chairman Ye, if you truly believe that him entering the Dark Tide means certain death. She stops right there and tightly clenches her fists. Then on what basis do you think he is more important than the entire Spirit War Zone? If you seriously doubt the envoy's strength and disrespect the Spirit War Zone's importance that much, then maybe the Spirit War Zone shouldn't even exist. In this era of spiritual energy awakening and world-shattering changes, the absolute survival of Xia Nation relies entirely on your Spirit Association. Can you guys actually pull that off? Hearing Ji Lan say these words, Elder Wu quickly turns around and shouts out, Ji Lan, stop. The chief chairman's eyebrows are tightly knitted together right now. I lost my temper earlier. Ji Lan is actually not wrong. So how exactly do we handle this mess now? Now, pay close attention here. If the news of his disappearance gets out, Xia Nation's cities will erupt in total chaos, and all those hidden enemies watching us will definitely make their move. Elder Wu and Ji Lan instantly speak up at the exact same time. Lock down the news, treat it as highest level clearance. Scene shifts to Fang Yi's villa in Tai City. Lin Yi looks incredibly anxious, letting out a heavy sigh. It has been a whole week and her cousin still is not back. Right at that moment, a knock echoes on the door. Knock knock. Lin Yi spins around. Cousin. But as the door swings open, it is just her mom. What is wrong? Is Fang Yi back yet? That boy going on a business trip for so long without a single phone call, it really makes people worry sick. Why don't you try calling him? It is no use, Mom. The place my cousin went to is extremely dangerous. Phones totally lose signal there. But seriously, has he ever been completely unreachable for such a long period of time before? Also about the Spirit Association telling you to take up that post in UN City, when are you leaving? Not yet. I was supposed to wait for him to return so we could train in UN City first. But since he is busy right now, the Spirit Association hasn't given me any further updates. Lin Yi's face is filled with pure worry. She thinks to herself, this has literally never happened before. Even if he loses his signal temporarily, he always finds a way back so fast. I already tried reaching out to Captain Su earlier, but even Captain Su has zero clue about my cousin's current whereabouts. My texts to Sister Ji Lan are basically dead air. Mom, I'm heading out for a bit. Saying that, she immediately pushes the door open and sprints outside. You and I both know this is bad. Running through the heavy pouring rain on Tai City streets, Lin Yi realizes that if he falls, all of Xia Nation changes forever. The entire captain plan will completely collapse, but he will be fine, right? After all, his strength is absolutely off the charts. For now, everything is still running somewhat normally. But then boom, the sky right above Tianlu district violently explodes. Black clouds instantly gather together, completely swallowing the sky. Furious lightning crashes down like an angry dragon, tearing the heavens apart. Lin Yi's pupils shrink in pure terror. She has actually seen this exact thing before. Run away. A meteor is crashing into Earth. Help us. That blinding silver-white meteor slams down, bringing an absolutely terrifying wave of raw power. But it is not a meteor at all. It is a massive throne descending right onto Tai City. Boom. The Earth violently shakes as an unknown energy boils over. In a flash, it pierces straight through the sky. At the same time, an endless wave of elemental power spreads out, sweeping across 10,000 miles. Countless Pathfinders instantly notice it. Inside their eyes, intense fear and twisted greed burst into flames at the exact same time. Those hungry stares could basically burn a hole right through Xia Nation's map. Cutting back to Fang Yi, he is still struggling to find an escape route. This is super weird. He totally cannot find the coordinates to return to reality. It feels like walking in endless circles on a road with absolutely zero exit. Don't tell me you can't find the way out either, Fang Yi asks the ancient armor. The armor completely gives up too. So strange. See, Fang Yi is out of ideas. Asking the armor was his last desperate move because the system here feels totally unreliable right now. The blue screen just keeps glitching. The system seems just like before, absolute zero signal. But how can this ancient demon armor fail to find the exit too? Did taking this thing out of that secret zone somehow trigger a massive butterfly effect or something crazy like that? Or did something else completely crazy happen? You and I need to watch this part. Suddenly, the armor intensely flares up completely, wrapping Fang Yi. Hemph, so you are saying it is not your fault. I just suddenly remembered something. Weren't you able to talk before? You even used actual human words to tell me to get inside you. Stick with me here, we are diving right back into the madness. The dark tide. You've gone quiet now, the ancient armor trembles, sweating bullets. Fang Yi just sighs. Whatever. The most important thing right now is finding a way out of here. But suddenly Fang Yi senses something shifting. He whips his head around, staring off into the distance. Wait a second, he feels it. A massive throne from a mysterious spatial zone has just descended straight onto Tai City. Meanwhile, back in the city, pure chaos is already breaking out. The throne has landed. Here now, this is bad. Her cousin isn't around and a throne appearing out of nowhere is going to cause a massive bloodbath. She has to go check it out. But as Lin Yi rushes over, something feels off. Two pathfinders suddenly block her way. Two fierce blasts of energy press right up against her face. You must be Miss Lin, right? Lin Yi just narrows her eyes. Her tone goes dead, cold. Who are you? What are you trying to pull by sneaking into Tai City right now? She doesn't even flinch. Instead, she charges straight in. Boom, spirit energy explodes as her whip flashes out like lightning. It wraps tight around one of the pathfinders. Moving like a hunting leopard, she gets right in his face. What cat got your tongue? Smash. She kicks the pathfinder flying. The surrounding hidden enemies look completely stunned and someone in the shadows lets out a low whistle. Suddenly, from every single direction, a huge crowd of fighters steps out onto the street, completely surrounding her. Just a brat still wet behind the ears. You only get respect because of the Wind Reaper and you dare act tough before me. Get her. Boom. Everyone attacks at exactly the same time, turning the street into a war zone. Looking down on me, huh? Let's test. The crowd control skills I've been grinding. Wood vines multiply, whips lash out wildly, and she darts around like pure lightning, striking everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. Holy crap, her vines are completely suppressing our spirit energy. Lin Yi tightly clenches her fist and yanks hard, sending the entire group of attackers flying through the air. But suddenly, a brutal sneak attack rockets toward her from behind. Lin Yi's face drops as she spins around. This is bad. Those flames are laced with a corrosive dark attribute. If it were just normal fire, it wouldn't be able to burn through her vines like this. She reacts instantly, twisting her body to dodge. She barely escapes, but the attack still leaves a deep, nasty slash across her left arm. Seeing her wounded and out of breath, the Pathfinders instantly jump on the opportunity and rush her all at once. Lin Yi quickly throws up a defensive barrier. 9 grown adults ganging up on a student. Pathetic. Boom, her spirit energy suddenly erupts to the absolute max, summoning a massive storm of sharp vines. Watch closely, this is where the mind games start. Both sides jump back, fighting this hard, and he still isn't here. The Wind Reaper really isn't in Tai City right now, and we figured out exactly how strong she is. A twisted manic grin spreads across his face. Retreat! On command, the entire group scatters into the shadows. Lin Yi just freezes in shock. Wait. Oh no. She totally fell for it. By fighting back so hard, she basically confirmed that her cousin really is gone. The next time these guys show up, they'll be completely prepared for her. Lin Yi bites her lip hard. Come on, you stupid brain, think of a way out of this. But suddenly, boom, a blinding pillar of golden light explodes straight up into the sky. Wait a second. Lin Yi's pupils shrink down to pinpricks. She knows exactly what to do. She whips out her phone and calls Su Qingying. Hello, Captain Su, are you there? On the other end, Captain Su picks up. Lin Yi, I'm at the restricted zone, locking down the throne. Don't tell me your side got hit by intruders. The Esper Association is sending backup right now. I already fought them off, but this isn't a long-term fix. They're all after the throne. Since they know the Wind Reaper is gone, they think nobody in Tai City. You and I both know she's got a crazy plan. I'm making the throne acknowledge me as its master. Captain Su snaps her head around, totally startled. Realizing Lin Yi is already standing right there in front of her, Captain Su, I really don't have any other choice here. Su Qingying hears this and instantly grabs her by the shoulders. Are you completely insane? The metal element is incredibly dangerous. The power on that throne is 100 times sharper than any anomaly you've ever faced. Plus, you're a wood element user. Going up against a metal element gives you 0 advantage. Don't throw your life away. You can hear the pure panic in the captain's voice. But right at that exact moment, 2 more figures rush onto the scene. It's getting bad. Underground factions and rogue powers who don't answer to anyone. Not the Esper Association, not the military zone. Even registered pathfinders are all swarming straight into Tai City for a piece of the pie. The Wind Reaper is dead. The Association and the military mean absolutely nothing now. It's a free-for-all. Whoever has the power takes the prize. Even if it costs their lives, they are rushing in to claim the throne and become the new king of Xia Nation. Meanwhile, inside the mysterious domain, we found it, but the coordinates are slightly off from our last run, Elder Wu says from the front of the pack. But the place where the Reaper vanished is definitely this exact domain. When the dark tide hit us out of nowhere, we didn't have any other choice. The group steps through the portal, but what they see is a massive, endless wasteland of white sand. Wait, why does it look like this? Where are the tombstones? Where's the dark energy? Then suddenly a shadow looms above them. That's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Stick with me, you and I are about to witness something absolutely insane. A spatial rift suddenly tears wide open. What is this? This raw power? Could it actually be that stuff from ancient legends? Right after that, Fang Yi bursts straight out of the spatial rift like a rocket. He actually made it back to this place. Boom! He slams into the sand with a massive crash. Fang Yi is confused. He definitely followed the throne's aura straight in this direction. There's no mistake. The guild president screams in absolute shock. Wait a minute, isn't that the legendary wind burial guy? Look at his power. Elder Wu nods hard. It is him, absolutely him. This kid's spiritual energy has actually surpassed even this old man's level. Zhang Qian's eyes are completely wide with pure disbelief. An outward spiritual aura this utterly dominant. There is no way he is just stuck at Vajra Tier 3. Snapping out of it, Zhang Tian waves his arm and yells, Fang Yi, is that you? Whoosh, in a flash of motion, 3 figures suddenly appear right in front of Fang Yi. The guild president grabs his hand, totally thrilled. Greetings, Wind Burial. I represent the Spirit Association headquarters here to welcome you home. Fang Yi blinks in surprise and asks, who are you? The president smiles and introduces himself. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Yi Xiao Xia, country's Spirit Association president. Fang Yi is secretly blown away. The big boss of the whole Spirit Guild. He had never heard of him before, maybe a newly promoted guy. Oh, nice to meet you, but this really isn't the best time for small talk. I felt a throne appear. That descending throne must be why I've been stuck here, unable to find my way back to Earth. Now watch closely, things are about to get really intense. I was literally just going in circles. So please, we need to rush back to Tai City as fast as humanly possible. Elder Zhang laughs out loud. Ha ha. Looks like us old-timers still have some use left in our bones to help you out a bit. Boom! All 3 of them blast their spiritual energy right into the exact same spot. No time to lose, they move out immediately. Fang Yi nods hard. Got it. But deep down, his gut is screaming that Fang Yi is in terrible danger right now. He really hopes it is just a false alarm. Right after that, all 4 of them dash straight into the portal at lightning speed. I completely forgot to ask how he managed to find a chance to break through his realm during that massive dark tide. This damn kid makes me so curious. Meanwhile, back over in Tai City, total destruction. Ruins everywhere and thick black smoke blocking the sky. Countless trailblazers are clashing in an all-out war. Damn it, why are there so many invaders here? They have completely lost their minds. Do they want to fight to the death with the Spirit Association? These secret orgs have always hated the guild and the government. Since spiritual energy awakened, they have gone completely rogue. They want to overthrow everything so they can enjoy total freedom, stealing power and literally trampling over their own kind to get it. I know what you are thinking. How do they survive this? We will do absolutely everything in our power to wipe out these invaders. Report. The defensive ring around the throne has been shattered by the enemy. Split up into 2 squads right now and go back up the captain. I will hold the line right here. No buts, just follow my orders. I actually just received some really incredible news. If we can just hold off this single attack wave, we win. Right on cue, Captains Wang Liang and Song Yiming suddenly drop onto the battlefield. You guys came straight from headquarters, HMH Tai City Guild. You don't seriously think every single trailblazer out there is eyeing your piece of trash thrown to you? We are just here to return a favor. Song Yiming charges up his right fist, raging fire exploding all around him. Boom! A terrifying blast of scorching heat shoots straight into the crowd. Ah, holy crap, it is the elite from Shen City. Wind Burial obviously isn't even here, so why the hell are they helping Tai City, you stupid, disorganized mob? Even I never dared to covet the Tai City throne, yet you trash think you can touch it. You clearly don't know your own place. I don't care who he is, wipe him out. This metal attribute throne belongs to me today. Haha, I am not even a trailblazer from Tai City, idiot. He literally gets turned into an ice statue. Cut to Fang Yi's front door, a whole mob of rogue trailblazers just pulled up. So this is the legendary Wind Burial's hideout, ha ha ha. Starting today, every single thing in here belongs to me. I heard he's even got 2 little sisters inside. Hee hee. But suddenly, right at that moment, the eerie sound of a random flute echoes out. Before the trailblazers can even react, they get completely lifted right off the ground. Wait a second, what the heck is happening? Damn it, I can't stop my own arms and legs. My head is splitting open. Ah, where the hell did Tai City get so much backup? They even have a control-type trailblazer. My mom always said it, people lacking real power but overflowing with greed are the scariest kind. That is UA City's Captain Chen Nuo Sheng. And today it proves absolutely true. Cut to the foot of the back mountain where three middle-aged guys appear. The leaders of the group are looking absolutely thrilled right now. Among all the invading trailblazers today, their combat strength is easily sitting at the top tier. Ha 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 ha. You Tai City Guild losers. This throne is mine now. Without a single second of hesitation, all three launch a massive charge straight toward the throne. But right at that moment, everything completely flips. Boom! An unbelievably sharp wave of terrifying energy aggressively sweeps right across them. A blood-curdling scream rings out as the three figures are literally ripped apart in mid-air by golden light. Their bodies explode, turning the whole scene chaotic.
What the hell was that?
The Metal Throne's aura were half-step Vajra tier metal trailblazers. So where do we go from here? Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. You and I are about to see something wild. Why is the throne rejecting them? Did someone already claim it up there? The crowd instantly boils over with pure rage. That sneaky Tai family, turns out they selfishly sneaked ahead to make contact with the throne first. Since they are already here, the plan is simple. Wipe out the Tai family, take their territory, and slaughter that crippled Wind, Burial Master, and the Spirit Knight. The Vanguard's faces twist into something absolutely vicious. But suddenly, a chilling voice rings out who's calling my name. Fang Yi only speaks a few words, but instantly, the temperature plummets. Pure suffocating, killing intent floods the entire area. Everyone's hearts skip a collective beat. Massive alarm bells explode in their heads as their bodies freeze in total panic. They slowly turn their heads, and when they see who is standing there, their pupils shrink to pinpricks. It is the Wind Burial Master. Out of nowhere, a figure appears right on the mountain path, dressed entirely in black, tall, and terrifyingly calm. His right hand grips a Tang sword, the blade reflecting a deadly fiery glint. His oppressive aura and killing intent literally swallow the sky. Now pay attention here. Great Hellblade Boon Fang Yi swings and a blinding flash of fire completely engulfs the sky. A massive fire dragon forms and roars forward, its insane heat melting the very air. Bang, the enemy's bodies literally explode. Torn to shreds by the dragon, they turn into floating ash. Embers rain down, white smoke rises, and the stench of burning flesh spreads. One strike. Game over. With the trash taken care of, Fang Yi shifts his dead serious gaze toward the back mountain peak. It is definitely her. The scene cuts to the gold attribute throne where Lin Yi steps right inside to start claiming its ultimate power. Su Qingying stands guard, desperately trying to help. She thinks, if you have the guts to risk death for this throne, then I will gamble everything to protect you. You see that desperation, right? She fights until her energy drains. Keep going, Lin Yi, you can do it. Fang Yi rockets toward the throne, golden light surging as his dark hair blows back. Su Qingying jumps in pure shock. Who goes there? But right as she yells, she coughs up blood and stumbles back. The Wind Burial Master, suddenly absolute crazy joy flashes deep in Su Qingying's eyes. Ah, you came back, Fang Yi just smirks. Captain Su, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Fang Yi stares dead ahead at the throne. Boom. He takes one step, golden light erupts, and the throne instantly and violently rejects him. Waves of golden energy violently sweep across. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens